Chapter 1123. 1123 After the expedition. 1123 After the expedition. Above the gray fog, when he saw that the City of Silver's exploration team had begun embarking on their way back as the Giant King's palace remained unchanged, Klein heaved a sigh of relief and leaned back in his chair, exhausted. After 2 hours of observation, his spirituality was nearing its limits. At most, he could hold out for another 15 minutes. Regardless, the things obtained from this expedition completely exceeded my imagination. It's only right to give the Silver Knight potion formula to the City of Silver. As he rubbed his forehead, his thoughts began to wander. Being aware of these ancient secrets is very helpful to my digestion after my advancement. The problem now is that my Bizarro Sorcerer potion hasn't been fully digested. From the feedback I've been getting over this period of time, it can be seen that all sorts of strange tales are indeed useful. When Miss Magician completes the script and publishes it, it just needs some time to build up some momentum before it's done. However, she started writing a few days ago. I don't know when she will finish her manuscript. Why can't she just write a few more hours every day? When I went to pick her up this time, I should urge her. With this in mind, Klein suddenly recalled something. He hadn't given Anderson a reward for finding Vice Admiral Ailment. I'll wait until he helps Danitz become a conspirer. Anyway, this was also part of the agreement. The advancement ritual of an iron-blooded knight isn't difficult, but it's not simple either. Especially for a hunter, it's even more troublesome. It requires a hunter who is adept at provocation and enjoys coming up with ploys to build a team of at least 30 people, and also nurture a deep sense of friendship amongst them while making them strong. When they act almost as one, they'll set up the ritual. The greater the strength and camaraderie amongst the team, the better the effects of the ritual. Seeing that the City of Silver's expedition team was returning in an orderly manner without encountering any accidents, he finally felt at ease. He left the world above the gray fog and threw himself into bed, falling into a dream. After some rest at the afternoon town camp, Derek Berg finally recovered and his face was no longer as pale. He had just eaten bread made from black-faced grass powder when a figure grew out from the shadows outside and said in a low voice, "Derek, the chief is looking for you." Yes. Derek subconsciously stood up. Thank you. He was originally prepared to find the chief and hand over the Silver Knight potion formula. After watching the messenger retreat into the shadows, he walked out of the room and arrived at the clearing where the bonfire was illuminated. At a glance, Derek saw many members who hadn't participated in the expedition gathered in groups of 2 or 3. They were excitedly discussing something. They already knew that one could see the sea from the Giant King's court. They knew that it wasn't too far from the coast, and as long as they found the correct path, they would arrive there in no time. This was an important step for the City of Silver to save themselves after discovering the outsider, Jack. The residents of the City of Silver, who mainly had the power of dawn, finally saw the light of dawn. Their long wait and persistence seemed to have paid off. Derek could understand the feelings of his team members because he was the same. However, from the world Gehrman Sparrow, he knew very well that the waters in the ruins of the Battle of Gods weren't that simple. To head to the other side of the sea would probably be extremely difficult. Ignoring everything else, just Dark Angel Sasrir, who was sleeping in the Giant King's palace and blocking the vital path outside, was a problem that he couldn't overcome at the moment. I can only hope that Mr. Fool will bless me. Yes, for that boy to appear in the temple ruins, it means that there are other paths that can bypass the Giant King's palace and reach the sea. Derek thought optimistically as he circled around the quietly burning bonfire and walked towards the chief's room on the other side. Suddenly, he saw a person sitting silently in the shadow of a boulder. It was a man in his 20s, and he was much taller than Derek. He held a pale gold bracelet with 3 small bells hanging on it as he looked at it with his pupils unfocused. Derek was no stranger to this man. He knew that he was the husband of Anshina, Dolores, a Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin. In the City of Silver, before the age of 18, one could date freely until they were married. And if one didn't have a partner at the age of 18, they would be arranged to have one. It was the same for widows and widowers after 3 years. This was a necessary measure to ensure the necessary population level for the City of Silver's continuation. It seemed like it was against human rights, but for the continuation of the entire city in the Dark Lands, it could only be done this way. Furthermore, this could ensure that everyone had a certain number of close relatives, preventing the possibility of mutating into a terrifying evil spirit after their death. As for Dolores and Anshina, they were neighbors who lived on the same street. They had known each other since they were young and had a good impression of each other. In the end, they started dating when they were teammates of a patrol team. Over time, they became husband and wife and had a deep, loving relationship. In light of how they had a young child, Colin Iliad had deliberately left one of them behind during the expedition to the Giant King's court. On the one hand, Derek felt that there was nothing wrong with the chief's arrangement, and on the other hand, he felt a strong sense of sorrow because of the way Dolores acted. It was as if he had returned to the state when he had to personally stab his parents to death. From the beginning to the end of the expedition, it only took half a day's time. However, to Dolores, it meant everything had changed. After a moment of silence, Derek retracted his gaze and continued forward, subconsciously taking a few heavy steps. At the same time, he thought of a rumor. Shepherd Elder Lovia once had a husband, but he died in an expedition. This was very common to begin with and wasn't worth discussing. However, other than Lovia, the team that explored the ruins of the temple had all gone mad. After they were eradicated, there were rumors that gradually spread among the residents of the City of Silver. During that expedition, Elder Lovia had eaten her husband. In the night, with low lightning frequency, the winds were rather cold. Derek shivered and turned his attention back to the scene before him. He took a few steps and arrived at his destination. He raised his hand and knocked on the chief's door. "Come in," Colin Iliad said calmly. Derek pushed open the door and entered. He saw the chief wearing a linen shirt and dark-colored coat wiping his two swords with oil. Colin Iliad didn't stop. He raised his head and looked at Derek. "What are your thoughts on this expedition? What's the chief's motive for asking this?" Having been influenced by Alger, Derek subconsciously had this thought. Unable to grasp the true intentions of the chief, he had no choice but to close the door and answer frankly, there might be other paths to the seaside. The palace of the Giant King should be very important, but that's too dangerous. We need more information. Colin Iliad nodded and asked, "The kings of angels and other existences who call themselves deities secretly plotted together because they wanted to resist the Lord. And their success caused this land to be forsaken." Although Derek had never directly heard of such an inference, it wasn't difficult to come up with a similar conclusion based on the various secrets he had learned from the Tarot Club. Yes, that should be the case. Colin fell silent. Even his act of wiping his sword slowed down. After a few seconds, he put down the items in his hand and took 2 steps forward. Those who participated in the conspiracy are still active on the other side of the sea. After a moment of silence, Derek replied in deliberation, "Mostly. But not too much." Colin Iliad nodded, indicating that he had nothing else to ask. Derek hurriedly said, "Chief, I obtained the incomplete formula of the Silver Night Potion, including the supplementary ingredients and the advancement ritual during Lightcolor Muskogan's death." When he said this, Derek knew that his lie sounded overly fake. It could be seen through right away because he didn't even dare to open his eyes back then. However, he just couldn't think of a better excuse. If Mr. Hanged Man were here, he would definitely have a better solution. Just as this thought came to his mind, he heard the chief speak slowly. "Very good. What is it?" Derek was stunned for a second before he hurriedly recounted the corresponding ritual and supplementary ingredients. Colin listened quietly and let out a long sigh. "You have contributed greatly this time. This is extremely important to the City of Silver. In the future, our limit will be Sequence 3 and not Sequence 4. Up to a certain range, the risk of the expedition teams will be greatly reduced." Why will the risk encountered by the expedition teams be reduced when the upper limit is Sequence 3 within a certain range? As Derek was happy that he had made such a contribution, he couldn't understand the chief's words. However, he knew that this was something he didn't have the right to understand. He planned on asking around at the tarot gathering later. He then bade farewell and opened the door. "Derek," Colin Iliad suddenly called out to him. Derek turned his head in puzzlement and found that the chief's expression was rather solemn. Colin fell silent for a while before shaking his head. "Be careful of Lovia." "Yes, Your Excellency," Derek replied from the bottom of his heart. Hazel took a carriage back to the city from Moose Manor, and she was preparing to meet Miss Audrey at the Lowen Charity Bursary Foundation to discuss matters regarding donations and help. After many interactions, she had a very good impression of this noble lady. She didn't feel pressured when beside her, and the strange emotions accumulated in her heart had mostly dissipated. She gradually recovered more of her forgotten memories. "I should have a teacher. What exactly happened that day? Every time I think about it, I tremble all over." Hazel cast her gaze out the window, feeling a little depressed. Her carriage was driving past the vicinity of Bachland Street. At this moment, a person dressed in the clothes of a mailman rode his bicycle horizontally across the carriage, looking rather relaxed. Hazel casually sized him up and saw a monocle on his right eye. Chapter 11:24, Enhanced Teammates. Hazel's gaze instantly froze as she felt something rapidly expanding in her mind. It was about to tear apart an invisible barrier and spew out. She instinctively looked away and curled up slightly. Then, she felt a ray of light shoot out from the depths of her heart, exploding into countless memory fragments in her mind as it howled, raging back and forth. She suddenly remembered what had happened at home. That day, she recalled her father, mother, maid, and servants wearing monocles or pinching their eye sockets. The indescribable horror was so vivid, as though it had been carved into her bones. The expression on Hazel's face crumbled as she curled into a ball as she trembled. The maidservant in the carriage was stunned as she hurriedly stood up and reached out her hands in an attempt to help her up. No, Hazel trembled as she shouted with a nearly sharp voice. The maidservant was shocked and frightened. She stood rooted to the ground, not knowing how to react. After shouting, Hazel calmed down. She sat up and looked ahead in extreme fear. She saw the monocled postman enter another street, leaving only his back visible. I wasn't feeling well just now. I'm feeling much better now. Hazel turned her head and barely said to the maidservant. She realized that she wasn't as afraid as she remembered. It was as if she had already gotten used to the situation after some time. If not, I might have lost control just now. Why would I use the word lose control? Thankfully, I forgot those memories and didn't do anything eye-catching when I saw the postman. It took me 10 seconds to break down. If not, I might have been detected, and something terrifying might have happened. Her thoughts flashed uncontrollably as her body trembled slightly. Miss, do you need to go to the clinic? The maidservant asked hurriedly. Hazel instinctively shook her head as her mind turned chaotic as she casually said, let's go to the Lowen Charity Bursary Foundation first. I remember there's a private clinic nearby. All right. The maidservant turned around and instructed the coachman to speed up. Hazel kept taking deep breaths in an attempt to regulate her tense emotions, panic, and fear. It had to be said that it was somewhat effective. She seemed to have calmed down a little instead of breaking down immediately. At that moment, a sparrow had appeared above the carriage at some point in time. It squeezed its right eye and spat out a human language with almost no sound. She seems to have some unnecessary misunderstanding about me. It looks like T had some interactions with her before. Ah, she's a resident of Bachland Street. Interesting. Before long, the carriage arrived at Phelps Street. Seeing that the Lowen Charity Bursary Foundation wasn't far away, Hazel suddenly said, to the cathedral. Turn towards St. Samuel Cathedral first. I want to pray. She wanted to tell the bishops what had happened that day and what she saw today. In the gap of the carriage, a black ant moved its feeler on its right and whispered in a human voice, humans nowadays are really lacking in creativity. They go to cathedrals at the first sight of problems. I thought I would discover something if I followed her. Next time, I'll steal the cathedral in front of them. As he spoke, the other feeler of the ant moved as well. Hazel immediately forgot what she had just said and what she had just recalled. She had forgotten that she had met a postman wearing a monocle. She got off the carriage at the entrance of the Lowen Charity Bursary Foundation and headed in with her maidservant in tow. Clearly, her maidservant and her driver didn't remember the previous order. In the Lowen Charity Bursary Foundation, Audrey welcomed Hazel and brought her new friend into the activities needed to help the injured soldiers at the front lines. As the World Gehrman Sparrow had mentioned that the leader of the secret order, Zeratul, and other angels were hidden in Bachland, Audrey carefully gave up on the third stage of treatment for Hazel. She hoped that Hazel wouldn't recall what she had experienced for the time being to prevent any accidents from happening. Her current plan was to busy herself with charity work, helping others. To make Hazel gradually brighten up and strengthen her ability to withstand the psychological trauma. In the Pirates' Free City, Furs was drinking a high concentration of fruit wine that was locally produced, recording what she had heard and encountered today. Suddenly, her spiritual perception was triggered as she instinctively looked to the side. She immediately saw a figure appear in the void, quickly reforming. It was Gehrman Sparrow in a half-top hat, black trench coat, and a cold expression. With a swoosh, Furs stood up with her wine glass and fountain pen. She subconsciously said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Sparrow." As she spoke, she hurriedly placed the items on the table. Klein pressed his top hat and looked around. "Do you want to leave?" Furs' eyes darted to her sides before she said, "All right." Over the past few days, she had already made preliminary records of the traits of the city that were different from other places. Without saying a word, Klein gestured at the items on the desk with his chin, indicating for Miss Magician to quickly pack up. Furs didn't hesitate at all as she hurriedly organized her drafts, as though she had heard an instruction. As he stood there and watched the other party busy, he suddenly said, "How's the progress with the horror story?" Furs trembled indiscernibly before replying, "Soon, soon." "How much longer?" "A week. No, 5 days." "5 days, tops," Furs quickly replied. Klein didn't say anything else. After Furs packed up her drafts, fountain pen, half a bottle of wine, and other memorabilia, he took 2 steps forward and grabbed her shoulder. Countless indescribable figures flashed past, and Furs felt a little more relaxed than before. She even attempted to record this travel. Before long, she returned to Backland and returned to the alley where she had disappeared from before. She heard the world German sparrow say, "Rest for a few days before setting off. Take note of any replies. Also, ask your teacher again if there's any information related to the Blood Emperor tutor, mainly about the various ruins." "All right," Furs quickly agreed and thanked him. Ajfter separating from German Sparrow, she returned to a street in East Borough and entered an apartment that she shared with Zio. Zio put down the newspaper and looked at her friend. "Was it effective?" "Pretty good. I went to a free city belonging to the pirates this time." Before Furs could finish speaking, her expression changed slightly. "Give me my coffee beans and cigarettes." "Why, was it lacking there?" Zio asked in puzzlement. Furs ran straight for the room inside and sat in front of the desk. She opened her drafts and picked up a pen. Without looking back, she said, "For the sake of the new book, remember to make me coffee." Zio followed her to the bedroom door. When she heard that, she opened her mouth but didn't say anything. In another spot in East Borough, in a rented apartment with a similar layout, as Zaradul had already arrived in Backland, it was unknown when Aemon would be baited over. The Red Angel evil spirit's true motives were unknown, and he was planning on preventing George III from becoming a Black Emperor. On the one hand, Klein was trying his best to digest the Bizarro sorcerer potion, and on the other hand, he was making various preparations. At this moment, after handling the magician, he opened up a piece of paper and wrote, "I've recently learned quite a bit of ancient history. I believe you will be very interested in it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have chosen to be a history teacher after losing your memories. This history involves some concealed secrets, so it's not convenient to describe them in a letter. When you wake up, I will share it with you in person. Also, I can create a charm called, Yesterday Once More. Once used, you can find your past self through the historical void and borrow power from him. This is actually not something worth paying attention to. What's most important is that you can retrieve your memories from your past self. There's no need to use decades to slowly awaken them. I believe you will like it. I attached 2 with this letter. If you wake up, you can try their effects. I'm currently in an environment filled with undercurrents. If you come over, please be careful. Please observe the situation in advance. On the matter of George III advancing to a Black Emperor, I will try to do something, but the chances of success are very slim. Finally, I wish you well. I also wish that you wake up soon. Your eternal student, Klein Moretti." After folding the letter, Klein stuffed 2 Yesterday Once More charms into the envelope. Following that, he took out Azek's copper whistle and blew it. The huge skeleton messenger immediately emerged from the floor and received the letter with his head at a height lower than Klein. Klein nodded slightly and watched as the messenger disintegrated into bones before disappearing. After doing all of this, he used 2 fingers to pull out Will Ossepton's paper crane from his wallet. He wrote on it with a pencil, "I have something to ask you." He placed the paper crane under his pillow and lay down on it. With the help of cogitation, he entered a deep sleep. In the depths of the pitch-black Sharp Tower, Klein once again met Will Ossepton, who was sitting in a black baby pram. Without waiting for the other party to speak, he directly asked, "Do you know who can provide the method needed to accommodate the uniqueness? What kind of price would it take? If the price is too high, then forget it," Klein added inwardly. Will Ossepton, who was sucking on his thumb, was taken aback. "You want to help me accommodate the die of probability?" Klein nodded seriously and said, "Regardless of whether it's a success or not, we should try our best." Just as he finished speaking, Will Ossepton's tears rolled down his cheeks. The chubby baby pounded his hands to the side and cried sadly. He whimpered and said, "It's useless, it's too late, I've already rebooted, and I still have to spend at least 22 years growing before I can accommodate the uniqueness. Why didn't you say that earlier? I'm really unlucky. It must have been that silly snake, Ouroboros, who took too much of my luck. Chapter 11:25. Opportunity. As he listened to Will tearful complaints, Klein was at a loss as to how to react. He could only remain expressionless. After the baby wrapped in silver silk calmed down, he asked in puzzlement, even if I said it earlier, it's useless. When I met you, you were already rebooted. No, I was still Will at that time. I didn't have Ceres as my last name. I'd rebooted for a long time back then. The chubby baby wiped his tears and said, although I'm still quite some time away from becoming an adult, as long as I'm willing to take a certain risk, it's not impossible to accommodate it. With the luck I've accumulated, that risk can be resolved. But the difference now is just too great. There's no way to make up for it. With a thought, Klein said after some deliberation, perhaps you can find an angel from the Marauder pathway to steal time from you, allowing you to grow up faster. Will was still choking as he shook his head and said, it's useless, it's impossible for them to accurately steal my childhood and teenage years. If it's only a matter of time, it won't allow me to grow. It will only reduce the age I can originally live to. When the time comes, Will Ceres will die prematurely, having been born June 1350 and dying October 1350, for a ripe old age of 4 months. But I've seen cases of aging rapidly due to the theft of time. Klein recalled what he had seen in Amon's mausoleum. The chubby baby still shook his head. No, that's just a manifestation of it being symbolized. If it's used on me, it will just be a baby that starts to grow wrinkles while his hair turns white. To truly accurately steal the childhood and teenage years, it has to be Amon, and it has to be his true body in person. At this point, the baby wrapped in silver silk and Klein fell silent at the same time. No one spoke for a long time. If he were to get Amon, the years that were possibly robbed wouldn't be limited to just the childhood and teenage years. After a while, Klein took a deep breath without hiding anything. Then there's no need to consider this for now. However, I still want to know where I can find a way to accommodate the uniqueness. If I have a chance to get it, I definitely can't miss it. Who knows when it might come in handy in the future. Will put down his tear-stained palm and sniffed. There's no need to ask others. I've already gotten it long ago, but I can't do it. Otherwise, do you think that me being president of the Life School of Thought was for nothing? Klein was surprised and curious. Why can't you do it? Will pulled the blanket in the baby's pram and said, there are 3 ways to accommodate the uniqueness. One is to be born naturally with it, which is equivalent to being a uniqueness coming to life and imbuing human nature into it. The other is to make the uniqueness come to life to a certain extent before forcefully putting it into one's body. By relying on the power of the Creator to suppress it, it will slowly take quite some time to slowly wear it down before one gets used to it and achieve a balance. The third is to concoct the uniqueness into an incomplete potion and drink it with a simplified apotheosis ritual. There's no need to mention the first method. This is why those brothers are enviable. The second is impossible after the ancient sun god's death. The third is the only viable option at the moment, but for the sequence 1 of the fate pathway, it depends on the machinations of fate. The first point was mentioned in Emperor Rassel's diary. It was said by Mr. Dorr, does the second point mean that, after the ancient sun god wielded so many authorities, he was at least half a level higher than the present true deities, or even 1 full level? The Creator's level, as if in thought, Klein asked, what do you mean by only depending on the machinations of fate? What has this got to do with me saying earlier that I can help you accommodate the uniqueness? Will chubby baby face revealed a look of poignancy. The apotheosis ritual for the fate pathway might be the simplest, or perhaps it's the most difficult. As long as we find the correct opportunity in the torrent of fate, we can directly consume the potion and attempt to advance. But the problem lies in the fact that the exact opportunity cannot be divined or predicted. There's no way to lock onto it. I can only eliminate certain interferences and patiently search as I experience life. I've already rebooted countless times and I've spent ages, but I still haven't encountered it. At this point, the baby's tears flowed down again. It sounds simple, but in fact, one can only rely on fate. It really depends on how well you look. With a sigh, Klein asked in enlightenment, when I said that I would help you accommodate the uniqueness, did you vaguely grasp that opportunity? The chubby baby cried even harder. Although I didn't really find it, I did sense it to a certain extent. Is that so? Back then, When will Osepton came into contact with me, other than hoping to receive the help of yesterday once more, was it also pushed by luck? What a charlatan, Klein tersely acknowledged. Then there's no other way. You can only give me a few more of those charms. Will Osepton nodded heavily. All right, replied Klein generously. He then added, you have to give me a few paper cranes. With that said, the baby wrapped in silver silk and Klein fell silent. In the rental apartment, after waking up from his dream, Klein got out of bed and walked to the room outside. He took out pen and paper and began to write to Leonard. I obtained charms that originate from high-sequence beyonders of the seer pathway. It allows someone to borrow power from their former selves. Klein didn't mention that it might be something his dear poet needed, as if he was simply describing it. After folding the letter, he took out a gold coin and a rectangular diamond-like charm and blew into the adventurer's harmonica. Reinette Tinecare, who was wearing a dark and complicated long dress, walked out of the void with 4 blonde, redayed heads in hand. All eyes were cast towards the yesterday once more charm. The 4 heads spoke one after another. Who to deal with this time? So direct. Klein sighed and smiled. It's unconfirmed yet. I'm going to attempt at foiling George Ill's plans. I might need your help at critical moments. This sounds extremely dangerous. Requires higher payment. More of these charms. The comber of Klein's forehead twitched as though he had experienced the pain of tearing his soul apart. 3. Reinette Tinecare's head, who had failed to join in the final sentence, shook. Klein smiled and answered, no problem, but it will take 1 to 2 weeks. Firstly, he had recently separated many worms of spirit and made quite a number of yesterday once more charms. It made him feel like he was nearing his limit and needed some rest. Secondly, he felt that it would be another 1 to 2 weeks before he could digest the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion and attempt to advance to Scholar of Yore once Miss Magician's new book was published. When the time came, he might have a simpler method. Reinette Tinecare's 4 heads began to bob with the help of their hair, indicating that that wasn't a problem. Klein then pointed at the letter and gold coin. Send it to the mailbox at 7 Pinster Street. He had previously divined that Leonard wasn't at home. Apparently, he had gone south of the bridge. One of the heads of Reinette Tinecare tilted up as she sucked the letter, gold coin, and yesterday once more charms into her mouth. As he watched Miss Messenger enter the void and vanish from his room, Klein pondered for nearly a minute before beginning to set up a sacrificial and bestowment ritual. Since the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion was about to be completely digested, there was no doubt that he had to prepare the various ingredients for Scholar of Yore in advance. Among them, the demonic wolf of Fog's transformed hardened white frost crystal could be obtained from the Evernight goddess. And with the demonic wolf's transformed heart, he could go to the spirit world to bait a hound of Fulgrim. After a series of tasks, he finished setting up the altar and took 2 steps back to inspect the surroundings. It's still considered clean. In addition to the Wall of Spirituality's seal, it satisfies the requirements of a ritual. I haven't made any contribution recently, so how should I ask for a bestowment? Could it be that I'm telling the goddess that I plan to take a credit loan and pay it in installments? Will this be a little sacrilegious? I'll try to sacrifice something of value. If the goddess is willing to accept it, she will do the corresponding bestowment. Something of value. As he thought, his thoughts moved to the junk pile above the gray fog. He really wanted to pack up the items he couldn't sell for the time being, such as the biological poison bottle, the interrogator Beander characteristic, lunatic Beander characteristic, blatherer's aura, thousand-faced hunter's blood, 6-winged gargoyle's eyeball, spirit world plunderer powder, and other items to sacrifice to the goddess to exchange for the materials needed for Scholar of Yore. However, he felt that this would make the goddess seem like a rag-and-bone man, hence, he could only give up the idea. It has to be of roughly the same value. I can't use Grossel's travels, it hides quite a bit of secrets. Perhaps it will be of great use. Yes, the next time Little Sun and the others explore the Giant King's court, I can give them Grossel's ashes. This time, I wasn't sure how far they could go in the expedition, and was worried that they were unable to return after entering the Grossel's travels. Sea God Scepter. That's even more important. Not only is it my most powerful sealed artifact, but it also involves the believers of the Sea God. It will be my anchor for some time. When I have other things, more anchors, it can be given to Mr. Hanged Man. Vin Rambus's Beander characteristic. This has already been promised to Miss Justice. After some thought, he realized that he didn't have many choices left. One was Life's Cane, and the other was the Flaring Sun charm, the Fate Siphon charm, yesterday once more charms and control spirit bullets, the latter are all disposable items. Even if they're combined, their actual value wouldn't be comparable to the main ingredient of a sequence 3 potion. Besides, once my ability to transfer wounds improves, it can take over a portion of the life's cane's effects. After hesitating for a while, he finally made a decision. Chapter 1126, Unexpected 1. After bringing the wood-colored cane back to the real world, Klein immediately began the ritual. He lit the candles and burned the corresponding essential oils and herbal powder, took 2 steps back, and skillfully recited the honorific name of the goddess. Finally, he said, "I sacrifice this cane filled with life to you. I'm willing to receive your blessings." He didn't directly mention the demonic wolf of fog's transformed heart and white frost crystal. This was equivalent to making an equivalent exchange, not offering sacrificial items and praying for a bestowment. There was no need to be too meticulous in other aspects of the ritual, but this was a case of showing his attitude at a fundamental level. He felt that he needed to be careful. When Klein finished his sentence, 2 out of the 3 candle flames swelled and intertwined, forming an illusory and dark mysterious door. The door slowly opened, creating strong invisible winds. They swept up the life's cane, allowing it to disappear into the seemingly endless cosmos through the gap of the illusory door. Immediately following that, there was a flash as 2 items tore through the barrier and landed on the altar without making a single sound. One of them was a strange heart formed by wisps of white mist, and the other was crystalline frost that emitted cold air. Klein was delighted as he hurriedly lowered his head to thank the goddess for her bestowment. When he raised his head again, the dark and mysterious door had closed. It rapidly faded away, and the altar was completely restored to normal. Phew, it really succeeded. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and took 2 steps forward, putting away the demonic wolf of fog's transformed heart and white frost crystal. At this moment, the relaxed him couldn't help but have a thought that he absolutely couldn't say out loud. If I had known that it would go so smoothly, I wouldn't have had to use my life's cane. That huge junk pile might have been enough. Perhaps I didn't need to sacrifice anything, and the goddess would have bestowed them to me. The present situation indicates that she is personally supporting me becoming a scholar of yore. Of course, this way, if I receive too many bestowments, who knows what price I'll pay in the future. Using life's cane to trade for it makes me feel more at ease. Well, from the looks of it, before advancing to sequence 2 and becoming an angel, the goddess will still shower her blessings on me. In the future, it will be hard to tell what kind of developments and changes will happen. With this in mind, he reined in his thoughts, ended the ritual, and tidied up the altar. Then, he began to plan on how to deal with the Hounds of Fulgrim, the so-called Saphira Castle Keepers. Leonard changed into a black and white police uniform and wore a red glove. He led his team members and the real policemen to the only cathedral of the Church of Earth Mother in Backland. The epaulets he was wearing corresponded to a high-ranking inspector. But in fact, with his status as a captain of a Red Gloves team, he should be equivalent to a superintendent or even a chief superintendent. However, officers at that rank wouldn't involve themselves in such missions. Wearing those epaulets to the Harvest Church would easily arouse the suspicion of the public. After passing through the door, Leonard scanned the area and realized that it was empty. There were only 2 figures. One was sitting in the front pew, focused on praying. The second was the handsome man dressed in a priest's robes. He had black hair and red eyes. Emlyn White. Leonard nodded secretly as he walked down the aisle to Bishop Utravsky. He then coughed twice, making the half-giant bishop open his eyes and look over. "I'm an inspector from the Backland Police Department." Leonard showed his identification and said, "We would like to invite you back to assist in our investigations." Father Utravsky stood up slowly and asked in a calm tone despite looking down at him, "What's the matter?" "The nearby residents reported your abnormal behavior, saying that it's possible that you're a spy for Fasak or Fainapotter." Leonard explained the reason he had long come up with. At the same time, he was prepared to pull Bishop Utravsky into a dream at any moment. Once he resisted, he would try to control this blessed in the shortest time possible. With the Red Gloves team's distribution, as long as they didn't directly encounter a true demigod, even if they were to face a blessed who was in charge of a holy artifact, they would have a good chance of taking down their opponent. Furthermore, before Leonard set off, he had applied for a Grade 1 sealed artifact. This was also the reason why he had delayed taking action until today. Father Utravsky fell silent for 2 seconds before turning to look at Emlyn White, who was standing by the candle stand. Emlyn's slightly complicated expression froze. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Father Yutravsky retracted his gaze and nodded slightly. So cooperative. I thought we would experience an intense battle and that we had to be very careful not to cause any casualties. Leonard was taken aback before he smiled. Thank you for your cooperation. If there really was a battle that ended up harming a blessed of Earth Mother, Leonard suspected that the tense situation would rapidly be aggravated. Through the ancient history and Grossel's travels and the various secrets he learned from the Tarot Club, and the corresponding explanations of Old Man Pallas, Leonard knew that the relationship between the Church of Earth Mother and the Church of Evernight was like dried timber. It could be ignited with a tiny spark. When the time came, the history books would record today's events. The war would go from a localized problem to a fuse that ignited the globe. Leonard Mitchell had lit a religious gunpowder keg. Phew, seeing that Father Yutravsky didn't resist and accepted the protective custody, Emlyn White secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was very satisfied with his performance at the Tarot Club. At this moment, the Red Gloves team member, Cindy, looked at Emlyn, who lacked a level of masculinity due to the gentleness of the soft moonlight. She lowered her voice and said, Cap, sir, there's still a priest. Should we take him with us? Yes, we can temporarily shut down the Harvest Church for some time to prevent any accidents from happening. Emlyn, Leonard. After a few seconds and repeated deliberation, Leonard finally said, if the spy case involves Fainapotter, he would also be considered a suspect. Let's invite him back to assist in our investigations. Emlyn was stunned, unsure of what expression to show in response. Furs rubbed her dark eye circles and drank the last mouthful of bitter coffee. She stood up abruptly and began changing her clothes. Done writing. Zio, who was enjoying her breakfast, was taken aback. It had only been a day and a half. Furs shook her head and took a deep breath. But I've already written the first volume. I can hand it over to the editor of the publisher. If it's serialized, there's no need to finish it all now. Zio thought and said, this is indeed a good idea. It can effectively reduce your stress. Furs's expression twisted as she closed her eyes. I hope so. In another rental apartment a few streets away, after a series of tasks, Klein, who had come up with a plan and made his preparations, put on creeping hunger and quickly turned transparent as he entered the spirit world. Looking up, he saw the 7 pure lights that comprised of 7 different colors. He released the arms of his 2 marionettes and took out a box. He removed the wall of spirituality around it, allowing the aura of the demonic wolf of Fog's transformed heart to emanate from it. Then, he pulled Enuni while Enuni pulled Kona's. Together, the 3 of them rapidly teleported deep into the spirit world. Along the way, all kinds of strange spirit world creatures passed by them like oil paintings that depicted hell. After an unknown period of time, Klein's premonition for danger suddenly stirred as a scene quickly appeared in his mind. Red, black, white, blue, and other colors saturated and overlapped as a slender figure suddenly appeared. It looked like a hound. Its entire body was covered in black short fur, and its eye sockets were 2 balls of dark red burning flames. The ends of its mouth extended to the back of its head. It clearly existed there in its corporal form, but it gave off an illusory feeling that felt surreal. Hound of Fulgrim. Klein immediately turned around and faced it. He released his 2 marionettes at the same time, allowing them to wander in different directions. In the blink of an eye, the Hound of Fulgrim appeared. The 2 dark red flames, which weren't too deformed but were absolutely terrifying, turned and looked at Klein. Right on the heels of that, its figure became more and more illusory. It instantly disappeared, as though it was a projection from history. It ran away just like that. As Klein muttered to himself in shock, he became even more wary of the possibility of a surprise attack. More than 10 seconds later, 2 figures phased into existence. They were covered in black fur, their eyes burning, and the corners of their lips extended to the back of their heads. However, there was only 1 dark red flame left in the eye sockets of each of the 2 monsters. The remaining fireballs were in their paws. Without waiting for Klein to react, the 2 Hounds of Fulgrim lay down in the void of the spirit world and wagged their tails. They wagged their tails. Klein's mouth was agape, wondering if he was dreaming. Chapter 11:27, Saphira Castle. Only after the 2 burning dark red fireballs floated over from the Hounds of Fulgrim and landed in front of him did Klein snap back to his senses. He felt puzzled and relieved. Why did they harm themselves to come up with a pair of eyes for me? There seems to be thick and sticky blood surrounding them. If this is their trap, I would have already stepped into it. To think that I fell into a daze for a few seconds. This is a fatal mistake for a bizarro sorcerer in battle. However, No matter who it is, it's inevitable that they will have similar reactions when encountering something like this the first time. The terrifying enemy who they had meticulously planned to deal with had ended up kneeling down and wagging their tails the moment they see them. This is like a dream. This performance is very similar to Erodes's. Could the great existence above the spirit world be able to showcase special traits in the spirit world? As this thought flashed through his mind, he looked at the two dogs that were prostrating themselves in the void and wagging their tails. He stretched out his left hand and grabbed the two dark red flames in large amounts of thick, dark red blood. The moment he came into contact with these things, he suddenly heard familiar ravings and roars. They were sometimes shrill, sometimes dull, sometimes maniacal, sometimes seductive, sometimes crazy, and sometimes ethereal. Immediately following that, an illusory, grayish-white fog appeared in front of him. The fog spread out in all directions. Above them, there was a towering and majestic palace that looked like a god's residence. This was a very familiar scene, because every time he entered the mysterious space above the gray fog, he would pass through it. In the beginning, it was difficult for him to notice his surroundings after he took 4 steps counterclockwise. However, as he got used to it, and with the advancements of his sequence, he was able to easily take the opportunity to observe the phenomenon. And at that moment, Klein hadn't chanted the honorific name of celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, or taken 4 steps counterclockwise. This made him extremely wary. Then, he saw a few figures appear in the endless gray fog. They overlapped with the gray fog at times while separating at other times. They were none other than hounds of Fulgrim with their eyes burning with dark red flames, and their bodies covered in short black fur. The 2 hounds of Fulgrim that had lost one eye each returned to their companion's side and blended into the dark spots in the gray fog. The entire phenomenon vanished as well. In the depths of the spirit world, Klein realized that there were no longer any hounds of Fulgrim around him. Only his 2 marionettes and strange spirit world creatures remained. Klein lowered his head and looked at the eyeballs and blood in his hand. With their presence, he confirmed that what he had just experienced was not an illusion. The hounds of Fulgrim are also known as Saphira Castle Keepers. They live in the historical void. I saw them active within the gray fog before fusing with the dark spots. Combining what he had seen and heard, Klein gradually came to a bold conclusion. Perhaps Saphira Castle is referring to the mysterious space above the gray fog. It's referring to that strange door of light. As for the gray fog, it's a symbolic object formed from all the history in the spirit world. There are void gaps present in it. Every time I enter the mysterious space through the gray fog, I leave certain traces there, making the hounds of Fulgrim no longer feel unfamiliar with me. They see me as the owner of Saphira Castle, so when they saw me, they immediately offered me what I needed and shook their tails to gain my favor. After a day of planning, asking about the situation, and inviting helpers, I ended up targeting my own guards. As he thought of this, he inexplicably felt a sense of absurdity at the situation. It felt like the fool above the gray fog was reaching out his hands to fleece someone, only to end up fleecing himself. Phew, Saphira Castle, although this development makes me even more afraid, in any case, I still have some understanding of the owner of the gray fog and that mysterious space. The unknown is the most terrifying thing. After standing silently in the depths of the spirit world for a moment, Klein slowly exhaled and summoned his 2 marionettes back. He planned on waiting for the Bizarro Sorcerer potion to be completely digested before attempting to seek out relevant knowledge about Saphira Castle from Erodes and other places. When the time came, if anything were to happen, he could use his advancement to fight it. With her dark eye circles, Furs returned and retrieved the day's newspaper and letters in passing. How was it? Zio, who had just returned home for lunch, asked. Furs covered her mouth and yawned. Not bad. The editor I know is very satisfied with my new book's topic and writing style. He decided to arrange for its serialization as soon as possible. You might not be aware, but the horror stories of Backland's hospitals have been very popular recently. A best-selling author had gained inspiration from it and is beginning to serialize similar stories. I'm actually not the first to do so. This is a good thing. Zio thought about it and nodded seriously. This meant that Furs, who had also written the horror stories of Backland's hospitals, wouldn't attract too much attention. Her new pen name wouldn't be tested either. I know. Furs threw the newspaper aside and took out a few letters that were stuffed in it before quickly flipping through them. Soon, she found the reply letter from her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. Furs's expression immediately turned solemn as she quickly tore open the envelope. She spread open the letter and began reading. Benjamin Abraham is from Intis. He lived in Russell's era. Apart from mysticism knowledge and a small amount of inheritance, he didn't leave anything of value behind. Later on, everything was destroyed by the Aurora Order. I'm unable to provide the corresponding information. Mr. Gehrman Sparrow is about to be disappointed. Furs pursed her lips and pulled off a magic trick, burning the letter in her hand to ashes. Then, she began writing a reply, asking her teacher if she knew of the secret ruins of Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor. Klein went above the gray fog and listened to Miss Magician's prayers. The trail of clues for Benjamin Abraham have come to an end. It's all the fault of those lunatics from the Aurora Order. At the same time, he learned of the serialization of the horror stories of Backland's hospitals. After returning to the real world, and just as he was about to head out for a meal, he suddenly saw Miss Messenger walk out of the void with 4 heads in her hand. One of them had a letter in its mouth. Who sent it? Asked Klein in puzzlement. Reinette Tinaker's remaining 3 heads replied, A. Seduced, idiot. Who is that? Klein grew confused as he took the letter and opened it. The mastermind behind those matters is George III. His goal is to become the Black Emperor. Are you interested in stopping this matter? Trissa, this demoness actually dares to write me a letter. Isn't she afraid of being caught by Miss Messenger on the spot? Oh right, Miss Messenger just said that the sender was a seduced idiot. Trissa seduced a man and got him to help her. Summoned the messenger while she hid far away and waited for the other party to contact her through a mirror. She's pretty smart. She really is very persistent in investigating this matter. Isn't she afraid that she'll be killed by either me or George III? That man should be a Beander. It would be quite difficult for an ordinary person to hold a summoning ritual. After all, it relies on one's spirit and spirituality. Klein was first puzzled before he came to a realization. Immediately following that, he began to wonder why Trissa managed to guess that George III wanted to become the Black Emperor. Without sufficient mysticism knowledge, and without knowing the Black Emperor's apotheosis ritual or the corresponding history, even a demigod would find it difficult to guess. It definitely wasn't as easy as the Red Angel evil spirit had said. Could it be that Trissa has other helpers? Or could it be that she has obtained more power from the primordial demoness, including all sorts of knowledge and secrets? Klein frowned slightly as he felt that there was something amiss. If there was a chance, he would definitely get rid of demoness Trissa. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, he took out a piece of paper and pen from his pocket and scribbled a reply. I'm interested, but I don't know what you want to do. In the Backland Bridge area, a man in his 30s looked in horror as the headless woman. No, the 4-headed demoness reappeared before him and dropped a letter. Are all the messengers in the mysterious world so terrifying? Only about 5 minutes after Reinette Tinaker left did the man catch his breath. He picked up the letter and opened it to take a look. During this process, his gaze gradually burned because it meant that he could meet that beautiful woman again. According to her instructions, he waited until the evening before he took out the black sticky lump. He separated them and applied them evenly onto a mirror. A few seconds later, the mirror turned dark, as if it was connected to another world. In the blink of an eye, the mirror presented a room that was completely different from the present environment. There was a young girl dressed in a dark black dress. She was none other than Demoness Trissa. The man who finished the ritual immediately revealed an infatuated expression as he subconsciously whispered. The reply said that he's interested. The light dimples on the sides of Trissa's cheeks slowly bloomed, making the mirror appear brighter. Her eyebrows relaxed as she said, I'll send you a letter. Forward it to Gehrman Sparrow. You absolutely cannot read its contents. After obtaining the man's unhesitant promise, Trissa stretched out her right hand and swiped it across the mirror, causing the dark aqueous light to disappear. She immediately found pen and paper and deliberated for a few seconds before quickly writing. The secret mausoleums needed for the George Ills ritual should be from Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor, and there is an existence who understands it very well. It might be able to help us successfully infiltrate and cause damage during the ritual. I have a way to contact that existence, but we have to wait until the next full moon. What you need to do is provide me with some blood, hair, flesh, or bones from a descendant of the Abraham family. Chapter 1128, Finally an Outcome. After receiving the reply from Demoness Trissa from Miss Messenger Reinette Tinaker, he pulled a chair to sit down and began reading. This means she knows of Mr. Door's existence, and she has a way to use the bloodline of the Abraham family to communicate with that entity. Trissa can already withstand Mr. Door's cry for help. Isn't she afraid of losing control because of this? Besides, she seems to be very sure of Mr. Door's identity. She really has obtained more knowledge and secrets from the primordial demoness. but in such a situation, why would the demoness of White Katarina be pursuing her? Questions arose in Katarina's mind as he read the short letter. As Trissa's vague mention of the matter was within his understanding, he believed that she wasn't lying in this aspect. Furthermore, she had provided a very feasible solution. Of course, the prerequisite for this method to succeed was to obtain the correct ritual and have a descendant of the Abraham family be willing to take a huge risk, as they used something related to their bloodline as a medium. Of these 3 points, he was missing the first point. He still had some doubts about the third point. He attempted to find a safer and more concealed method, but Demoness Trissa seemed to only lack the second point. To me, it's easy to find the descendants of the Abraham family. I can directly contact them through Miss Magician. However, once I hand over their hair, blood, flesh, and bones to Demoness Trissa, this will put them at risk of being hexed. Klein understood the demoness pathway rather well and knew that they were very good at hexes. As his thoughts raced, he gradually came up with a countermeasure. It was to use the hair, flesh, or bones of the deceased. He remembered that Miss Magician had mentioned to the fool that she had once buried an old man named Lawrence. He was undoubtedly a descendant of the Abraham family. I hope it wasn't a cremation, although this is somewhat sacrilegious to a corpse, speaking to Mr. Door is a necessary procedure to dispel the Abraham family's ancient curse. It's better to use the dead rather than implicate the living. When the time comes, I'll add this in Trissa's reply. I'll claim that this is a requirement stipulated by the descendant of the Abraham family for the ritual's medium. Also, I have to first confirm that Trissa is going to speak to Mr. Door, and not attempt to pull him back to the real world. They are either of a high level or are involved in high-level situations. It will be difficult to obtain any effective revelations using divination, but Emperor Russell said that the ritual required to facilitate Mr. Door's return is very complicated. It definitely can't be set up by a small number of descendants. I can get Queen Mystic and Miss Sharon to monitor Backland's underground market and see if there are any abnormal trades of materials and personnel. Klein nodded slightly and decided to find Miss Magician in a while. He could also rush her writing. North Borough, Phelps Street. On a bench, a young man in a black trench coat and silk top hat was sitting there with a thin face and a broad forehead. He looked at the withered and yellow intis parasol trees in a daze. He wore a crystal-carved monocle on his right eye, looking rather refined. At that moment, an elder who was heading to St. Samuel Cathedral stopped in his tracks when he saw that something was amiss. He asked gently, "Young man, what are you worried about? You lost something in this war." He suspected that the young man's relatives, lover, or friends had died in the air raid or during intense battles at the front lines. That was why he was sitting alone by the side of the street, looking lost. The young man raised his hand and pinched his monocle. He sighed and shook his head. "I'm just thinking about some rather complicated questions." "Are you a philosopher?" The old man was taken aback as he blurted out. "No, but I often bring up philosophical problems for others, just like who I am, where I am, and what's my future." The young man smiled calmly as he continued to ponder. From time to time, he would purse his lips and whisper silently. The elder couldn't understand him and could only shake his head. Under the gaze of the stray dogs, sparrows, ants, and microbes in the air, he slowly left. The young man didn't turn his head. His monocle reflected yellow leaves that were floating down as he muttered to himself, "To parasite, to not parasite, to parasite, to not parasite. See the bait, devour the bait, see the bait, devour the bait." After getting the hair from Lawrence's remains from furs, and seeing the horror stories of Backland hospitals being serialized in the Tussock Times, Klein entered a patient state. He also promised to send Miss Magician to a new place next week to record new sights and customs. Soon, a new week had arrived. After having his lunch, he planned to take a short nap to prepare for the 3 o'clock tarot gathering. At this moment, Reinette Tinecare, who was holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads, walked out from the depths of the void. One of them had a linen bag in its mouth. Who sent it? Klein suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. He had a complicated premonition as he didn't immediately reach out to receive the bag Miss Messenger was holding. Reinette Tinecare's 3 free heads spoke one after another. "The real, mutated king of mushrooms." This string of words, "I roughly understand what's going on." Klein controlled his expression of not baring his teeth as he slowly took the bag. When he opened the bag, he wasn't surprised to see copious amounts of demons. No, mushrooms. Some of them were white and full, as though they would spurt out milk with a single poke. Some of them were black at the bottom and were embedded with thin blood-colored lines and markings. Some of them were covered in golden stars, and the mushroom cap was as large as a palm. At that moment, the mushrooms were still squirming slightly, as though they wanted to spread their hyphae and spores. After swallowing his saliva, he picked up a letter that was surrounded by mushrooms, and he started reading. My dear friend, Gehrman, I've finally completed your request. I've invented mushrooms that can be planted in dark and harsh environments. They can grow by devouring the flesh and blood of monsters, without any other conditions. Their descendants will be divided into two categories. The first type will accumulate various kinds of poisons that cannot be eaten. However, they can be used as a source of poison. The other type can be used for food after being cooked at high temperatures through boiling, stewing, and frying. You must remember not to eat it raw or before it's cooked. Otherwise, they will proliferate in your body, using your flesh and blood as a hotbed. In consideration of having a variety of flavors, I've invented 11 kinds of mushrooms. Some are rich in milk. This can be directly drunk. Some are like beef. Heh. When frying them, there's no need to provide any extra oil. Some are as delicate as fish meat but without the bones. My suggestion is to roast or boil it. All of these wouldn't have been possible without your help. If I hadn't already advanced and become a druid, I might have taken a few years, or even more than a decade to resolve all the problems I encountered during the experimentation process. If you have any other ideas that are suitable for me, please share them with me, your friend forever. Frankly, with the letter in hand, Klein fell silent for a long time. He looked up and realized that Miss Messenger was still waiting. He sighed silently and walked to the desk. He took out a piece of paper and a pen and slowly wrote. I'm very happy that you've succeeded. These mushrooms will help me greatly. They will effectively reduce famine in certain areas. I'm currently busy with some matters, so I don't have any new ideas for now. Your friend, Gehrman Sparrow. After folding the letter, he looked at Miss Messenger and hesitantly asked, how's Frank Lee's condition like now? The head that Reinette Tinecare had previously failed to say anything spoke first. Excited. The other three added, animated, happy, satisfied. Following that, the four heads said, no longer afraid of being buried in soil. Why? Klein subconsciously asked. The four blonde, red-eyed heads in Reinette Tinecare's hands spat out word by word. He can extract the soil's nutrients and oxygen. Frank has really evolved quite a bit after becoming a druid. For a moment, Klein wasn't sure if he should be happy for his friend, or if he should grieve for the crew of the future. As he watched Miss Messenger leave, Klein forced himself to sleep through cogitation. Then, he woke up at 2:30 p.m. to prepare for this week's tarot gathering. At 3 o'clock, dark red beams of light rose up from the ancient palace above the gray fog and solidified into their corresponding figures. Audrey immediately stood up, curtsied, and bowed towards the end of the long bronze table. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. As a senior psychiatrist, she had great control over her emotions. Furthermore, she hadn't encountered any problems this week. She was mainly seeking out donations, contacting pharmaceutical factories, and organizing medical volunteers. However, compared to the past, the cheerfulness and happiness she had when making her greeting had decreased significantly. The Fool Klein nodded slightly in response to the greetings from the members of the Tarot Club. Following that, he cast his gaze at the hermit. He still owed this lady 8 questions. Catalia bowed her head and said with an unfaultable attitude, Honorable Mr. Fool, there are still 2 questions this time. After obtaining approval, she continued, the first question is, what is the state of the devils in the abyss? Queen Mystic's first suspicion is that the Emperor's mausoleum is hidden in the abyss. This is identical to the Emperor's train of thought. She is indeed his biological daughter. Unfortunately, there are no citizens that can be controlled there. The Fool Klein muttered to himself inwardly as he answered with an unchanging expression, the current abyss is a place most devils are unable to live in. Chapter 1129. Pressure. The current abyss is a place most devils are unable to live in. Upon hearing Mr. Fool's reply, Catalia and company inevitably felt a deep sense of shock. In mysticism, the abyss was considered by all to be the most corrupted and most disorderly place. It was where the devils lived. But now, most of the natives were unable to survive in there. Is the environment in the abyss worsening, causing the devils to be unable to adapt to it, or is it because the situation regarding the corruption, chaos, and degeneration has improved, making the abyss no longer suitable for the devils to live in? Alger quickly had two theories, but he didn't know which one it was. The hermit Catalia shared the same thoughts as him, but she was even more puzzled as to why the queen would ask such a question. Regarding Mr. Fool's answer, it seemed to have a deeper meaning to it, one that could help the queens in understanding whatever agenda she had, and its secrets. As for justice, she suddenly thought of the Church of Knowledge's prophet demigod. He had once said that the end of the world would arrive in 1368 of the fifth epoch. This was publicly acknowledged by all beyonders who were good at making prophecies. Even the deities had agreed with it. It's 1350 this year, we're only 18 years from the apocalypse, hence, there are signs of the abyss appearing. The chaotic and degenerate environment that is originally filled with abstract meanings has broken past its limits, becoming even worse. Audrey had a rough idea of the situation, and this added to her slight anxiety and unease. As there weren't any signs of the apocalypse in the beginning, she didn't put much weight on the matter. She usually paid more attention to the current wars, casualties, and the victims of suffering. But now, the anomaly within the abyss had left her inexplicably horrified. She desperately wanted to improve herself. She wanted to finish digesting the potion and obtain the Beander characteristic left behind by Vin Rambus to advance to become a demigod. Only then could she have the ability to interfere and resist certain things that she didn't want to see happen. Mr. World, entrust me with more tasks, Audrey silently prayed in her heart and secretly placated her restless emotions. The members such as Leonard, Furs, and Zio actually had some doubts about whether the abyss really existed. This was because, after the second epoch, the abyss had never revealed itself to the world again. The most active devils in the real world had come from the Blood Sanctify sect. Even the high-level devils and evil existences that the rituals pointed to were highly likely to be the highest echelons of the Blood Sanctify sect. Of course, the evil god, the dark side of the universe, was widely regarded as the embodiment of the abyss, but his presence was extremely low. If he hadn't occasionally responded to the ritual and showed the characteristics of the devil, he would probably be considered a pure legend, just like giant King Ormir. But even so, the secrets of the Church of Evernight that Leonard could come into contact with had also shown that it was possible that the dark side of the universe was a disguise used by other evil gods and hidden existences. This wasn't surprising to Derek. In certain places some distance away from the City of Silver, deep in the endless darkness, there were many devils that were unable to maintain their calm states. There was no lack of demigods like the demons that weren't too different from the abyss. If not for the fact that the Giant King's Court and other iconic items existed, the City of Silver citizens would definitely have suspected that the truth behind them being abandoned was that they had been thrown into the abyss. As the thoughts flashed through the members' minds, Catalia restrained her doubts and continued asking, "Honorable Mr. Fool, the second question is, did the things that Emperor Russell do in his later years have any external, unnecessary influence?" This question reminded Klein of the shocking details in Russell's later diary entries. Immediately, he sighed. With the posture of the fool, he slowly shook his head. No, those things were what the Emperor wanted to do, just as Catalia felt an uncontrollable sense of disappointment and sadness when she heard Mr. Fool smile with a sigh. It wasn't due to an external influence or influencer, but due to corruption. It's very difficult to detect, even for him. Corruption. Emperor Russell was corrupted in his later years. At that time, he was already, a grounded angel. How could he be corrupted? Is this from a particular true god or the underground corruption that even the ancient gods feared? Amidst the shock, Audrey came up with a guess based on the secrets she knew. Alger and the other members of the Tarot Club also didn't expect such a thing to happen to Emperor Russell in his later years. They began to suspect his purpose behind him creating the cards of blasphemy. At the same time, they believed that Mr. Fool's search of the cards of blasphemy might contain deeper motives, much more than what they had originally deduced. In this game that involves the entire world, only important figures like Mr. Fool have the right to become a player. And we are only a card or some chips. The kings of angels and sequence 1 angels might be qualified to participate. Alger sighed as he had the desire to become a player. The story of the Emperor's later years went from being a tyrant to an evil god. A book that starts off with romance, motivation, passion, love, adventure, and even the decadent lifestyle of Intis high society later turns into a horror story. I wouldn't even dare write something like that. If it were me writing it, I would make the Emperor's final tragic end stem from a betrayal in one's love, a marriage betrayal, or betraying an oath. Furs couldn't help but let her thoughts go wild. She even had the urge to start writing a set of chronicles for Emperor Russell. Of course, there were quite a number of Russell's chronicles on the market. Some of them were even prohibited items. Corrupted? So it's because of corruption? Catalia sighed and felt sorrowful. She sighed with emotion. In the end, the Emperor didn't end up like the story of the dragon-slaying warrior he had spoken of. From being a hero, he turned into an evil dragon. He was still a legend worthy of worship, but the sad thing was that, up to today, this misunderstanding was finally beginning to be resolved. After her emotions settled down, Catalia recalled the matter of being corrupted. The more she thought about it, the more horrified she became. She believed that she was one of the members of the Tarot Club who knew Russell the best. She knew very well what height this emperor had reached in his later years. Of course, Mr. Fool was the convener, a witness, and not a member. However, a sequence one angel such as him, someone who made the throne of divinity a target, had been silently corrupted. He, and the people around him, didn't notice it at all. This is much more terrifying than it is horrific. Catalia secretly took a deep breath before slowly exhaling to regulate her emotions. Then, she bowed towards the end of the long, mottled table. Thank you for your answer, Honorable Mr. Fool. I'm also thankful that you didn't ask anything beyond my means. The Fool Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh as he leaned back into his chair and nodded slightly. Just like the previous gathering, the members of the Tarot Club had either just advanced or were still digesting. They didn't have any trades to do, and they didn't need anything for the time being. After exchanging a few looks, they decided to directly enter the free exchange segment. Of course, Emlyn was a special exception. He really wanted to make a request to get someone to start a jailbreak to free him from the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral. Yes, to this day, he was still under protective custody, behind Channy's gate at the Backland headquarters of the Church of Evernight. In his neighboring cell was Bishop Utravsky, and during this period of time, no Nighthawk had come to interrogate him. If not for the people in charge of guarding the sealed area bringing them water and food every day, Emlyn definitely would have believed that he and Father Utravsky had already been forgotten. The dark, silent environment is still alright, but it's just a little cold. But without dolls, newspapers, books, and historical documents, this life is meaningless. Besides, the Nighthawks provide me with cow blood, and it tastes nasty. The effects aren't too good either. I'm already becoming weak. Emlyn opened his mouth, but he didn't say a word because he felt that this was a very embarrassing matter. After all, he was the one who asked the star and had pushed for protective custody. Yet, he ended up also being brought into protective custody. I hope that fellow hasn't forgotten me and is thinking of a way to get me out. Emlyn glanced at the star Leonard and maintained his silence. Leonard maintained his posture and didn't respond to the moon's gaze. There was nothing he could do for the time being. This was because he was the one who had raised the term protective custody in front of the Archbishop. As for Emlyn White, he was a vampire viscount, equivalent to a sequence 5 Beander. He was a mobile humanoid bomb that also believed in the Earth Mother. There was no reason for him to be released immediately. I can only wait for the Sanguine to protest through other channels before I have the authority to handle this matter. The star Leonard decided to apply for a private exchange later and get Emlyn to think of a way to get the upper echelons of the Sanguine to contact the Church of Evmite. Their interaction had been noticed by Justice. She immediately thought of the question Mr. Moon had asked her last time. She suspected that something had gone wrong during the protective custody operation, but it didn't seem too serious. I heard that the priest of the Harvest Church saved quite a number of people during the Great Smog of Backland. I hope nothing bad happens. Audrey nodded slightly and cast her gaze at Little Sun. The other members of the Tarot Club also cast their gaze towards the Sun Derek. They knew that the City of Silver had planned on exploring the Giant King's court last week, so it was likely that the results were out. The Sun Derek sat up straight and glanced at Mr. Hanged Man before saying in a very natural manner, "We've completed our first exploration of the Giant King's court. 3 dead, 1 missing, 5 survivors. We first arrived at the front door of the King's court and saw 2 silver knights in an unknown state standing guard there. This is the name of the Giant Pathways Sequence 3. Chapter 1130. News Storm. 2 Sequence 3 demigods were guarding the main door, as expected of the Giant King's court. The divine kingdom of an ancient god. The members of the Tarot Club suddenly felt a similar feeling. As for the Sun Derek, he didn't pause as he continued his recount. To him, he was shocked when he first discovered the 2 silver knights guarding the main door of the Giant King's court. However, the series of events that followed made it seem extremely ordinary, making it difficult to stir up his emotions. According to what Mr. World shared, we followed a rather hidden path to the back of the Giant King's court. The monsters we encountered were mainly wraiths. They were restrained by the unshadowed crucifix. After we arrived at the waning forest, we tried to explore it, and we discovered that the remnants of the Giant King's will in the Divine Kingdom's powers had formed an evil spirit. It was protecting its parents' mausoleum. Derek skillfully recalled his experiences during the expedition, and the members of the Tarot Club, Audrey, Alger, and the others, quickly reined in their thoughts of the Silver Night Guards and listened attentively. They were all very interested in the secret hidden in the waning forest. They wanted to know what the ancient god, the Giant King, had tried to keep from his queen and child. Thinking back to the scene he had seen, Derek paused for a moment before saying, "After purging that evil spirit, we came to the mausoleum of the Giant King's parents. There was a stone stele erected there, indicating the identity of the tomb's owner. As for the tomb and coffin, it had long been opened by someone, revealing the corpses inside. They were the corpses of two humans. Corpses of humans. The tomb of the Giant King's parents had corpses of humans buried in it. Godfather and godmother. No, there wasn't any religion back then. As a demigod who knew plenty of mysteries, the hermit Catalya's first reaction was that the two corpses had another identity. Immediately following that, she recalled what the queen had mentioned. It was a question that Emperor Russell had asked as though he had been talking to himself when he was alive. Why did the ancient documents and historical records refer to giants, elves, vampires as humanoid creatures or anthropoid creatures? Why didn't they refer humans as giant-like, elf-like, or vampire-like creatures? Could it be that all humanoid creatures had descended from humans? The giants, elves, and vampires were the mutations brought by the Beander characteristics that could eventually become inherited. Catalya instantly calmed her emotions as she seriously considered the possible reasons. At this moment, she felt that her potion would be digested to a certain degree once she returned to the real world. This was because the sequence 4 of the mystery prior pathway was called Mysticologist, and the origins of the giants and humanoid creatures were without a doubt of extremely great value. They were mysticism knowledge that most ordinary demigods had no way of knowing. The Giant King's parents were humans. That must be fake. Alger immediately suspected that someone had fabricated the scene. However, on second thought, this act not only required the real remains to be taken away and replaced with human remains, but one had to prepare a suitable coffin to make the tomb look like it didn't belong to a giant. Furthermore, fabricating it was pointless and wouldn't affect reality too much. Alger felt that no one would be so bored as to do something like that. To be able to enter the Giant King's court and suppress a powerful evil spirit, the person that approached the two graves was at least a saint, meaning that they had long passed the age of pulling pranks. Could it be that the ancestors of all creatures were humans? This includes the elves. As he had seen too many shocking things at the Tarot Club, as well as suffer a religious breakdown from the mural on that primitive island, Alger didn't have overly intense emotions run through him. He just couldn't help but raise his hand and touch his dark blue hair. Mr. Hanged Man connected himself to this matter. The Giant King's parents are actually humans. From the looks of it, most of the creation myths are fake. They were all fabricated by future generations. However, there are also hidden meanings in them. Mr. Moon seems to find it unacceptable. Mr. World seems to have known about it long ago. With the help of placate and other psychological techniques, Audrey was able to compose herself the fastest, and she instinctively observed the reactions of the other members. At that moment, Emlyn was the most restless. His mind was filled with thoughts of impossible and it's impossible. If the original ancestor of giants were human, then what about the sanguine? Could it be that we were just monsters that had mutated because of Beander characteristics? Impossible. We were clearly created by the ancestor. She has the authority of life and creation. It's completely different from the barbaric deities like the Giant King and Elf King who only knew how to fight. As Emlyn's thoughts churned, he felt a baffling feeling that his pride was cracking apart. His intuition, his rationality, and brain told him that the son Derek didn't have any reason to lie about this matter. The possibility of other existences fabricating the scene was also very low. Hence, he subconsciously expelled the giant and elves from the ranks of humanoid creatures, and he viewed them as a branch of humanity. Leonard, Furs, and Zio quickly accepted the possibility that the son revealed. To them, regardless of whether the giant ancestor was giant or human, or even a curly-haired baboon, it was no big deal. At most, it just meant that many supernatural creatures were a result of Beander characteristics in the bodies of ordinary creatures, but this didn't cause any meaningful changes to their concept of reality. The son Derek calmed himself down and continued in the strange silence. After leaving the waning forest, we entered the giant king's court through the barren tunnel. On the way, there were remnant powers of corruption and concealment. We had to make the correct response in order to pass. That palace contains a mural that possesses powers related to the cycle of fate. As such, we were affected and transformed into the people who participated in a gathering. We repeated a very short process, and this process was the establishment of Rose Redemption. At this point, Derek looked around and saw that all the members had temporarily jolted out of their previous states. They were extremely interested in the organization called Rose Redemption. They all knew that this was an extremely secretive and ancient organization that followed and believed in the true creator. It was the origins of the Aurora Order, and its members were kings of angels like Ouroboros, Medici, and Saussure. Derek retracted his gaze and exhaled silently. The two people who convened the Rose Redemption are Dark Angel Saussure and Evernight Goddess Amonizes. Audrey, Leonard, and Zio began to doubt their ears. They were all believers of Evernight. They never expected that the goddess would be a member of Rose Redemption, and even be one of its conveners. This was akin to saying that the Evernight goddess was a member of the Tarot Club. If not for the fact that they knew what kind of person Little Sun was, knowing that he wouldn't lie, they definitely would have suspected the truth of this matter. But now, they were left temporarily speechless. They didn't even dare to think too deeply about it. Alger subconsciously turned his body to look at the sun, listening to his slow and heavy tone. The participants included White Angel Aucasses, Wind Angel Leodoro. Alger's eyelids twitched. He didn't even dare think. God of Combat Badhail, Earth Mother Umbella. Emlyn, who was leaning against the back of the chair, unknowingly sat up straight. There was only one message echoing in his mind: the goddess of harvest, Giant Queen Umbella. God of the dead Salinger, God of spiritual creatures Tolsna. The son Derek's voice echoed in the ancient and magnificent palace. It made Catalia, Furs, and the other members exchange looks. No one dared to say a word. It was as though they would suffer from divine punishment if they learned any deeper. After Derek finished speaking, they remained silent. The scene was strangely quiet. Finally, Catalia sighed and said, "Rose Redemption truly is powerful and terrifying. Before this, I couldn't even imagine that those existences were members." Just as she said that, the world Gehrman Sparrow said with a deep, hoarse voice, that was an organization formed to resist the ancient sun god. Later on, only a few kings of angels remained. Upon hearing their conversation, it was as if Audrey and the other members had just snapped out of their dreams. All of them subconsciously cast their gaze to the end of the long, mottled table, at the figure shrouded in gray fog. It was as though they were waiting for the ruling of the entity of authority there. The fool Klein, who had long expected such a scene, didn't respond directly. He nodded slightly and sighed. The fallen creator was born because of this. It's real, the Rose Redemption which Mr. Fool hinted back then actually has such a deeper meaning. What is his identity in ancient times, and what position does he take in this matter? All these thoughts instantly formed a storm that swept through the minds of the Tarot Club members. Derek looked at everyone, and seeing that no one was speaking, he could only talk about the subsequent exploration. We met the leader of the King's Court's chasers outside the palace, Light Color Muskogan. He said that Dark Angel Saussure was in a state of slumber in that palace. Compared to the matter regarding Rose Redemption, news of the mysterious Dark Angel currently in slumber inside the Giant King's palace didn't stir up the emotions of Leonard, Emlyn, and the other members of the Tarot Club much. Only some of their curiosities had been satisfied. Of course, as a mysticologist, Catalia only hoped that the sun could speak a little more. After that, we returned. Mr. Fool has bestowed us with the formula for the Silver Night Potion. Towards the end of his explanation, Derek concluded honestly. Audrey and the others were still deep in thought over what had just happened. There was still a fear of being blasphemous, and no one responded. Only Alger thought for a moment and said, since the birth of the true creator originated from Rose Redemption, then, he isn't unfamiliar with what happened to the Giant King's court. Why is it that Shepherd Elder Levia was completely unprepared for this? Chapter 1131. An indescribable transaction. This is also a question I wanted to ask. The fool Klein, who was seated at the end of the long, mottled table, echoed Mr. Hanged Man in his heart. Leonard thought for a moment and tried to find a possible reason. Although the birth of the true creator originates from Rose redemption, it doesn't mean that he knows everything about Rose redemption. Perhaps figuring out the truth back then is one of his motives. Just as he said that, Justice Audrey objected. The angel of fate, Ouroboros, who was drawing that mural, is still in Rose redemption and follows the true creator. If he had any questions, he could have just asked him directly. Perhaps the true creator's goal is to confirm Dark Angel Sosrier's condition. From Shepherd Luvia's strong desire to enter the palace of the Giant King, we can preliminary determine that. Catalia gave her own opinion. I share similar thoughts. Alger glanced at the sun and said, of course, we can't eliminate the possibility that the star suggested. Perhaps the angel of fate Ouroboros' condition isn't right, and he has lost most of his memories. He can only rely on the murals he left behind in the past to find his lost past. The odds are very low, but it doesn't mean that it's impossible. We aren't aware of what's special or problematic with the kings of angels. As he spoke, Alger glanced at Mr. Fool, as if hoping to get some hints from this existence. Unfortunately, he failed to get any feedback. It wasn't that the Fool Klein didn't have any ideas, but that he had too many ideas and was unable to list them out. Tail Devourer Ouroboros grows up by the true creator's side every time he reboots. No one knows what his current state is. After muttering in his heart and seeing that no one had any more ideas, Klein controlled the world to look at the sun. I recently obtained a batch of mushrooms that can be grown in the darkness when feeding them the flesh of monsters. I wonder if your city of silver is interested. Mushrooms that can devour the flesh and blood of monsters. Zio and company were surprised and curious. They didn't know how such a creature could exist. Indeed, there are many things in the world that we have yet to understand. This is what a scribe should record down. Fur sighed and came to a realization. Catalia's eyes suddenly darkened. She sat there without saying a word or moving, like a statue. Upon hearing this, Derek was delighted. His thoughts raced as he blurted out, can those mushrooms automatically attack monsters? If that was possible, then they could be used as food and also be used as the perimeter defense system for the City of Silver. I thought Little Sun would be afraid of those mushrooms. In the end, his request is even more excessive. The world's mouth twitched slightly. No, if the mushrooms can automatically attack monsters, it will be no exception for any of you. Derek immediately felt a little ashamed as he hurriedly nodded. I understand, Mr. World. Following that, he let the fake world make a further description. Some of those mushrooms can be ground into flour, others can produce milk or are rich in oil. They're equivalent to beef. Some have a flavor that's close to fish, but there are no bones, other than milk which can be drunk directly. The rest must be cooked through steaming, boiling, frying, and roasting. Otherwise, the mushrooms will absorb your flesh and blood while inside your body, regaining their vitality, turning a person into countless mushrooms. Audrey, Alger, and the other members of the Tarot Club originally listened on with interest as though it was an exciting story, but as they listened in, they subconsciously shrank back, becoming unusually silent. Only the hermit Catalia's eyelids twitched. She decided to have a good talk with Frank when she returned to the real world. She was very worried that, one day, when the Star Pirates were to hold a vote, a large number of mushrooms would be amongst those casting that sacred vote. At this moment, after listening attentively, Derek couldn't hide his anticipation and curiosity. Mr. World, what is flour? Is it like black-faced grass powder? Also, what is milk, what is beef, what is fish? In fact, he had seen fish before, but he didn't think that they were fish. In a swamp in the southwest region of the City of Silver, there were quite a number of strange fish-shaped monsters that contained venom. They had boils all over their bodies, while others had teeth growing out of spots where their eyes were. Some of their heads had split open, revealing a white membrane layer that could be used to hunt other creatures. No matter how strange those mushrooms are, to the City of Silver, they're all good things that are worth looking forward to. The first thing they need to solve is to be in possession of something, rather than whether it's good or not. When the Fool Klein heard that, he cast the world's gaze toward Justice Audrey. Giving detailed descriptions of flour, milk, beef, and fish didn't match the world Gehrman Sparrow's persona. As a senior spectator and Gehrman Sparrow's psychiatrist, Justice instantly understood what he meant. She deliberated for a moment before saying, the milk is the liquid that cows use to rear its young. She believed that Little Sun could understand this easily. After all, The city of Silver had pregnant women and babies. Seeing the son nod in acknowledgement, she continued, milk can provide you with a lot of nutrition and help you grow taller and stronger. Audrey didn't finish her sentence because little son, who was sitting in his seat, was very muscular. After Miss Justice finished explaining the concepts, the son Derek looked eagerly at the World Gehrman Sparrow. Thank you, Mr. World. This is exactly what our city of Silver needs. When I return, I'll immediately inform the chief. He'll definitely be very happy. What would you like in exchange? The fool Klein hesitated for a moment before controlling the World Gehrman Sparrow. The formula for classical metallurgist. No, Catalia subconsciously tried to stop him, but she ultimately held back her urge. She secretly looked at Mr. Fool, and seeing that the great existence was silent, she immediately felt a lot more at ease. All right, Derek happily agreed. After the exchange, Leonard applied to have a private conversation with Emlyn. The moment the other members of the Tarot Club were screened from them, Emlyn asked, "When are you letting me out?" Leonard maintained his posture and said, "This isn't something I can decide on. My suggestion is to get someone to contact the upper echelons of the Sanguine as soon as possible and get them to think of a way to get you out." These two fellows created such an accident with the simple term, protective custody. The fool Klein, who was listening by the side, felt the urge to laugh, but he held back. Emlyn's expression darkened. After a few seconds, he said, "Will it be useful finding the upper echelons of the Sanguine? The goddess is the Lady of Crimson. She still cares a lot about you guys from the moon domain. Although you do not believe in her," Leonard said perfunctorily. The real explanation in his heart was that an ancient race like the Sanguine, who had lived for several years, definitely had some connections with the various churches, especially when the Sanguine Queen was still the Night Emperor's queen. At that time, the Church of Evmite had supported the Night Emperor. Emlyn also thought of this and nodded slightly. "I'll try to entrust this to Mr. World." This was the most reliable person he could think of. Just as he said that, Emlyn and Leonard suddenly spoke at the same time. "That won't work. You also realized it." The moon. Emlyn immediately glanced at the star beside him. Leonard scoffed. "It's such a simple problem." Emlyn returned with a scoff. "But you just suggested that I contact the upper echelons of the Sanguine. I've been locked up in the Church of Evernight for days. They must have known about it long ago. They probably didn't attempt to rescue me because they're observing, wanting to know who would rescue me, thus, finding my partners." Leonard looked elsewhere. "That's probably the case. So, you can only continue staying behind Channy's gate. Perhaps in a few more days, they'll lose their patience and get you out." Emlyn didn't know what expression to show. After a private exchange between the human and Sanguine, the World Gehrman Sparrow looked at Furs and said, "Give me the venue and time for the meeting. After the gathering, I'll look for you and bring you to a new place." "All right." Furs hurriedly applied to Mr. Fool and conjured a parchment. While handing it over, she hesitated for a moment before asking, "Mr. World, what needs to be taken note of this time?" "Keep warm," the World Gehrman Sparrow simply replied. "Keep warm." Furs was momentarily stunned, unsure of what he was trying to get at. After looking at the parchment, the World Gehrman Sparrow surveyed the area and said, "Everyone in Backland, please pay close attention to your surroundings for anything abnormal. Firstly, it was very likely that Zeratul would fish out Aemon. Secondly, Demoness Trissa might be able to help Mr. Dor prepare a ritual. Thirdly, George III might take the final step to becoming the Black Emperor at some point in time." All right, Audrey and the other members of the Tarot Club who were in Backland nodded one after another. They recalled the recent situation and didn't find anything out of the ordinary. After another exchange, the other members requested Miss Justice to use hypnosis to help them forget a portion of their memories. After this gathering ended, one figure after another vanished above the gray fog, leaving only the fool Klein. After sitting in silence for more than 10 minutes, he thought of other questions before returning to the real world. He teleported to the agreed-upon location and waited for Miss Magician to meet him. It was almost winter, and the sky had turned dark at 4 in the afternoon. Under the heavy black clouds, the street lamps hadn't been lit, as coal and gas resources were controlled due to the war. Chapter 1132, Interlude. In the alley where few people visited, the environment grew darker as a cold wind wafted through it. Although it wasn't like a blade that could slice a person's face with its coldness, it seemed to possess magic as it slowly but firmly seeped into the clothes of people. As Gehrman Sparrow, Klein raised his hand and pressed down on his top hat. He saw Miss Magician wearing a dark-colored scarf and a thick coat. She carried a rather heavy suitcase and walked into the alley, looking extremely wary. In the Lowen Kingdom, due to the Church of Evernight's influence, many of the clothes that were deemed only male also had lady versions of them. Just like in Intis, the ladies of high society often sat sideways while on horseback, thanks to a special saddle. However, Lowen didn't do the same. The ladies had their own horseback attire. Klein pulled out his left hand that was wearing creeping hunger from his pocket and spread open his fingers. "Do you have a stockpile prepared?" Furs suddenly felt a cold wind blow down her neck as she subconsciously shrank back. "Enough for at least 2 weeks of being serialized. I've already handed it over to the editor of the newspaper." Without waiting for Gehrman Sparrow to ask further, she hurriedly added, "I brought a fountain pen, ink, and paper." Klein nodded slightly, took 2 steps forward, and reached out to grab Miss Magician's shoulder. Furs immediately focused as an illusory book appeared in her eyes as it slowly flipped through. Her surroundings immediately became dark and colorful. The reds were redder, the blacks were blacker, and the browns were browner, as they overlapped each other, making her feel like she was in a trance. Furs was already used to this state and had successfully recorded during this traveling process. She also carefully observed the scenery of her trip, as well as the strange and indescribable spirit world creatures that branded themselves in her mind. After a few breaths, her vision went black, and she felt a cold she had never experienced before. Her body couldn't help but tremble. Furs instinctively used a magic trick to illuminate her surroundings. Looking around, she realized that she was in a wooden hut. The world Gehrman Sparrow had already vanished. Where Amy, Furs looked at the window and saw that there was a thick layer covering it, preventing any light from shining inside. This made her even more puzzled. She came to the door, stretched out her right hand, and pulled the door behind her. With a creaking sound, she saw the snow blocking the exit. Furs was stunned as Gehrman Sparrow's warning echoed in her mind. "Keep warm." In just 1 or 2 minutes, Klein had already circled the sea once. He used his prey that he had long selected to placate creeping hunger, and he returned to his rental apartment in Backland, awaiting Queen Mystic and Miss Sharon to gather information about any anomalies. In fact, with Klein's style, he would have personally taken action in this area and conducted an additional investigation at the same time. He wanted to ensure that Demoness Trissa had no plans to help Mr. Dor escape, but considering that Zeratul was already in Backland, he decided to be cautious and give up the idea of loitering around. Under the influence of the law of convergence of Beander characteristics, he felt that if he were to wander around Backland, it was only a matter of time before he ran into Zeratul or even Aemon. Sigh, I'd already thought of how to disguise myself. Buying a bicycle, getting a uniform, and riding it across different streets as a postman, this is the easiest way to avoid suspicion. After taking a sip of Gurney sap he brought back from the sea, he leaned back into his chair and allowed his marionette, Enuni and Konas, to individually massage his shoulders and legs. The forsaken land of the gods, in the afternoon town camp. After Derek Berg opened his eyes, he immediately stood up, opened the door, and walked around the bonfire to the chief's room. Suppressing his excitement, he took a deep breath and raised his hand to lightly knock on the thick wooden door. "Please come in." Amidst the sounds of knocking, Colin Iliad's deep voice sounded. Derek turned the doorknob and pushed open the door. As he looked at Demon Hunter Colin, whose hair was white and had old scars on his face, he blurted out, "Your Excellency, I found some strange mushrooms. They can be eaten." Colin Iliad fell silent for a moment before slowly asking, "Mushrooms?" Hearing the puzzlement in the chief's words, Derek instantly recalled a mushroom he had seen before. It came from the abandoned temple of the fallen creator. It looked especially bright and appetizing, but it was essentially extremely dangerous. His mood instantly calmed down. He nodded and said, "Yes, mushrooms, different breeds of mushrooms. They can devour the flesh and blood of monsters to grow." Derek described the unique traits of the mushrooms in detail, and he explained what milk, beef, fish, and flour were. In the end, he emphasized that the mushrooms had to be fully cooked before they could be eaten. He also had to take note of the species which were rich in poison. Colin Iliad listened quietly without showing any change in emotions. After some thought, he said, "What other dangers do they have? Or should I say, points that require taking note of?" Derek's face suddenly flushed red. "I'll study it again." Without waiting for the chief to speak, he turned around, opened the door, and ran out. Returning to his room, he took a deep breath and sat down. He began to pray to Mr. Fool, asking him to forward the questions to Mr. World. Above the gray fog, Klein sat on the high back chair belonging to the fool. He tapped the armrest with his index finger and silently muttered, "What other dangers are there?" Although Frank's imagination, actions, and creativity make me a little fearful, he's still a Sequence 5 druid after all. No matter how dangerous the mushrooms are, how dangerous can they be? With the years of experience the City of Silver has experienced in the dark environment, it's easy to deal with those mushrooms. In the ruins of the Battle of Gods, the futures producing of milk, the pirate's head growing a watermelon, and other shocking phenomena were due to the remnant aura and divine power of Earth Mother in that area. The real murderer was a deity rather than Frank. Man, if the formation of the forsaken land of the gods happened due to the betrayal of the ancient sun god, the things left behind in that intense battle are definitely not limited to the powers of Evernight, concealment, degeneration, and storm. Perhaps there are some areas that have the influence of the sun and the earth. After some thought, he conjured the world Gehrman Sparrow and made him tell the truth. If they encounter divine powers of the earth domain, those mushrooms might experience an unknown mutation. After receiving a response, Derek rushed out of his room and ran to the chief's door. This time, the door opened without him knocking. Derek turned back to look at his teammates by the bonfire. He entered the room and casually closed the heavy wooden door. The divine power of the earth domain might cause the mushrooms to undergo an unknown mutation, he said frankly without explaining how he had figured that out. Demon Hunter Colin's expression remained unchanged as he repeated the key phrase softly, the divine power of the earth domain. He lowered his voice and finally fell silent. 10 seconds later, he said, "After we return, we can set up a region to plant them to see the effects. Then, what's the price?" Derek immediately replied, "The formula for classical metallurgist." Colin Iliad nodded slowly. "This has to be decided by the 6-member council. When we return to the city, I will push for this matter as soon as possible." Their expedition team would be returning to the City of Silver in the next 2 days. Firstly, after the exploration, the few who survived, as well as those who had lost their loved ones, needed time to adjust their mental states. Secondly, there was a limited amount of food left in the camp, and there was no way to plant any black-faced grass around Afternoon Town. They could only rely on hunting monsters to replenish themselves. Therefore, one of the responsibilities of the expedition team was to deliver safe food. Switching out teams would happen at fixed intervals. "Yes, Your Excellency." Derek didn't rush him. He had long gotten used to this process. After he left the room, Colin Iliad came to the window and looked at the bonfire in the middle of the camp. That flame burned quietly. In the deep darkness, the faint yellow light scattered across the entire camp. Roasting over the fire was a disgusting vampire covered in pus. A few days later, Klein separately received the corresponding feedback from Queen Mystic Bernadette, the numinous sect's Patrick Bryan, and Miss Sharon. He confirmed that there were no anomalies regarding material or personnel flow in Backland recently. From the looks of it, Demoness Trissa only wishes to speak to Mr. Door for the time being. Furthermore, this seems to be the first time they will establish a connection. Regardless, I still need to give a warning beforehand. This requires finesse. The more I say, the more likely a mistake will be made. Furthermore, I cannot reveal my trump card. After some thought, he found the hair of the deceased that Miss Magician had provided. He unfolded the piece of paper and wrote, "This is what you need. It's a lock of hair from a descendant of the Abraham family. The person who provided it has a request, that is to help ask the existence one question, the problem regarding how they get rid of the curse. Finally, let me remind you to be careful of Mr. Door." Klein folded the letter and tucked the lock of hair into it. He took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew on it. After a brief silence, Rynette Tinacare walked out of the void with 4 beautiful heads in hand. "Give this letter to the seduced idiot," he instructed as he handed over the letter. Just as he said that, his heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly added another question. "Can you locate him?" "Yes." One of the heads of Rynette Tinacare answered the question before biting the letter. Klein narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1133. Chant. In the Backland Bridge area, according to the information provided by Miss Messenger, he found the man who had been seduced by Trissa and ended up helping her send the letter. However, Klein didn't enter the apartment, nor did he disturb his target. He stuck both hands into his black trench coat pocket and continued walking forward. Under the illumination of the street lamps, he walked all the way to the crossroads and turned into another street. During this process, a rat that was stealing food in a particular building suddenly shivered. It then gave up on the piece of cheese and followed the usual tunnel that it used to pass through, and it moved towards the target area. Then, the rat opened its mouth and let out a human's voice. The moment the rat finished its sentence, Klein, who had already turned into another street, vanished. There was only a spark left on the spot that quickly dissipated. He had used flaming jump, but he wasn't using it to travel. Instead, he had entered a hotel room that he had booked to rendezvous with one of his marionettes, so he didn't need to worry too much about being sensed by Zeratul and meet with an accident. After all, the destination was clear, the journey was short, and there was protection. In the room, with Enuni watching, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the gray fog. As he sat at the end of the long bronze table, he held the sea god scepter. With the help of the prayer light, he observed the target through his true vision, the man who helped Demoness Trissa relay the news. A few minutes later, Reinette Tinaker appeared in the apartment as promised. She took the gold coin and left the envelope on the table. The man trembled in fear again, but in the end, he overcame his own fear. He picked up the letter and weighed it. 15 minutes later, he carefully took out the black sticky paste, separated a small blob, and applied it on the surface of a mirror. Soon, he saw the young girl who had occupied all of his dreams in the dark mirror and hurriedly said, "That crazy adventurer just sent a letter. It seems to contain something else. I didn't open it as per your instructions." At that moment, above the gray fog, the scene Klein saw began to show a strange phenomenon. In his vision, the mirror's condition had already turned blurry. It was closer to being a dark and illusory passageway that didn't look realistic enough. It was connected to something similar in the surrounding area, forming a complicated and abstract spider web that was interwoven into a profound and strange world. Through the gray fog's true vision, he could barely make out the general situation, but he was unable to make out the details. He didn't know what strange and terrifying creatures hid within that world. In mysticism, mirrors are often given the symbolic meaning of leading to another kingdom, and are mostly related to terrifying horrors. Is this the mirror world? My Beyonder powers are completely unrelated to this domain. That's not true. If someone prays to me and attempts magic mirror divination, then there will naturally be an illusory passageway that points towards me, towards the gray fog. Strictly speaking, the mirror world isn't a real world. It's closer to the collective manifestation of doors. By connecting to different mirrors and different mysterious kingdoms, if one becomes lost in there, they might directly appear in the abyss, or even the cosmos. Of course, demigods with this ability should be able to create a reflection world and hide inside. The collective manifestation of doors, high sequence beyonders of the demoness, wraith, and apprentice pathways also have similar powers. Does the secret sorcerer represent the mirror world to some extent? This is sufficiently mysterious and secretive. Under normal circumstances, even through true vision, there's no way to directly see the mirror world unless someone triggers it. Klein nodded in thought as he heard Demoness Trissa's melodic voice reply. Throw the letter into the mirror. Can it be thrown in? As a low-sequence Beyonder, the man had never seen such a miraculous thing before. After some hesitation, he held the letter and pressed it against the mirror. On the surface of the mirror, the darkness suddenly spread out like ripples of aqueous light. The man felt his firm touch lighten, and he saw the letter magically pass through the glass surface and enter the illusionary, swirling interior. Right on the heels of that, the letter seemed to be attracted by a huge whirlpool as it continued to sink deeper into the room where Trissa was. Above the gray fog, Klein raised the sea god's scepter high and focused on tracking the letter, attempting to lock onto the location of the demoness. At this moment, in his true vision, the dark and deep mirror world began to quake violently, turning everything into a blur. By the time the quaking calmed down, Klein had already lost traces of the letter and Demoness Trissa. The aura of the primordial demon girl can even interfere with observations like this. After a moment of silence, Klein let out a sigh. It was precisely because of the various peculiarities related to Trissa that he didn't take the risk to mix his hair into the materials to locate her. It was easy for him to suffer from a terrible hex. He might even die on the spot. To Klein, death didn't really matter. After all, as long as his corpse wasn't pulverized, it was likely the case that he could be revived. But that would mean that he couldn't seize the opportunity to lock onto Trissa. She would definitely change locations quickly. Wouldn't that be equivalent to wasting a precious chance to revive? After suffering the setback, Klein quickly returned to the real world and left the Backland Bridge area. The next morning, with an ordinary face, Klein rode a carriage to St. Samuel Cathedral. He planned on chanting the honorific name of the Evernight goddess to inform her of Demoness Trissa. When the time came, if an accident were to happen on the night of the full moon, there would at least be a deity watching over Backland, and would also be prepared ahead of time. Back then, the Evernight goddess was one of the ones who had exiled and sealed Mr. Door. She definitely knew the other party's tricks very well. In such aspects, Klein had never put on a strong front. He had a very clear understanding of himself. Since he couldn't solve the problem himself, he would find someone who could solve the problem to help out. As for why he wasn't doing this at home and had to go to St. Samuel Cathedral, it was because he wanted to observe the situation in the areas around Bachland Street and search for any tiny traces that spelled Amon's arrival. Hazel and her family had once been involved with Amon, and she herself belonged to the Marauder pathway. Be it her fate or the convergence of characteristics, she was among the high-risk group of people who could meet Amon by chance. With regards to this, Klein didn't dare to be too careless or negligent. He reminded himself, and he made arrangements to do a self-examination every once in a while. Similarly, due to Miss Justice's follow-up treatment of Hazel's psychological trauma, anything that happened to Hazel could easily lead to her. Therefore, Klein was also very worried about the safety of this noble lady. He believed that it was necessary to check her condition through the Crimson Star from time to time. Of course, he would avoid relatively awkward periods of time. As his thoughts raced, Klein, who was already close to Phelps Street, got off the carriage in advance. He allowed his marionette, Enuni, to secretly recite the honorific name of Sea God. He and his marionette, Konas, switched positions. In a sealed space that he had distorted, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. Then, with the help of the Sea God's scepter to widen his true vision, he carefully observed the situation in Bachland Street and the Lowen Charity Bursary Foundation. Hazel isn't parasitized, neither is Miss Justice. Same for their maidservants, pets, and bodyguards. The residents and staff of the Charity Bursary Foundation don't show signs either. There are no traces of any Amon-related activity in the various streets in the area. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and returned to the real world. Following that, he approached St. Samuel Cathedral and passed through the door, finding a seat in the dark and quiet prayer hall. After chanting the honorific name of the Evernight goddess in a low voice, Klein described simply, Demoness Trissa has obtained the hair of an Abraham family descendant. She plans to contact a hidden existence on the night of the full moon. I cannot be sure of her exact purpose. After sitting quietly for a while and seeing that the goddess didn't respond, nor did the archbishop appear, Klein wore his silk top hat and slowly walked out of the cathedral. At night, he switched positions and controlled a rat as a marionette is recited another honorific name. The great god of war, the symbol of iron and blood, the ruler of chaos and strife, I wish to meet you. Just like before, the rat lost its life the moment it finished praying. Following that, Klein pulled away from the area. He wanted to meet the Red Angel and talk about Mr. Door and Dark Angel Sasrir. After waiting for a few minutes, with the help of another rat marionette, he saw that the other rat burst into flames, emitting a burning white flame. The flame quickly formed a short line on the ground. I don't want to see you. The muscles on Klein's face twitched indiscernibly. After some thought, he gave up and left the area. After a few seconds, the remaining burning white flames formed a new sentence. Come on, beg me. By then, Klein had already left. In a house somewhere in Backland, a pale-faced Sauron Einhorn Medici stood up from the sofa in a black, red-lined robe. He frowned and muttered to himself, who's disturbing me? In the blink of an eye, a full moon had dawned its light on Backland. In a room illuminated by the crimson light, Demoness Trissa stood at an altar. Around her were ritual materials, rubies, sapphires, emeralds, diamonds, pearls, and lazurite. After some complicated preparations, she lit the hair in her hand and placed it into a cauldron. When the fire was tainted with a layer of darkness, Trissa took 2 steps back and solemnly chanted in Jotun, Great Door of all doors. Guide of the endless cosmos. Key to all mysterious worlds. Chapter 1134, Mr. Door. As Trissa recited the words, the gems around her emitted cracking sounds as they shattered into powder and floated up. They shimmered with red, blue, green, or resplendent light before rapidly gathering into a torrent that surged towards the candlelight on the altar. At the same time, strands of hair that had been burnt inside the cauldron joined the process. The fire began to expand and interweave with each other, turning increasingly dark, as if it was an illusory door that led to other worlds. Trissa immediately felt the surrounding temperature drop rapidly, as though countless dangers were seeping out of the fire. a sentence flashed across her mind. It was a reminder from Gehrman Sparrow. Be careful of Mr. Door. As expected of someone with a messenger of that level, his understanding of Mr. Door, and his confidence in knowing about my plans, might be deeper and more precise than I imagined. Trissa slowly took a deep breath and patiently waited for the subsequent changes. In just a blink of an eye, she felt that the void in the room thinned significantly. Many of the places were covered with shadows, as though there were large amounts of indescribable creatures hiding behind them. The dim, expanding flame slowly turned into a gigantic, deep crimson vortex. As the vortex spun, an ethereal voice that could pierce through one's spirit body finally sounded from the bottom cheek. Upon hearing this voice, the blood vessels in Trissa's forehead throbbed. It was as if her head had been pierced by countless steel needles as they crazily stabbed and twisted. Her black hair flared up despite the lack of wind. Every strand grew slightly thicker, and the skin on her face became transparent. Her blood vessels protruded out one after another, densely packed, like a spider's web. After spending a great deal of effort, Trissa finally managed to control herself. She then heard the voice that could make most Beyonders lose control, chuckling and saying, "It looks like its cheeks blessed. Back then, we had seen the second blasphemy slate together, and we were able to surpass sequence 1, and live to this day. Now, the only ones left are likely the artisan, Cheek, and me." Trissa ignored Mr. Door's poignant sigh and said with a twisted expression, "Honorable Mr. Door, I have something to ask you. Speak. The time spent being lost and trapped in the darkness and the storm is just too boring. It's rare for someone to have a chat with me," the terrifying voice replied without much change from the slowly rotating dark vortex. Trissa's facial muscles twitched involuntarily, still unable to get used to the ravings of this evil god's equal. She paused for a few seconds before saying, "I want to know if there are any unorthodox ways to enter the 9 secret mausoleums built by Blood Emperor Tudor for becoming the Black Emperor." It was unknown where he was, but Mr. Door's ethereal laughter sounded through the endless void. "So it's because of this. This isn't difficult. I'll give you a symbol. You can gather the blood of Beyonders from different pathways and mix them together, mixing it with your spirituality. Draw the symbol in front of the mausoleum. Then, you can open the secret passage that leads into it." As the existence spoke, sparks separated from the dark vortex, forming a rather complicated symbol in midair. It was like doors that were stacked in decreasing sizes as they randomly extended without end. Trissa held back the excruciating pain of her spirit body tearing apart. She memorized the symbol and sought confirmation. There must be blood from all 22 Beyander pathways. Each pathway only requires the blood of a Beyander, regardless of his sequence. How much blood of each pathway is required? Mr. Door replied in the same way that he had been raving in earlier. "Right, there's no need for too much, just a small tube will do. Just guarantee that the symbol drawing can be finished." Although Trissa wore a painful grimace, she couldn't help but smile when she received the critical information. This, combined with her overall expression, made her appear odd, as though she was a lunatic. After completing her main goal, Trissa asked again to ensure smooth cooperation with Gehrman Sparrow in the future. "The Abraham family wants to know how to get rid of the ancient curse." The dark vortex was silent for a few seconds before sighing. "Set up such a ritual. Sacrifice one of the demigods of the seer, apprentice, and marauder pathway. Once I leave the storm and penetrate the darkness, the curse will no longer exist." Trissa wasn't interested in how the Abraham family could escape the ancient curse. After receiving the answer, she couldn't take it any longer. As she thanked Mr. Door, she began to stop the ritual. As for Mr. Door, he didn't attempt to bewitch, threaten, or corrupt her. After the dark fire vortex disintegrated and the ritual ended, Trissa began to cogitate, spending nearly an hour to calm the effects of Mr. Door's ravings. After doing all of this, Trissa took out a pen and paper and copied the symbol provided by Mr. Door. She described the 2 answers in detail. She knew that she was being pursued by Saintess of White Katarina, and there seemed to be even more terrifying hunters that would follow her wake. It was very difficult for her to find the blood of Beyonders of different pathways that quickly, so she planned on leaving this matter to Gehrman Sparrow. In addition, she believed that even if George III and the others believed that there was no problem with the secret mausoleum, and that it was safe enough, thus, not leaving too many guards, there were still precautions inside. It wasn't something that a sequence 4 could quickly force their way through and cause damage. That way, they would be stopped by the reinforcements and lose their best chance. As for Gehrman Sparrow, even his messenger was at the level of an angel. The strength of the organization behind him was obvious, so they had the ability to destroy the mausoleum at the critical moment, causing the Black Emperor ritual to fail. She couldn't complete it herself, so of course she had to find assistance from someone with the ability to accomplish it. After throwing the letter into a mailbox on a nearby street, the black-haired, black-coated Trissa slowly walked down in the cold and lonely road. On the dim road, she looked at the light from the gas lamps and laughed self-deprecatingly. For the sake of a little indignation, I've actually gone this far. You're lucky. At least I'll avenge you. And if I die, apart from those who hate me, no one will remember me. After receiving the letter from Miss Messenger, Klein sat on the chair and read it several times, before he went above the gray fog to divine the authenticity of Mr. Door's method. He subconsciously thought about how quickly he could gather the blood from the 22 Beander pathways. This symbol is very similar to the symbol behind Miss Magician's chair. I can use my own for seer. For apprentice, I can find Miss Magician, and also give her some pressure to write. There are 3 choices for the Marauder pathway. Transform a marionette into a mosquito and send a mosquito to bite Hazel. Obtain it from Vice Admiral Iceberg's third mate named Flowery Bow Tie, and lastly, get it from Leonard's grandpa. The Spectator pathway, Miss Justice. The Bard pathway, Little Sun. The Storm pathway, Mr. Hanged Man. The Reader pathway, Vice Admiral Iceberg, or that demigod named Luca. Secret Suppliant. Get the second mate of Mam Hermit, Bloodless Heath Doyle. The Corpse Collector pathway, Numinous Episcopates Patrick Bryan. The Sleepless pathway, My Dear Poet. The Warrior pathway, most of the citizens of the City of Silver are Father Utravsky. Planter, Frank. Apothecary, Emlyn. Arbiter, Miss Zio. Lawyer, Marionette Konas. Hunter, Danitz or Anderson. Demoness, get Trissa to provide it herself. Prisoner, Miss Sharon or Marie. Criminal, I temporarily have no targets. Mystery Prior, Mam Hermit. Savon, Frank's experiment assistant. Monster, Marionette Enunel. From the looks of it, most of them can be obtained in a very short period of time. The corresponding channels have sufficient trust in me and believe that I wouldn't curse them with their blood. This demoness Trissa definitely has a way to eliminate the connection between the blood and the actual body. She won't object, only devil. Although I've encountered a few, they have either died or fled. Currently, I have no target in mind. Yes, I can ask Little Sun if the City of Silver has any devil flesh and blood left in its inventory. They will encounter some from time to time. If he hadn't thought about it, Klein wouldn't have realized that, in less than 2 years of his transmigration, he had actually established a deeper connection with most of the Beander pathways. He immediately retracted his thoughts and seriously considered Mr. Door's escape ritual. Sacrifice one of each, Marauder, Apprentice, and Seer demigods. These are the 3 pathways that can be interchanged. Mr. Door wants to temporarily reconcile the 3 pathways, and use an ingenious method to open the passage to return. The demigods of these 3 pathways aren't that easy to capture. It's possible for the Abraham family to do so at its peak. After the death of the High Sequence, Beyonders in the War of the 4 Emperors and the corresponding setbacks, it's pretty much hopeless. If Mr. Door could be more patient and give the descendants more time to grow, it wouldn't be impossible. However, he still constantly cries for help, causing the deaths of promising descendants. Is he crazy? A lunatic who looks like a normal person? After some thought, he burned the letter and went above the gray fog to do 2 divinations. The revelations he received was that the method to enter the secret mausoleum was real. Mr. Door's return ritual was also true. Looking at the spirit pendulum in his hand, he sat silently in the high back chair for a long time. After a few minutes, he clenched his left hand and gripped the topaz pendant tightly. He muttered to himself, all there is left is to wait for the Bizarro Sorcerer potion to be completely digested, and for George III to hold the ritual. Chapter 1135. Fragrant. On the Sonia Sea, Passu Island, the Blue Avenger, which had been summoned, finally arrived at the headquarters of the Church of the Lord of Storms. It was docked at a port. Alger removed the cloth wrapped around his head and jumped off the shipboard, landing firmly on the dock thanks to the wind. The wind-blessed potion he had consumed had long been digested. The reason why he had done so was to make himself appear more like the other members of the church, making them feel a sense of kinship. Years of experience told Alger that it was best to maintain uniformity with the people around him most of the time. He didn't want to appear out of the ordinary. Under the circumstances where he had plenty of secrets, it was even more imperative to do so. Haha, Alger, control your impatience. A man who had been waiting at the dock came forward with a smile. He had a head of soft yellow hair and a long robe embroidered with lightning patterns. He was Alger's former partner, but later on, one chose to be the captain of a ghost ship and continue floating out at sea, while the other returned to be a clergyman. Alger smiled as he raised his right hand and struck his left breast. May the storm be with you. The yellow-haired man, who was in his prime, replied with a smile. He immediately lowered his voice and said, I heard that you've already adapted to the wind-blessed potion. Yes, it's very simple. I fly every day and maintain the state of floating. I often use the wind to travel back and forth in different places to quickly adapt. I've already sent a telegram to report this matter. Alger arched his brows to look proud. The yellow-haired man looked around and maintained his volume from before. It's no wonder you were summoned back. I heard that, because of the ongoing war, there's a lack of manpower on all sides. The Council of Cardinals has decided to organize a group of wind-blesseds to advance to Sequence 5 as soon as possible. You should be within those ranks. How enviable. I just became a wind-blessed, so I don't have the chance. Organize a group of wind-blesseds to advance as soon as possible. After knowing that there might be a world war ahead of time, Alger Wilson wasn't surprised. A word suddenly appeared in his mind, cannon fodder. In fact, just from his contributions for the Bansi Harbor incident, Alger, who was only a seafarer back then, could have advanced to Ocean Songster without any obstacles. Furthermore, he was usually hard at work, having completed countless missions. In the end, he had only become a wind-blessed. He had to join the queue for an opportunity to advance to Sequence 5. And now, there was no need for him to do anything. He was suddenly placed on the list of candidates, and he would soon enter the ranks of the quasi-upper echelons of the church. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. Indeed, once a full-scale war begins, the order that prevents people like us from rising will split apart. However, the most important thing is to survive the war. Only by surviving will everything be meaningful. As Alger's thoughts raced, he asked in surprise, Sains, is that true? I can't be sure. In short, that's what I heard. Let's go and catch up. If you have the chance to become a high-ranking deacon or a cardinal, don't you forget us. The yellow-haired man named Sains reached out his hand and patted Alger on the shoulder. Alger dodged without a trace and replied with a smile, definitely. Point 1. In the city of Silver, the expedition team brought back news that there was a sea on the other side of the giant king's court. All the citizens temporarily entered a state of excitement. After 2 days of waiting, Derek Berg finally received a notice from the 6-member council, permitting him to receive the classical metallurgist's potion formula. This meant that the upper echelons of the City of Silver had agreed to exchange for the special mushrooms. The advancement ritual is to personally refine a stone of life. What's a stone of life? There's no explanation here. Derek glanced at the parchment in his hand and began preparing a ritual without much thought. In his opinion, Mr. Fool definitely knew what the stone of life was. He didn't need to worry about Mr. World. After setting up the altar, he took out 2 metal tubes, each containing the blood of him and a Dawn Paladin from the City of Silver. The Dawn Paladin had reached a certain age, and his body could no longer withstand the corrosive effects of the poison in most foods. In the foreseeable future, he would gradually reach the end of his life. 2 days ago, his granddaughter had personally delivered the final stab with a sword. As for Derek, he had previously obtained the chief's approval and found an opportunity to extract some of the deceased's blood. As for the devil's blood that Mr. World needed, the City of Silver's inventory temporarily didn't have one. However, Chief Colin Iliad said that, as long as the mushrooms could satisfy the needs of the City of Silver's food requirements, he would organize a small hunting team and go to a region where devils appeared. After placing the 2 metal tubes and goatskin parchment onto the altar, Derek took 2 steps back and faced the lit candles as he began the sacrificial ritual. After a series of tasks, the illusory door that was formed from flames and spiritual materials opened heavily. After the sacrificial items were taken away, a dark glow was left behind. The brilliance slowly faded as large numbers of mushrooms of different shapes appeared before Derek's eyes. As for whether they looked strange, Derek didn't even think about it. This was because he had seen mushrooms once, abnormal ones. Therefore, he lacked a point of reference for comparison. After recalling Mr. World's description of different breeds of mushrooms and effects, Derek quickly categorized them and placed them into different leather handbags. Immediately after, he picked up the unshadowed crucifix excitedly and prepared to head for the spire. However, Just as his hand touched the bronze cross, he felt it burn and feel prickly. It was as if a light was seeping out of the rust and shining at the mushrooms. They're evil and need to be purified. Derek was confused, but he eventually decided to believe in Mr. World. He hid the unshadowed crucifix and carried Thunder God's roar. He walked all the way to the spire and met Chief Colin Iliad. Are these the mushrooms? As he spoke, Demon Hunter Colin's eyes reflected two complex dark green symbols. His gaze swept across the different mushrooms that were either pure white and full, or filled with flesh. Yes, Derek began introducing them, one by one. Colin returned to normal and remained silent for a few seconds. There's an evil and tainted aura emitted from them, but they're in minute amounts and can be tolerated. This must have settled down after they devoured the flesh and blood of monsters. He paused for a moment before saying, let's first test their proliferation ability. Following this sentence, a number of City of Silver personnel, who were prepared to usher in the mushrooms, carried a few monster corpses into the chief's room and scattered them over the different kinds of mushrooms. The moment those mushrooms came into contact with the flesh, they immediately grew hyphae and burrowed into them. About 20 to 30 seconds later, they began to rapidly expand and spit out spores. After a while, the corpses of those monsters were densely covered with mushrooms. However, the mushrooms didn't stop growing. They kept growing upwards, and in the end, some of them were even taller than Derek Berg, facing him as if they were looking down at him. Mr. World didn't say that they would grow this large. Besides, the speed at which it grows is way too fast. Derek looked at it in a daze, but he didn't think it was a problem. There wasn't much of a change in Colin Iliad's expression. Only after the monsters were left with skeleton and dregs did he look around. It's better than I expected. Next, who wants to try the effects of eating it? Without hesitation, Derek took a step forward and said, Your Excellency, I'll do it. He was in charge of importing the mushrooms, so he definitely had to personally confirm its safety. Colin Iliad nodded slightly and said, okay. He then turned his head and said to another City of Silver resident, invite Elder Luvia over to prevent any accidents. As a Beander who controlled flesh and blood, Luvia could resolve most of the changes in the human body. Of course, whether the mutated individual could survive was another matter. Everyone waited for a few minutes before Shepherd Luvia, who was wearing a deep purple robe, arrived in the chief's room. She had just passed through the door when her light gray eyes suddenly narrowed. She instinctively looked at the mushrooms that occupied most of the space. After staring at it for a while, Luvia looked at Colin Iliad and nodded slightly, indicating that she was ready to provide any help. Without any hesitation, Derek Berg chose a black mushroom that was embedded with blood-red threads and marbling, standing at half his height. He tore off the mushroom that had wrapped around the skeleton, and he produced a bonfire and began roasting it. Gradually, a fragrance that seemed to be able to drill into one's stomach emanated out. This was a smell that the residents of the City of Silver had never smelled before. Their throats bobbed as they instinctively swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The bonfire emitted a sizzling sound before the fragrance grew stronger. This wasn't the usual sound. It was as if it could make one's soul yearn for this strange smell. It was the type that everyone was rather familiar with. It was the natural desire for black-faced grass food after returning to the City of Silver, having not eaten them for a long time. As the sizzling sounds grew louder and frequent, they felt as though a hand had reached out from their stomachs, eager to grab the food back. Unknowingly, the other City of Silver residents who had been doing something else in the spire had followed the fragrance and gathered at the door. It took Derek a great deal of effort to control himself from tasting the mushroom midway. He waited until it was completely charred yellow on the outside before he took it back and blew at it. At that moment, everyone's eyes were on him, including Colin Iliad and Shepherd Luvia, with his faith in Mr. World and Mr. Fool. Derek didn't speak. He lowered his head and bit the mushroom. SSS's. He let out a sound of being scalded before chewing and gulping it down. After nearly half of the mushrooms were gone, Derek raised his head, his face slightly red. His mouth was glistening with oil as he mumbled, "It's such a weird taste, I can't help it, I can't stop." Colin Iliad sized up Derek for a few seconds before turning his head to look at Shepherd Luvia. Luvia slowly shook her head and said, "No problem." The surrounding people of the City of Silver immediately let out cheers as they rushed forward and surrounded Derek. They either wanted to share a piece or ask him what to do with the other mushrooms. When Colin saw this, his expression gradually relaxed. He slowly closed his eyes and lifted his chin. He took a deep breath of the fragrance that had filled the room. The City of Silver held a mushroom ritual. Isn't this a little strange? Also, what's a stone of life? Yes, the people from the Church of Earth Mother definitely know, and Frank is no exception. Above the gray fog, as Klein listened to Little Son's latest report, he opened the parchment that he had received but hadn't had the chance to read in detail. The reason why he had rushed back to the real world after the sacrificial and bestowment ceremony was because the serialized horror stories of Backlund's hospitals in several newspapers had reached its climax. Hence, he received a lot of feedback over the past few days. He was at the critical moment of having his Bizarro Sorcerer potion digested. And now, he had already completed this step. He was already prepared to advance to Scholar of Yore. Chapter 1136. Rumors from Ancient. Putting down the classical metallurgist potion formula, Klein cast his gaze towards the 2 tubes of blood Little Son had sacrificed. Then, he beckoned for a ceramic jar wrapped in layers of paper figurines. This was the Beander blood from different pathways that he had previously gathered. It had been placed above the gray fog and sealed with the paper angel in order to slowly integrate it into this mysterious space's aura, removing the connection between the blood and the individual. This was to prevent any accidents from happening to the provider when the door of the symbols was opened. To him, it was fine if he suffered backlash. After all, there was at least one more chance of him reviving. If it would affect those who trusted him and gave their blood, he would rather not do it. After peeling off the paper figurines at the mouth of the jar and pouring the 2 tubes of blood into it, he conjured a glass stick and reached in to stir it. Right on the heels of that, he used Paper Angel and sealed it again. I'm just short of prisoner, devil, and demoness. After I complete the ritual, I'll personally pay Miss Sharon a visit. It's better to make a request in person regarding such matters. It's too rude to do it by writing letters. Only Miss Magician is a little special. Clearly, she would prefer it if I wrote a letter rather than meet Gehrman Sparrow in person. Hey, she actually used the excuse that the ink had frozen due to the low temperatures to delay her writing. Hey, are her magic tricks just for show? Thankfully, my potion has already digested, so there's no need for me to push her anymore, Klein mumbled inwardly as he threw the ceramic jar covered in paper figurine back into the junk pile. After leaving the world above the gray fog, he didn't immediately prepare to advance to Scholar of Yore. Instead, he took out a pen and paper and drew the symbol that was a mixture of concealment and mystery prying. This was something he had planned to do before he consumed the potion, to ask Rhodes about Saphira Castle. As the symbol took form, the light in the originally badly lit room became darker, as if clouds were drifting past, blocking out the sun. After more than 10 seconds, the full body mirror with cracks suddenly rippled with aqueous light and silver words quickly appeared. Exalted Great Master, your devoted, loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, is here to answer your summoning. I am still the servant that you trust the most, the closest and most favorite, right? This question, I seem to be able to read the panic and anxiety of this magic mirror. Does it feel a sense of danger? After some thought, he nodded in amusement. Actually, that has never been the case. I'm just comforting you. After answering, he silently added in his heart. The surface of the mirror lit up and the silver words were dyed golden. They squirmed and formed a new sentence. Great Master, do you have any questions for me? Yes. Klein secretly tensed up. What do you know about Saphira Castle? Rhodes fell silent for a few seconds before the pale golden words changed. I don't know much about this. I've only heard some rumors. In the early days of the second epoch, the ancient gods believed that the original creator left some things behind. That might be a kingdom, formed from a certain part of his body or something created by him. And Saphira Castle is one of them. This was the name that the king of demonic wolves, Flegre, gave. He calls the hounds of Fulgrim as Saphira Castle keepers. However, he failed to enter Saphira Castle even to his death. Therefore, many powerful creatures suspect that Saphira Castle doesn't actually exist, but is just an abstract concept. It had something to do with the original creator. After pondering for a while, he said, one of them. How many other entities like Saphira Castle are there? 8. There are detailed records on the second blasphemy slate. Unfortunately, I haven't seen it. On the surface of the mirror, lines of words appeared one after another. However, the pale gold color faded away, becoming silver once again. The ancient gods suspect that the source of the underground corruption comes from a place similar to Saphira Castle. They call it the Chaos Sea. Also, there are rumors that deep in the spirit world city, Calderon City, there are clues to the river of eternal darkness. This comes from the ancient god, Phoenix ancestor Gregrace. As for the others, I've heard of some names, but it's not a complete list. There's Tenebrous World, Knowledge More, as well as the Brood Hive that's related to the moon. There are a total of 8. Chaos Sea, River of Eternal Darkness, Knowledge More, Tenebrous World, and Brood Hive. Brood Hive is related to the moon. It sounds very dangerous. I wonder if it has anything to do with the Mother Tree of Desire. Klein silently repeated the key information in Rhodes's response. He had a nagging feeling that he should be able to grasp something, but he didn't gain much from it. He even lacked the ability to piece together the clues. When he saw that Rhodes had only heard rumors and didn't have any actual understanding of them, he organized his thoughts and said with a smile, "From the looks of it, you might come from the Chaos Sea. That's not important. What's important is that I'm your loyal, lowly, and obedient servant." Rhodes said the entire sentence at once. Obedient, this use of words, Klein silently lampooned before asking, "What are the origins of Dark Angel Sorcerer?" On the surface of the mirror, silver words formed one after another. "I similarly can't see it, but at that time, there was a myth that said that, when the ancient sun god was born, he was light and darkness combined. After all, he calls himself the creator, so he must be well-rounded and not lacking anything. Later, he separated the darkness in his body and used it to create the first angel with one of his ribs, Dark Angel Sorcerer. This rib, I can totally imagine it. Back then, it was the ancient sun god who personally fabricated and spread this myth. Amon's brother, your wife has become the Dark Angel." Klein was first alarmed before many strange ideas arose in his mind. As his thoughts settled, he began to analyze the truth behind this myth. With such a myth spreading, it will cause the believers to believe that Dark Angel Sorcerer is the dark side of the ancient sun god. They would worship him in the same way as the Lord. No one objected or forbade this myth. As for Dark Angel, he was ultimately the deputy of the divine kingdom, God's left hand. So this implies that this was very likely true. What happened afterward can be summarized as the dark side of the ancient sun god colluding with foreign enemies, bewitching the kings of angels and assassinating the main body. This can explain why Ouroboros and Medici joined Rose Redemption. They were only following the orders of the Lord. From this angle, isn't the position of Dark Angel Sorcerer, in the ancient sun god's divine kingdom, equivalent to the world of the Tarot Club? Thankfully, the world is a fake person. He doesn't have his own spirituality and thoughts. As he thought about it, he suddenly felt drenched with sweat. He was glad that he was a seer and not some other pathway. Based on his previous reasoning, he quickly guessed the reason why Dark Angel was sleeping in the giant king's court. Perhaps it has something to do with the fall of the ancient sun god. Therefore, the brother of Ammon, the dragon of wisdom, and the true creator wished to confirm the state of Dark Angel Sorcerer. However, there are many other problems. In the 22 Beander pathways, which pathway is this king of angels, the left hand of God? The marauder has Ammon, apprentice has Mr. Door, spectator, reader, bard, sailor, secret suppliant, warrior, sleepless, planter, savant, monster, hunter, and arbiter are obviously impossible. Corpse collector is also impossible due to the existence of death in the fourth epoch. It's impossible for there to be a king of angels to exist at the same time, unless the Dark Angel had already fallen to sequence 2. By the same logic, the seer and lawyer pathways can be eliminated for now. It can then be confirmed that the Dark Angel is no longer a king of angels. Mystery Prior, Moon, and Devil are all certain possibilities. I cannot eliminate the possibility that the Hidden Sage, Primordial Moon, and the dark side of the universe are the Dark Angels. Yes, there might still be the Mother Tree of Desire hidden within. It's also possible with Prisoner. There's no clear evidence that this pathway has produced a true deity. Back then, the chained god might not even be a king of angels. After some thought, he said to Rhodes, "It's your turn to ask." On the cracked full-body mirror surface, silver words twisted together and formed a new sentence. "Great Master, may I guess what you want to ask next?" Klein nodded slightly and answered, "Sure. You wish to ask about Sorcerer's current state. My answer is, I don't know, as I can't see." Behind the silver words was a smiley face with a simple drawing. "Not bad," Klein praised. "That's all for today. I will summon you again in the near future at any time." "Yes, Great Master. Your loyal servant, Rhodes, is constantly preparing to serve you." On the surface of the mirror, the simple smile on his face turned into a waving cat's paw. When the mirror returned to normal, Klein took out a pen and paper and wrote down what he had just learned. This was one of the documents he had prepared for the Scholar of Your ritual. In the past few days, he had written a lot of documents on ancient history. Following that, with the information and 2 marionettes, he teleported to the southern continent. He didn't dare to advance in Backland. If anything were to happen to him, Aemon and Zeratul would definitely be able to detect it and come straight for him. Chapter 1137. Amidst history. On a barren island in the Berserk Sea. This place wasn't far from the southern continent, but it didn't belong there geographically. The reason why Klein had chosen this island as a place for himself to advance to Scholar of Your was, firstly, because he wanted to avoid Aemon and Zeratul to the best of his ability. He also didn't want to enter the region where the Mother Tree of Desire had a wide range of influence. Secondly, because the Berserk Sea was enveloped by the power left behind by death, this was, in a way, a part of the Evernight goddess's kingdom. If the ritual were to create a huge commotion, it was possible for some effective screening. Furthermore, this place is very desolate. There aren't many creatures here, so there's no need to worry about any accidents affecting the innocent. Klein surveyed the area and began to set up a ritual. He brought the corresponding materials back from above the gray fog to the real world. Following that, he flipped through the thick ancient history documents and pulled out some records that he couldn't be certain of. Those that couldn't be confirmed with divination were also removed. With a shake of his hand, the scarlet flames rose and devoured the stack of paper. The supplementary ingredients needed for the Scholar of Your potion were a large amount of real ancient historical records. Therefore, he didn't want to take the risk of using things he couldn't be sure of. He would rather have fewer of them. After making his selection, he poured the Hound of Fulgrim's blood into a huge cauldron and placed the few white frost crystals that he had weighed beforehand into it. The moment the 2 supplementary ingredients came into contact with each other, a thin mist immediately rose up. It enveloped the container and was about half the height of a person and an arm wide. With a glance, Klein followed his spiritual intuition and temporarily gave up on adding the last supplementary material. He first got his marionette, Enuni, to grab the demonic wolf of Fog's transformed heart and threw the item that seemed condensed from white mist into the cauldron. As white frost condensed across Enuni's arm, the mist that emanated from the vessel became extremely dense. It began to contract and expand, as though it was alive, like a slowly beating heart. Without any hesitation, Klein controlled his marionette, Enuni, to pick up the pair of eyes from the Hounds of Fulgrim. He stuffed the 2 dark red flame-like objects into the seemingly corporeal mist. The mist's color quickly darkened, making it impossible for him to see the huge cauldron at its core. He didn't panic. Instead, he calmly got his other marionette to throw page after page of the ancient historical records into the blob of thick, dark mist. The thick mist slowly collapsed. After digesting the historical records, it finally fell back into the cauldron, like water vapor, turning into something that coexisted as both a liquid and a gas. Its color was dark red, almost the size of a baby's head. Upon seeing this scene, Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist and used divination to determine if the potion was successfully concocted. He received a revelation that it was rather dangerous, but one that he could barely withstand, and this meant that the potion was successfully concocted. Even if it were strictly concocted according to the formula, a sequence 3 potion is equivalent to poison. If I can withstand it, I'll advance. Otherwise, I'll go crazy, lose control, or even die. After staring at the topaz pendant spinning rapidly in a counterclockwise direction for a few seconds, he pulled up the silver chain and wrapped it around his left wrist. He cast his gaze at the potion floating in the cauldron as thoughts flashed across his mind. A bizarro sorcerer's acting not only has the key terms of fear, horror, directing, and inexplicable, there's also some level of mystery, unknown, complicated, and unpredictable aspects of fate. The 2 aspects combine to form a complete bizarro sorcerer. This is a behavioral style, while the other is the attributes. And to me, my origins are such a mystery that I haven't even figured out the truth. I've experienced so many complicated matters that I've already stopped a true god from descending, scared a king of angels. Even my fate is so unpredictable that a snake of Mercury is unable to discern. Therefore, I've already acted in advance and naturally digested that portion of the potion. There's no need to summarize the principles. This truly reflects the single word, bizarro. Yes, the ritual requirements for Scholar of Your requires me to be completely separated from reality for at least 300 years. Only after I become history and no longer belong to the present era do I consume the potion. My life while I was sealed within a cocoon and hung above the gray fog is more than enough. But after becoming Klein, I've experienced too many things in the past year. I've already left a mark in the present era. Would it affect the effects of the ritual? It should be. Fortunately, it hasn't even been 2 years. The mark won't be too deep and can barely be accepted. After all, it's impossible for me to hang myself up for 300 years again before I consume the potion. There's another decade or so until the apocalypse. Furthermore, the ancient history I grasp is definitely far superior to any bizarro sorcerer. It can be considered as me effectively acting ahead of time. I can definitely avoid many dangers. As his thoughts raced, Klein took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. Wearing a silk top hat and a double-breasted coat, his skin suddenly turned transparent as maggots that contained three-dimensional symbols crawled out. The transparent maggots were itching to move, as if they were going to crawl into the dense mist in the cauldron, leaving behind only empty clothes and hats. Klein managed to barely control his state as he calmly extended his right hand and picked up the potion that was wrapped in mist. The potion didn't seem to have any weight as it floated in front of his face. Klein opened his mouth and took a deep breath. The potion instantly transformed and extended into Klein's mouth, making him feel like he was devouring a dark red glow. The transparent maggots swarmed back into his body, tearing down the parts of the potion and swallowing them. As his mythical creature form was special, both the full body and also separated into many small parts, Klein could only consume the potion in such a manner. Of course, if he could control his incomplete mythical creature form, it would be much simpler. Without a sound, he felt a cold feeling spread through every worm of spirit, with a searing pain. A familiar, boundless grayish-white fog appeared in front of him. It enveloped the entire world, revealing some of his past experiences. This included the terrifying legends he created, his conversation with the Red Angel evil spirit, the treatment of the demigod, Luca, with the help of Miss Justice, hunting Vin Rambus, dealing with Amon's avatars, revenge on Ins Zangwil, exploring Calderon City, infiltrating St. Samuel Cathedral, dominating the seas, stopping the True Creator's descent, saving Tingen, and various other details of his daily life. They made conflicts with different people and things, becoming extremely complicated as they merged into a sea. As he flew through it, he was unable to find a clear and accurate sense of self. He felt like he was about to be lost in this area. The cold, burning pain constantly drove him forward, so as to expel the influence on him. This made it difficult to return to the real world. With great difficulty, Klein managed to control this feeling. As he gradually lost consciousness and his body slowly descended, he tried his best to find something that could confirm his identity. Finally, he saw the deep depths of the gray fog. At the end of the sea was a shattered spot of light. With a thought, he followed his intuition and flew over in a manner that seemed to travel the cosmos. There was a figure hanging from the blurry door of light in the spot of light. He was stored in a transparent cocoon as he swayed gently. He looked like the original Joe Mingrui. This had nothing to do with his surroundings. He was alone and easily grasped. I couldn't see this before when I used the yesterday once more charm, but I can actually do so now. In other words, during the advancement process, I can indirectly influence the Saphira castle above the gray fog. Wait, my ability to think has been restored. Klein's consciousness instantly cleared up as he finally understood the essence of the ritual. By eliminating the interference, he could provide a clear definition of himself to become a scholar of yore. This prevented him from getting lost. Following a similar spot of light, Klein began to fly deeper into the grayish-white fog. Along the way, he discovered that the surrounding fog was scattered with fragments of light. They had colonial phases, times when Russell ruled, the Battle of the Violated Oath, the White Rose War, the 20-Year War. These were all bits of history that Klein knew of the Fifth Epoch. As he passed through them, he naturally split his consciousness and completed an invisible connection, making his definition of his own identity even clearer. In the Pale Era, during the War of the Four Emperors, the Truncest Empire, the Tudor Dynasty, the United Empire, Solomon's First and Second Empire, the fall of Red Angel, the Blood Emperor's apotheosis, the Black Emperor's return, and other historical fragments continued to surface as Klein kept rushing forward. They appeared in different spots in the endless gray fog. Like the stars in the night sky, they illuminated the path to return. In such a manner, Klein felt that he was becoming more and more lucid. Every worm of spirit's coldness and burning sensation became milder. He could have turned around a long time ago and returned to the real world. However, he didn't stop and continued flying forward. Scenes of the fatal attack of the Rose Redemption, the three great angels, White, Storm, Wisdom sharing in the body of the ancient sun god, and the plotting in the giant king's court with the Church of Evernight, Earth, and combat hiding as secret organizations flashed across the grayish-white fog. The more he proceeded forward, the more relaxed he felt. He felt like he was about to fly up from running down a runway. At some point in time, a group of terrifying canine-like creatures with dark red eye sockets appeared beside him. They ran around the indiscernible bottom of the gray fog as they followed him by his side as if they were accompanying and guarding him. Among them, 2 of them only had one eye. Klein looked around and smiled. He didn't stop and continued proceeding deeper into the gray fog. The history of the dual era and the early era of fire swept past him from behind, pointing out the path that led forward. Finally, Klein stopped in front of a lonely fragment of light. Inside was a withered forest and a normal-sized tomb. He went forward and saw that the grayish-white fog was silently enveloping everything. It was unknown where the other fragments of light were floating. Feeling his spirituality depleting, Klein didn't continue the search. He connected his consciousness to his origin, and he suddenly plummeted. As the gray fog rapidly faded away, Klein felt his body and saw the cauldron in front of him. He didn't care about his current state, and he subconsciously looked up into the sky. He directly saw the gray fog and the ancient majestic palace above the gray fog. The mysterious space was trembling slightly. In Backland, a postman who was riding a bicycle stopped. He turned his head slightly and adjusted the monocle on his right eye. He then muttered to himself, "Saphira Castle." After a few seconds of hesitation, the thin-faced young man curled his lips and laughed. His expression was filled with anticipation. In a rental apartment at East Borough of the same city, figures hanging in the air swayed gently. At the same time, they simultaneously made a sound. Saphira Castle. In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard Mitchell, who was assigning missions to his team, suddenly heard an elderly voice in his mind. Chapter 1138. Scholar of Yore. In the Highlands, on an altar with eyes, arms, heads, and organs embedded in it, dark red blood-red light surged out like a tidal wave, distorting into the shape of a deformed tree. Amidst a buzzing sound, the human bones, candles, silver plates, and gold boxes trembled, as though they could slice through one's spirit body. The surrounding supplicants instinctively bowed their heads and prostrated. Then, they simultaneously came to a realization. The Berserk Sea, Reef Island. When he saw the ancient palace above the gray fog and sensed the slight tremble of the mysterious space, Klein felt that he had a deeper connection with the so-called Saphira Castle, one that was hard to accurately grasp. At this moment, he truly felt that place would gradually belong to him. In just a few seconds, all the abnormalities disappeared. Without any delay, Klein got the 2 marionettes to put away the items that were still of value, and destroy the rest. He took out a paper figurine and shook it. With a smacking sound, the paper figurine ignited with a scarlet flame as dense illusory wings appeared behind his back. When he saw this, Klein was stunned. He never expected that the simple paper figurine substitutes would have hints of Angel's Embrace. He then grabbed Kona's and Enuni, using teleport to vanish from the island formed by reefs. After using several islands in the Sonia Sea as waypoints, he took a huge detour before finally returning to his residence in Backland's East Borough. During this process, he repeatedly used paper figurine substitutes, which had undergone several qualitative changes, to disrupt divination, prophecy powers, tracking, and observation. Phew, I didn't expect it to really trigger the changes in Saphira Castle, resulting in an unconcealable phenomenon. Fortunately, I was sufficiently careful and cautious. I wasn't careless. If I had advanced in Backland or the surrounding areas, I'm certain that Eamon and Zeratul would have already seen me. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he hurriedly took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog to do a divination. After confirming that he was in a safe situation, he didn't stay for long. He immediately returned to the real world, and with the help of cogitation, he began to restrain his diverging spirituality. After doing this, he took off his clothes, threw himself into bed, and fell into a deep sleep. Normally, a Bizarro sorcerer wouldn't be as exhausted as he was after successfully advancing to Scholar of Yore. He would definitely have energy left to check his physical condition. However, while traveling through history, he relied on his mark to travel a very far distance. He relied on his own mastery of ancient secrets, that far exceeded his current level, to reach the establishment of the Giant King's Cower on the early of the second epoch or the end of the epoch. This was equivalent to digesting the potion. After a few hours of deep sleep, Klein woke up as he slowly opened his eyes. He sat up, pulled a pillow to prop him up from behind, and rubbed his temples. After 10 minutes of regulating himself, he was completely awake and began to inspect himself. indeed, I've digested most of the potion right after I consumed it. At least 80%. This is roughly what I expected, but I wonder how much more ancient history I'll have to obtain before I can digest it completely. From the looks of it, the acting of a scholar of yore has two main directions. One is a scholar from ancient times, and the other is a scholar who studies ancient history. Both of them are required. The first is relatively easy because the ritual itself contains the key point of making one a person from ancient times. Once the advancement is successful, one can naturally act as a scholar from ancient times. The second point is extremely difficult. It would be alright in normal society, but in this world with true gods, devils, and evil existences, just gathering ancient information is a very risky matter. If I endeavor to gather the truth of history, I might die a horrible death at any moment without any reason. The more I understand, the greater the danger. The reason why I know so much is mostly thanks to the arrangements of a few existences, as well as the complicated fate that Saphira Castle brings me. This makes me encounter all sorts of things. Of course, even so, I've already died once despite being a true deity's blessed. What's more, other scholars of yore. Changing the spot of miracle invoker and scholar of yore will make acting relatively simple. Unfortunately, there's no such thing. In addition, the previous two meanings have an inclination towards ancient times. I have to pay attention to the word, scholar. What must I figure out from history before I can be considered a scholar? Next, there are a few directions towards my digestion. First, I need to figure out Dark Angel Sorcerer's current state and truly replicate the actual process of the cataclysm. Second, I need to spend some effort to connect the history of the fourth epoch together, and not just be fine with having them in disconnected segments. Third, I need to go deep into the details from a macroscopic view. For example, the rise and fall of the Antigonus family. After confirming that prior acting was effective, and considering his future path ahead of time, Klein combined the mysticism knowledge he had gained from his advancement and his observation of his godhood's divinity, and he had a trial run of his powers to slowly figure out the powers of a scholar of yore. Worms of spirit can be split into 600 pieces. The godhood patterns have also changed to a certain degree. It's even more complicated, and it can showcase concepts of strength, strangeness, and supernaturalness. The changes in my godhood patterns firstly originate from the newly obtained characteristic, and secondly, it comes from the mysticism knowledge contained within the potion. This is both a result of the Beander characteristic and also something obtained from a higher level. After becoming a true high-sequence Beander, is it possible to directly change the knowledge at a higher dimension to affect Beanders at other sequences? Deciphering a potion formula from the godhood patterns seems like an actual example. Also, at the level of sequence 3, the changes in godhood patterns have a personal effect. This is closely related to prayer and responses. As a scholar of yore, the corresponding honorific names will be different in nature. This is because of different personalities, experiences, and traits. Yes, I can allow different worms of spirit to instinctively listen to prayers and respond to them when it's a relatively uncomplicated matter. It doesn't affect my other actions. The specially marked ones and more complicated matters will be handed over to my actual body. A scholar of yore can use a worm of spirit to act as a god, but what about other sequence 3 Beyonders from other pathways? It's impossible for them to respond while sleeping, right? Heh, I'll think of my honorific name as a scholar of yore later. I'll first study the specific abilities. A scholar of yore's main ability is to obtain help from history. This is split into two parts. One is to borrow strength from my past self. This is rather embarrassing for me. It's currently useless because the past me is definitely weaker than the present me. Yes, when I was hanging above the door of light above the gray fog, I was just an ordinary person, compared to those who were important figures in the past but are now weak due to all kinds of reasons. This is a godly skill. One can be a baby crying for ice cream while engaging in a sequence 1 battle. It would be impossible to find any weaknesses. The only problem is that it's not long-lasting. Of course, as more time passes after I become a scholar of yore, this will begin to show its effects. I can often borrow strength from my past scholar of yore self so that I wouldn't have any moment of weakness. Even if I were to suffer serious injuries, to a certain extent, this is something that's self-perpetuating, preventing myself from ever being in a nadir until my spirituality is completely drained. Yes, before my spirituality is drained, I can always borrow energy from my past self. There's no limit to the number of times. As for my current spirituality, even without the process of recovering, I can borrow power nearly 10 times a day, maintaining it for 5 minutes each time. The second part is to summon images from the historical void. It can be humans or objects. The more detailed and the better the understanding I have of the corresponding piece of history and matters, the higher the chance of success is and the longer it will last. Similarly, the lower the target's level is, relative to me, the higher the chance of success and the longer it can be maintained. In addition, increasing my affinity with the target will increase the chances of success and the time it can be maintained. These are the 3 conditions to succeed. Furthermore, when summoning someone of a higher level than myself, or an item, even if I barely succeed, the final projection will only have a portion of the strength and quality of the original. It can't be one who's at full strength. Also, I can only maintain 3 images summoned from the historical void at any point in time, including those summoned by my marionettes. Currently, even if it's the most ordinary item or something that was once mine, I can maintain its availability for a maximum of 15 minutes. The fact that the target has a close relationship with me is worth rumination. In essence, borrowing power from one's own body is also a form of summoning. It's just that one's relationship with oneself is extremely close, so there's no possibility of failure. It's an extreme example. In other words, if I were to summon the important figures from the historical void, it would be best to establish a friendly relationship with them, and maintain it for a long time. Yes, if I were to summon Mr. Azek's projection, the chances of success will definitely be higher than projecting other angels. How is this a Beyonder power? This is obviously studies related to EQ, relationships, and interpersonal communication. As he sighed with emotion, Klein sincerely felt that the core powers of a scholar of yore were godly. After all, those that involved history and time were most likely extremely magical. However, in order to put it to use to its fullest potential, one had to have sufficient intelligence, and also make the necessary preparations. This was an unchanging requirement of the seer pathway. Yes, when summoning images from the historical void, there's no way to communicate with them. That is to say that a scholar of yore can't interfere with history and change the past. From the angle of acting, this can be summarized as witnessing fate, affecting the present, and the inability to reverse the past. Apart from the ability to transfer a certain part of ailments, wounds, curses, attacks, prophecies, and observations to paper figurine substitutes, there's another power. It can transfer a certain part to the target. Before one discovers that it's fake, things can continue proceeding as per normal. Heh, if anyone loses their heart while their brain remains active, I can give them a paper heart for a short period of time. He will be able to obtain strength from history to beat and circulate blood. The time it takes to attain initial control of spirit body threads has shortened to 2 seconds, and completely transforming into a marionette takes 10 seconds. The maximum range for the two is 500 meters. By controlling a marionette, the limit to swapping positions is 5 kilometers. Flame jump is also 5 kilometers. I can freely control the might of air cannon, and at its maximum might, it's equivalent to a coastal defensive cannon. A creature that can transform into a physical form whose characteristics have a difference that does not exceed a certain level. Some of the organs created can be used, while others are only decorations. Phew, this is a scholar of yore who has digested most of the potion. After examining himself, Klein slowly stood up. He planned on entering the world above the gray fog to check on the changes in Saphira Castle. Chapter 1139. A different form of companionship. Above the endless grayish-white fog, Klein's figure appeared in the ancient palace. He only looked around briefly, and he realized that there were a few changes. The most obvious point was that the state of the mysterious space and its layout had been fully projected into his spirit body. Even at a great distance, he could still see the grayish-white clouds and that strange door of light. Apart from the palace that I conjured and the door of light that originally existed, there's nothing here. It's empty, boundless, and full of power of a high level. As he murmured, he sat down, raised his right hand, and gently lifted it up. In the blink of an eye, the entire gray fog boiled. The mysterious space it carried quaked as beams of slightly dark light emitted. When the light gathered together, it condensed into a translucent angel with illusory wings on its back, as per Klein's will. It had the same level and power as an angel. It was majestic and sacred, with an oppressive aura. There's no need to add the Black Emperor card, the Tyrant card, or the Red Priest card. There's no need to use the Sea God scepter either. With my power alone, I can stir most of the powers of this mysterious space to its fullest potential, allowing the Fool's Angel to become a true Sequence 2 angel. Of course, this angel is unable to respond to prayers or be maintained for too long. It only exists in the embrace form and within a few attacks, having some powers in the domain of miracles. Indeed, being able to revive is a gift from Saphira Castle. As for how many more times I can be resurrected, I can't come to a conclusion now. If I can obtain a grade 0 sealed artifact and use its level to observe it, I should be able to see it more clearly. I'll just treat it as one more time. It's not a bad thing to err while being cautious. This reminds me to be careful and cautious. This is the way for Beyonders of the Seer pathway to survive. Unfortunately, this miracle can only be used for myself for now. Yes, at most, in order to truly possess and control this mysterious space, I have to become an angel or even a sequence 1 angel at least. It lives up to its name as Saphira Castle. As for that strange door of light, its requirements are even higher. It's impossible to tell if there are any hidden dangers at the moment. What's the meaning of the existence of Saphira Castle? Baiting transmigrators to revive the original creator. With a flick of his right hand, the holy and powerful angel dissipated in midair. The entire Saphira Castle calmed down. Following that, Klein stood up and took a step towards the grayish-white cloud in midair. He stood in front of the strange door of light formed from countless spherical lights. The door of light was tainted with some bluish-black color. Each spherical light's essence was a transparent and translucent worm that formed into a ball. As he stared at the transparent cocoons hanging by the black threads, Klein extended his right hand and slowly reached out to the door of light in an attempt to touch it. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. His hand finally touched the edge of the door of light, but it passed right through as if it was just an illusion. However, compared to his previous attempt, the illusory door of light was clearly a little stickier, as though it was about to turn corporeal. This is an item that represents the essence of Saphira Castle. After pondering for a few seconds, he turned and returned to the ancient palace. Without any delay, he left the world above the gray fog and began experimenting with the various powers he had just acquired. I have to first get an honorific name. The prayer response range for a sequence 3 Beyonder is a region. This range is different depending on the authority that one wields. Clearly, a Sea King's range is a relatively far-reaching type, therefore, this honorific name of mine also has its limits. The protector of all the poor children in Backland. It feels odd. Yes, other people might have a limitation, but it's not necessarily the case for me. I can use the spirit world and the blessed of Saphira Castle as a replacement. I should be the only one who is blessed in both regions. It's unique enough. This way, as long as someone is in the same city or district as me, they can use this honorific name to pray to me. There's nothing I can do if we're not in the same area. I can't possibly do the same as throwing the sea god scepter above the gray fog, splitting a few worms of spirit to the world above the gray fog, and using Saphira Castle's level to respond throughout the entire world. Although I can't confirm the relationship between the Dark Angel and the ancient Sun God, this is enough to remind me to be careful with my avatars and marionettes. Also, it's not as simple as splitting a few worms. A large number of worms of spirit have to be left in Saphira Castle to achieve the desired effect. I'm currently unable to do that. Right, my mental state isn't too bad. I don't have a dissociative disorder, nor do I have the irresistible urge to become cold and terrifying. This means that the mark of a scholar of yore in history is his anchor. Also, the Emperor's situation worsened only after he became an angel, causing him to have no choice but to rely on his believers as anchors to anchor him in place. I'm still one huge level away. I need to find out what else can be used as anchors, apart from believers, to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Amidst his thoughts, Klein picked up pen and paper. He wrote the first line of his honorific name. The Blessed of the Spirit World and Saphira Castle. After some thought, he began writing the second and third lines based on his rich experience and knowledge he got from his godhood patterns. The mystery stemming from ancient times. The witness of an extended history. Since a sequence 3 Beyonder wasn't a true deity, he couldn't use a 3-line description. After some thought, he added 2 more lines. Protector of magic and drama performers. The Great German Sparrow. In fact, non-true deities could also use 3-line descriptions, but one of them had to rely on the level of a true god. For example, Klein could use, Blessed of the Evernight Goddess. Under such circumstances, it was essentially similar to a type of summoning incantation, not an honorific name for prayers, similar to that of messengers. And if the messenger was a spirit world creature, the restriction of being the blessed of a particular true deity was unnecessary. Therefore, it was often unknown what would be summoned, making it rather dangerous. After repeatedly deliberating for a while, Klein controlled his marionette, Enuni, and recited the honorific name in ancient Hermes. A few seconds later, Klein raised his right hand and rubbed his temples with an odd expression. He didn't hear the prayer. What's wrong with this honorific name? Klein carefully deliberated over it a few times and gradually came up with an idea. I might not be the only blessed of the spirit world and Saphira Castle. The hounds of Fulgrim also count. I have to add a limitation. After some modifications, Enuni once again recited in ancient Hermes, the blessed of the spirit world and Saphira Castle. The witness of an extended history. Protector of backland magic and drama performers. I pray for your blessings. I hope you can light up the darkness in front of me. Just as Enuni's voice faded, Klein heard his prayer. Furthermore, it was only heard by a few worms of spirit. It didn't affect his actual body at all. This is very different from the prayer coming from Saphira Castle. It's very clear. With a thought, his worm of spirit gave a response based on the rules he had made ahead of time. With a whoosh, a ball of fire appeared in front of Enuni. It floated in midair, illuminating the entire room. Not bad. If I use Hermes to pray, I have to set up a ritual and draw symbols. As for essential oils and herbs, it doesn't matter if they're provided or not. Am I someone who will be pleased by these things? The symbols are formed from the scrolls representing history, the complete eye that represents witness, and the lines symbolizing change. For the time being, Klein had no intention of spreading his honorific name. After all, letting others know that Gehrman Sparrow had reached sequence 3 would be a case of him losing a trump card. Furthermore, he had the alternate identity as Sea God and the Fool. There was no need for a new honorific name. With a snap of his fingers, he lit the paper with the honorific name of Gehrman Sparrow on the table. A scholar of yore also has the means to create a fog to lower the temperature, but it's not a core power. Next, I have to try to summon a projection from the historical void. Who shall be my first volunteer? As he muttered silently to himself, Klein suddenly sighed. He then half closed his eyes and used his godhood to allow a portion of his spirit to enter the gray fog and roam amidst history. Following the various locations that he had previously established, he instantly arrived in front of a spot made of light. There was a spacious and bright room with 2 rows of floor-to-ceiling windows in the spot of light. In the room, a man wearing a dark red coat embroidered with golden lines was standing by the window, looking at the place where the sun had set. He looked to be in his 30s, with long chestnut curly hair, blue eyes, high nose bridge, and thin lips. He had a neat mustache and looked rather good. Russell Gustav. In a street in North Borough, a thin-faced young man with a wide forehead and a monocle was sitting in a coffee shop by the side of the road. He held a fountain pen and thought seriously. He raised his other hand and pinched his monocle. Finally, he wrote down a sentence. The blessed of the spirit world and Saphira Castle. Then, the fountain pen stopped moving, as if he had not thought of what to write next. In a rented 2-bedroom apartment at East Borough, Klein took out his golden pocket watch and opened it. He had already made an appointment with Miss Sharon and Marie to meet in an uninhabited house tonight. After some thought, he raised his right hand and grabbed at the space in front of him. A simple, ancient brass key appeared in his palm. This was the master key that had once helped him defeat Wraith Steve and prevent the true creator from descending. It allowed one to hear Mr. Door's ravings on the night of the full moon. Now, by summoning it back from the historical void, it could be used for 10 minutes. To a scholar of yore, anything that they once possessed, regardless if they were eventually sold, returned, destroyed, or lost for all sorts of reasons, can never really be considered lost. They just exist alongside the scholar of yore in a different form of companionship. Looking at the master key in his hand, Klein sighed in satisfaction. With this item, if he could grasp the corresponding ritual, he could directly speak to Mr. Door as well. After putting away the master key, he put on his double-breasted frock coat and silk top hat, picked up his golden cane, and walked out of the room. Chapter 1140, Plans. Backland, East Borough, 7 Pinster Street. After a busy day, Leonard finally had the chance to ask his questions. Old man, what is Saphira Castle? The slightly aged voice in his mind fell silent for a few seconds. He chuckled and said, the place where you meet every Monday is most likely Saphira Castle. Leonard never expected to hear such an answer. His mind went blank for a moment. He was surprised, shocked, and confused, mixed together with the thoughts of it being impossible for it to pop out of nowhere and the poignant feelings of how complicated things were. After a while, he pressed in a low voice, what kind of place is Saphira Castle? As though sighing and laughing self-deprecatingly, Pallas Zoroast said, Actually, I'm not too sure. I've only heard some rumors. It's different from the creation myth, you know. Rumor has it that the original creator left behind 9 different entities. They were kingdoms, cities, rivers, oceans, and keys. Saphira Castle was one of them. It might not actually be a castle, but something else. As for what its exact form is, you might know it better than me. The reason why I'm certain of its existence is because I sensed it when I became an angel, but I was unable to see it and establish a connection with it. My great-grandfather mentioned a theory that the 9 entities might have something to do with the Sephiroth of the second blasphemy slate. Unfortunately, because of various reasons, he was unable to decipher the details related to the Sephiroth. Leonard calmed down. Leaning back against the sofa, he asked thoughtfully, "Old man, do you suspect that Mr. Fool is the embodiment of Sephiroth?" Based on what he had seen and heard from the Tarot Club and Old Man's occasional lecture, he had a certain understanding of matters regarding the deities. After a long silence, Pallas Zoroast replied, "Perhaps." Under the strict curfew at night, there were almost no pedestrians on the streets of Backland. Occasionally, there would be carriages passing by, carrying people of status. After arriving at the agreed-upon house, Klein wasn't in a hurry to enter. He half-closed his eyes, raised his right hand, and grabbed at something in front of him. He pulled out another Sherlock Moriarty wearing a black double-breasted frock coat and a silk half-top hat while holding a gold-inlaid cane. This was the image of him from the historical void when he left his residence earlier. As Klein was right in front of him, this image appeared stiff, like a prop on stage. According to his previous experiments, Klein knew that this was the mysticism principle of a unique shared consciousness in time. To put it simply, everyone was essentially unique. If one's true body remained sentient, the projection wouldn't remain sentient. It was the same when summoning projections of the deceased from the historical void, a result Klein suspected to be attributed to his insufficient level. In short, his projections could only engage in more mechanical and instinctive battles. Something that was unknown to the scholars of yore had prevented them from giving a corresponding answer even if they experienced it for themselves. This confirmed one of Klein's guesses. Those fragments a scholar of yore could see in the historical fog was something he had learned in real life and had studied. Simply put, the fog needed a scholar of yore to light it up, bit by bit. Of course, Klein also suspected that if the historical fragments of the same matter had been mostly lit up, the rest would very likely be presented naturally. At least the corresponding ability won't be lost just because I don't understand it well enough. As long as there's a projection in the historical void, that state will be a complete snapshot. That's enough. Klein looked at the projection that could only act on instinct. His body suddenly vanished and entered the grayish-white fog. Since hounds of Fulgrim, who weren't full scholars of yore, could live in the historical void, there was no reason that a true scholar of yore couldn't. The only problem was that there was a time limit. In addition, if time dragged on, the marionettes in the real world would definitely die. However, this was only changing the form of companionship it had with a scholar of yore. As Klein's body entered the grayish-white fog, his consciousness suddenly came alive in the projection. He raised his hand and pressed down on his top hat. Wearing the face of Sherlock Moretti, he came outside of the house. Following their agreement, he took out the master key and placed it against the door, turning it gently. His figure appeared in the room, and under the crimson moonlight, he quickly surveyed his surroundings. The sofas, cupboards, high-back chairs, coffee tables, and other furniture were evidently old. They seemed to come from the previous century. In the dark environment, in a gothic regal dress and a matching bonnet, Sharon suddenly appeared on a high-back chair. "Good evening." This puppet lady nodded slightly and greeted him. If she hadn't spoken, she would be a classic and most exquisite doll. At the same time, Marie, who was wearing a white shirt and black vest, also phased into existence on the sofa. "Sir, it's already winter. Aren't you cold wearing just this?" "All right, you're dead." One who isn't afraid of the cold. After lampooning inwardly, Klein took off his hat and bowed at the blonde, blue-eyed, pale-faced Sharon. "Good evening, Miss Sharon." He then turned around and said to Marie, "Good evening." To this wraith who was formerly a zombie, the deepest impression Klein had of him was his card game with the zombies he controlled. "We should play cards when we have the time." He sighed silently. The reason why he suddenly thought of playing cards was because he had previously analyzed the combat styles of Scholar of Yore, and he realized that if he were to encounter Zeratul, both sides would very likely end up playing a card game. You throw a Consul Russell card, I'll throw an Emperor Russell card. You throw a Bernadette card, I'll throw a Benoit. If you throw the half-full card, I'll match it with amen. I didn't expect that the battle between a seer would one day become playing cards. It's a realistic, abnormally harrowing game of cards, sigh, but Zeratul is a sequence 1 angel, and he wouldn't give me a chance to play cards. Besides, my success rate at summoning the important figures in the historical void is rather low. Klein retracted his gaze and took the initiative to say to Sharon, I've recently needed to do something. It's rather difficult and dangerous. One of the steps is to collect Beander blood from the 22 different pathways. As for the Wraith pathway, the only person I can ask for help is you and Marie. You should be skilled at hexes, and you should have a way to remove the connection between your blood and yourself. In fact, he could have attempted to summon Admiral of Blood Senor on the spot and mix his blood into the porcelain jar. However, he didn't know if it would be effective, nor could he divine it. After all, this involved a level that exceeded Sequence 1, and he lacked information. The only thing he could confirm was that drawing that symbol didn't bring him and the suppliers any danger. Due to the fact that a scholar of yore had many means at their disposal, he had even tried to summon the former witch Trissa. He easily subdued her and smeared her blood onto Grossel's travels. However, it was useless. After some thought, Klein believed that a logical contradiction on the timeline had happened, preventing him from success. That blood was formerly provided by Trissa of the past. The person Grossel's travels pulled in would undoubtedly be the former Trissa, so it was equivalent to changing history. Since history couldn't be changed, the experiment failed. After listening to Sherlock Moriarty's request quietly, Sharon said without any change in expression, okay. How much do you want? Miss Sharon's reaction is exactly as I imagined. Klein took out a glass tube. 1 tube would suffice. Dressed in a Gothic regal dress, Sharon raised her right hand slightly. The glass tube seemed to possess a life of its own as it left Klein's palm and flew over. Right on the heels of that, the doll-like lady's right hand landed on her left wrist. Her nails suddenly grew long and became unusually sharp. With just a light stroke, a wound opened up at her wrist. Blood seeped out, but it didn't drip down. Instead, it floated up and entered the glass tube. By the time the tube was filled, Sharon's wound had healed instantly, leaving no scar behind. The stopper jumped into the tube and spun a few times to automatically seal the tube. During this process, the pale-faced Sharon wore an impassive expression, as if she had suppressed all the feelings in her heart. Looking at the tube of blood in her hand, Sharon reached out with her left hand and touched it, slowly sliding from top to bottom. This was done to remove her connection to the blood. After doing all of this, the blood tube leapt up and flew back into Klein's hands. Is there anything else I can help you with? Sharon sat on a high-backed chair and said calmly. Not for now, thank you. Klein shook his head and snapped his fingers, igniting a scarlet flame in his palm. The flame quickly rose and enveloped the glass tube. By the time the redness dissipated, the blood was gone. This was a new change in flaming jump. It could transfer the items on him to his marionette or body. Apart from this, all sorts of Beander powers from before had been enhanced and modified. Having used his new powers skillfully, he looked at Sharon and asked casually, how's the digestion of your puppet potion? When he first met Miss Sharon, he felt that she was like a doll. He believed that, regardless of her nature, or it being a result of the temperance principle, it would have been a form of prior acting. It would be of great help to the digestion of the puppet potion. Not bad, Sharon replied calmly. I should be able to digest everything in another 1 to 2 years. 1 to 2 years, indeed, no matter how fast it is, it's counted in years. But for me, it's been less than half a year. This isn't something to be proud of. It was all arranged, of course, if you count the time I was hung above the door of light, it's counted in millennia. Miracle Invoker, if I can escape this fate, I might be able to create a miracle. Klein sighed inwardly and gently nodded. What are your plans for the time being? Sharon said, I hope to restore teacher's body. Marie, who was sitting on the sofa, added, but didn't you say that the leader of the secret order, Zeratul, is in Backland and is closely related to the Rose School of Thought? Yes, Klein said with a smile. Wait patiently, there will be a chance. This was actually a form of consolation. Even though he had become a scholar of yore and had found many helpers, he had no intention of dealing with Zeratul at the moment. A sequence 1 in full would definitely be unimaginably terrifying. Furthermore, the more he exposed himself to the path of Seer, the more Klein could understand how terrifying and difficult it was to kill Zeratul. After stopping George Ill's apotheosis, Klein planned on leaving Backland and giving himself more time to grow. Chapter 1141. Deep Winter. Sonia C., Passu Island, Chasm of Storm Cathedral. This was the headquarters of the Church of the Lord of Storms, the holiest of holy temples, a place blessed by God. The murals that were painted in blue, silver, green, and golden colors seemed rough, but they had a sacred and majestic vibe to them. Coupled with the dome that stood at a height with in excess of 100 meters, it made all who stood there feel how puny they were. It made one unable to resist bowing their head. Alger Wilson had already undergone the ritual and had, truly, become a Sequence 5 ocean songster. At this moment, he had come here with the same batch of recently advanced Beyonders, awaiting the preaching of Pontiff Guard 2. Indeed, it's really easy to lose control when consuming excess potions. I've already digested all the past potions, but I nearly succumbed this time. After I leave Passu Island, I'll borrow the unshadowed crucifix from the sun and purge the excess characteristic. This can both be exchanged for money, and it can also be used to secretly nurture some Beyonders who are loyal to me. Alger used the reflection of the blue stone tiles on the ground to see that his hair had darkened and thickened. At this moment, the sound of a booming musical instrument exploded in the hearts of every Beyonder, spreading extreme fear. Pontiff Guard 2 walked out with a scepter in hand, went up a dais, and faced the crowd. He said in a deep, rumbling voice, "Congratulations, everyone. You are one step closer to the Lord." He was wearing a papal tiara with sapphires, emeralds, and other gems. He wore a dark blue robe that was nearly black. On top of it was silver and gold silk embroidered with symbols of lightning, storms, and oceans. His aura was deep and majestic, as though a tempest was about to strike. This grounded angel, the spokesperson of the Lord of Storms, was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. However, everyone knew that Guard 2 had been helming the Council of Cardinals for nearly a century. As a blessed of the gods, this level of longevity wasn't strange in the eyes of the believers. It was normal to not have anything to fear. Upon hearing the pontiff's praise, Alger didn't have any thoughts. He clenched his right fist and struck his left breast, shouting, "Holy Lord of Storms." In the next 15 minutes, they quietly listened to Guard II's preachings. After completing this process, Alger received his mission from a high-ranking deacon. He was to head to Sonia Island and lay an ambush in the surrounding waters, in search for opportunities to attack the port, or supply ships and Faceac merchant ships. Just as Audrey put on her blue cloak in preparation to bring her golden retriever, Susie, her maidservant, Annie, and the others to the Lowen Charity Bursary Foundation at Phelps Street, she saw her father, Earl Hall, enter through the main door. "Father, good morning. Did you not come home last night?" Audrey looked him up and down in puzzlement. "You could tell." Earl Hall stroked his lovely mustache and asked with a smile. Realizing that her father was in a good mood, Audrey turned her green eyes and said with a faint smile, "Your coat reeks of cigarettes. It implies that you haven't taken it off for some time. Not to mention that's an outdoor set of clothing." Apart from this, there were many other details that could lead to the same conclusion, but Audrey deliberately didn't mention it. As Earl Hall took off his coat and handed it to his valet, he chuckled and said, "Not bad at all. You're very observant. It looks like your work at the Bursary Foundation has greatly benefited you. I was at the Prime Minister's the entire night, waiting for news." Having said that, Earl Hall sighed and said, "Winter County and Midseashire's front line has once again repelled the Faceation attack. With the onset of the harsh winter, we can finally catch our breaths." Audrey blinked, perfectly expressing her surprise. Earl Hall immediately smiled. "I understand your puzzlement. The newspaper only mentions what we want the people to know. The defense lines at the Amantha mountain range and the various cities along Midseashire's coast aren't as robust as you think. In the first round of the attacks, our fleet and soldiers suffered a tremendous loss. In order to not cause any panic, we announced that there were wins on both sides. We also made all the large shipyards and factories work like mad to contribute to the war machine. In this period of time, the two lines were almost breached several times. Many critical areas were lost and recovered. These repeated seesaws was apparently a human meat grinder. Luckily, we've finally lasted to this point. This winter will be the turning point of the war. Actually, I know, the number of people who died, went missing, and the casualty numbers might be concealed, but it still presents quite a few problems. Besides, winter might not necessarily be a good thing. Faceac's weather warlocks are very good at using such situations." Audrey's heart sank as she hurriedly controlled her emotions and smiled. "That's great. I hope we can quickly have peace restored." Earl Hall was taken aback as he said, "His Majesty plans to give a speech to everyone in the kingdom on Saturday and tell them that we will prevail." When the time comes, the cities and villages will be gathered at their respective squares. The latest technology will be used to allow everyone to hear his speech. The latest technology, gather the entire kingdom in various squares to listen to the king's speech. Audrey suddenly thought of Mr. World's reminder and decided to inform him of this matter. Organize a large number of people to listen to a speech. This must be the corresponding ritual, right? George III is about to hold the Black Emperor ritual. After receiving the latest news from Miss Justice, Klein returned to the real world with a solemn expression. He paced back and forth in the rental apartment and didn't delay any further. He took out a pen and paper and quickly wrote, "I've already gathered the Beander blood of 20 pathways. I'm just short of assassin and criminal. George III will be holding a speech for most of the kingdom's citizens this Saturday. You should know what this might mean. In addition, I need the ritual to communicate with Mr. Door." After folding the letter and getting Reinette Tinekere to send it out, Klein slowly exhaled as he couldn't help but think of all sorts of thoughts. The Demonesses' blood shouldn't be a problem. Trissa seems very determined to foil George Ill's scheme. I can reveal something to Queen Mystic, that I'm able to enter the secret mausoleum, although her main goal is to revive the Emperor and she is unwilling to make an enemy out of George III, the Emperor might not be able to return if George III succeeds. I'm waiting for the chief of the City of Silver to return to provide the Devil's Blood. The hunting team that he led has set off for more than 10 days. They should be returning soon. In theory, there's still time. There's no problem. If not, I'll use the two contingencies. First, I'll use the Blatherer's aura to replace the blood. Second, I'll summon the devils that I've encountered in the past from the historical void and extract their blood. In a room in the Backland Bridge area that didn't look anything special, the lustrous black-haired Trissa reached out and retrieved a letter from the mirror. She opened it and her brows gradually frowned. It was especially endearing. Is it finally happening? Trissa's expression changed a few times. She seemed hesitant, resistant, afraid, and confused. Finally, she smiled and muttered in a twisted voice, "I've killed so many people and caused so many tragedies. Even if I were to die this time, it wouldn't be a total loss." After a few seconds of silence, Trissa took out a glass test tube from her black dress's pocket. It wasn't her blood, but another demoness's. Her original name was Sherman, who had later called herself Charmaine. As a qualified, senior demoness, Trissa had found an opportunity to take some of Charmaine's blood while nurturing her. A necessary component for curses, it might not have been of use most of the time, but it could effectively prevent any accidents. After Charmaine's death, Trissa didn't abandon the tube of blood. This was because there were many occasions when demonesses needed such materials, just like now. City of Silver, in a particular residence. As soon as the lightning frequency increased, Derek got out of bed, lit the stove, and quickly grilled some mushroom bread. This bread was even more exquisite and delicious than the original black-faced grass. He loved it very much, and he looked forward to his 3 daily meals. The only problem was that the yield of mushrooms that could make bread wasn't too high. Due to the limited number of monster corpses, every resident was only limited to 1 claim a week, enough for 4 to 5 meals. After thousands of years of hard work, the area around the City of Silver was relatively safe, with relatively few monsters. Derek heard that someone had deliberately placed himself in the darkness to hunt monsters for the nurturing of mushrooms, hoping to be bait. Then, he was eaten. Those mushrooms have made everyone feel optimistic. That's not good. Derek thought of the wistfulness before the chief left and shook his head. He picked up a jar he obtained from another city ruin and poured out some white milk. Frankly speaking, he didn't like milk, but it was described by Miss Justice as something that could help humans grow taller and stronger. This was enough to move him. As a resident of the City of Silver, Derek knew that, as he hadn't chosen the giant pathway, the chances of him growing taller and bulkier in the future were low. However, he secretly hoped to reduce the gap between him and his friends. Milk gave him that opportunity. Gulp, gulp. With a serious expression, Derek drank today's milk rations. Just as he was about to get some mushroom bread, he suddenly sensed something and looked out the window. A person grew out of the shadows outside the door and said from afar, "Derek, the chief wants me to give you this bottle of blood." "The chief is back." Derek suddenly stood up and said, "All right, thank you." The moment he finished speaking, he saw the shadow in the gap come alive, pushing out a small metal bottle. Derek knew very well that it contained the devil blood that Mr. World wanted. Chapter 1142, Warning. After removing the paper angel wrapping the ceramic jar, Klein poured the bottle of devil's blood into it, and he stirred it with a glass stick he conjured for some time. Phew, I've finally gathered everything. He looked for a few seconds and sighed. This way, he still had enough time to prepare before George III's ceremony. As for whether the assassin and devil blood had enough time to be rid of the connection with its original host, he wasn't concerned, as he had confirmed that the original owners of the two sets of blood were dead. He divined the origins of the assassin blood to figure out if it belonged to Demoness Trissa. If it did, he considered leaving some and smearing it on the surface of Grossel's travels after everything was over. He was left in disappointment, but he wasn't surprised. He had long realized that Trissa was as cautious as he was. The Demoness pathway also has the instigator sequence. It requires a high level of intelligence. Yes, the instigator and conspirer potions should have the effect of increasing one's intelligence. Otherwise, Danitz's future would be bleak. As he thought, he threw the ceramic jar into the junk pile. He then returned to the real world and began to browse through the detailed ritual Trissa had provided. This was a ritual that could help him speak to Mr. Door during the full moon. A total of 9 gems, isn't this too extravagant? He casually muttered as he read it. As a tycoon who had donated quite a bit of money, he still had nearly £30,000 in liquid assets, £14,000 in cash, £15,000 worth of gold bars, £35 of gold coins, and some change. It wasn't that he couldn't afford gems, but it was too wasteful. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, he decided to try using the images in the historical void as stand-ins. After all, he had no intention of pleasing Mr. Door. Once the ritual ended and the gems disappeared, Mr. Door wouldn't be able to do anything to him. If it doesn't work, I'll consider purchasing it at the jewelry store. Klein stood up and set up a ritual in the room outside the rental flat. After finishing his other preparations, he stretched out his right hand and slowly and heavily grabbed at the thin air in front of him. He pulled out an ancient brass key from the air. This was the key tool to summon Mr. Door, the master key. Right after that, Klein grabbed at the air in front of him solemnly again and pulled out an object from thin air. The item emitted a tranquil glow that was in the shape of the full moon. Embedded around it were a row of scarlet gems. In the middle was a symbol, representing the moon in many mysterious patterns. Scarlet lunar corona. It was the scarlet lunar corona that currently belonged to Sharon. It could create the effects of a full moon, allowing the person holding the master key to hear Mr. Door's ravings. If he only wanted to hear what Mr. Door was shouting, this would have been sufficient. There was no need to hold any more rituals, but his goal was to speak to the King of Angels. Therefore, he had to follow the procedure. After placing the master key and the scarlet lunar corona on the altar, he recalled for a moment and reached out his right hand again, pulling out a handful from thin air. This time, he took out a gorgeous necklace made studded with diamonds and jadeite. My experiences as Dwayne Dantes are rather useful after all. Otherwise, how could I have come into contact with so many female members of high society and dance with them, allowing me to see accessories of different styles and materials? And without such close proximity for observation, how could I easily summon the corresponding historical void images? This can last 15 minutes. That's enough. Having met his simple goal, Klein sighed in satisfaction. Then, he continued to extend his right hand, preparing to gather the 9 gems he needed from the ladies and madams he knew in the past. In a second, his hand stopped in midair and his expression turned odd. I forgot that I can only maintain 3 historical void images. What should I do? Swap this necklace and find an accessory that has at least 9 gems. Let me think about whether I've seen anything like that before. Yes, I can use dream divination to recall. This is dream divination meant for times like this. Seer and scholar of yore are quite compatible after all. Well, this is also an extreme form of magic. Amidst his thoughts, Klein was just about to find a chair and do the divination when he suddenly frowned. He realized that something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to forget that he could only summon 3 historical void images at the same time. This is a subtle warning from my spirituality. Looking at the master key and the scarlet lunar corona on the altar, he waved his right hand gently, causing them to vanish. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and recited the honorific name. He went above the gray fog and sat at the seat belonging to the fool. He conjured a pen and paper and carefully wrote. Speaking to Mr. Door now is dangerous. This divination was clearly directed at Mr. Door, so Klein was bound to suffer a certain backlash effect. However, he had already obtained basic ownership over Saphira Castle, allowing him to use the power of an angel, so he believed that he could withstand Mr. Door. After all, he was exiled and sealed. He removed the spirit pendulum on his left wrist and held it with his left hand, allowing it to hang over the surface of the paper. He closed his eyes and recited the divination statement 7 times in a high-strung manner. Without a sound, a shadow suddenly flashed across his mind. It seemed to completely screen his spiritual perception. He hurriedly opened his eyes and saw that the topaz pendant had shattered into powder. After my initial grasp of Saphira Castle, some divinations are more concealed. It won't cause any accidents. Yes, is it because my safety is involved in the matter that this has happened, or is it because the gap between me and Mr. Door has been narrowed to a certain extent? Of course, this is referring to the Mr. Door who is in a sealed state, or perhaps, the effects of the two combined. The present result shows that speaking to Mr. Door holds untenable danger. Why though? Klein frowned, unable to come up with any effective speculations or reasonable explanations. After a while, he leaned back against the high-back chair and shook his head with a sigh. He gave up on his original plan. I can only make more preparations in other areas. With his left hand pressed down, the topaz pendant instantly recovered. After all, it was only a projection above the gray fog. Because of the changes in the divination earlier, Klein made some connections. Perhaps prying into the secrets of the twisted and translucent maggots on the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range might not be as dangerous as before. That's highly likely to be a sequence 1 angel of the Antigonus family. It might even be the half-fool that Leonard mentioned to me. If my prying can hold on for a while longer, I can directly discern the formulas of the sequence 2 miracle invoker or sequence 1 attendant of mysteries. There's only one chance. I don't know what sort of developments would happen when dealing with a crazy monster. I'll wait till I'm completely accustomed to the scholar of your potion before making the attempt. Klein rubbed his temples before disappearing from above the gray fog. After returning to the real world, he wasn't in a hurry to clean up the altar. Instead, he sat down and seriously considered what other abnormal preparations he could make. The so-called normal ones were, meeting Queen Mystic once to discuss the details of the cooperation, give Wulasepton, Rhinet Tinacare, Pallas Zoroast more gifts, pray to the Evernight goddess and increase the chances of summoning the ascetic, Ariana's historical void image, familiarizing himself with the core powers of Scholar of Yore. As for the abnormal ones, it was purely based on Klein's own imagination. After some thought, Klein's expression turned solemn. He frowned slightly and reached out his right hand to grab the air. This time, he didn't drag anything out. Klein did it another 10 times, but all of them met with failure. He had no choice but to accept a fact. It was impossible to succeed purely by relying on himself. He then took out his wallet and took out a paper crane. On the surface, he wrote with a pencil, "Give me some luck. I'll bring you some ice cream from the Srenzo restaurant." After folding the paper crane, he entered the room and lay down on the bed. He restored his spirituality by sleeping. In his hazy dream, he saw thin, silver snakes forming a response. 5. No problem. Klein smiled and made a promise. At the next moment, he woke up. He sat up and reached out his right hand again, grabbing a total of 10 times. He still met with complete failure. I can't do it even if I'm lucky enough. It's too difficult. Klein subconsciously wanted to use his finger to wrap the edge of the bed, but he instantly restrained himself. It was a habit of his above the gray fog, so it wasn't suitable for him to bring it to the real world. After pacing back and forth for a long time, he seriously considered all kinds of connections. Finally, he left the bedroom and went to the altar outside which had yet been tidied up. He brought an item back to the real world. It was an ancient book made of goatskin with a dark brown cover. Grossel's Travels. Picking up the book, he took a deep breath, half-closed his eyes as if sensing something. Slowly, he reached out his right hand and grabbed very lightly. Failure. Another grab. It was still a failure. After 5 consecutive failures, Klein's actions became even slower, as though he was taking out a piece of charcoal from a glowing red stove. Suddenly, the muscles on his arm tightened and he carefully pulled back. His right hand slowly retracted, slowly dragging out a rather dull, ancient-looking quill. This came from Revival Square of the southern continent's West Balam's northern state, right beside Ince Zangwil's corpse. This was 008 before Amon's brother picked it up. Chapter 1143, Reasonable Development. I can only maintain it for about a minute or so. That's way too short, isn't it? A thought flashed through Klein's mind. Without thinking about anything else, he took 2 steps to the desk. He put down Grossel's Travels and quickly wrote on a piece of paper with 008. George III plans to use this speech to bait out all his enemies who want to sabotage his ritual. However, if everything goes smoothly and nothing happens, he'll take the opportunity to consume the potion and reveal his trump card to aim for divinity. After all, there are too many unknowns in the future, making it unsafe. Furthermore, he has made appropriate preparations for the ritual, they're already prepared to an adequate level. This is a very reasonable development. After Klein wrote the last sentence, and before he could check if there was anything wrong with the written content, the dim quill in his hand disappeared without a trace, as though it had never existed, and those few words seemed to drain all of his energy, making him feel dizzy. He took a few steps back and collapsed into his chair. It doesn't make sense, it wasn't exhausting for xianxia back then. It should be because I forcefully summoned it, and I didn't dare let 008 weave a story on its own. When I wrote on the piece of paper, I had to rely on my own spirituality to support it. As for xianxia, he could get 008's cooperation, so it wasn't that draining. Klein closed his eyes and used cogitation for a while before feeling better. Under normal circumstances, having had no physical contact with 008 and merely meeting it once had made it impossible for him to summon this grade 0 sealed artifact. However, on the one hand, he had the Snake of Fate to personally augment his luck, and on the other hand, he had Grossel's Travels. This was the item left behind by the Dragon of Imagination Anquelt. Inside it was the City of Miracles, Livsade. It had a connection to a certain degree to an existence like 008. If it wasn't for some high-level existence's disruption, these two items would have long been reunited. Klein didn't know if this fate and particular connection could increase the chances of a successful summoning. He only wanted to give it a try since he didn't stand to lose anything. To his surprise, he really succeeded. And it was precisely because of this that he didn't dare to use Grossel's Travels to bear the contents of 008's projection. He didn't even dare to let them come close, afraid that something irreversible would happen. This was Backland, which had an extremely dense population. Yes, logically speaking, there shouldn't be any accidents. After all, 008 is a historical void projection. It's fake. Grossel's Travels was conjured by the Dragon of Imagination, and it's also fake. A fake combination can't be real in any way. They lack the foundation of a Beander characteristic. I can go back to the uninhabited Reef Island to test it. Klein rubbed his temples and returned to the desk. There, he began reading what he had just written. He didn't directly write that George III would be unsuccessful in his advancement and die on the spot. He believed that if he interfered with a Sequence 1 angel, the projection of 008 wouldn't be able to be so direct. He had to be more tactful. Furthermore, there was also the psychology alchemists and Amon's brother. Overly obvious effects would definitely be detected and easily made use of. All he could do was beat about the bush to mitigate the unknown. I hope it works. After staring at it for a while, he folded the piece of paper and stuffed it into his pocket. Then, he sacrificed Grossel's Travels back above the gray fog. After doing all of this, Klein began to consider another problem. It was when he would head out to buy some ice cream for Will. Backland has Zeratul, and it's very possible that Eamon is there. If I head out too frequently, we might run into each other. It's a little dangerous. Why don't I summon some ice cream for Will from the historical void? It's very real when eating it, and it'll disappear in 15 minutes. There's no need to worry about gaining weight at all. It's just splendid. Klein couldn't help but mumble inwardly. In the end, he decided to change his clothes and leave the house because he had to keep his promise. Saturday morning, the sky was gray and misty. It made one feel inexplicably stifled. This was a common scene in Backland's deep winter. Although the smog wasn't as thick and pungent like last year, the geographical environment and climate characteristics had determined that such situations would definitely exist for a long period of time. Furthermore, victory over environmental pollution was never something that could be declared in a year or two. After putting on a black coat that covered her knees, and a black veil hat, Melissa quickly walked to the door. Benson held his hat and shook his head. A young girl who isn't even 20 years old should be dressed like a teenager. You look overly mature and old-fashioned in that, understand? Old-fashioned. Melissa glanced at her brother and simply replied, the price of a pound of bread has risen by a quarter pence. This price, Benson tsked. He then took out a silver pocket watch covered in vine leaf patterns and snapped it open. Let's go. There's still a long way to go to the municipal square. Melissa tersely responded and went out into the streets with her brother. Good morning, Mrs. Daniel. After taking a few steps forward, Benson saw a neighbor leaving. He greeted her with a smile. He was good at chatting and had long established a good relationship with his neighbors, the lady named Mrs. Daniel wore a pure black dress. She was in her 40s and had a thin face. Her face was covered in a thin black veil that hung down from her hat. When she heard the greeting, she nodded and replied simply, "Good morning, the two of you." She didn't make any small talk, and she coldly walked away. As he watched her back, Benson deliberately slowed down his pace. When they finally opened up a distance, he turned to ask his sister, "What happened to Mrs. Daniel?" "I've been too busy recently, so I haven't visited the neighbors in a long time." Melissa pursed her lips and said, "Mrs. Daniel's eldest son was confirmed to have died on the front line at the Amantha mountain range. News from yesterday. That tall, bashful, but thoughtful, kind, and sincere young lad. When he came back the last time, he said that he was promoted in the army and became an officer," Benson asked in surprise. Melissa nodded. "I couldn't imagine that Larry would die just like that. Just like how she couldn't imagine the tragic deaths of her classmates at school. In just a few seconds, some people could no longer speak, communicate, or study." Benson was silent for a moment before sighing. "I've been busy lately. Actually, I've been dealing with bereavement payments, but perhaps the list I received didn't include Larry, so I'm not sure. There's a lot of information on that list. Some are cheerful, others are humorous, others are the only child within a family. Some are determined, while others are the leaders of the soldiers around them. Some just got married and don't have children. Some are preparing presents for their youngest daughter, while others had love letters with them. They planned on sending it at the post office after the battle, but they're all dead." Melissa and Benson fell silent at the same time, and neither of them spoke for a long time. When they were almost at the intersection, Melissa looked at the road ahead and said in a low voice, "What do you think His Majesty will be talking about in his speech today? Perhaps it's a form of musters, or perhaps it's to convey the faith that we will prevail," Benson said in passing. Melissa turned to look at her brother. "This isn't like you, Benson. Shouldn't you be making some snarky remarks? It should wait till the speech is heard and the specific content is understood. The most basic principle of being a person is to not make comment on things that one doesn't know enough of. Otherwise, they would be worse than a curly-haired baboon," Benson said with a smile. At this moment, he saw another neighbor. The other party's hair was white, and his face was half covered with a scarf. He was wearing a thick jacket and was holding a cloth bag in his hand as he hurried past the siblings. "Mr. Thomas's dressing is so strange. Does he still need to do something else?" Benson looked at the back of the man and asked in puzzlement. Melissa replied in a low voice, "Mrs. Thomas is sick, and that spent quite a bit of their family's savings. Recently, with food prices sharply increasing while Mr. Thomas's income remains the same, he has to queue up at the soup kitchen every few days to get some bread. He's a decent gentleman, so he probably doesn't want others to recognize him. Also, the food at the soup kitchen is always limited. If one's late, there might not be any left. They'll have to go to the cathedral, the workhouse, and other places. The handouts just happened to start after His Majesty's speech, so Mr. Thomas probably wants to go there directly." Benson nodded slowly and asked in concern, "What's wrong with Mrs. Thomas?" "I know a few good doctors. A disease caused by anxiety." Melissa explained what she had heard. "Mrs. Thomas is very worried about her youngest child who's serving in the army." "You mean Thomas Jr.?" Benson frowned slightly. After receiving his sister's confirmation, he fell silent, as if recalling something. After a while, when they approached the nearest municipal square, Benson looked ahead and whispered, "Thomas Jr. is already dead." Melissa didn't respond, but her expression was a little dazed. They walked forward silently, as if they were relying on inertia. More and more people appeared in front of them. These people were either dressed in formal attire or holding canes, dressed up as gentlemen. Otherwise, they were dressed in blue, green, yellow, and red-colored skirts, sweaters and leather jackets matched with pants, or dark-colored petticoats. Their colors were dull. They came out of their houses and from the streets they were on, like water droplets splashing upward. They merged together at the intersection, forming a tiny stream. The stream surged ahead, combining with other tributaries, and flowed into the square's entrance, interweaving into a majestic torrent. The torrent slowly surged forward, flooding the square. Amidst this torrent of humans, Melissa felt like she was as puny as a water droplet. Chapter 1144, narrowly. Due to the fact that they had arrived early, the seats that Melissa and Benson could choose from weren't too bad. They could directly see something strange on the grayish-white stone pillars in the middle of the square. Its two heads dramatically differed in size and were painted with dark blue paint. It was connected to some cables. At the foot of the object was a troop of soldiers in red shirts and white pants. They were carrying grayish-white metal backpacks, as well as complicated structures and small-caliber rifles. They were watching their surroundings in high alert. As more and more citizens gathered, the square began bustling with activity. At 9 o'clock sharp, the strange object on the stone pillar suddenly produced sizzling sounds. Finally, it changed into a deep and thick voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your emperor, ruler of Lowen, East Balam, and Rorstad Archipelago, George Augustus III. That thing can talk. It's using the principles behind the telegram." Melissa's eyes widened as her attention shifted from the speech to the strange thing. At Memorial Square in West Borough, Audrey accompanied her father, mother, and elder brother near the platform. She looked at the king in his formal attire as she attentively listened to his speech. As she knew in advance what George III would be focusing on today, and the mood that would be created, Audrey didn't wear anything that she was fond of. Be it the colors or style, they were nothing a girl would wear. It was the same as the Earl's wife, Caitlin. The dress was simple and conservative. It was black in color without any traces of accessories. "I'm very happy but also feel heavy-hearted to tell everyone that we've finally stopped the first stage of the Phasation attacks. We've foiled their plans of annihilating Lowen within 3 months. But many outstanding young people have already died at the front lines and died in this war. They had a better future ahead of them. They should have accompanied their parents in growing up, aging together with their spouses, and allowing their children to grow up in a loving environment and have a good childhood. The Phasations have destroyed everything." Knowing why this war had started, Audrey wasn't incited by the king's speech. She only felt that he definitely had talent in inciting drama. She heard slight sobbing sounds coming from the crowd around her. She could feel the sadness rising bit by bit as they intertwined and brewed. Her eyes reddened uncontrollably. The king's speech was very fake, but the sorrow of the people was real. In particular, Audrey had seen many family members who had been killed, having helped those who had lost their children, husbands, and father overnight. This is a great resonance of emotions, the best place to consume the manipulator potion. Audrey suddenly came to a realization, but she was unable to make use of it because, not only had she not digested the Dreamwalker potion, but she had yet to provide enough contributions to Mr. World. She slowly took a deep breath and controlled her emotions. She shifted her gaze away from King George III and let her thoughts wander. "Mr. World is very concerned about today's speech. I wonder how he's going to exploit this. I hope it won't lead to a serious accident. That thing called a radio broadcast is based on the principles of wireless radio transmission. Mr. World mentioned that certain factions at sea have already put such technology to use. Compared to the sea, which is constantly affected by storms, something like this is clearly more suitable for use on land." As the thoughts flashed through her mind, the stern and old-fashioned George III finished the first part of his speech and solemnly said, "Let us mourn for our heroes here. Ladies and gentlemen, recite this together with me in your hearts. In the name of Emperor George III, I wish for the dead heroes to be at peace. I hope they will become eternal in the kingdom of the deity they believe in." This sentence carried an indescribable sense of dignity, making everyone, including Audrey, involuntarily lower their heads, clasp their hands, and silently recite, "In the name of Emperor George III. In the name of Emperor George III." On the other side of Memorial Square, Klein, who was wearing a black coat and an ordinary face, stood and prayed with the crowd around him at the same time. He appeared completely normal. After 3 minutes of silence, he used an avian marionette standing on the roof of a nearby building to carefully observe George III's every move in an attempt to find a sign that the king was about to quietly leave and enter the mausoleum to consume the potion. According to Klein's understanding, the "In the name of Emperor George III" segment was core to the entire Black Emperor ritual. If one were to consume the potion, it would definitely happen at this moment, or within 2 to 3 minutes after the collective mourning. The effects would likely be lacking if there was any delay. George III is also silently mourning. He isn't doing anything else. Klein held back his impatience and puzzlement as he patiently waited. Tears streamed down many people's faces as the mourning gradually came to an end. Everyone opened their eyes one after another. At this moment, George III didn't do anything. He spoke again and continued his speech. We've already endured through the most difficult part. We'll definitely defeat this evil in brutality. This is the power of justice. This is the power of every soldier at the front lines. This is the power of every factory worker. The arrangement by 008 wasn't successful. George III has no intention of becoming a god today. He's just trying to bait any enemies who want to destroy his ritual. In any case, he can still give many more speeches like this in the future. Klein frowned slightly as thoughts flashed through his mind. Suddenly, his expression turned solemn as he thought of a possibility. In the blink of an eye, Klein switched places with Enuni, who was hiding in the sewers. The latter was dressed the same as him, and his external appearance looked identical to him. Following that, Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. With the help of the crimson star representing Miss Justice, he used his true vision to observe the situation in the square. He was already a sequence 3 Beander, so there was no need for him to use the sea god scepter to widen his field of view. Of course, compared to a scholar of yore, a sea king's true vision was obviously much larger. However, there was no need for that. The moment his gaze landed on the stage where King George III was giving his speech, his gaze froze. There was no one there, or rather, there was only a fake phantom. It was an imagined George III giving the speech. Before the speech, Klein had been wary of this problem. He had specially observed and confirmed that it was the real George III. Who knew that, within a few minutes, the real George III would become an imaginary George III? In the midst of his silence, he had used the Black Emperor Pathway's powers to distort and silently swap himself with a substitute. George III should have already entered a secret mausoleum and is consuming a potion in an attempt to advance. With a thought, he quickly checked the surrounding area and discovered that there was something abnormal beneath the platform. Boundless black energy was secretly emanating from there. He then picked up the Black Emperor card on the surface of the long bronze table and tried sensing it. Using the law of convergence of Beander characteristics, he confirmed that the power belonged to the Black Emperor pathway and came from distortion powers. Impressive. While using a speech to bait the enemy, he disguised himself as a fake person and secretly left to consume the potion. There's not much time left. Klein's heart tightened as he immediately returned to the real world. In the sewers, he recited in Jotun, the sacred spirit that pursues knowledge. The mysterious world's lighthouse, eyes that pry into fate, the royalty above the sea, the pure and holy Bernadette Gustave. This was the honorific name of Queen Mystic, but it was somewhat different from a normal sequence 3's. Its range was very large and was effective all across Backland. With regards to this, Klein suspected that the eldest daughter of Emperor Russell had used a grade 0 sealed artifact to achieve this effect. Bernadette rarely told her honorific name to anyone, afraid that some enemies would use the prayer and automatic response property to lock onto her position before she reached sequence 2. This was very similar to what Klein had thought of. Klein had come to an agreement with her that, as long as he recited her honorific name, she would choose any secret mausoleum and open the door with the symbol drawn by the blood in an attempt to destroy it. Both of them didn't have any hopes of success, because the guards in the mausoleum would definitely chant the honorific names of the angels every once in a while, causing a situation that allows them to see the corresponding areas through the prayer point of light. Once they discovered something amiss, they would immediately rush over to help. Bernadette's main purpose was to attract attention. Of course, if those angels were to arrive at a slower pace, Queen Mystic could also go from providing support to being the main offensive force. After doing this, Klein immediately stretched out his right hand to grab the air. As his arm pulled back, a figure appeared in front of him. It was a woman with average facial features and dark eyes. She wore a simple robe and a tree-bark belt. Her raven black hair hung down as she stood bare feet without any shoes or socks. The Evernight Cloister's matron, the ascetic leader, the servant of concealment, the grounded angel, Ariana. I succeeded in one try. Klein was shocked, but he didn't think too much about it. He quickly said, "Keep my existence concealed and protect the people of Backland." He was worried that after George III lost control due to the destruction of his ritual, he would rush out of the mausoleum and harm the people of this city. "All right," Ariana replied with a calm expression. She wasn't rigid or stiff at all. "It can't be her, in person, right? Actually, my summoning wasn't successful, but the goddess had already gotten Ma'am Ariana to secretly return to Backland." The moment she sensed that she had been summoned, she came over an angel of the concealment domain also has a certain degree of control over their historical void image. As a thought flashed through his mind, he realized that he had entered a special state, no longer being sensed by the outside world. Chapter 1145, 3 arrows at the same time. Klein didn't have the time to think about such trivial matters. After having his existence concealed, he immediately got Enuni to switch places with a new marionette who was formerly a pirate. Immediately following that, he activated Creeping Hunger and brought Enuni and Konas to the secret mausoleum in Awa County. As he could only maintain 3 images from the historical void at the same time, it was impossible for him to abandon his marionette and directly come over by using a summoned projection. It would occupy a crucial spot. As for the remaining marionettes in Memorial Square, they wouldn't die on the spot in half an hour. They would only appear to be in a daze. However, this wasn't something that would attract too much attention while listening to a speech. Finally, if he didn't return, the Red Gloves team from the Church of Evernight would clean up his tracks. At the same time, outside the secret mausoleum in East Chester County, there was a young lady in a yellow layered dress and a black, old-fashioned bonnet. Pea vines grew out of nowhere as they appeared. Her chestnut hair cascaded down naturally. Her eyebrows were long and straight, and her eyes appeared as though they were filled with a blue sea. Looking at the mountain wall in front of her, Queen Mystic extended her right hand and quickly formed a symbol in the void. Following the movement of her fingertips, drops of bright red blood that resembled shattered gems seeped out and froze in midair. Soon, a complicated symbol formed from layers of doors appeared. They trembled slightly and seemed to resonate with something somewhere else. In the blink of an eye, the blood-colored symbol extended into an illusory translucent door. Through it, one could vaguely see a gigantic mausoleum formed from black rocks. Bernadette immediately walked through the illusory door and arrived inside a dim and dark area. The light here came from the lights of stone pillars and strange underground moss growing on the cliff walls. Together, they illuminated the secret mausoleum in the light fog at the bottom. The symbol provided by Mr. Door was really useful. At this moment, as a ritual was being held deep underground, faint lights gathered, forming a figure midair in the darkness. The figure had a square face, black hair and blue eyes, a high nose bridge, and a thick beard. He looked rather solemn. His appearance and image wasn't unfamiliar to many citizens of the Lowen Kingdom. This was because he had been printed on the front side of 10-pound notes. Of course, people who had never touched 10-pound notes in their entire lives could also see his statue or portraits at Memorial Square. He was the Lowen Kingdom's founder and protector, the first king, William Augustus I. This was an entity referred to as he. With the help of the ritual, he had come here directly from Backland. Bernadette remained impassive. With a flip of her hand, a new item appeared. The item was golden in color, like a miniaturized water flask. However, a candlewick extended out from the mouth of the flask. As Bernadette caressed the surface of the item with her right hand, one that was covered in mysterious and complicated symbols, the candlewick silently ignited. The light it emitted was like a sticky water stream that sprayed upwards, forming a blurry and twisted golden figure. Eternal Genie of the Lamp, my second wish is to obtain the strength of a knowledge emperor for one day. Seizing the opportunity when William Augustus I had yet to fully descend, Bernadette spoke in a solemn voice. The item in her hand was called Magic Wishing Lamp. It might have come as early as the first epoch. Although it had never been obtained by the 7 churches, it had the corresponding grade 0 sealed artifact number 005. This item could grant its owner any 10 wishes, but this was either done in a distorted form, or it came with unpredictable and terrifying outcomes. None of its previous owners had a good ending, including Roussel Gustave. This emperor had warned his daughter that she could use the proper choice of words and make preparations to avoid the harm brought about by the first 2 wishes, but she absolutely couldn't make the 3rd wish. Absolutely not. Meanwhile, the concealed Klein arrived near the secret mausoleum in Awa County without alerting anyone. Although time was tight, he didn't rashly approach the mausoleum by drawing the symbol and opening the door. Instead, he reached out his right hand and grabbed at the air in front of him. After 5 consecutive attempts, the muscles on his arms suddenly tightened, as if he was pulling something extremely heavy. As he retracted his right hand, a figure quickly appeared. The figure's skin was bronze in color. He had a medium build, black hair, brown eyes, and soft facial features. Beneath his right ear was a very thin mole. It was none other than Azek Eggers. However, unlike the Mr. Azek that he knew, the figure's gaze was cold. He wore a deep black robe embroidered with golden threads. He wore a golden, bird-shaped crown, as though he was looking down on all living creatures. This was the former Death Consul, a former Sequence 2 angel. Without sizing him up further, Klein reached out again and grabbed into the void. This time, he didn't seem to have pulled anything out, but in fact, he had summoned the former him from 10 seconds ago, the him who was in a concealed state. Then, Klein threw a small metal bottle at his projection and made himself enter the gray fog's historical void. In his past self, his consciousness suddenly came alive and became extremely agile. This concealed Klein brought the projection of Death Consul Azek and came to the secret mausoleum where the entrance couldn't be seen. He took out a small metal bottle and used his spirituality to draw with the blood that shimmered like gems. In midair, he quickly outlined the symbol that Mr. Door had given. The symbol rapidly formed and resonated with a particular point in the mausoleum, expanding into an illusory door. In a concealed state, Klein and Death Consul Azek passed through the door and entered the corresponding secret mausoleum. At that moment, the guards inside had already discovered that there was an intruder and had activated the ritual they had prepared in advance. However, all they could see was the lofty Death Consul. Somewhere in Backland, the former Duke of Southville, D-Link Augustus, was just about to use a ritual to open a passageway and descend into that secret mausoleum when a man beside him suddenly frowned and said, "That's Azek Eggers." "No, he is very rigid. It's like a historical projection summoned by the Secret Order's scholar of yore. Your Highness, let me go over. Stay here and be wary of the scholar of yore who's lurking in the dark. Although they aren't angels, they're quite troublesome." D-Link Augustus was a slightly arrogant elder. His black hair was mixed with silver threads, and he was clean-shaved. Upon hearing that, he laughed and said, "Isn't the scholar of yore just beside him? Although he's in a concealed state, I've already discovered him through the disorder of the surrounding area. He's misleading us, making us think that he's deliberately attacking with a historical projection while his true body has gone elsewhere. In fact, he's hidden beside Azek's projection. Once this Death Consul attracts the attention he wants, and when we place our main forces elsewhere, he'll use the concealed state to approach the mausoleum to cause destruction. Besides, regardless of the reason, since he's summoned an angel's projection, you won't be able to kill the target in a short period of time even if you carry a grade 0 sealed artifact. If this implicates the mausoleum, our efforts and persistence would have been in vain. If that scholar of yore has done 3 levels of misdirection and really went to another mausoleum, he won't be able to summon an angel from the historical void. You can easily eliminate him." While he said his first sentence, D-Link Augustus had already entered the passage through the ritual's activation. The rest of his words were spoken by the phantoms that he had left behind. Inside the secret mausoleum in Awa County, Azek Eggers scanned the area with an indifferent expression. His body suddenly swelled and transformed into a giant serpent that covered the area above the mausoleum. This giant serpent was both illusory and real, as though it was formed by something incomprehensible to humans. Its entire body was covered with huge dark green scales. White feathers grew out from the gaps, and each scale and feather had strange symbols of different shapes. Just the mere sight of them made one's flesh decompose, turning them into zombies. This was Quetzalcoatl, the serpent spoken of in southern continent myth. His eye sockets were burning with pale white flames as an exaggerated, thick pair of wings spread from his back. Amidst the howling wind, the feathered serpent in midair lunged forward with its upper body and spat out a pale white flame that covered the entire mausoleum. Mr. Azek's historical void projection is definitely much weaker than before, but it's still very powerful, as expected of the biological son of death, the consul of the Balam Empire. Although the concealed Klein had done a summoning experiment previously at sea, he never expected that Azek's projection would be so powerful. At that moment, points of faint, gloomy glows flew out of the mausoleum, putting an end to the tidal-like pale white flame's advancement. Following that, they formed a figure. It was none other than the Sequence 2 balancer, D-Link Augustus. The moment the concealed Klein saw him, he suddenly turned rigid and stiff. He began acting based on instinct, a result of him returning to the historical void and being outside the secret mausoleum. Then, he teleported to a secret mausoleum under the Tussock River and took out another small metal bottle. In a concealed state, he used his spirituality to draw the blood out to outline the symbol. A few seconds later, the symbol resonated and turned into a door. With his marionettes, Konas and Enuni, he walked in. Of course, in the river and forest outside, he still had marionettes he just converted. A figure appeared near the ruins number 1 in the outskirts of Backland. Her raven hair was radiant, and her face was slightly round. She looked beautiful, with a hint of sweetness and an outstanding bearing. She was none other than Demoness Trissa. After Trissa approached Ruins No. 1, she also took out a small metal bottle and drew the symbol provided by Mr. Door with the blood. An illusory door rapidly took shape. Chapter 1146. A real charlatan. As she passed through the illusory door, Trissa hid herself and jumped down from the cliff at the entrance, towards the dark valley below. The secret mausoleum that originated from Blood Emperor Tudor was hidden here. During the descent, Trissa's body was as light as a feather. She lost most of her weight, but her speed was in no way slow. None of the remaining guards noticed that she had sneaked in. Just as Trissa was approaching her target, she heard a voice say, "Concealment is prohibited here." Trissa's figure instantly appeared out of nowhere, and in the area above the towering mausoleum in the dark valley, there was a man who had appeared at some point in time. This man had a long, rectangular face with a white hairband on his head. He had a mustache that curled up around his mouth, and his brows were extremely thick, setting off his relatively large eyes. He was dressed in formal attire and wore a cloak. The tips of his shoes were extremely long, and his attire didn't seem to match the times. He was the demigod who supported George III, Prince Grove. On the head of this Sequence 3 Chaos Hunter, there was a crown made of thorns. Pure light constantly gathered into the crown, interweaving into a sealed artifact 0 to 36. Klein swam beneath the tussock river when an image suddenly appeared in his mind just as he led his marionette, Konas and Enuni, through the illusory door. A black cathedral stood in front of them with its spacious door opened, revealing a man in a pair of dungarees, a gentleman in a formal suit and top hat, a lady with frilly designs along her sleeves, and a lady whose dress formed flowers with laces. They were suspended in midair, motionless. Caw, caw, caw. Black ravens circled the top of the cathedral, letting out heart-stopping cries. Without making any guesses, Klein felt like he had fallen into a crack on a frozen lake. His body turned cold as his hair stood on end. Countless thoughts surged in his mind as they collectively shouted out a name. In the blink of an eye, Klein instinctively made a decision. He planned to switch locations with his marionettes from the outside world, and directly leave the cathedral in front of him. Clearly, he had encountered a miracle. He didn't enter George III's secret mausoleum after passing through the illusory door. Instead, he had come to a baffling place. In the next second, he discovered that the spirit-body threads that were connected to his marionettes had been severed. They were rapidly floating upwards towards the interior of the pitch-black cathedral. If it wasn't for his intuition that exceeded his own level, allowing him to detect danger ahead of time, he definitely wouldn't have been able to react in time. He definitely would have been hung up and become a member of the marionettes. He didn't have time to think too much about it. He quickly controlled his spirit-body threads and collected them all, connecting them to himself, forming one circle after another. This allowed him to temporarily extricate himself from the danger, but it also made him lose his marionettes, Konas, and Enuni, in just a second. The two marionettes' necks suddenly tightened as they were lifted up by an invisible hand before being hung up in the cathedral's interior. Together with the original corpses, they swayed in the wind and produced voices that were different but said the exact same thing. Welcome back. In Memorial Square, the imagined King George III was still giving a speech. I will further lower the wealth requirements needed for election eligibility. I will hand over even more rights to the House of Commons. Although the people didn't understand why there was such a development in the speech, it sounded good to them. These are all bills that have been approved by the House of Lords, but there's no need to tell the public during this speech. It's like the king is emphasizing that he will definitely follow these bills in the future. Audrey was puzzled, but she couldn't come up with a convincing explanation. In the dark and majestic secret ruins No. 1 in the outskirts of Backland, the real George III had already worn a black crown and consumed the potion. His body was transforming towards the shadow of order, extending in a magical state. As for the 9 mausoleums, they were the islands in the sea of nothingness. They were the components of his entire rule. As for the people who were chanting, Emperor George III, at the same time during the ritual, there were like countless numbers of lighthouses. Together, they anchored this ruler of Lowen, East Balam, and the Rorstad archipelago, making him completely transcend reality and become a part of the shadow of order. During this process, George III's thoughts wandered uncontrollably as though they were being torn apart. The secret order's Zeratul actually contacted me directly, hoping to provide me with help. He said that he saw some of Gehrman Sparrow's thoughts from the Capum case, the attack on Ailment Maiden, the silencing of Crazy Captain, and Kona's Kilgore's disappearance. And, his divination results made him cooperate with me, offering to help me guard a mausoleum. There, he waited for Gehrman Sparrow to take the initiative to walk to him, because of his own goals and the law of convergence of Beander characteristics. He also said that the most important thing to do when dealing with a qualified demigod of the seer pathway is to be patient and determined. What a charlatan. He even brought Abomination Sua. I used my powers to sign a contract with them, together with the helpers I invited from the Twilight Hermit Order, as well as Grove, who wields a Grade 0 sealed artifact, even if most of the demigods of the military and royal family are fighting at the front lines or protecting Backland. I don't have to worry about the ritual being destroyed. Unless a true deity descends into the real world. And that's impossible, so, I originally wanted to use this opportunity to lure out any resistance, but in the end, I decided to use this opportunity to directly advance. Heh, since Grove still doesn't know about these hidden cards. Well, he has no right to know. In less than 2 minutes, I'll become an eternal god, the Black Emperor who rules over reality. In the dark world with the ravens cawing, the corpses hanging from the black top of the church descended and passed through the main door. Their eyes were locked onto Klein, who was outside. Almost at the same time, a figure slowly but firmly outlined itself in midair. Without caring about what it was, Klein quickly snapped his fingers while maintaining the special state of his spirit body threads. A red flame surged out from his wallet and instantly enveloped him. The flame was quickly extinguished, and Klein remained where he was, unable to leap out. He didn't show any signs of being depressed as he immediately activated Creeping Hunger to attempt to teleport. Klein instantly turned transparent as he appeared again, unable to take a single step. His origin and destination had strangely been connected. At that moment, the figure in midair had already taken form. He was dressed in gorgeous clothes, with long chestnut-colored curly hair, blue eyes, high nose bridge, and thin lips. He was none other than the Russell Gustav from when he was an emperor. He looked down at Klein as countless illusory symbols appeared in his eyes. Klein's mind instantly swelled as he was injected with a large amount of unknown knowledge. His head felt like it was exploding in an instant while his other thoughts were completely occupied, so much so that he couldn't even lift a finger. Instinctively, he allowed that knowledge to split up and become injected into hundreds of worms of spirit. This allowed him to regain his ability to control his body as he quickly grabbed the space ahead of him with his right hand. His arm suddenly sank, and then he suddenly pulled back. When the marionettes passed through the cathedral's door and began their attacks, another 2 figures appeared in midair, dragging out a scaleless, silvery white tail. As he released his right hand, a giant serpent appeared in this dark kingdom. His eyes were bright red and cold, and his body was covered in patterns and symbols. There were countless wheels in the details. Snake of Fate. Actually, this wasn't something that Klein could summon out from the historical void. Instead, it was Will Ossepton descending with the burning of the paper crane after using the Yesterday Once More charm. Klein had just used Flaming Jump moments ago to seek help from the Snake of Fate. And the reason why he wanted to grab at something was to conceal his true intentions. It was to prevent the opposing angel from discovering the location of the Snake of Fate, putting Drive Aaron's family in danger. This wasn't like how he had previously dealt with Amon's avatar back then, as he had no confidence in eliminating all the clues. Therefore, he had discussed with Will in advance on how to deal with such situations. Fortunately, the intent Will Ossepton expressed indicated that the truth of the summoning from before hadn't been exposed. At that moment, the gigantic snake of Mercury rose up and bit its tail, turning into a mysterious and exaggerated wheel. In midair, 2 figures appeared on both sides of Russell's projection. One of them was Queen Mystic Bernadette, whose real body was in an intense battle with Sequence 1 Hand of Order William Augustus I. The other was formed from pure light, and a pair of shining wings grew on his back. It was obviously at the level of an angel. Suddenly, the 2 angel projections that appeared quickly vanished. The attacks they directed at Klein, and the controlled marionettes, retreated back into the cathedral and were hung up again. Konas and Enuni walked out one after another. With him, they passed backward through the illusory door and left the world with resonating cawing, appearing beneath the Tussock River. The giant serpent's figure vanished as well. Without any hesitation, Klein activated teleportation, and passed through countless spirit world creatures to another secret mausoleum. He used the remaining blood to outline the symbol and opened the illusory door. This time, he entered the interior and saw a solemn and dark mausoleum. He summoned the sea god scepter and released a terrifying, lightning storm, again and again, destroying the target. Then, he turned around and left the scene. Everything went so smoothly, just like a dream. Yes, a beautiful dream. Klein, who could always maintain his lucidity in dreams, had realized that he was in a real dream created by someone else the moment he entered the ruins where the secret mausoleum was. Chapter 1147. Chaos. Klein pretended not to notice the real dream. As he tried to stop his projection of the death console, he tried to summon another version of himself from the historical void to fool the guards of the Tudor ruins, allowing his body to escape the dream and sneak into the secret mausoleum to achieve his goal of destroying it. At the moment, he could only maintain 3 historical void projections. Death Consul Isaac Eggers was one, his self-projection in a concealed state was another. He couldn't be certain if the leader of the ascetics, Ariana, was considered one. However, to be safe, he had to disperse one of them before he made another summoning attempt. Regarding Ariana's state, apart from suspecting that she had descended in person due to her state, Klein had other theories. Perhaps the leader of the Evernight cloister had deliberately entered a concealed state after sensing that her projection from the past had been summoned while being located in the Amantha mountain range. She had vanished from the real world, allowing the projection to gain sentience. This was completely feasible, especially since the authority of concealment likely gave her a certain degree of control over her historical projections. When it came to a concealment angel like this, Klein was unable to use the feedback from Scholar of Yours maintenance of the historical projection to confirm her true situation. Therefore, he didn't make any changes, so as to prevent any accidents from happening. Just as he was about to summon his past self, the real dream silently disappeared. Everything around him returned to normal. He was standing on a cliff at the entrance. Below him was a dark and majestic mausoleum. An old man with an ordinary appearance was levitating in midair. Under the glow from the moss and the light from the stone pillars inside the cliff, he calmly looked at Klein and sighed in ancient Fasak. You weren't actually fooled by the dream I crafted. This old man's hair was completely white, but it was thick enough. There weren't many wrinkles on his face, and his appearance wasn't anything special. The Spectator Pathways Sequence 3 Dreamweaver. No, at least, he's not an angel. Klein tensed up and didn't respond. He immediately took out his silver adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. No sound was produced, but Reinette Tinecare, who was wearing a dark and complicated long dress, walked out. One of the blonde, red-eyed heads in her hands immediately spat out a rectangular diamond-like charm. Another head chanted in ancient Hermes, yesterday. Yesterday once more. Miss Messenger was borrowing strength from her past self. Compared to a sequence 1 snake of fate, the power she borrowed could last longer. However, the charm didn't change at all. In midair, the elder in the gray robe gently chuckled and kindly reminded them, don't use ancient Hermes in front of me. Hermes? This is Hermes, the one who lived since the second epoch and created ancient Hermes. An angel of the Spectator Pathway, the origin of the psychology alchemists. Klein was first shocked before he realized something. Hermes was participating in the battle, so it was unlikely he had a strong desire to stop him. No, perhaps he is deliberately acting to lower our guard. Beyonders of the Spectator Pathway are the best at manipulating the hearts of others. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Reinette Tinecare's other 2 heads began chanting in Jotun and Elvish. Yesterday, the rectangular diamond-like charm was instantly ignited by a transparent flame before fusing with the void. Reinette Tinecare's body began to rapidly expand as the 4 heads in her hands flew up and landed on her neck. The 4 heads became illusory one after another. In an instant, Reinette Tinecare transformed into a huge cloth doll that resembled a castle. She was dressed in a black Gothic dress with countless mysterious symbols and sinister vines. Her eyes were blood red. She swept his gaze across ancient Hermes. She opened her tightly shut mouth but didn't make a single sound. The Spectator Pathways angel flashed with a faint light, turning into a plump, white rabbit. Ancient Bane, Transformation Curse. The rabbit didn't panic at all. Its body began to swell, becoming half the size of a mountain. One stomp was sufficient to trample him to death. To an angel of the Spectator Pathway, merely believing in their strength allowed them to be powerful enough without being at a disadvantage due to their appearance. As the rabbit turned into a monster, a subtle change happened in the ruins. Reality and illusion intertwined. making Reinette Tinekere a little confused as to whether she was in a dream or in the real world. Klein could differentiate between the two. While he had noticed that, not only was Miss Messenger in a mythical creature form, but the surface of the rabbit's body was covered in grayish-white scales. All sorts of patterns intertwined together, forming three-dimensional symbols that seemed to connect to the mind. Angels are truly terrifying. They use their complete mythical creature form right at the start. As Klein sighed, he didn't even dare take a second look to gain more knowledge. Firstly, he didn't have the time to do so, and secondly, his level wasn't high enough. Seeing a complete mythical creature form would definitely lead to being affected and receiving some negative effects. This was something he had to avoid in a dangerous battlefield. Taking advantage of the battle between Miss Messenger and the gigantic rabbit that had transformed into a dragon, Klein used the strong winds to head for the secret mausoleum. As he recited a particular honorific name in Jotun, he reached out to grab at the air. First time, failure; second time, failure; third time, still a failure. Just as one fat, white rabbit after another appeared in Klein's island of consciousness, causing him to elevate his consciousness to fight back and be unable to take multiple things into consideration, he instinctively reached out his right hand and finally touched a particular image in the historical void. As he pulled back his arm, the image quickly outlined itself. She was a woman wearing a dark-colored robe and a wide hood. She had a beautiful face and slightly dull black eyes. This was the concealment angel of the Church of Evernight that he had met before. Later, he found out in the foggy town that this was Mother of the Sky, the daughter of the ancient god, Phlegre, and suspected to be the vessel for the goddess's descent. Since he was able to successfully summon the ascetic leader, Ariana, from the historical void in one try, Klein definitely thought of trying to see if he could summon her. He had been chanting the honorific name of the Evernight goddess. The employing of historical void projections by scholars of yore had a difficult to overcome restriction. It was that he was unable to summon something that involved the uniqueness. However, objects that were merely a vessel of a deity's descent depended on how much of the deity's power was carried by the corresponding historical void projection or if it involved the uniqueness. Similarly, if he wanted to summon Aemon, it was impossible to summon the actual body, but an avatar would work. To be safe, the person who he summoned was the one who had smiled at him during the Great Smog of Backland, and he succeeded after 3 attempts. Of course, if it wasn't for the goddess's tacit approval, or perhaps providing some level of help, he might not have succeeded given 100 attempts, 1,000 attempts, or even 10,000 attempts. The beautiful lady didn't look at him, the summoner. Instead, she turned her head and looked down at the secret mausoleum. The entire underground ruin quaked as the dark and majestic mausoleum began to shake. Ripples appeared as though it was about to be moved into a concealed world. At this moment, 2 arms extended out from the outside world. One was pressed towards the gigantic doll, Reinette Tinekere, while the other spread out its fingers to grab at Klein. These 2 arms were more than 10 meters long. They were pitch black on the surface, flowing with sticky liquids. Some of them were strangely protruding, some had skulls as heads, 3-dimensional eyes, or barbed tongues. Abomination Sua. The remaining guards in the underground ruins went crazy. Some raised their swords to kill their companions, or they raised their guns, aimed at themselves, and pulled the trigger. Klein's skin began to crack, and his consciousness was disturbed by a sensation of madness. He was unable to respond effectively. The concealment angel he summoned retracted her gaze through pure instinct, and she looked up at the 2 arms that seemed to come from the depths of a nightmare. Tremendous fear caused Sua's arm to tremble slightly. Not only did he fail to grab hold of Klein, he was even cursed by Reinette Tinekere, causing him to be covered in green fur. Immediately following that, they began to fade as they struggled with all their might, trying to escape their concealed states. And at this moment, 3 figures appeared in midair in the underground ruins. They were Emperor Russell, the First Loan King, William Augustus, and the abstract angel formed from pure light. The historical void projection summoned by Zeratul followed closely behind. With so many angels descending at the same time, just the effects from their auras alone caused the entire space to quake, not to mention the intense battle they were engaged in. In an instant, the pitch-black mausoleum shook even more vigorously. There was even an obvious crack on its surface. Klein wasn't surprised at all, because this was his last contingency plan. When the enemy was too powerful and prepared, preventing him from creating an opportunity, then it was best to draw everyone together while destroying the mausoleum, thus creating chaos. This was the inspiration he got from the encounter outside Biome City. Back then, Abomination Sua and the byproduct of the Artificial Death Project attacked remotely while Sea King Codman, Miss Messenger Rhinette Tinacare, and a demigod from the Rose School of Thought had participated in it, resulting in the collapse of an innocent mountain. At that moment, Klein wanted the secret mausoleum in this ruin to be like that mountain. He didn't believe that angels could control the damage to their surroundings when in an intense battle. And the lineup this time far exceeded the previous one. It's still not enough. Then let's make it a little more chaotic. As he controlled his spirit body threads to prevent them from floating upwards, he dodged and sensed the mysterious space above the gray fog. Using his basic control over it, he made it tremble slightly. In midair, a grayish-white fog appeared as the majestic palace appeared faintly, Saphira Castle. In an instant, the sky above the Holy Wind Cathedral in Backland turned dark, as if a storm was brewing. A bird with dark eye circles watching over the Tussock River downstream moved its gaze. In the outskirts of Backland where Ruins No. 1 was, Demoness Trissa had been robbed of several powers and suffered serious injuries. She was on the brink of death. She slammed against the cliff, almost embedding herself into it. Blood was everywhere. At this moment, she took out an item. It was a rectangular diamond-shaped charm. Chapter 1148, Not late. There were very few chances to use charms in high-level battles. No one would take the initiative to leave an opening for their opponent while they chanted the incantation. The reason Trissa was able to complete the corresponding action was because she had ignited wicked black flames from the inside out. As for the black flames, they seemed to absorb all the heat in the surrounding areas, causing thick ice crystals to form. Beyond the ice crystals, there were almost invisible spider webs that wrapped around them, forming huge cocoons. Relying on the 3 layers of defense, Trissa managed to buy almost 2 seconds, so she took out the rectangular diamond-shaped charm and chanted, "Yesterday." The transparent flame ignited amidst the wicked black flames. The diamond-like charm silently disintegrated before merging with the void. This was something Klein had specially provided to the Demoness, so as to allow the damage from the 3 prongs to become the main assault point at any time. Trissa immediately saw the grayish-white fog and realized that the scenes in the past were like stars, densely packed together. There were scenes of the young him wandering the streets, coming under the control of the mafia, swindling, cheating, and stealing from others. He later joined the Theosophy Order and became an assassin. There, he enjoyed ending lives and the bloodshed, instigating others to tear off their masks and reveal their true bestial nature. Due to various reasons, he had no choice but to become a witch. She began creating catastrophes and it was arranged by the Demoness of Pleasure that she would become Prince Edisic's mistress. Realizing that she was becoming less and less like herself and that she was slowly losing herself to the pleasure, she felt extreme fear and yearned to escape. However, having fallen deeper into hell, she experienced immense pain and chose to be extreme. With a thought, the scenes magnified and occupied her entire vision. Under the light, the lawn outside the window was bright, and the horses were walking slowly. The holes of the golf course could still be vaguely seen, and inside the house, there was an antique cabinet blocking the view from the door. The past Trissa stood at the edge and looked out, wearing a sapphire ring on her left hand. At that time, she wasn't even a sequence 5, and she didn't have the strength the current her needed to borrow. However, she had a ring from the Demoness sect that was closely related to the primordial Demoness. This ring was the thing that Trissa wanted to borrow. All of a sudden, the intricate ring that was inlaid with a sapphire gem appeared on Trissa's pinky. And unlike in the past, the present Trissa had fused with the mark and submitted to the primordial Demoness. She had been greatly enhanced as a sequence 4 demigod. In other words, even though she wasn't a robust deity's descent vessel, she already had the qualifications to be one. And that sapphire ring allowed her to temporarily grasp a certain amount of initiative. Looking at the scenes in the past, the cocoon formed by Trissa's spider silk cracked inch by inch. The thick ice crystals silently melted as the wicked black flames corroded. She raised her left hand, closed her eyes, and smiled as she placed the sapphire ring between her eyebrows. The ring melted like metal as it flowed into Trissa's head in a surreal manner. At that moment, the wicked black flames were completely deprived by Prince Grove as a burning white spear of light shot out. At the front of the spear, 2 pure white wings spread out as they embraced the tip of the spear, like an angel, sealing off the surrounding space, and preventing the target from escaping. At that moment, Trissa opened her eyes. They were a deep black color. Her hair flared up one by one, each becoming as thick as a snake. The outer layer was slippery and diabolical, with clear black and white eyes embedded at the ends, are heads that look like venomous snakes. Their mouths were slightly open as they flicked their tongues. The spear that was condensed from pure light stopped in front of Trissa, as though it was being pressed down by an invisible hand, making it difficult for it to advance even an inch further. It quickly turned grayish-white in color, turning from incorporeal to corporeal, as if it was carved out of stone. With a whoosh, the spear rapidly plummeted to the edge of the cliff, shattering into countless tiny pieces. The grayish-white color around Trissa rapidly spread out in every direction as if it had a life of its own. Wherever it passed, the stones became hard while everything else turned to stone. The various rituals that had been set up in ruins number 1 were now tainted with grayish-white colors, preventing the angels guarding the other secret mausoleums from discovering the changes and coming over immediately. Prince Grove was instantly surrounded by a grayish-white aura that emanated out of the void. With him only being capable of using the crown of thorns to maintain a small safe zone, there was no way for him to use any prohibition powers. Trissa, whose eyes had no borders marking her whites from blacks, didn't even look at her opponent. With her snake-like hair blotting out the sky, she took a step towards the secret mausoleum at the bottom of the dark valley. The ground began to shake violently as a dull thud sounded from deep within. Red asteroids with fiery tails appeared out of nowhere as they flew past Demoness Trissa and smashed at the mausoleum. In an instant, this ruin was inundated with catastrophes. George III, who was at the critical moment of his advancement, sensed this and immediately felt a strong sense of confusion and anger. With great difficulty, he split off some of his strength, and with the help of the preparations he had put in place, he forcefully distorted the surrounding area and isolated the dark and solemn secret mausoleum from the real world, preventing earthquakes and meteors from approaching the target. Amidst all kinds of catastrophes, the cliffs crumbled one by one as the ruins began to collapse. George III's angry voice sounded from the secret mausoleum that formed a world of its own. Are you mad? For a sequence 4 to forcefully accept the power of a true deity, the only outcome was death. Trissa laughed. The skin on her face had been pushed to its limits. Inch by inch, they crumbled, revealing the blood and flesh that was squirming wildly underneath. This extremely terrifying demoness scoffed and said, "Isn't the ending of a lovely story supposed to have all the bad guys die? For example, you, or me?" Before Trissa could finish her sentence, she wore that tragic smile on her face as the asteroid plummeted into the twisted secret mausoleum in a bid to destroy it. In another mausoleum, Klein didn't put on a strong front. He quickly ended the connection with Saphira Castle as though he was praying to the fool for help. The commotion from before had nearly caused all the angels present to stop. Unfortunately, the concealment angel Klein had summoned was a historical void projection. It only continued fighting based on instinct, turning the situation even more chaotic. At this moment, William Augustus I's projection pulled out a silver sword and pointed ahead before slicing downward. There was no need for him to say anything else. The chaos in the ruins came to a stop as the battlefield was divided into different sections. Hermes faced the beautiful and impassive lady. Abomination Sua suppressed Reinette Tinaker. The historical void projections of Emperor Russell and the Angel of Light surrounded Klein. William I stood at an isolated spot, ensuring that none of the aftershocks attacked the mausoleum below. As expected of the Hand of Order, Klein's pupils dilated. Without thinking, he reached his right hand into the inner pocket of his clothes, and he stretched out his left hand to borrow strength from his past self. The Death Consul, the Evernight Cloister's matron, and the Concealment Angel were figures that exceeded Klein's own level. Be it summoning or maintaining them, it was a terrible burden on his spirituality. He had no choice but to borrow some power from his past self before his spirituality completely dried up. This way, he was filled with fake spirituality once more. For the next 5 minutes, it was no different from real spirituality. Then, Klein saw light. The angel formed from pure light, which also had illusory wings on his back, made the layers of light surge towards him like a tidal wave, drowning him. In the bright white sea of light, something suddenly appeared. It rapidly plummeted and approached the secret mausoleum. It was a dark-colored book that consisted of goatskin. Using his ability to split into worms of spirit, and his enhanced ability to shapeshift, he shrank into bookmarks made of flesh, embedding themselves into the book, using it to block the endless light's purification and melting effect. But even so, he was still severely injured because the light still could illuminate part of his body. This wasn't the end. Standing right beneath Grossel's travels was Emperor Russell, dressed in gorgeous clothes, waiting there with his hands raised. Without second thoughts, Klein could only activate the first method he knew of to protect himself. Hiding in the historical void. A loud thunderclap boomed outside the ruin. It rumbled in the distance in the beginning, but by the end of it, it was ringing in one's ears. Klein, together with the projections in the historical void, and all the living beings in the ruins were awed and turned stiff. Instantly, the sea of light dimmed. But no, there was a figure that wasn't affected, the concealment angel of the Church of Evernight. The beautiful but dull-looking lady took the opportunity to phase her body, transforming into many symbols that symbolized concealment and terror. She extended the strange world, enveloping Hermes, Rhinette Tinacare, Suis Arm, the Angel of Light, and William Augustus I within. Although Klein had summoned a historical void projection, a watered-down version, some essential parts remained. The chaos that Klein was anticipating was finally here. As for George III's other helpers, such as that King of Angels, they were still in other mausoleums. The moment the nearly transparent world took form, the angels inside began to resist. Amidst the chaos, the strange world easily tore apart. However, with the remnants of the angels' power being directed, the lady rushed out and headed for the secret mausoleum at the bottom. An even louder clap of thunder rang out. Emperor Russell, who had attempted to stop them, was once again awed, unable to make any further attempts. In an instant, the dark and majestic secret mausoleum was hit. The cracks on its surface sank deep, causing its dark interior to present itself. In these rifts, blood appeared out of nowhere. Some were bright red, and some were dark. Having restored his human form, Klein held Grosel's travels while collectively launching air cannon with his scattered worms of spirit. The mausoleum, which was already on the verge of collapse, had finally collapsed, and even more blood gushed out. With the destruction of a mausoleum, George III's advancement ritual was no longer stable. He lacked the key pillar of support. If only one mausoleum was under attack, he might have been able to rely on his tenuous connection with them to put up a resistance to a certain degree. But now, he had suffered too intense of an attack. His already incorporeal body suddenly boiled, unable to maintain the distortion outside. The mausoleum that was isolated from reality finally appeared in front of Trissa. On Trissa's tendril squirming face, the corners of her mouth curled up. Backland City, Memorial Square. My subjects. The stern and old-fashioned George III with his mustache was finishing his speech when there was a loud explosion. His flesh and blood transformed into a flurry of fireworks that sprayed into the air. Chapter 1149, Escape. When Audrey and company below the platform saw this scene, it was as if they were admiring a large magic show. For a moment, no one realized what had happened. A few seconds later, the scene started to turn disorderly. Amidst screams, the king's guards all rushed up the platform. The cabinet ministers and the House of Lords nobles subconsciously sought a place to hide, or they mustered their courage to follow the guards to check the scene. Audrey looked on in a daze. She wasn't too surprised, but she felt that it was surreal. If Mr. World paid strong attention to someone, it meant that they were being watched by Mr. Fool, and to date, none of Mr. Fool's goals had failed. This was the will of a deity. In the other municipal square in Backland, Melissa, Benson, and company also heard the explosion before realizing that the king's speech had come to an abrupt stop. After a moment of silence, people began to turn rowdy as they began breaking out into a discussion amidst hushed whispers. Fear of the unknown and fear of the future slowly occupied their hearts. In the outskirts of Backland, inside ruins number 1, George III's mind was a blur. He felt something that couldn't be resisted inside. His body as a volcano of extreme madness erupted in his mind. It was changing his body while distorting everything around him. Indistinctly, he saw a huge black throne, one which he was sitting on. He wore an emperor's crown, looking down upon the real world with great pride. He had reign over his subjects, and he was equal to the deities. He reached out his hand in an attempt to grab this future, but countless curses and attacks of unknown origins kept striking him. It prevented him from touching that future. George III's hand, which had faded, hung in midair as his consciousness tore apart as his body mutated completely. Trissa, who had been reduced to a blob of flesh and blood, enveloped that shadow of order using her countless thick snake hair. In the outside world, in the area corresponding to ruins number 1, large amounts of dust were stirred up into the sky like the thickest of smog. The area became a humongous crater that was connected to the Tussock River, opening up an inlet for the river water to rush in. High up in the sky, lights dimmed as a storm containing immense horror enveloped the area. Further away on a mountain peak, two figures watched this scene without anyone speaking a word. They were the demoness of Unagin Katarina, who was wearing a pure white robe, and the pale, hooded red angel evil spirit. After 2 seconds, Saintess of White Katarina sighed softly and said, "The reason we wanted to find her was because Primordial told us that she has strong inclinations towards self-destructing." The red angel evil spirit listened silently as his expression twisted slightly. "I know who interfered with my response." Katarina thought of various answers, but she couldn't be sure. Ultimately, she chose to remain silent. The red angel evil spirit slowly said a word, "Evernight." After a pause, he suppressed his emotions and added, "Otherwise, I would have long found Trissa cheek." Without waiting for Katarina to respond, the red angel evil spirit turned around and left. In another ruin, a hint of joy flashed past Klein's eyes when he saw the secret mausoleum collapse and spill out copious amounts of blood. But it was ephemeral because he had to turn his attention back to his situation. With George III's ritual failing and him not becoming Black Emperor, it meant that his goal had been achieved. What followed next was to escape. At that moment, while the mausoleum's destruction didn't have any significant impact, Reinette Tinecare followed her agreement with Klein, and she didn't stay any longer. She first entered the spirit world and fled deep inside it. The power she borrowed from herself was coming to an end. The maintenance of the beautiful concealment angel had already reached Klein's limits. After it transformed into a strange world, it naturally disappeared. Inside the half-collapsed ruin, Klein faced the arm of Abomination Sua, Hermes from an ancient time, Emperor Rassel's projection, William Augustus I's projection, and the Angel of Light projection, as well as the thunder that pointed at an unknown location. Any one of them had the ability to easily kill him, and for him to summon a historical void projection at the angel level wasn't something that could succeed within a few attempts. Without any hesitation, Klein's body turned incorporeal as he attempted to hide in the historical void. At this moment, a vortex suddenly appeared in the grayish-white fog in his vision. It was made up of countless transparent maggots that extended out transparent and slippery tentacles. Zaratul's actual body had appeared. He had been waiting in the historical void for Klein. At that moment, Klein's action of entering the historical void could no longer be reversed. All he could do was watch helplessly as he was pulled in by the vortex and thrown into the center. He wanted to snap his fingers and ignite another paper crane, but he realized that no flames could rise up there. Having probed him once, Zaratul was confident of his trump card. By relying on his level suppressing him, and the authority of Bizarenus, he made Klein unable to control the flames anymore. In addition, Klein's intuition told him that the destination after making a teleportation attempt was mysteriously connected to the vortex formed by the transparent maggots. He was unable to escape, nor could he summon enough helpers. However, Beyonders of the seer pathway never perform unprepared. The vortex formed by the transparent maggots slowly spun as it received a visit, initiated by Klein. The transparent and slippery tentacles swam over in an unstoppable manner. They reached towards him, but they only wrapped around the ancient book covered in dark-colored skin. The blood on the book's surface hadn't completely faded. At the most dangerous moment, Klein pricked his fingers, allowing his blood to flow onto the surface of Grossel's travels. Then, with a whoosh, he entered the book world and temporarily escaped the fatal trap set up by Zaratul. The moment he entered the book world, he immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed forward, pulling out a marionette that he had temporarily possessed from the historical void, Vin Rambus. He had once tested that he could summon the projections of true history here. After all, it belonged to Saphira Castle, and praying to the fool in the book world wasn't obstructed. Of course, if that didn't work, he had other ways to resolve it. He could summon Justice Audrey, who existed in the book world's history. In short, he needed a mid or high sequence Beander from the spectator pathway to bring him into the sea of collective subconscious, into the city of miracles, Livsade, and into the hall of truth. Time was of the essence, so the faster, the better. This was because he had no idea how long before this sequence one would be able to grasp the secret of Grossel's travels, much less whether the other party would forcibly descend into the book world. He could only race against time. Vin Rambus, who was wearing a formal suit and a dark red bow tie, held onto him with a stiff expression. He directly entered the sea of collective subconscious formed by countless shadows. With the power of a manipulator, they quickly shuttled through and arrived at the city of miracles, Livsade, in seconds, appearing before the entrance of the Hall of Truth. Klein released his control over his marionette, Vin Rambus, and under the nudge from the strong winds, he ran through the door. As he passed by the colorful murals, his inner voice resounded in the hall. The chances of summoning 008 here should be higher. Using it to draw a right at the end of the mural on the left side can affect the real world. Through its arrangements, I can make Zeratul make a mistake, allowing me to find a safe escape route. No, it's still easier to let Amon's avatar join the battle royale and implicate Zeratul. That will be easier to fulfill. It's no wonder the goddess wants to bait Amon into Backland. The mural on the right represents the book world. I can use 008 to draw another temporary door for me to leave. While flying, Klein's right hand kept grabbing at the void ahead. 5 times, 10 times, 20 times. When Klein borrowed strength from his former self, his right hand suddenly sank as he dragged out a dull classic quill point 008. In the next second, Klein arrived in front of the huge pillar that was multiple arm spans wide. This had a clear sense of being worn down by time. It was the throne of the dragon of imagination, Anquelt. Klein circled around the stone pillar and arrived at the end of the mural. He raised the quill, 008, and was about to write. He had never tested for any changes when using 008 in here before. He was afraid that it would result in an excessive accident and alert Amon's brother, making his ploy of preventing George III from becoming the Black Emperor to be detected in advance. At this moment, he no longer needed to bother about such matters. He could wholeheartedly weave the development that he needed. Suddenly, 008, which was about to begin writing, disappeared. It disappeared before it reached the time limit. What's happening? Klein felt alarmed. He then realized that his words in the Hall of Truth hadn't been projected. There was silence all around him. With his spiritual perception triggered, Klein slowly turned around and saw that the time-worn rock had turned into a 100-meter-tall cross at some point in time. In front of the cross was a huge, blurry figure standing there. Facing everything with its back, it was observing all life with compassion. Inside the Hall of Truth, there were rows of black, high-backed pews, but only one supplicant. The supplicant had his eyes closed as he sat in the middle of the first row. He wore a rather simple white robe with a pale gold beard that covered half his face. His hands were clasping a silver cross in front of his chest as he wore a genial and calm look. Adam, Twilight Hermit Order's chair, King of Angels Adam. Klein didn't even know when he had arrived. At this moment, Adam looked up, revealing his clear, limpid eyes that resembled a child's. He slowly stood up, speaking with a calm expression. George III's death causes Lowen to suffer a heavy blow. Unable to sit idle any further, Intis decides to take this opportunity to launch an attack. This war officially develops into a war that sweeps through the world. Can you accept such an outcome? Chapter 1150. Mad Dash. Although there was no concept of temperature in the Hall of Truth, Klein still felt a chill down his spine when he heard that. He felt a wave of heat, and he wanted to defend himself, but when he opened his mouth, he didn't know what to say. For a few silent seconds, his figure was reflected in Adam's limpid eyes before he said with some difficulty, "I accept it. But I will try my best to minimize the damage caused by the war in the future, so long as I'm still alive." He paused and asked in a deep voice, "Is this the price you exacted for the bestowment?" Back when a certain ascetic here mentioned your true name, you had already noticed this book and secretly made arrangements. Adam, who was dressed in simple white robes, didn't respond. He walked towards the mural on his left and stopped in front of one of the murals. He looked up slightly and quietly admired it. On the mural, a book consisting of goatskin flew up into the clouds and landed in a gigantic claw. After watching for a while, Adam said with a warm voice, "You may leave." He immediately felt that he had been rejected by the Hall of Truth, the sea of collective subconscious of the City of Miracles, and the book world. He involuntarily floated up and flew out of the area. During this process, he saw Adam return to the front of the black pews. Holding the silver cross pendant, he closed his eyes and prayed sincerely to the huge and blurry figure. Outside the sea of collective subconscious, an illusory door silently appeared. It stood in midair and was connected to the outside world. The book world also began to ostracize him, squeezing him out of the huge door. Suddenly, Klein returned to the real world and returned to the grayish-white fog. He was in the state he was in prior to entering the historical void. Unlike before, he hadn't been locked down by the whirlpool formed by countless transparent maggots. As for the slippery tentacles that were almost invisible, they wrapped around Grossel's travels slightly and disappeared into thin air. Without having time to lament over the loss, Klein's thoughts raced. and he made a choice almost purely on instinct. He leapt into the grayish-white fog in another direction and hid in a shattered spot of light. This was the so-called historical void. Klein regretted it the next second because Zeratl's slippery and terrifying tentacles had extended out from the grayish-white fog. The countless translucent maggots were no longer formed a spinning whirlpool as they disintegrated into a tidal wave that surged towards him. Zeratl could actually fight in the historical void. This was the suppression effect that high-level members of the same pathway had against lower-level ones. A demigod of the same seer pathway was always the best choice for dealing with a seer demigod of a lower sequence. Without any hesitation, he ran through the spots of light and into the depths of the fog of history. Just like his advancement, scenes of the secret mausoleum collapsing, Backland suffering an air raid, and the tragic great smog flew behind him. However, the dangerous premonition in his heart didn't weaken at all. Instead, it intensified significantly. He even saw a thick shadow getting closer and closer, covering himself. This was a tidal wave formed by the transparent maggots and the slippery tentacles. Klein ran as fast as he could, constantly chanting the honorific name of the Evernight goddess in Jotun in his mind, hoping to be saved. This was the only thing he could do, and she was the only existence that could save him at the moment. Of course, if he knew of Amon's honorific name, he would definitely attempt to provoke this blasphemer. Only by messing things up would he have a chance of surviving. Russel's declaration as emperor, the modification of the steam engine, the battle of the violated oath, the White Rose War, and the 20-year war flashed past one by one. Klein realized that his body was being increasingly covered by shadows, and his consciousness was gradually slowing down. He had a feeling that he was having his spirit-body threads controlled. At this moment, hounds of Fulgrim ran out of the grayish-white fog's various spots of light. They were covered in pitch-black short fur, their eye sockets burning with dark red flames as the corners of their lips extended to the back of their heads. This group of monsters-like creatures, the Saphira Castle Keepers, ran past Klein and rushed behind him. He immediately regained his lucidity. Fuck. He cursed himself, his eyes slightly red as he continued, running, with his vision blurred. He went from the 5th epoch to the 4th epoch, and from the 4th epoch to the 3rd epoch. The massive shadow that resembled the tidal wave behind him paused for a few seconds, then it continued surging towards him as if nothing had happened, drowning out the historical voids he passed through. Klein didn't hold back in expending his spirituality. He used all his might to run with the light spots that he had lit in the fog of history. He ran from the 3rd epoch to the 2nd epoch until he arrived at a lonely fragment of light. Around him was a withered forest and a normal tomb. This was the period of history where giant King Ormir buried his parents. As for the tidal wave that was formed by Zeratl, it didn't seem to understand this history well enough. It stopped at some unknown era and didn't manage to catch up. At that moment, Klein's spirituality was almost exhausted. And in the fog of history, he could only borrow power from the current void. But clearly, there was no past projection of himself here. And when his spirituality was exhausted, he would have no choice but to leave the fog of history and return to the real world. When that time came, he would be facing Zeratl again. Phew, Klein exhaled and pulled out another paper crane. He snapped his fingers and lit it. However, after waiting for a few seconds, he failed to see the snake of fate, Will Osepton, appear. In the historical void, there's no way to use ordinary paper cranes to contact Will. Why hasn't Aemon appeared yet? As his thoughts flashed, he could only repeat in Jotun, the Evernight goddess who stands higher than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity. You are also the Lady of Crimson, the Mother of Concealment, the Empress of Misfortune and Horror, Mistress of Repose and Silence. After holding on for a few seconds, he suddenly had an idea. Hence, he didn't hesitate to leave the fog of history and return to the real world. Just as his figure appeared, his spirit-body threads floated into the air and was grabbed by a slippery, transparent tentacle. And opposite him, another figure appeared at the same time. It was the barefoot, linen-robed ascetic leader, Ariana. Based on Klein's abilities, the angel-level historical projection he had summoned must have disappeared. Therefore, the person who came was undoubtedly the actual body. The Evernight Cloister's matron glanced at Klein, and instantly, he vanished under Zeratl's tentacle. Klein entered a concealed world belonging to Ariana. It was night time, and it was a monastery with many ancient buildings erected. There was a huge and holy crimson moon hanging high in the sky. Using the experience gained from their past cooperation, Klein immediately used traveling to appear in the crimson moon, leaving this concealed world in order to appear elsewhere. After returning to reality, Klein had already distanced himself from Zeratul. Hence, he didn't hesitate to use traveling to directly leave. And having held Zeratul back for a short period of time, Ariana entered a concealed state and left the battlefield. A terrifying thunderclap boomed as the transparent tentacle that attempted to reach out to where Klein had disappeared suddenly retreated, disappearing along with the actual body. Having teleported to the sea, Klein couldn't be bothered to borrow strength from his past self. He first summoned a paper figurine from the historical void and shook his wrist. Most of the items he had with him had been destroyed when he became a bookmark. It was unknown where he had lost his marionettes, Konas and Enuni. Of course, they might have evaporated under the illumination of the Angel of Light. The paper figurine burned with scarlet flames as it leapt up into the form of an illusory angel that had layered wings on its back. It embraced him and removed any traces. Then, he activated traveling once again and left the area. In the secret mausoleum in East Chester County, William Augustus I and Queen Mystic Bernadette managed to sense the death of George III, either through the changes in order or via their clairvoyant abilities. The latter didn't stay any longer. Her body suddenly separated like a collection of soap bubbles that reflected light, scattering in all directions before bursting. William Augustus I wasn't in the mood to stop or chase after her, but he didn't feel much pain. After making a huge detour, Klein, who had used Angel's Embrace 3 times to remove his traces, finally returned to Backland secretly. It was probably the safest place. He didn't return to the apartment he had previously rented. Instead, he found a hotel in the Backland Bridge area and got a room. Of course, he didn't forget to change his appearance, height, and temperament. The more ordinary and common his appearance was, the less attention he would garner. After entering the room, Klein endured the mental fatigue and physical trauma he received, and he began to chant the honorific name of sea god Calvetua. He planned to take 4 steps counterclockwise and head above the gray fog. He wanted to use his true vision and the real Angel's Embrace to confirm his surroundings to eliminate any latent dangers. Fortunately, Zeratul should have signed a contract with George III, so he can't leave the mausoleum. He was guarding as he pleases. Otherwise, I would most likely have become his marionette in that chaotic battle. The appearance of him and Abomination Sua exceeded my expectations. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and took 1 step in a counterclockwise manner. He opened his mouth and chanted in Mandarin, the Exalted. Suddenly, Klein's body trembled. His voice came to a halt as he froze on the spot. In his line of sight, a figure had appeared on a chair beside the full-body mirror in the room. He was a young man of medium build, wearing a dark-colored jacket and trousers. He looked like a mixed-blood man with Loan and Balam roots. This was the marionette that Klein had lost, Winner Enuni. Enuni smiled as he faced Klein's pair of eyes that could no longer move. Don't randomly leave your marionettes around. They can be tracked. As he spoke, he slowly stood up. He casually took out a crystal monocle from his pocket and slowly wore it on his right eye. End of the 5th volume, Red Priest. Chapter 1151. Deceit. In a hotel in the Backland Bridge area. Apart from his thoughts that still belonged to him, Klein could no longer control anything else. Even his eyeballs couldn't move. He knew very well that this was likely a deeper level of parasitizing. In this state, he could only look ahead of him in fear and despair. He watched as Enuni, who was wearing a monocle with a smile on his face, changed into Amon's original form. He took a step forward counterclockwise and opened his mouth to speak in Mandarin in an articulate and mellow manner. The immortal Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. Did he steal my thoughts just now, or my ability to speak Mandarin? It should be the former, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to grasp this ritual. Klein's pupils couldn't widen as he watched. He felt an unprecedented sense of anxiety. As though sensing his emotions, the monocled man turned to look at him and smiled. He then took another step counterclockwise and whispered in Mandarin, the Sky Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. Following that, this blasphemer carried on the ritual with great familiarity. With every step he took, and every chant of the incantation, Klein's heart sank even deeper into a dark swamp, as though he could no longer see any light. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. When Amon took the final step and recited the final incantation, a boundless grayish-white fog suddenly appeared in front of Klein. He heard layers of pleas. There was no need to listen carefully, as he understood what it meant with his spiritual perception. After advancing to Scholar of Yore, he had obtained basic control over Saphira Castle. No matter who it was, even if they had the correct ritual and corresponding incantation, they needed to obtain his permission to enter the world above the gray fog. Reject him. Klein was instantly delighted as this idea clearly surfaced within him. However, just as he had this thought, he had forgotten it. Standing there, he looked like a statue carved from stone. His intention of rejecting Aemon had been stolen by him. Klein once again felt despair, but the grayish-white fog in front of him and the prayers in his ears didn't disappear. Klein was first taken aback before he understood what was going on. I understand. I have to head above the gray fog myself and control Saphira Castle to give him permission to enter. There is no default option. This thought was like a straw which Klein grabbed at without any hesitation. It prevented himself from sinking into the water silently without anyone hear him cry. Although he still didn't know how to make use of this matter, his intuition told him that a slim possibility and his only hope could be hidden in this detail. At this moment, Aemon stopped the attempt and cast his gaze at Klein. Clearly, he had failed to successfully enter Saphira Castle. This angel of time adjusted the monocle on his right eye and smiled. Without any change in expression. Honorable Mr. Fool, your idea of saving yourself is very interesting. Aemon had used the standard Loan language, but every word seemed to be able to stir the powers of nature, creating one explosion after another in his mind. How is he so sure that I'm the fool and not the blessed of the fool? Klein felt his body turn cold as the hope that had just surfaced sank into the water once more. How am I certain? Aemon tsked and pulled the chair from before over and sat down. He pointed at the round stool opposite him and said, "Sit down, don't stand on ceremony." The moment he finished his sentence, Klein couldn't help but stride forward and sit on the round stool. Aemon looked around the room and grabbed Klein's black silk top hat. He put it on his head and said with a smile, "Did you think that I wasn't aware that the ritual would be unsuccessful? It hasn't been long since Saphira Castle produced an anomaly, so how could I forget? I just want to see your reaction. And you subconsciously felt despair and instinctively rejected me. That was very interesting. If you weren't the one who was called the fool, how could you have such thoughts? Dear Mr. Fool, am I right?" As he repeated the 4 rhetorical questions, Aemon looked rather pleased, as though he was an old hunter who had caught the fox's tail. I fell for his scam. Only then did Klein realize why Aemon wasn't disappointed at all. He subconsciously wanted to deny it, but after some thought, he calmly said, "Kill me. I can speak now." Klein tried to control his body, but it was completely impossible. In the next second, he was prepared to recite the honorific name of the Evernight goddess, but this thought was immediately lost. The thin-faced blasphemer Aemon pressed down on his right monocle and maintained his excited state from before. "So that you can be reborn in Saphira Castle. The more I talk to this fellow, the more mistakes I make." Klein shut his mouth tightly and didn't say another word. When Aemon saw this, he shook his head with a smile. "There's no need to be so afraid. Actually, there's no bad blood between us." Sitting on the round stool like a doll, Klein was stunned for a moment, but he didn't respond. Aemon leaned forward slightly and looked into his eyes before continuing with a smile. "The only conflict we have is regarding Saphira Castle. But do you really wish to shoulder that fate? Aren't you worried that the original owner of Saphira Castle will revive within you?" This was something Klein was very concerned about, making him at a loss for words. Aemon pinched the crystal monocle and didn't urge him to answer. He smiled and said, "If you give me Saphira Castle, all the problems will be resolved. That way, whether the original owner of Saphira Castle comes back to life, or if the corresponding fate can be shouldered, the person who needs to worry is me, not you. Also, I'll be the one to take over the subsequent arrangements of my zealous brother, Dor, and Lil, Zeratul pursuits in the benediction of Evernight. And you will be freed from all this and just stay as a Sequence 3. Hey, why would I want to kill you? What's the point of killing a Sequence 3? Even if I want to retrieve the characteristic, it's still expendable. My prey will only be Pallas, Lil, Zeratul, and Dor. The rest will purely depend on my mood. As for the organization that you established, I can also help you maintain it. It's very fascinating and interesting. If you think this price isn't enough, then I can make you my blessed. Heh, are you not pretending that the fool is the angel of time Aemon in the City of Silver? This can turn into a reality in the future. I will lead them out of the forsaken land of the gods and see the light. Outside, when the time comes, you'll still have a chance to advance to sequence 2 and become an angel. This is practically taking over all my worries and hardships. There are only benefits left. Klein, who didn't have a huge desire in becoming a true god and controlling Saphira Castle, heard his heart palpitate with excitement. If he hadn't known that Aemon was the #1 master in deceit, he would have agreed to it on the spot. But in the end, he still said without any expression, "Kill me." "Is that the only thing you know how to say?" Aemon said without any signs of anger. He looked at Klein with piqued amusement. To him, this was a very interesting matter. It was completely understandable that he would encounter difficulties during the process. They only served to make success even more fulfilling and delightful. "I'm just a heartless broken record." By lampooning, Klein eased his depression and despair. Instead of answering, he asked, "How do you know that the City of Silver thinks that you are the fool?" He didn't dare to say that the City of Silver still suspected that the fool was the god that Aemon believed in, afraid that he would provoke him. Of course, if Aemon was the type of person who would lose his intelligence after being provoked, he definitely would have tried doing so. This was because he now suspected that, after gaining initial control of Saphira Castle, he would be reborn above the gray fog after his death. Unfortunately, Aemon wasn't a king of angels from the storm pathway, but a god of trickery that gave even the true deities a headache in the 4th epic. Aemon laughed and said, "Do you think I only have 2 avatars in the City of Silver? Since you, the fool, and the hanged man have intervened, then I'm happy to quietly watch from the sidelines." The City of Silver is still accommodating Amon's avatar, who's the fellow who was parasitized. Yes, previously, the members of the Giant King's Court's exploration team weren't parasitized. This is something that can be confirmed. As his mind tensed up, Klein felt that it was only natural. This was because Leonard had once told him that seeing one Aemon meant that there were a bunch of Amons lurking around. It wouldn't just be a small handful. Without much thought, Klein tried hard to come up with an attempt to create an opportunity. "You didn't rob me of my destiny directly because you can't handle it right now." Aemon nodded frankly and said, "Yes, that's why I want to make a deal with you peacefully. But since you rejected my offer, I can only bring you to see my real body, to a sufficiently safe place. Then, your destiny will be taken away. When that happens, your ending will not be as good as I just said earlier." As he spoke, the black-haired, black-eyed man with a broad forehead and thin face slowly got up and walked towards the door. With that, Klein stood up and followed behind like a puppet. As he reached out to open the door, Aemon seemed to recall a question. He pressed down on the crystal monocle and turned to look back at him. "What's the 4th line of your scholar of your honorific name?" In mysticism, every existence's corresponding honorific name wasn't that strict. As long as one used the correct format and certain descriptions to narrow the scope to prevent any ambiguity, they could point towards the corresponding hidden existence. This was also why quite a number of heretics who knew anything about mysticism could randomly make up honorific names while still receiving feedback. Of course, if it wasn't for the honorific name given by the hidden existence, there was no way to enjoy receiving feedback. Whether they established a connection or not depended on whether the existence was interested in the supplicant. Previously, Aemon had used his understanding of the scholar of Yor and Gehrman Sparrow, and the powers of the Marauder Pathways Sequence 7 cryptologist, to restore the full honorific name that could point accurately to Gehrman Sparrow. However, he didn't attempt to pray and use the automatic response to establish a connection to lock onto Klein's location, because his godhood intuition told him that there was a problem with the 4th sentence, dooming him to fail. The 4th line of Klein's honorific name flashed across his mind, but he had no intention of telling Aemon. At that moment, Aemon opened his mouth and read out his thoughts. Protector of backland magic and drama performers. This so-called angel of time and blasphemer fell silent for a few seconds after saying it out loud. Then, he smiled, very happily. After laughing, Aemon adjusted his monocle on his right eye and said with a smile, "To be honest, this is all very interesting. Are you really not considering becoming my blessed?" Klein opened his mouth and gave a familiar answer. "Kill me." Chapter 1152. Error. Upon hearing Klein's reply, Aemon smiled and shook his head. As he reached out to open the door, he casually asked, "How did you think of such an honorific name?" "It needs to have a certain connection with myself, but also be able to avoid others from using the prayer's automatic response to lock onto me. There aren't many such honorific names." Seeing that his identity had been exposed, there was no need for Klein to hide it any further. Furthermore, He hoped to use such a conversation to grasp an opportunity. At the same time, his mind raced as he began thinking about how to save himself. I've been deeply parasitized. If I have any thoughts that aren't beneficial to Eamon, it will be easily sensed and detected by him. Today is Saturday, and it's almost Monday again. If the fool suddenly stops the tarot gathering without any warning, the other members will definitely be terrified, nervous, and confused. Here, those who have the means to contact the world will definitely attempt to summon the messenger to ask for the reason. And once Miss Messenger approaches me, she will be able to discover the existence of Eamon. Then, she can use the yesterday once again charm to recover to her peak condition. With the complete strength of an angel, she has a sizable chance of rescuing me from Amon's avatar. The most important thing for me now is to persist and live for 2 days. Yes, since Eamon can't steal my fate right now, why did he try to trade peacefully? Even if I agreed to it, he wouldn't dare to let me go above the gray fog to grant him permission. That would mean that I'm free from his control and able to Saphira Castle to effectively purify and make a counterattack against the parasite. Is the agreement itself a switch, and there's no need to follow up on it? Eamon deliberately didn't mention this. As expected, it was a scam. Having grasped a sliver of hope, Klein decided to stall for time as long as possible for the next 2 days. The focus of Eamon was still on the honorific name that no human and angel could think of. As he walked out of the room, he scratched his chin and said, "Have you provided any protection to Backland's magic and drama performers?" "I've protected a trickmaster before." Having made plans, Klein was much more cooperative than before. He answered simply, "I'm a magician myself. I've performed many times in Backland." The monocled Eamon nodded. "Barely counts." He then walked out of the hotel room and went down the stairs to the street. Like a servant, he followed behind without any abnormalities. Looking to his left and right, Eamon pinched his monocle and sighed with a smile. "How regretful." "What's there to regret?" Klein asked in puzzlement. "I've already been caught by you. What else do you have to regret?" Eamon pressed down on his silk top hat and maintained his smile. "You can make a guess. If you can guess correctly, I can give you a better ending." Klein didn't believe in his promise at all. In order to not be tricked into revealing more secrets, he shook his head and said, "I can't guess it." "How boring," Eamon said simply. He clenched his right hand into a fist and lightly tapped on his monocle. From the pedestrians, the trees by the side of the street, the sparrows on the rooftops, the rats in the muddy corners, and all kinds of living creatures in the air, illusory worm-like figures flew out, returning to Eamon like stars. This son of a god's status instantly rose to the level of an angel. As for Klein, he raised his left hand, and the human-skinned glove suddenly turned transparent. This was the activation process of traveling. At that moment, the only thing on him which was real was creeping hunger. The rest were made by using the powers of a faceless, as well as the glove using flesh and blood as the material. Seeing that traveling was about to begin, Klein was taken aback as he blurted out, "Why didn't you teleport in the room?" He had expected Eamon to leave Backland with him. After all, this was a place where even a king of angels had to be wary of. However, he couldn't understand why he would open the door, go down the stairs, and leave the hotel in such ordinary fashion. The eye behind the monocle swept across Klein as the corner of Amon's mouth slowly curled up. "I've already answered you. What a pity that you didn't seek help from Pallas." This angel of time had an obvious smile on his face, but there was no emotion in his black eyes. It made Klein shudder. He's certain that I have some connection with Pallas Zoroast. Is it because of what happened the last time?" "No, stop it." Klein attempted to cogitate, trying his best to control himself from thinking too much, so as to prevent his thoughts from being stolen by Eamon. Eamon glanced at the panicking passers-by on the street in an impassive manner before looking up at the gray sky and saying, "I can only wait for the next opportunity. The most important thing now is to bring you to that place." As they spoke, both of them turned transparent at the same time and vanished from the hotel's entrance. None of the people who came over felt anything amiss. After passing through countless indescribable spirit world creatures and overlapping layers of different saturated colors, Klein and Eamon appeared above the sea. Beneath their feet was a huge fissure. The blue seawater had been cut off as they plummeted deep into the bottomless darkness, like a waterfall without ever filling it. This was the entrance to the ruins of the Battle of Gods. With a thought, Klein asked, you're taking me to the forsaken land of the gods. The magnificent waterfall was reflected in Amon's monocle. He nodded slightly and casually replied, "That's right. When we get there, even your messenger won't be able to sense you through the contract." The forsaken land of the gods was clearly separated from the spirit world. Only by relying on Saphira Castle could a connection be made. Amon knows what I'm planning to do. The flame of hope that was ignited in him was extinguished by the cold reality. He couldn't find another way to save himself for the time being. At this moment, the levitating Amon muttered to himself, "If my mausoleum in Backland hadn't been destroyed by the Church of Steam, we could have used the abyss as a springboard to head there directly. We wouldn't have to go through all this trouble." Klein guiltily changed the topic. "The abyss is connected to the forsaken land of the gods." "No," Amon shook his head and said with a relaxed expression, "but I can use some of its characteristics to go anywhere. I heard that there were some nasty changes in the abyss." With a thought, Klein probed. Amon turned his head and glanced at him without concealing his curiosity. "You're actually aware?" "Yes, I once thought of exploring the abyss." Klein didn't speak further, afraid that the King of Angels of the Marauder Pathway would discover that he could read Russel's diary. At this moment, Amon suddenly laughed. "You want to explore the abyss? What's so funny about that?" Klein was very interested in what had happened to the abyss to begin with. Thus, he took the opportunity to cooperate with Amon in an attempt to know more. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly had a new idea. Using the conversation he had with Amon, he could grasp more historical secrets to speed up his digestion of the Scholar of Your potion. That way, he could try using it to deepen his control of Saphira Castle and escape from his current predicament. This thought flashed through his mind as he quickly restrained himself and stopped thinking about such matters. In regards to his question, Amon chuckled and said, "Your visiting of the abyss is like offering yourself as a beautifully packaged gift to someone who wants it." Dark side of the universe. Klein was first alarmed before he made a guess. Amon nodded. He was originally the only surviving ancient god, the devil monarch, Farbati. Now, hey, without finishing his sentence, Amon leapt and jumped into the huge, illusory rift with the strong winds. With that, Klein lost the support of the wind and fell straight down. After an unknown period of time, the water that resembled a fountain surged upwards rapidly, throwing him and Amon to the other side of the severed face. Just as he entered the ruins of the Battle of Gods, Klein was hit by bright sunlight. He suddenly heard a series of intense and crazy ravings. It was like a thin needle that pierced through his eardrums and stabbed into his brain, filling every thought with immense pain. As for the worms of spirit that formed his mythical creature form, they gradually changed, as though they were about to give birth to a degenerate consciousness that didn't belong to him, the true creator's ravings. With regards to this, Klein could barely withstand it, but it was difficult for him to hold on for too long. There was no way for him to go too far in the ruins of the Battle of Gods. At this moment, he saw that the monocle on Amon's right eye absorbed all the light around them. It became unusually bright and white. Then, a thick darkness ruled the sky. Amon directly stole the day of the ruins of the Battle of Gods. In the darkness, this Angel of Time's avatar brought Klein to an island and made him sleep against a stone pillar. Soon, Klein arrived in the hazy dream world. He saw the projection of the giant king's court, which was filled with an epic feeling, opposite the black cloister and the cliff. Amon, wearing the black silk top hat and crystal monocle, appeared beside him. With a relaxed smile, he pointed at the projection of the giant king's court that was frozen in the sunset. "That's the entrance to the forsaken land of the gods." After some thought, Klein raised his doubts. Don't you need to enter a dream at a specific location to open the entrance? He couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope again. He thought that it would be great if Amon wasted a week or two of his time in the ruins of the Battle of Gods. That's right, Amon didn't deny what Klein had said. He casually said, "If you wish to open the entrance, you have to travel on a ship to the core of this ruin's waters. This might take more than a month, and you will experience many dangers that you're currently unable to withstand. As for me, I don't have to. Is it because you're the son of the creator?" Klein guessed in deliberation. No. Amon had one hand in his pocket as he turned to walk to the black cloister's entrance. In chaotic places like this, order is in shambles, and the laws governing them have mutated. There are too many things that can be exploited. As this Angel of Time walked, he turned to look at Klein. The Marauder Pathways Sequence 0 has a very abstract name, Error. It was named by my father. He once used a strange word of unknown origins to represent it. Bug. When translated, it's a Trojan horse of fate, the slug of time, the loopholes in rules, the manifestation of all errors. Chapter 1153. The Sunset Tunnel. Font, big middle small, previous index next add bookmarks. Error, bug, is that the essence of the Marauder pathway. As he came to a realization, Klein also confirmed one thing. That was that the ancient sun god, the City of Silver creator, Amon's father really did come from Earth. The word that Amon said was standard English. Fellow Earthling, your two children have really caused me so much pain, if only they were all like Bernadette. As he lampooned inwardly, he asked curiously, you want to use this dream world's loophole? Klein controlled himself and didn't use the term bug to describe it, lest it would arouse suspicion in Amon due to his overly ordinary fluency when speaking the word. He would then reveal a trump card for no reason. Faced with a king of angels who could steal his thoughts and deeply parasitize him, he had very few trump cards to begin with. He had to make good use of every single one of them. Who knew when they might end up being effective? At that moment, Amon had already walked out of the black cloister. He had one hand in his pocket, and without doing anything, the heavy door opened automatically, as though it was welcoming the arrival of a distinguished guest. You can think of it that way, but in actual fact, it's a little more complicated than that. Amon didn't show the might of a blasphemer at all as he casually answered Klein's question. This dream world doesn't have any errors, or rather, loopholes. It's just that, due to the clashing of remnant divine powers, some places appear more chaotic. And I can use this chaos to create a loophole. As the huge door that was prepared for the giant was completely opened, Amon pinched his monocle and walked into the hall, venturing deep inside. During this process, he smiled and gave a more in-depth explanation. You should know very well that this cloister is composed of dreams. Yes, it comes from the dreams of different living beings in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. After some thought, Klein added, it might also be left behind by some dreams from the past. At that moment, the man and angel walked on a winding black staircase. The light of dusk shone through the stained glass from high above, bringing with it a feeling of burning holiness. Amon touched the human skull engraving on the railings and smiled as he took in the surroundings. Generally speaking, the area you enter this dream world is where you end up when waking up, regardless if you're in the dreams of other living beings in other seas. Unable to nod, Klein could only express his opinion with words. And after I create a loophole, I can wake up in the corresponding location by entering other dreams. Clearly, this cloister is much smaller than the sea ruins outside. The structure is even narrower. Perhaps, we can reach our destination in a few minutes. There was a hint of joy in Amon's tone. To him, creating and exploiting loopholes was a joyous matter. Amon is actually able to use such a method to quickly pass through the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. We won't even be wasting an hour or two, much less 1 or 2 weeks, as expected of a king of angels, the blasphemer of the fourth epic. The glimmer of hope that was generated in Klein vanished instantly. He wasn't sure if Amon had deliberately not mentioned it in advance, so as to enjoy watching the bubbles of his target's hope being popped time and time again. Or if he didn't care about such trivial matters. All he could do was to curb his heavy depression and say, you want to control the core dream of this illusory world. He remembered Queen Mystic Bernadette mentioning that she didn't dare enter the black wooden door in the deepest depths of the cloister. It's not me, it's us, Amon replied with a smile. He seemed to suddenly recall something. He raised his hand to adjust his monocle and asked with interest, why did you put a monocle on your marionette? I didn't even need to prepare one myself. Feeling awkward for a second, Klein thought for a second and decided to answer truthfully, not long ago, in order to digest the Bizarro Sorcerer potion, I deliberately wore this monocle in front of the Red Angel evil spirit. Amon, who was walking down the stairs suddenly paused. He turned his head to look at Klein and smiled. Very interesting, this Angel of Time said thoughtfully, to think that Medici hasn't completely died. Next time, if I encounter him, I'll disguise myself to look like you, and then I'll wear a monocle in front of him again. Poor Sauron Einhorn Medici, as a whole king of angels, can you not be so senseless? Is this the so-called god of mischief? When Klein heard that, he felt wistful, not knowing what to say. Amon pressed down on the crystal monocle and asked, did you wear this monocle on your left eye? How did you know? Klein was shocked. imagining that Aemon had stolen the scene from the fog of history. How did I know? Aemon said with a smile. There are two possibilities. Firstly, it's because you're of a Beander of a low level, so you're definitely not a match for that fellow Medici. You were afraid that if your disguise was too realistic, then you would incur a fatal subconscious attack and deduced that you would be better of doing so. Secondly, if you had the intention of imitating me and ended up doing an accurate imitation, then I might be able to use the ripples generated by fate to detect the incident. Since I didn't notice it, it must mean that the monocle was worn on the wrong spot. Make a guess. Which possibility is it? I will choose the most dangerous possibility, regardless of whether it's true or not. This way, I will be even more careful and cautious in the future when it comes to matters like this. Of course, there must be a future first, since Aemon didn't show any signs of viciousness or oppression. Klein had unknowingly let down his guard and felt that Aemon was an easygoing king of angels. But now, he suddenly snapped to attention as he came to a realization that this was a trait of a master swindler. The second possibility. Klein gave his answer. Aemon didn't say if he was right. He reached the bottom of the stairs and came to the lowest level of the cloister. He stopped in front of a black wooden door covered in strange patterns. I've been here before. Once this door is fully opened, the power inside will shatter the dream world in its entirety, Klein said as he attempted to extract more historical secrets from Aemon. Aemon reached out for the handle, his thin face impassive as he said, "This is my father's final dream. The corresponding location is where he perished. The ruins of the Battle of Gods was where Rose Redemption attacked the ancient sun god, the source of the cataclysm." When Klein heard that, he tensed up as his thoughts raced. With regards to this answer, after understanding the formation of Rose Redemption, he had a corresponding theory regarding the various abnormalities in the ruins of the Battle of Gods. He wasn't too shocked now, and the scholar of your potion had even been digested to a certain degree. Immediately following that, he let out an indescribable sigh. This was the closest he had gotten to the ancient sun god. Previously, when he saw it through dream divination, they were separated by a distant stretch of both space and time. The ancient sun god and Emperor Russell were the protagonists of an era, but in the end, they ended up miserable. The ending was tragic. Russell still has the means of being revived. I wonder if this former creator had any similar setups. Dark Angel Saucerer. The true creator. Amidst his thoughts, Aemon opened the black wooden door covered in strange patterns. There was a sea inside, and the blinding sunlight shot straight at it. There seemed to be a rich gold color hidden in the waves. Klein didn't understand what the thick gold represented previously, but now, he had a preliminary idea. It was the blood of the ancient sun god. Before he died, he was affected by the power of the Evernight, and fell into a dream. He dreamed of his body being torn apart, staining the sea with blood. As the black wooden door opened, an unimaginable aura emanated out, causing the entire cloister to violently shake, as though it had encountered an earthquake that could destroy this world. Amidst the dust and collapsed stone bricks, the two of them entered the golden sea through the wooden door. Following that, he felt his spirit body melt as his psyche evaporated. In seconds, he would become fertilizer for the dream. At this moment, bright and pure white light shone out from Amon's crystal monocle, instantly shattering the dream world. He returned the day he had stolen to the ruins of the Battle of the Gods, allowing the place to turn from night to day. At the same time, his and Klein's figures turned somewhat transparent. Then, they appeared in midair above a sea that was dyed golden. The temperature here was higher than what Klein imagined, but it wasn't as dangerous as the dream. Or rather, the sea in the core region of the ruins of the Battle of the Gods was separated into safety zones due to various clashes of divine power. As long as one didn't blindly explore the area, then there wouldn't be too much of a problem. In the next second, Amon's monocle drew in all the light from his surroundings, making himself appear extremely bright. Day was stolen and night had fallen once again. After the two landed on an island in a safe zone, they once again entered the dream world. This time, they appeared outside the black wooden door covered with strange patterns. Aemon adjusted his monocle, which he wore on his right eye, and pulled it with his left hand, stealing the distance between the entrance and the cloister. Both of them took a step forward at the same time, leaving the cloister and arriving at the edge of the cliff. Opposite them was the projection of the giant king's court that was frozen in the dusk. Klein originally thought that Aemon would follow procedure and chant the corresponding honorific name, but to his surprise, he only raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. The clouds that separated the two mountains instantly boiled as they parted to the left and right, revealing an invisible dark rift at the bottom. The projection of the giant king's court on the opposite side suddenly sucked all the rays of light from the sunset over, letting them surge forward and fill up the deep crack. Hence, in between the two mountains, an orange-red light road appeared in the clouds. "Let's go." Eamon gave a low laugh as he leapt down the cliff. With the fluttering of his clothes, he landed on the passage formed by dusk. Unable to resist, Klein could only follow and jump down the cliff. Chapter 1154. I'll give you a chance. The path that was formed by dusk didn't seem to contain anything, but after Eamon and Klein landed one after another, they didn't continue falling, as though they were walking on the ground. This time, Eamon didn't steal the distance. Instead, he brought Klein along as they approached the majestic projection of the giant king's court. From time to time, he would observe and admire the beautiful scenery. Walking above the sea of clouds, they walked along a sunset bridge with the legendary palace in the distance. It was supposed to be a joyful and refreshing matter, but Klein felt as though he was walking into the abyss, doing so one step at a time. The more he struggled, the deeper he fell. Once he entered the forsaken land of the gods, many things that he relied on would be useless. Before long, Eamon and Klein arrived at the projection of the giant king's court and stood in front of the tallest building. On one side of the building was a steeple, and on the other side was a spire. The main door was far more than 10 meters tall, with it being mainly a grayish-blue color. It was covered with symbols, labels, and patterns. It was where the giant king lived, the place where Dark Angel Sorcerer slept. Klein glanced at the pitch-black hole to the left of the door, roughly determining that the door in the dream didn't need a key to open. Otherwise, the true creator's believers wouldn't have been able to pass through. After all, the actual key back then was in Vice Admiral Iceberg's collection room. Next, we'll be able to enter the forsaken land of the gods once the door is opened. However, we'll definitely attract the attention of others by doing so. Eamon chortled and took a few steps diagonally to the edge of the door. We won't open the door, but instead directly head over. As he spoke, the Angel of Time raised his hand to adjust his monocle. A dark blue color appeared in the corner of the grayish-blue door. It was an illusory door without any sense of being corporeal. The door opening power of an apprentice is a very low-level ability, but it's perfect when used here. Eamon lowered his right hand and introduced in satisfaction. Taking 2 steps, he passed through the illusory door. There are no useless Beyonder powers, only useless Beyonders. If I directly push the door open, I'll draw the attention of others, but from who? The true creator. His holy residence, his divine kingdom should be somewhere in the forsaken land of the gods. If I can lure him over and let him clash with Eamon, I might be able to find a chance to escape. Without any ability to control himself, Klein followed behind Eamon without leaving much of a gap, stepping into the blurry dark blue door. The moment he stepped through, he felt the world spin around him. Even his spirituality seemed to be torn apart. After the abnormality disappeared and his condition was restored, he realized that he was on a beach that was soaked in the glow of the sunset. The sand and stones here were all black in color. Deep blue waves surged over from afar as they crashed into the coast, one wave after another, but they didn't produce any sounds like they should have. They were quiet, like a grand illusion. This sea is an illusion. Coming in would probably result in one appearing here, but it's not necessarily the case for leaving. According to the principle of reciprocity, if one wants to leave, they can only open the residence of the giant king, where Dark Angel Sorcerer is in deep sleep. With a sudden realization, Klein turned his head and looked in another direction. It was a mountain bathed in dusk. On it were countless palaces, towers, and many majestic city walls. This was the legendary giant king's court. Even if the city of silver could find a path that leads to the beach, it would be meaningless. From the corner of his eye, he saw that Eamon had changed his image. He wore a black classical robe and a pointed hat of the same color. He changed from being a gentleman from the present era to an ancient mage that originated from the 4th or even the 3rd epoch. With a thought, Klein continued looking at the giant king's court, which wasn't too far away. He casually said, "Dark Angel Sorcerer is sleeping in the palace of the giant king." Eamon stood to his side as he looked in the same direction and said without any change in expression, "I know. I've entered the giant king's court and even visited the graves of Ormir's parents." As expected, one of Klein's guesses was finally confirmed. He deliberated and said, "What answers you searching for one?" You can make a guess. Aemon continued looking at the giant king's court and laughed. If I had any idea, I wouldn't need to ask you. After thinking for a few seconds, he said, some secrets of the first epic. You can say that, Aemon replied without much concern. Klein hesitated for a moment before saying, aren't you curious about Dark Angel Saucerer's condition? I am. Aemon didn't change the direction of his gazes, he said with a smile, but compared to me, there are still many people who are more interested in that. My zealous brother, the Hanged Man, the Dragon of Betrayal, as well as Evernight, Storm, and White. I want to see who's the first one who isn't able to hold back. Heh, if I can steal everything of importance inside at the critical moment, their expressions will definitely be very interesting. This thought, the reason for stirring up such a huge matter was purely to cause trouble, to gain some excitement. Klein frowned slightly and realized that Amon's values were different from that of humans. This is a natural mythical creature, completely different from humans. Why can I frown on my own? Just as he came to a realization, he sensed that something was missing in his body. He subconsciously turned his head to look at blasphemer Aemon. There was a semi-translucent worm of time with 12 rings in Amon's hand. He smiled as he looked into Klein's eyes and said with some anticipation, since we've already arrived at the forsaken land of the gods, there's no need to worry about external interference. I'll give you a chance. Before I reach my true destination, I will no longer parasitize you. You can use every method that you can think of to escape, and I will try my best to stop you. Good luck. Don't disappoint me. For a moment, Klein couldn't believe what Aemon had just said. He suspected that Aemon was bluffing him, but when he thought of Amon's behavior all this while, he felt that it was something that was in line with his character. All right. As his thoughts raced, he took a deep breath and solemnly replied under the orange glow of the sunset. Backland, Parliament House. Due to King Georgil's sudden self-destruction, none of the nobles and members of Parliament were allowed to return to their respective homes. Instead, they were gathered here to receive heavy protection from the 3 churches and the military. Dressed in a pure black dress, Audrey stood behind the railing on the 2nd floor and quietly looked down. As the matter had happened too suddenly and lacked any prior warning, she still found it surreal despite receiving some indication from the world Gehrman Sparrow. She seemed to have transcended reality and was watching a performance. Her father, brother, and the other nobles and members of Parliament were gathered in cliques as they occupied different small rooms. From time to time, one would walk out of the small room, bringing with them the stench of smoke and their gentlemanly attire as they rushed to another discussion circle. The ladies and madams sat in the lounge. Most of them had yet to return to their senses as their eyes were dazed and their bodies trembling. The parliamentary staff and the military's middle and low-ranking officers were running about everywhere, transmitting information from different places. A soldier dressed in a red shirt and white pants walked in from the outside and handed a stack of paper to the officer in charge of the hall. The officer glanced at it and immediately called for his assistant. He pointed at the small room where Earl Hall and the rest were in. Without asking anything, the adjutant took the documents and ran towards his destination. All of this happened in a very quiet environment. Only the sound of footsteps and faint whispers echoed in the air. It was as if it was a huge oil painting drawn on the canvas of the real world. The gorgeous decorations, dark colors, dim lights, and the expressions on everyone's faces created an extremely heavy atmosphere. Audrey pursed her lips slightly and looked at it for a while. Her mood was still at a nadir, and she only managed to maintain her calm by relying on placate. Why would Mr. World deal with the king? The death of the king will definitely bring deep hatred. It doesn't matter what sequence the king is, because he has never shown it. This doesn't affect the overall strength of the kingdom, but this incident is enough to explain one thing. The 3 churches, royal family, and military have fractured apart. The internal strife is quite serious. The situation with Lowen will be very dangerous. Its enemies will definitely not let this opportunity go. As her thoughts raced, she saw a man in a black coat rush into Parliament House. He suppressed his voice and started talking to the officer in charge of the lobby. As an experienced spectator who could observe the subtle expressions and body language, reading lips was undoubtedly Audrey's strength. As she watched, she interpreted the corresponding content. Intis has used the excuse of conflict in the borders of the Homassus mountain range to gather a large number of troops there. Audrey bit her lip lightly as that familiar feeling of not belonging there arose again. It was as if she had seen a novel's description play out in the real world. The grayness of the sky seemed to grow thicker. No one spoke in the house where the Morettis lived. Benson stood behind the oriel window with a solemn expression as he looked at the people rushing down the streets. It was unknown what he was thinking. Melissa sat on the sofa beside the coffee table. She lowered her head and looked at the crude machinery she made. It was as if she had become a statue. Sigh, the situation has become even more chaotic. Benson exhaled as he touched his hairline. He turned his head back and forced a smile. Regardless, Backland is definitely safer than most places. Melissa didn't raise her head. Instead, she said with an ethereal voice, Klein found a good job, and our lives gradually improved. In the end, an accident took him away. We moved out of Tingen, and you got a job as a civil servant. I entered university and started on the correct path. In the end, war broke out. It wasn't easy for us to get used to this environment. We were praying that the war would end early. In the end, the king was blown to pieces. Having said that, Melissa slowly lifted her head and looked at her brother with a confused expression. Benson, is it that difficult to obtain and maintain a better life than what we had before? Chapter 1155. Walking in the Dark. Backland, East. Burrow. Furs, who had just returned from the land of ice and snow, was wrapped in thick layers of clothing. She looked at the burning charcoal stove in front of her as if she had fallen into a terrible environment again. She couldn't help but shiver a few times. George III is already dead. The things that happened before will definitely come to an end. Perhaps we can move out of this place and head to North Burrow or Hillston Burrow. The houses there have fireplaces. Zio sat on a chair opposite her and similarly stared at the warm furnace. She replied with a slightly confused expression, let's wait another week or two. To be honest, I still can't believe that George III was killed so easily. I didn't have time to do anything. This bounty hunter, who had become a judge, sounded disappointed, confused, and puzzled. It felt as though she had lost her motivation in life. Furs temporarily forgot about the damage caused by the cold as she consoled her. I don't think that this was done by Gehrman Sparrow. It was done by those people who used Charmaine. They were the only ones investigating the secret motives of George III. Your actions have contributed to his death to a certain degree. It's as if you had exacted your revenge in an indirect manner. There shouldn't be any more surveillance or suppressive measures placed against your family. You can try to start a new life. If you have the chance, you might be able to use proper channels to make an appeal for your father. Upon hearing the last few sentences, Zio raised her head. Yes, the situation is getting more and more chaotic now. I'm worried that they'll be affected by the war. Furs, do you think it's safer to be in Backland, or in an ordinary city that isn't near the borders? Furs thought for a few seconds and shook her head calmly. She added, I plan to ask Mr. World. He must have a better grasp of the overall situation. Do you still remember? He warned us beforehand that something would happen around George III, and to avoid approaching him. In addition, Furs also wanted to ask where the next stop of her travels would be so that she could make preparations early. Yes, Zio nodded instinctively. Furs flipped through the newspapers she supported with her knees, and she drank the coffee she had left. Then, she slowly got up and entered the room inside. She prayed to Mr. Fool in a low voice, asking him to pass her questions to the world Gehrman Sparrow. In the forsaken land of the gods, near the giant king's court, without being parasitized, at a deeper level, Klein followed Aemon to the foot of the mountain. In the frozen dusk, they circled to the front of the mythical land. Although Aemon had given him a chance to escape, he wasn't in a hurry to do so. This was because he knew very well that Aemon had the strength and level of at least a sequence 2. He was an angel in the truest sense of the word, an entity he couldn't fight head-on. Besides, a marauder was known as an error, a loophole, a bug. Its powers were very strange, making it impossible to guard against. Klein believed that whatever normal means he could come up with to save himself would be ineffective. I can only stay patient and wait for an opportunity that can be used. During this process, I have to keep making attempts to observe Amon's response. Yes, I still have to take note of a problem. I can't believe anything Aemon says. He has already retrieved the worm of time and removed my parasitized state. At least, in terms of my condition, he isn't lying, but this might not be the whole truth. I can't rule out the possibility that he has left a worm of time lurking in my body. He might take control of my body at a critical moment. As these thoughts surfaced in Klein's mind, he chatted with Aemon, asking about Dark Angel Sosrir. However, he saw that nearby, in the distance, the dusk was fading away as darkness blanketed the area. Lightning bolts that snarled from time to time lit up half the sky. They had arrived at the boundary of the giant king's court and were about to leave the mythical kingdom. Once I'm in the darkness, I'll either evaporate into thin air or encounter a sudden terrifying monster attack. With the thought, Klein pretended not to know anything as he continued proceeding forward. He went from the orange dusk and into the deep darkness. At this moment, Eamon, in his black classic robe and pointed hat, accompanied with a monocle, reached out his hand and pulled back a lantern covered in thin animal hide. Inside the lantern, a candle made of some unknown oil emitted a faint yellow light and a slightly pungent smell. "Carry it." Eamon threw the lantern at Klein. Klein caught the lantern and fell silent. A few seconds later, he probed, "Where did you get this from?" At that moment, Klein imagined that Eamon had summoned a projection from the historical void. Eamon pinched the crystal monocle and said with a smile, "I stole it from the human camp up ahead." "Oh, that's the City of Silver's afternoon town camp. It was stolen." Klein's eyelids twitched. He didn't ask further as he carried the lantern into the endless darkness. The dim yellow light was like an invisible defensive barrier as it quickly spread out, creating a warm zone in the dark night. At this moment, the lightning in the sky kept flashing. The gap between them was rather long, and there was almost no thunder. It occasionally boomed. According to the general knowledge he had learned from Little Sun, this was nighttime in the forsaken land of the gods. It was the most dangerous period. As he proceeded forward, he first used the faceless powers which had undergone a qualitative change. Together with creeping hunger, he adjusted his eye structure to adapt to this special environment. Following that, he used his spiritual perception to survey his surroundings. He felt that, in the darkness, there were many eyes staring at him, with creatures of indescribable shapes hidden. However, every time the lightning lit up and shone brightly, there was nothing. He wasn't worried at all about the serious backlash from using creeping hunger while not feeding it. From his point of view, there were only two outcomes. One was that creeping hunger attempted to devour him, but had its thoughts stolen away by Eamon. The second was that creeping hunger successfully devoured him, the wearer, allowing him to be resurrected, thus, escaping from his current predicament. The latter was something he was looking forward to, while the former didn't offer any losses, other than leaving creeping hunger somewhat perplexed. After proceeding forward for a while, he saw the City of Silver's afternoon town camp that was built using an abandoned building. Beyond those boulders and walls that were formed by stone pillars, the bonfire quietly burned and illuminated most of the areas inside, making them completely different from the outside world. The members of the City of Silver's exploration team were either patrolling or watching the area under the light's illumination to prevent any accidents. One of them was a Dawn Paladin who was nearly 2.3 meters tall. He was standing at the top of a stronghold and looking into the distance, wary of the monsters hidden in the darkness. Suddenly, he saw a faint yellow flame coming from afar in the darkness. This Dawn Paladin's pupils dilated as his heart raced. Apart from newborns and children who had yet to receive education, everyone in the City of Silver knew that this land had been forsaken by God. No one else would use fire in the darkness to create light. Even monsters who were good at controlling flames would be hidden in a dark environment before they attacked. As for the other humans, all the cities that the City of Silver had discovered to date had already been destroyed and turned to ruins. There were no survivors. The only outsider they had seen to date was the strange little boy, Jack, and at that moment, a flame appeared in the depths of the darkness, one that was constantly moving. What does this mean? The Dawn Paladin who was standing in the stronghold couldn't think of anything at that moment. He could only feel his body trembling slightly. The dim yellow light slowly approached from afar. It passed by the campsite and headed beyond Afternoon Town. Vaguely, the Dawn Knight saw two silhouettes that belonged to humans. They walked deep into the darkness, and their silhouettes were strangely illuminated by the light. Holding what looked like a lantern, they slowly left the camp and disappeared into the endless darkness. At some point in time, the Dawn Paladin was already holding his breath until the faint yellow light was completely gone. There are other humans. No, they can't be humans. The Dawn Paladin's eyes narrowed as he carefully turned around to inform the elder of the 6-member council presiding over this camp. At this moment, he discovered that one of the lanterns hanging on a stone pillar was missing. This Dawn Paladin's body stiffened as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. As he walked away from Afternoon Town, Klein endured the stares of numerous pairs of eyes in the depths of the darkness. He secretly made use of the powers of a scholar of yore, as well as his connection with Saphira Castle, to sense the grayish-white fog that was interwoven through history. He had succeeded. This proved that the forsaken land of the gods wasn't isolated from Saphira Castle. The holy residence of the true creator, or even the divine kingdom, is located in this piece of land. If I were to trigger Saphira Castle and create an anomaly, would it cause him to cast his gaze over and clash with Amen? He is a true god. I don't have extravagant hopes in escaping in the chaos, but I can seize the opportunity to commit suicide when he is dealing with Amen. With a thought, Klein wanted to make Saphira Castle quake slightly. In the next second, this thought disappeared. The corners of Amon's mouth curled up slightly as he walked beside him. The hanged man has no interest in Saphira Castle. Of course, his rationality might not be constant. Klein didn't have extravagant hopes that his impulsive thought could truly succeed. He mainly wanted to test Amon's reaction and see what his response was. At that moment, he didn't feel depressed, nor did he hide his curiosity in asking a question. The hanged man is referring to the sequence 0 of the shepherd pathway. Amen nodded slightly and said, "That's right. This symbolizes degeneration. Of course, if you want to explain it in a positive light, that is sacrifice and responsibility." Klein thought for a moment before probing. "I thought this was a nickname you came up with." Just like Medici. Based on what he knew, the true creator was born because of Rose's redemption. It was very likely related to the death of the ancient sun god. Therefore, he wanted to know what kind of attitude Amen had towards this evil god, and whether it was the same as his brother. Amen nudged his monocle and chuckled. "I've always respected the gods. To have a blasphemer say this sounds really contradictory." Helpless, Klein put a stop to the topic. Chapter 1156. Thinking. Most of the areas in the forsaken land of the gods didn't have paths that one would consider normal, but it wasn't that difficult to walk through them. This was because large swaths of the land were barren. Everything was mostly black in color. On the moors, there were occasional sightings of plants that stubbornly grew. They were of a variety of strange shapes and distorted sizes. Klein had no way to tell what they originally were. Around them, in the areas that the lantern couldn't illuminate, the darkness seemed to have a life of its own. It seemed to move silently, as though it wanted to devour everything that they could blanket. As a scholar of yore, Klein just needed one glance from the corner of his eye to see the spirit-body threads extending out from the darkness around him. They were illusory, dense, and countless. This meant that there were many monsters lurking in the darkness. These monsters were extremely silent. They stared at Amen, who was dressed as an ancient mage, as well as Klein, who looked like a present-day gentleman. Under the dim yellow light, they walked through the wilderness. With his eyes fixed ahead, Klein casually held the animal hide lantern in his hand, not worried about when it would be extinguished. Just as the two of them were about to leave this barren wilderness and enter a hilly region, a deformed monster of mangled flesh with 2 heads and 5 arms suddenly trembled in the darkness behind them. It had become Klein's marionette. Controlling spirit-body threads was silent to begin with, and it wasn't more than 500 meters away. In the next second, the monster collapsed silently, losing its life. Walking to Klein's left, Amen, who was wearing a pointed hat, smiled. He raised his right arm and opened his palm, revealing something. It was a transparent maggot with 3-dimensional patterns, a worm of spirit. This was stolen from the marionette, along with the spirit body threads. Without waiting for Klein to speak, Amen easily crushed the transparent maggot with his fingers. Klein immediately felt a pain that came from deep within his soul. His head felt like it was about to split open. Thankfully, he had gotten used to this feeling from him repeated creating yesterday once more charms and control spirit bullets. He only grimaced without losing his composure. Amen maintained his smile and threw down his palm. "You're too reserved. You can be more daring." Having recovered from the pain, Klein raised his hand to rub his temples, feeling exhausted. Every worm of spirit was calling for him to rest. As he was being chased by Zeratul, the spirituality that he borrowed from his past self had been mostly expended. There was still the continuous traveling. After that, by using Angel's Embrace to remove traces, he was already nearing his limit. After he returned to a safe zone, he had planned on going above the gray fog to check on his surroundings before entering a deep sleep and replenish his energy. Alas, he ended up suffering an ambush from Amen, which resulted in him being parasitized. He had been tormented all the way to the forsaken land of the gods. If he wasn't in a perilous situation, he might have fainted or showed signs of losing control. "I need to rest now." Klein put down his right hand and said frankly. He believed that Amen would satisfy his request, because the more he failed at escaping despite trying his best, the more he could satisfy this god of mischief's desire for entertainment. All right, the monocled Amon's face turned slightly as he said while facing the hillside, there's a resting place there. We'll arrive soon. Of course, I don't mind if you want to camp out in the wilderness. I just feel that you humans might prefer a place that gives you a sense of security. Let's go there. Klein originally wanted to directly control the flame of the lantern to complete a flaming jump, but his drained spirituality stopped him. He could only follow Amon and rely on his feet to move forward, along the way. With a mind of asking more questions, he said to Amon, "Why don't you steal the distance to immediately arrive at our destination?" Amon turned his head and glanced at Klein with his monocled right eye. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. "I'm not the one who wants to rest." Klein shut his mouth and quietly walked forward. After about 10 bolts of lightning flashes, Amon raised his hand and pointed diagonally ahead. "We're here." In the shadow of a hill less than 100 meters away, there were a few buildings that looked like half-steeples. More than 10 giant stone pillars protruded out from the ground, reaching only the height of Klein's knees. A few strands of wild grass grew out from the crevices, their blade-like tips were dark red like blood. "There used to be people living here." Klein rubbed his temples and asked. Nudging the monocle with his right index finger's second joint, Amon smiled and said, "This place used to be a very large city. When the cataclysm happened, the land cracked open and devoured the entire city, leaving behind only these structures to prove that it once existed." The destruction of civilization, this thought suddenly popped up in Klein's mind. He sped up his pace and arrived at the destination where there was strange wild grass. After entering a half-collapsed building, Klein instinctively looked around and observed the place. The grayish-white stone walls that had cracked open had murals that had been washed away by thousands of years. They were already indiscernible, and he could tell that the people in the city believed that entering heaven after death was an honor. After regulating his breathing, Klein threw away the animal hide lantern in his hand. Leaning against a thick stone pillar, he barely managed to imagine layers of spherical lights. He didn't care about the dangers of sleeping in such an environment. Let the danger come, strike harder. Before he fell asleep, Klein shouted in his heart. The black-robed Amon glanced at him before casually sitting down beside him and snapping his fingers. The candle that was about to burn out in the lantern stopped melting, but the dim yellow light continued to spread. Despite only having fuel to last a few more minutes, it seemed to be able to last another few hours or even days. It was like an error that violated the laws of nature. After for an unknown period of time of feeling groggy, Klein finally recovered his energy and was woken up by Miss Magician's prayers. He was temporarily unable to respond to this. He closed his eyes and pretended that he was still dreaming. Without being parasitized, at a deeper level, I don't think Amon can monitor my thoughts. He can only tell if my thoughts are harmful to him. With a thought, he secretly summoned the grayish-white fog. He had borrowed a state from his past self through the historical void, a state that wasn't directly meant for escaping. That was when Vin Rambus invaded his island of consciousness. This attempt wasn't stopped or stolen. Using this state, and the fact that he was able to maintain his lucidity in dreams in the mind world regardless of any intrusions, he split a portion of his self-awareness and stayed in the spiritual sky, calmly looking down at the island. He began to examine if there were any abnormalities in his mind and thoughts that were being parasitized. After a series of strict comparisons, he confirmed that there was nothing wrong with his mind world. In other words, even if there was still a worm of time in his body, it was still considered being parasitized at a superficial level. It was impossible to monitor his thoughts. After finding such a safe zone, Klein finally released his repressed thoughts and analyzed the current situation. He considered the subsequent methods for self-preservation. Amon is a god of mischief and also a god of deceit. It's impossible that he is playing this game purely for his entertainment. If he really wants to do that, he can definitely wait until he meets with his true body and steals my fate. He can attempt it after obtaining Saphira Castle. That way, even if something unexpected happens, his main goal will also be achieved and he wouldn't suffer any losses. What is his goal behind this matter? If I can grasp the crux of the matter, I might be able to discover true freedom. Also, after he recited the luck enhancement ritual incantation in Mandarin, he actually didn't show any concern towards this special language, nor did he ask any questions. This totally doesn't match the sense of curiosity that he portrays. Did he deliberately use the word bug to probe me, so as to see what connections I'll make? But he didn't steal my thoughts. No, if all my ideas are disjointed from one another, I wouldn't be able to discover that they've been stolen. Klein recalled the situation back then, and he used the logical connections between his thoughts to confirm that he hadn't had his thoughts stolen. This made him confirm one thing. That being parasitized, at a deeper level, Eamon could directly monitor his thoughts without stealing it. Eamon made it seem that he had to notice malintent before he took action. It was a bluff. I knew it. This deeper level of parasitization seems to be different from what Pallas described. Based on this deduction, the thoughts that I've been thinking of along the way have been heard by Eamon, including Earth, fellow Earthling, and child education. How terrifying. Thankfully, when I was plotting to destroy the advancement ritual of George III, I had imagined the perilous situation of being parasitized by Eamon. Half of my thoughts were my instinctive reactions, while the other half was intentionally let loose. This way, not only do I reveal my secrets, but I can also use this to gain Amon's trust, concealing the most important and core matters. For now, he definitely knows that I plan to obtain more historical secrets from him, so as to quickly digest the scholar of your potion. However, he doesn't know that I'm not far from being able to fully digest it. I'm just a few steps short or just one opportunity away. Did Eamon deliberately remove the parasite and play such a game with me because he had once heard of Earth from the ancient sun god and had come into contact with some secrets? He plans on using my attempt to save myself to complete certain matters that might be inconvenient or impossible for him. If that's the case, there will definitely be something happening next. Yes, I have to show that I didn't notice this and still plan on escaping like a normal person. Once I've returned to my optimal state, I'll make my first attempt. After a while, Klein opened his eyes. The pointed hat-wearing Eamon sat beside him and smiled at him. Have you decided? When are you going to take action? He acted as if he was Klein's partner and not the target from which Klein was trying to escape from. Chapter 1157, Poise. Klein pressed down on the grayish-white wall and slowly sat up straight. He smiled and shook his head. Before I fill my stomach, my brain refuses to work. He was speaking the truth, and also a lie. This was because, before becoming a complete mythical creature, a saint would still be hungry and thirsty. But to a Sequence 3 demigod, not eating or drinking for half a month wasn't a problem. As for a whole mythical creature, eating was only a hobby, not a necessity. What he wanted to express was that, before he officially made attempts at escaping, he needed to be in optimal condition. The habit of a magician, Eamon commented with a smile. I'm not in charge of providing food, but you can think of a solution yourself. Looking at the lantern on the ground, Klein thought for a few seconds before reaching out his right hand into the air. A not-so-tall coffee table immediately appeared in front of him. It was an item from the residence belonging to Dwayne Dantes. Under the dim yellow light, Klein reached out once again to summon a beautifully packaged box from the historical void. Inside the box was a set of cutlery, including a knife, fork, and cup. The reason why he chose this item was because he couldn't form a set of cutlery by individually summoning them. He could only maintain 3 images from the historical void at the same time. After setting up the cutlery in a leisure manner, Klein politely turned his head to the side and nodded at the pointed hat-wearing Eamon. Following that, he summoned a medium well-done steak covered in black pepper sauce. It landed on the porcelain plate, emitting some steam. With him slicing the steak with the knife, he revealed the remaining edge of the pink protein. Klein forked a piece of beef and stuffed it into his mouth. He felt that the texture was real and the texture was succulent. It wasn't fake at all, as it really calmed the anxiety of his stomach. For 15 minutes, not only will I not feel hungry, but I will also receive real provisions. After swallowing the piece of beef, Klein smiled and introduced it to Eamon like a hospitable host, and not a pitiful Beander who had been kidnapped. Eamon pressed against the crystal monocle and nodded with a smile. I've tried it. It's not bad. Your ability to adapt is really quick. Are you really not considering being my blessed? After cutting another chunk of beef, Klein forked it up and replied as though he was chatting with a friend. At that moment, the relative frequent lightning and endless darkness ruled the land. Wherever the light from the surroundings couldn't shine on, eyes were staring at the area with zero emotion. The twisted, dark red grass gently swayed in the occasional breeze. In the half-collapsed building, the dim yellow light painted the artistic coffee table and the exquisite cutlery with warm colors. The aroma of the steak wafted in the air, not showing any contrast with the outside world that was continuously connected to it. Under the gaze of the terrifying monsters in the depths of the darkness, Klein enjoyed a sumptuous meal in a refined and poised manner in the desolate land that was soaked in extreme terror. After finishing his steak, he summoned a small glass of iced wine from Magor Manor and drank it in one gulp. Following that, cream soup, pan-fried cod, tender lamb stew with peas, baked potato skins, and all sorts of grape wines were summoned one after another before entering Klein's stomach. During this process, the steak that was the first to be eaten had already been maintained for a long period of time. It had vanished into thin air, but Klein's stomach and body were numbed by the subsequent food and he was oblivious to it. Of course, the coffee table and food were replenished. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lasted to the end of his meal. At the end of the meal, Klein continued reaching out his hand, pulling out a cup from the void. Inside was a ball of vanilla ice cream. He then used the spoon to scoop the ice cream into his mouth, feeling it melt with its delicious sweetness. After the ball was finished, he still wasn't satisfied as he summoned another ball of ice cream from the historical void. As such, he ate 5 different flavors of ice cream in a consecutive fashion. When Klein reached out his hand for the 6th time, Eamon, who was sitting on his side, suddenly laughed. "Your fate has had an abnormal change. You're lucky enough. Is this your preparation?" Klein's right hand immediately froze in midair. His pupils seemed to dilate to a certain extent. Almost at the same time, in the darkness around them, where the lanterns couldn't shine, strange creatures twitched and instantly became Klein's marionette. This time, Klein sent out 100 worms of spirit in one go, hoping that one of them would be lucky enough to avoid Amon's theft. Right on the heels of that, behind the coffee table, a figure wearing a black coat and no hat was replaced with a disgusting vampire covered in pus. The artistic coffee table and exquisite cutlery shattered like glass that had been smashed to the ground. Countless cracks appeared and shattered. They quickly returned to the historical void, just in case it affected Klein's subsequent summoning attempts. In the next second, the 100 marionettes, along with the Klein, who had hidden somewhere, reached out to grab at the void. He attempted to avoid Amon's interference with quantity. At that moment, they were all scholars of yore. This was the ability of bizarro sorcerers, the source of the qualitative change of a seer. Of course, the chances of success of each marionette summoning was independent, so there was no influence each had with the other. At that moment, the projection that Klein was summoning was the projection of Reinette Teenaker, who had recovered to her peak state in the Tudor ruins. Due to the contract and charms, she was the easiest angel projection he could summon from the historical void. Eamon was still sitting leisurely in his spot. His monocle emitted a faint glow as he watched the 101 Klein summon at the same time. With his right hands reaching out in an orderly manner before being retracted, none of his 100 marionettes succeeded. He didn't drag Reinette Teenaker out of the void. At that moment, Eamon raised his right hand and also grabbed ahead of him. His arm sank slightly, and he casually pulled it back. Outside the half-collapsed building, a huge cloth doll that was as huge as a castle appeared. It was wearing a dark and complicated long dress, bound by vines. Ancient Bane Reinette Teenaker. Eamon had stolen the historical image that was summoned by Klein. Reinette Teenaker's red eyes immediately reflected the figures of Klein's 100 marionettes. Without a sound, the marionettes, that were either disguised with Klein's appearance or in the state of a monster, emitted a faint glow, turning into honed mountain goats, white rabbits, and other different animals. Transformation curse. Klein's actual body had long disappeared. Then, he walked out of the flames that rose up from the animal hide lantern. He looked at the various animals that might be considered his and suddenly sat down and chuckled. Taking a stroll after a meal effectively improves one's health. He didn't mention anything about his attempt to escape, as if nothing had happened. Eamon maintained his relaxed posture and nodded cooperatively. I've read quite a number of books written by humans. There are indeed such opinions among them. With that said, he raised his hand and pointed at the projection of Reinette Teenaker. This is your messenger. This was something that could be easily confirmed, so Klein didn't hide it. He tersely acknowledged and nodded. What a pity. Eamon sized up Reinette Teenaker's projection and shook his head with a tisk. As he felt the food in his stomach disappear, Klein asked, "What's the matter?" "I should bring you to Backlund to wait for a few more days. That way, I can wait for your messenger to deliver a letter to you. Then, she will become my messenger." Eamon nudged his monocle on his right eye and said with a smile, snatching an angel messenger. That will be very challenging and fun, isn't it? Life needs some fun, excitement, and anticipation. I share the same thoughts, Klein replied sincerely. What a pity. The hatted Aemon shook his head again. Evmite is someone I need to be careful about. If we stayed there any longer, even I wouldn't have any idea what would happen. As he spoke, this angel of time dispelled the historical void projection of Rhinette Tinacare, allowing her to vanish in front of Klein. You seem to be very wary of the goddess. Klein pretended to be a devout believer of the Evernight goddess. Of course, he didn't need to don a disguise. He was still a blessed of Evernight. Amon's gaze shifted to the lantern inside the half-collapsed building and looked at the dim yellow light. I'm unable to steal things that I'm curious about from a concealed state. I can't decipher what other arrangements she might have and what the key thing to take note of are. To a king of angels of the Marauder pathway, there was sufficient reason to be apprehensive. Taking advantage of the opportunity while Aemon was answering his question, Klein suddenly recited the honorific name of the Evernight goddess in Jotun. You are the Evmite goddess who stands higher than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity. Just as he said that, his thoughts were lost. If he hadn't had such plans previously, he wouldn't have known that he had made such an attempt. Aemon turned to look at him and said with a smile, Are you trying to sound me out, believing that I'll also repeat your words after stealing your thoughts and words? At Sequence 4 Parasite, one is able to control the stolen items and make them appear at a suitable time. Is that so? Klein nodded gently. Thank you. As he spoke, Klein quickly summarized his experience and lessons of his escape attempt. Because the existence of the contract and their subordinative relationship, summoning Miss Messenger is the easiest amongst all the angels I know. Summoning the ice cream from the past can establish a subtle connection with he who represents fate, and allow me to be blessed with luck. Yes, every ball of ice cream represents a portion of my luck. I originally planned on summoning ice cream as a cover to secretly summon the Snake of Fate. In the future, the summoning had to be done with a certain degree of interference. Otherwise, Aemon would be able to directly steal the historical void image I summon. It would only be giving him a helper after going through so much effort. Just as his thoughts raced, Aemon pointed at the bunch of animals that had been cursed by the transformation curse, and he said with a slightly evil smile, Aren't you worried that there won't be any suitable food in the forsaken land of the gods? There it is, as long as we don't dispel the curse, they're real animals. Klein was stunned as he suddenly looked at the goats and the white rabbits. With him willing them, the animals looked at him simultaneously. In a sense, they were all himself. After all, they were combinations of worms of spirit and monsters before being hit by the curse. Chapter 1158, Coming to Terms. After silently staring at the rabbits and mountain goats for more than 10 seconds, Klein closed his eyes and flicked his right index finger and middle finger as if he was pressing an invisible piano key. A third of the marionette collapsed, losing the feeling of being alive. Klein's expression immediately warped, as though he had been struck 33 times by a giant sword. The familiar and extreme pain he felt swept through his spirit body, causing light-colored meat tendrils to sprout on his body. Every sprout seemed to be forming a transparent maggot. This was the backlash from killing 33 worms of spirit, after taking nearly 15 minutes to recover. Klein made his second attempt at letting the other third of his marionettes die. The same pain, the same time to rest, and the same actions were repeated again. Finally, he completely finished off this batch of cursed marionettes. He couldn't handle it all at once because the damage caused by the death of 100 worms of spirit was enough to make him lose control. And being cursed meant that he couldn't directly solve the problem by retrieving the characteristics. Of course, this was the standard of a scholar of yore who had just advanced recently. It wasn't the performance of a scholar of yore who was almost done digesting the potion. In fact, the loss of 100 worms of spirit would only worsen the pain, without him showing any signs of losing control or affecting the battle. He was only acting just now, allowing his performance to match his role. At his level, losing half the number of worms of spirit that he had at the same time would lead to losing control. Once he completely digested the scholar of yore potion, he would be able to recover from having nearly 500 worms of spirit die at once. Even if he lost all the corresponding Beander characteristics, he wouldn't lose his status and level. He could slowly recover his strength by absorbing the Beander characteristics of the seer pathway. After completing this, the recovered Klein walked out of the half-collapsed tower-like building. He went to the darkness outside and brought back a few white rabbits and a goat. He then realized that the darkness in the forsaken land of the gods wasn't as dangerous as Little Sun had described. Most of the monsters were weak. No, to be precise, the danger lurking in the depths of the darkness, apart from making people evaporate into thin air, nothing else can compare to the fellow beside me named Amon. Klein glanced at the thin man who was sitting near the lantern, smiling as he watched him busy himself. He summoned something like boiled water from the historical void, and he squatted down, seriously removing the fur and flesh from the white rabbits and goat. After a series of tasks, Klein set up a bonfire. He set up a barbecue rack that came from history, and he placed a white rabbit on it. He brushed it with a full set of condiments he made himself, like basil, fennel, and salt, as he constantly turned the meat over. At this moment, the delicacies from the historical void he had eaten before had long disappeared due to him no longer maintaining their existence. His body and soul were calling out for replenishment. A tempting fragrance was gradually emanated as Amon's nose twitched slightly. "You're really eating them?" Without waiting for his reply, the god of mischief continued, "They're essentially the flesh of monsters and your worms of spirit. Are you sure you want to eat them? There's no way to undo the curse at the level of an angel. If there's no way to resist or correct it at the same level, there's no way of dispelling it. Since a thing looks like a rabbit, smells like a rabbit, and tastes like a rabbit, it's a rabbit." As Klein seriously roasted the rabbit, he gave a self-deprecating laugh. "Besides, how can I not maintain the best state if I want to escape from your grasp? For this sliver of hope, I can only challenge my psychological limits. This is what it means to endure humiliation and suffering," Klein added inwardly. At the same time, he sighed at the ancient Bane's transformation curse. This was many times stronger than a sequence 3 disciple of Silence's curse. There's almost no limit to the amount of time it can be maintained. Clearly, an ordinary animal can use all of my Beander powers through the worm of spirit, but a deformed marionette due to a curse isn't possible. This is a curse at the angel level. Apart from putting up resistance from someone at the same level, one can use the correct method to remove it. No curse is irreversible. There are always loopholes. Heh. Will kissing this rabbit turn it into German Sparrow? Klein made a self-deprecating comment as he analyzed to compose himself. After hearing his reply, the monocled Amon nodded with a smile. This is indeed a good revelation to have. Klein didn't respond as he resumed his barbecue. Not long after, with the help of flame controlling, he finished roasting a rabbit and a goat's leg. Taking advantage of the opportunity before the condiments disappeared, he matched some sweet iced tea he summoned from the historical void with the food, filling his mouth with fragrance. It nourished his body and mind, allowing him to effectively relieve the pressure, despair, and indecisiveness from being kidnapped by Amon. During this process, he would occasionally recall the disgusting looks of the monsters, as well as the fact that the worms of spirit were equivalent to himself. However, he was able to bring his feelings under control very well. After filling his stomach and replenishing his energy, he turned the remaining ingredients next to the fire into dry rations, as though he was saving up for his subsequent plans. Seeing him slowly but orderly making all sorts of preparations, Amon suddenly nudged his monocle and asked with a slight smile, "In actuality, you're trying to stall for time before we reach the actual destination, right?" Klein's hands paused for a moment before he continued with his actions. He smiled and said, "Yes, I'm waiting for help. Guess who?" Amon didn't answer directly as he said with a smile, "I'm looking forward to it." Klein continued his work until he prepared rations for 3 or 4 meals. He thought for a moment and once again reached his hand into the void in front of Amon. He failed again and again as he kept making attempts. It was unknown what item he was trying to summon, but it seemed like he was using his actions to dare Amon into stealing it. After watching for a few seconds, Amon smiled and shook his head. He slowly stood up and walked out the half-collapsed tower building. Klein's right hand stopped in midair before he retracted it and pinched his forehead. He muttered to himself in puzzlement, "What was I trying to do just now?" While trying to recall, Klein stood up as well. He brought along his packed rations, picked up the animal hide lantern, and walked to the back of Amon's side. The man and angel circled around the hill and entered a valley. The water was sloshing in the river, but when the dim yellow light shone at it, or when the lightning in the sky lit up the area, Klein realized that there was no water in the riverbed. The sounds he had heard earlier had also disappeared. A river that has been transferred into a concealed state. After some deliberation, he raised a question to Amon. "That's right, it will only appear in darkness void of light," Amon replied with a slight nod, unfazed with the question. "Can I drink it?" Klein pressed. Amon smiled and said, "Sure. This was once one of the water sources of a city that had persisted for 1600 years in the darkness. As long as you can bring the water away from the riverbed, they can appear in places with light. Your next move is to suggest that I bring the lantern to wait by the side while you hydrate yourself in the darkness. And then, take this opportunity to transform into a concealed state. Klein smiled awkwardly. How could I use such a simple method? Hearing that, Eamon laughed and stroked his monocle. Sometimes, the simplest plan is the most effective. You can give it a try. With regards to the words of this peerless swindler, Klein couldn't believe it, nor did he dare to believe it. He was afraid that the other party was using reverse psychology with the truth. He could only put the matter of the water aside and ask, in the forsaken land of the gods, how many human gathering points, like the city of silver, have yet to be destroyed? Eamon looked ahead and said without changing his expression, the ones I know don't exceed 10. In this aspect, the city of silver is lucky. At least, they can see and have the ability to touch the light. This means that the city of silver is very close to the giant king's court, the door leading out of the forsaken land of the gods. There's no need to risk death to reach it. As for the other cities, no matter how steadfast they are in the darkness, no matter how many exploration teams they send out, it will all be futile. There's no way to find the exit. Indeed, from this angle, the city of silver is unfortunate, and also lucky. This is purely dependent on the reference point. Klein held the lantern as he proceeded along the bank and began coming up with his second attempt at escaping. Eamon walked beside him, occasionally providing him with ideas that seemed reliable but had unknown actual results. He appeared to be suffering from schizophrenia, trying his best to destroy his true body's hopes in obtaining Saphira Castle. On the other side of the giant king's court, in the city of silver, after receiving the chief's summoning call, Derek Berg brought the unshadowed crucifix to the top of the spire and entered a spacious room. There was a mysterious and complicated altar set up here. Different items were placed in different spots, a total of 6 items, each of them emanating a dangerous aura. With a glance, Derek saw an ordinary silver flute, a mask made from a skull, and the remains of a deformed person. You have the unshadowed crucifix. You can stay here for 15 minutes, but you can't exceed that time. Otherwise, you will suffer a sudden death. Colin Iliad wore a linen shirt and a brown coat as he exhorted Derek. Derek's spiritual perception was triggered as he asked, "Your Excellency, is this because of that twilight mask?" His right hand pointed at the mask made from a skull. Yes. Colin nodded slightly and said, "I've already prepared the remains of 6 powerful creatures. These were all hunted by myself, or with me as the main force." Derek was immediately enlightened. "You still lack the blessings of a deity." Colin instantly fell silent. After nearly 10 seconds, he opened his mouth and slowly said, "Yes." After some hesitation and struggles, he finally chose the fool. At least those mushrooms had given the city of silver hope. Derek suppressed his joy and thought back to the interactions at the Tarot Club. He raised a question in puzzlement. Why didn't you let those 2 god-level sealed artifacts give you their blessings? He remembered that subsidiary gods, or angels, could satisfy the requirements of the ritual. It wasn't the case that only a sequence 0 true deity could provide blessings. After all, a silver knight was only a sequence 3. Colin fell silent again and hesitated for a few seconds before saying, "They won't give blessings." Chapter 1159. Validation. They won't give blessings. Derek was a little confused by this answer, not fully comprehending it. Back in the afternoon town camp, when he handed the Silver Knight potion formula to Chief Colin Iliad, the other party had praised him for making a huge contribution. He believed that the upper limit of the City of Silver was no longer that of Sequence 4, and his tone didn't reveal the need to seek blessings from external sources. Hence, Derek had always believed that the chief would be able to use the 2 god-level sealed artifacts to complete the Silver Knight's advancement ritual. Now, it was inevitable that he was surprised. Back then, the chief didn't know that the 2 god-level sealed artifacts couldn't provide blessings, and he only realized this problem when he returned to the City of Silver. Derek subconsciously made a guess and didn't ask further. He nodded heavily and said, "All right, I will try my best to help you seek blessings from a deity." Demon Hunter Colin exhaled silently and pointed at the door. There's no one in the room opposite. Derek turned around and passed through the corridor, entering the half-open room. Then, he took a seat and recited softly, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." Inside Saphira Castle, and hidden within the gray fog, the crimson star representing the sun rapidly expanded and contracted. It kept repeating the process, producing rings of please. And not far beside it, the crimson star representing the magician remained in the same state because of the fool's lack of a response. The circular rings, ripples, and tremors that the two created intertwined and became more intense. Under the illumination of the bolts of lightning, Klein carried a leather lantern and walked into the valley. He suddenly felt that the illusory pleas in his ears became even more chaotic and louder. However, he realized that he had heard it clearer than before. Not only could he tell that the plea came from a woman and a man, but he could also vaguely make out certain content. The woman seemed to mention the world and backland. The man used Jodin, and the keyword seemed to be a ritual. Ritual, Jodin, that's little son, that chief wishes to receive Mr. Fool's blessings. Mr. Fool also needs some blessings right now. The woman might be Miss Magician, but I can't rule out Miss Justice either. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched in embarrassment. He turned his head to look at Eamon in the pointed hat and monocle, and he said, "Can I pop over to Saphira Castle to answer a prayer?" "What do you think?" Eamon was taken aback as he asked in amusement. "Since you want to play such a game, why won't you let it be more exciting?" In fact, Klein didn't have any hope regarding his request. This was because, as long as he could return to Saphira Castle, he could use the power there to make the first step in escaping from his predicament. This was equivalent to getting Eamon to just set him free. The reason he mentioned this was because he wanted to use this to start the subsequent topic. Eamon nudged the crystal monocle with his knuckle and chuckled. "As the god of mischief, I've been alive since the third epoch. I believe you know what that means." "Yes, what do you want to ask?" "This is an accurate grasp of my state of mind and thoughts." Klein sighed and asked, "Why did you parasitize the City of Silver's exploration team back then? You even patiently stayed in the dungeon for decades." Eamon nodded and replied in a relaxed manner, "I had a premonition that the City of Silver would obtain extremely important information. Now, this prophecy has come true, right, Mr. Fool? He did all of that just to wait for me and the Tarot Club." From the looks of it, this Marauder Pathways King of Angels can see the disturbances in fate caused by Saphira Castle to a certain extent. Klein had never expected the answer, leaving him momentarily at a loss as to how to continue the topic. After about 10 seconds, he sighed and said, "You're really patient." He was a king of angels who liked to play pranks, yet he actually stayed inside a dark dungeon without any sources of entertainment for decades. "This has nothing to do with patience. It didn't take too much of my time," Eamon casually replied. "I'm still used to using a human's standards when talking about a deity." To Eamon, who was born as a complete mythical creature, a few decades is nothing. He might even be more than 3,000 years old. Klein regulated what he knew and asked again, "The City of Silver is one of the few places that persist on believing in your father. Aren't you going overboard with what you did to the expedition team?" This question didn't seem to be necessary, but Klein believed that it would aid him in understanding Amon's thoughts and style, doing so in order to see if there was anything that could be used. Eamon turned his head and glanced at him with his monocled right eye. He said with an indifferent smile, "If it wasn't for their faith in my father, the City of Silver would have already been reduced to ruins. Heh, according to my observations, they're hiding quite a significant secret. As for what it is, because of the gaze directed by you and the Hanged Man, I haven't had the chance to pry into it. A true-born mythical creature, the deaths of just a few humans might be equivalent to trampling a few ants to death. He wouldn't take it to heart at all. The City of Silver actually has a secret that even Eamon thinks is a big secret. What could it be?" Klein thoughtfully changed the topic. "Was Dark Angel Saucery really created from your father's rib?" This was something that Klein had wanted to ask the entire time, but he hadn't found the opportunity to ask. The smile on Amon's face faded as he looked at the darkness in front of him. "Yes, he separated a portion of his characteristics and corresponding negative personalities. He used his rib as the material to create Dark Angel Saucery. If that wasn't the case, how could a proud and arrogant person like Medici obey the so-called left hand of God, the deputy of heaven? Without Saucerier's rebellion, implication, and influence, even if Evernight, Earth, god of combat, and the other kings of angels joined forces, it's impossible for my father to perish. Indeed, Dark Angel Saucery is the most key factor in this matter. It's no wonder the goddess wanted to bewitch him at the very beginning. Who would have thought that he would betray himself?" Klein's initial speculation of the battle of gods had been confirmed. He felt his scholar of your potion digest a little more. He deliberately hesitated and made a guess. Could your father have foreseen such a development? Dark Angel Sorcerer is also the key to his resurrection. Aemon suddenly laughed. You asked so many questions in order to further digest the scholar of your potion, right? Klein pretended to break out in cold sweat, and he quickly adjusted his state of mind. I'm just curious. What are you looking for in the Forsaken Land of the Gods? What are you pursuing? The Marauder Pathway Sequence 1 Beander characteristic that you're missing isn't here, nor is Saphira Castle. Are you trying to revive your father? Aemon maintained his smile and looked straight ahead. Yes, and no. My zealous brother is already very close to reviving my father. He probably doesn't need my help anymore. Adam really wants to revive the ancient sun god. I thought that he was purely doing it for the sake of becoming a Sequence 0. Without hiding anything, Klein called out the name of the Twilight Hermit Order's leader. He was even looking forward to Adam beating his younger brother up. Of course, beating someone up wasn't in line with the style of a king of angels of the spectator pathway. There's no need to mention his name. He won't interfere with my matters, nor will I interfere with his. I don't address him as Adam, because I think that a nickname like Zealous is very suitable for him. I have to say that Medici is very talented in giving nicknames. Also, even if I say his name, he wouldn't be able to hear it if I don't wish for him to hear it. At this moment, the monocled Aemon smiled as he exposed Klein's idea. Following that, Klein didn't mention the Dark Angel any further, because it was obvious that Aemon wouldn't answer. Before long, the man and angel walked out of the valley and saw a silent city. More than half of the buildings in this city had collapsed. The remaining ones had a sharp roof, as though they were towers that led to heaven. On the surface, dark red vines and plants grew, forming fruits whose edibility was unknown. After entering the city, he discovered that there were stone coffins placed in front of each house. Inside were skeletons or recently rotted corpses. A common point between them was them being greatly deformed. Some had 4 legs, some had a slit in the middle of their eyebrows, some lacked skin, directly revealing their flesh, some had arms wrapped around their necks like tails. This was originally a city that believed in the phoenix. Later, it converted its target of faith to my father, but it retained some customs related to death. The monocled Aemon casually sized up his surroundings and said, after the cataclysm, they were left behind in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. However, there were no edible, relatively normal plants around them, so they could only eat those corrupted monsters. Over generations, their bodies began to produce defects and psychological problems. Eventually, they were completely wiped out. The cataclysm brought about by the goddess's assassination of the City of Silver's creator really was a calamity for civilization. Before that, there were elven, giant, phoenix civilizations, and so on. After that, all that's left are traces of them. When Klein thought of the city that had been swallowed into the ground, he sighed. In the history books, in mysticism, it was very apt to call that history the cataclysm. He paused for a moment before asking, why are we entering this city instead of going around it? Aemon smiled and said, in the second epic, apart from wielding the death pathway, the Phoenix ancestor also occupied part of the apprentice pathway. Some of the decorations here can become a loophole that I can make use of to shorten our journey to our final destination. Klein's expression immediately darkened. Chapter 1160. Improving. After waiting for a long time, Derek still didn't receive a response from Mr. Fool. This made him panic a little. He didn't understand what this meant, nor did he know how to deal with it. Mr. Fool is in a state where he can't respond to his prayers. Yes, he informed us 2 days ago that the gathering next week would be cancelled. This should be a sign. Having recalled what happened previously, Derek barely managed to calm his anxiety and nervousness. He couldn't be blamed for having such a huge reaction, because the City of Silver's textbooks recorded similar situations. The creator who normally responded to his believers suddenly stopped responding and forsook this land. After a few seconds of silence, Derek stood up and returned to the room where the chief was. He said to Colin Iliad, we have to wait a few more days. Wait, Demon Hunter Colin repeated the keyword as he frowned slightly. From his point of view, this was an unusual matter, seemingly symbolizing a bad development. Derek resisted his instinctive reaction of scratching the back of his head, and he nodded with some difficulty. The grizzled Colin Iliad stared at him for a few seconds before nodding slowly. All right, head back first. Furs, who was wrapped in thick clothes, paced around the warm stove, her face full of doubt. Finally, she turned her head and looked at Zio. "Why hasn't Mr. World replied?" "Perhaps he's preoccupied with something," Zio explained the reason she had long considered. "Perhaps it's because it's not convenient for Mr. Fool to pass on your prayers. He has temporarily paused the gathering." Furs nodded thoughtfully and said, "Mr. Fool informed us that the gathering will be temporarily paused next week. It was only decided in the middle of the week. Is this related to George III? Recalling Mr. World's investigations all this time, Zio acknowledged and said, "Very likely." In the forsaken land of the gods, in the dead silent city, dressed in a classic black mage's robe, Eamon led Klein into a relatively complete cathedral. Segmented stone pillars lay tilted, and dark red weeds grew out from their cracks, wrapping around the avian sculptures. With the animal hide lantern in hand, Klein surveyed the area and confirmed that the residents of this city weren't truly dead. There were still a few survivors left. He had no idea what method they had used to transform into monsters of the deep darkness. They were hiding from the faint yellow light, surrounding a cathedral in a place that couldn't be seen. They wanted to attack the two ordinary-looking humans, Klein and Eamon. The reason why Klein was able to confirm that these monsters were originally residents of this city was because their spirit body threads had a certain abnormality. Some were grayish-white, some were distorted, and some were sticky. They were completely different from the monsters elsewhere. They greatly resembled the corpses inside the coffins. I don't know what kind of despair and mental breakdowns will make the remaining humans choose such a path. Perhaps the deepest sense of despair was that they couldn't see hope on a daily basis while the situation around them worsened. With a sigh, he made use of this opportunity to adjust his mentality. He was experiencing various instances of hope surfacing, only to be met with despair time and time again. The monocled Eamon walked to the edge of the light and walked all the way into the deepest part of the cathedral. Klein followed behind and saw a door covered in pale white light. This city is actually split into two parts, light and darkness. They're using certain abilities of the apprentice pathway to hide a portion of the area. They have to use a specific door to enter, Eamon said as he pointed ahead, a secret sorcerer's powers. With some realization, Klein nodded, indicating that he knew what was going on. Eamon then said, "Behind this door is the dark side of this city. I can use it to connect to a similar region far away. We can directly arrive there and shorten our journey." As expected of the incarnation of loopholes, Klein watched as Eamon stretched out his left hand and pressed down on the door formed from pale white light. The light began to ripple as it rapidly spread outwards, becoming more and more intense. At that moment, a deformed monster hiding in the depths of the darkness while spying on the cathedral suddenly trembled, becoming Klein's marionette. 20 or 30 seconds ago, Klein had already completed the process of obtaining initial control over it and deepened his influence. However, he waited until now before he completely converted it. Right on the heels of that, Klein and the marionette reached out their hands at the same time. They took advantage of the opportunity when Eamon changed the door, and they grabbed something. In his hand was something in the shape of a full moon, and was embedded with scarlet gemstones, the scarlet lunar corona. In his marionette's hand was an ancient, brass-colored master key. At the same time, they opened their mouths and made a bang sound. They used air cannons to push the scarlet lunar corona and the master key to the door of light. These two items combined could make one hear Mr. Door's pleas for help. This also meant that Mr. Door's powers could enter the real world to a limited extent. And this was the controller of all doors. He was one of the existences who was most unwilling to see Eamon become an error, or control Saphira Castle. Klein didn't expect that the sealed Mr. Door could really hurt Eamon. He only hoped that he could use this opportunity to interfere with the Angel of Time and create a good enough opportunity for himself. Of course, if Mr. Door could cause any abnormal changes to the door, magnifying or distorting the loopholes created by Eamon, thus, affecting the King of Angels of the Marauder pathway and teleporting him far away, Klein would definitely sincerely thank Mr. Door for a week. After his previous attempts, Klein realized his greatest disadvantage. It wasn't that he was one sequence short and had a qualitative gap in power level. Instead, he had lost the initiative and couldn't make proper preparations. Every time he began preparing, he would be interrupted or foiled by Eamon. For a veteran magician, unprepared performances were often synonymous with failure. If he could make preparations in advance, he could quietly summon Mr. Azix, Rhinette Tinakares, and Snake of Fate will Osepton's historical projections. Against a sequence 2, Even if there was no way to deal with him, it would definitely create a very good opportunity to escape. At that moment, the scarlet lunar corona and ancient-looking master key whistled through the air and arrived at the door of light. The white light that formed the illusory door distorted and devoured the two items. It was dyed crimson as it collapsed into a whirlpool. It was as though the bottom of the vortex was invisible, like a gigantic eye. Just as Eamon was about to turn around, he made a slight pause as if he had heard an old friend's shout. However, this pause disappeared instantly, as though it had never appeared. With Amon's gaze directed at Klein, the latter instantly lost 6 Beyonder powers. This included the control of spirit body threads, the summoning of historical void projections, paper figurine substitutes, flame controlling, underwater breathing, and bone softening. Of course, losing these 6 Beyonder powers for a marionette didn't affect Klein's subsequent operations. The indiscernible pause from before had allowed Klein to switch places with his marionette in time. He had already arrived deep in the darkness outside the cathedral. The deformed monsters around him trembled and turned into his marionettes. For targets such as these that weren't even sequence 5, it took only 2 or 3 seconds for Klein to transform them into marionettes. And by the time he summoned the scarlet lunar corona, he had already begun doing similar actions. As he enjoyed the darkness without any scruples, he attempted to transform into a concealed state or successfully commit suicide. At the same time, he reached out with his marionettes to grab at the fog interwoven with history. This time, he split the marionette into 3 groups, summoning Rhinette Tinakare, Mr. Azek, and Snake of Fate Will Osepton, respectively. He didn't want to follow his past mistakes, where he had managed to succeed with great difficulty only to have them taken away by Eamon. With such arrangements, he might be left with 1 or 2. Of course, the premise was that Eamon was unable to steal multiple historical void projections at once. This was something that Klein needed to confirm. Klein retracted his hand, but he didn't grab anything. All the marionettes who summoned the Snake of Fate failed. Among the scholars of your groups who summoned the Death Consul and Rhinette Tinakare, 2 of them had their arms tense up slightly. Klein was delighted as he suddenly felt that this attempt could end up turning into a real escape attempt. At this moment, the crystal monocle that Eamon wore emitted a terrifying light. The entire city, including the surrounding rivers, hills, and wilderness, were all filled with pure, scorching sunlight. Day had once again descended upon this land after bidding farewell to it for thousands of years. Eamon had stolen the day from the ruins of the Battle of Gods. In the face of such a day, not only did Klein feel like his body was about to melt, but he also heard familiar and crazy ravings in his ears. They were like steel needles that pierced through every worm of spirit. This caused his mind to be filled with immense pain. His marionette's summoning attempts had failed while on the brink of success. The day in the battlefield of the gods contained the true creator's ravings. The deformed monsters that were hiding deep in the darkness, which were the few survivors of the city, seemed to temporarily regain their senses. They stared blankly at the day, and couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Then, they wildly charged towards the source of that day, melting one by one into dust. Far away in the City of Silver's afternoon town campsite, the guards at the stronghold also noticed that there was a light coming from the northeast. It was different from lightning, just like the scene of the sun rising from the legends. This scene only lasted for a few seconds before it shattered and the sky returned to its dark state. As soon as he recovered from the ravings, Klein saw the pointed-hatted Eamon standing in front of him. This angel of time nudged his monocle and smiled. Chapter 1161, Countdown. Well done. Faced with Amon's praise, Klein forced a smile and politely replied, "Thank you." To be honest, he preferred to hear curses rather than praise, as that meant that he was close to succeeding. Of course, Klein suspected that even if he managed to escape, Eamon wouldn't be flustered and exasperated. Based on the character displayed by this god of mischief, it was very likely that he found it interesting and exciting while also inevitably feeling a little depressed and disappointed to the point of being eager for the next round. It's a huge improvement to be able to think of using door to disrupt me. Eamon smiled indifferently, but don't you think that I'd be in a relatively more vigilant state while door opening? And that it's actually not that easy to be affected by an accident? After some thought, Klein answered seriously, "That's what I thought in the beginning, but later on, I felt that you should be able to grasp my state of mind, believing that I wouldn't dare to act when you opened the door. When that happens, making an attempt might work wonders. Doing it when others believe that you wouldn't do it was also a strategy." In his previous life, Klein had come into contact with games that had such a higher level of thinking that made his head spin. What if I thought of this level as well? Eamon said with a smile as he used his knuckle to nudge the bottom of his monocle. At the same time, the remaining marionettes, which were still alive, took out crystal monocles out of thin air and wore them on their right eye. All of them cast their gazes at Klein. This left Klein's scalp tingling. He discovered that the connection between the marionettes and himself had instantly been severed. Although you've improved, failure still demands some level of punishment. With a smile, Eamon turned around and walked towards the cathedral. As he took a step forward, the marionettes revealed smiles one after another as they collapsed to the ground stiffly. This caused Klein's soul to be torn apart again and again as the blood vessels on his forehead visibly bulged. As he endured the pain, he stood rooted to the ground and calmed down after a long while. During this process, although he had always been in the depths of the darkness, he didn't suffer any attacks from the terrifying monsters, nor did he turn into a concealed state. When did Eamon steal the concealment powers in this city? If I had tried to commit suicide, I definitely would have had the thought stolen from me. My preparations still aren't enough. I don't have enough confidence when dealing with Eamon, having not considered the things he might have stolen into consideration. I really didn't expect him to release the day that he stole from the ruins of the battlefield of gods. Regarding what else he stole in the past, or whatever he has on him, I have no idea. I can't make targeted preparations. That monocle is some sort of vessel used to store stolen items. Or is it part of Eamon to begin with? So every time he parasitizes someone, a monocle will be taken out. Klein rubbed his temples and walked into the cathedral. Looking at Eamon before the door of light, he asked, seemingly casual, "Why do you have so many monocles? Where do you usually place them?" Eamon stroked the monocle on his right eye and smiled indifferently. "Why don't you ask me why every avatar of mine has eyes? And where do I usually place them?" "I understand." Klein nodded in enlightenment. Eamon cast his gaze back to the door of light that had yet to calm down from the rippling. He casually said, "I have the nagging feeling that this operation of yours is a major preparation piece, and not an attempt. What cheap trick did you pull off during that process?" After some deliberation, Klein replied with a smile, "Yes. I do have some guesses." "Do you think I've guessed it correctly?" Eamon asked with interest as he pinched the edge of his monocle. "Perhaps, or perhaps not." Klein didn't give a clear answer as he cooperatively walked to Amon's side. He saw him reach out again and press down on the pale white door of light. Above the door of light, ripples appeared once again as they became more intense and exaggerated. After about 10 seconds, the ripples spread the surroundings, causing the door of light to expand twice in size. Eamon glanced at Klein, gesturing for him to take a step forward. Klein instinctively turned his head and looked around the cathedral. Beyonder characteristics left behind by the mutated monsters were shimmering outside the area that the lantern had lit up. They weren't all Beyonders when they were alive. After those ordinary people turned into monsters, a large part of the power came from the darkness and degeneration. The powers didn't belong to them, so no characteristics were purged. "I almost forgot." After taking a look together with Klein, Eamon suddenly shook his head and smiled. Just as he finished his sentence, a bunch of Beyonder characteristics floated up and entered his body. They merged with him, leaving only a small portion behind. Most of the people who chose to transform into monsters are of the apprentice pathway, Beyonders and their family members who can enter the city's dark side, Eamon said casually as he retracted his gaze. Even if it's a similar pathway's Beyonder characteristic, it would be problematic if it's directly eaten, right? Shouldn't it only be possible to jump to a higher level of a neighboring pathway? It also allows the accommodation of lower sequences. Seeing this, Klein was a little stunned as he asked curiously, "Won't this accumulate madness?" This wasn't just a matter of accumulating madness. Klein suspected that if he did it himself, there was a high chance that he would go crazy. "Others will," Eamon said with a smile, "but not me." A true bug, Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Then, the distance between him and the door of light disappeared. Subconsciously, he forgot about the remaining death pathways Beyonder characteristics, and he entered the mutated door of light with Eamon. Endless darkness and squirming lines of light were mixed together, giving rise to the feeling of a sudden descent. About 10 seconds later, he discovered that he and Eamon had appeared on a square. The dim yellow light of the animal hide lantern seemed to be stopped by an invisible force, causing it to only illuminate half the square. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the surroundings. With the help of the lightning, Klein saw several incomplete statues erected around the square. They either had their hands tied to their backs, had their bodies entangled with the thorny roses, or looked like mummies. They gave off the feeling of being restrained. This city first believed in the mutant king. Like a qualified tour guide, Eamon introduced the situation of each scenic site to Klein. They're very interesting. They're usually restrained and quiet, just like ascetics. However, once they encounter prey, or in special moments in time, they will release a bloodthirsty desire to kill. You can imagine that on the night of the full moon, this is a city where werewolves roam. From the looks of it, the mutants originally had the concept of temperance. Later on, it was led astray by the mother tree of desire. Using the new round of lightning, Klein took a few more looks and asked thoughtfully, the mutant king's image is close to that of a mummy. No, although he is an ugly and twisted man, he likes to entangle himself with thorny roses. Eamon scoffed. Klein took the opportunity to ask, what kind of idols will your believers worship? In mysticism, your symbol is a clock and a worm of time. Eamon scratched his chin and said, in theory, my believers are all me. I don't need to trouble myself with building an idol. My believers are all me. Thankfully, I have a blessed like Danitz now. Klein suddenly realized that he was quite similar to Eamon in certain aspects. Of course, when I say, my believer is myself, it's a funny story. When Eamon says that, my believers are all me, it becomes a horror novel. The difference in style is quite huge. Klein finally mocked himself. As Eamon walked forward, he continued, however, in my father's era, quite a number of people believed in me. Some of them set off with the name, Angel of Time, using the emblem of the clock to construct my idol. Some of them used the title of God of Mischief and used a crow covered in mysterious patterns as my image, while others combined the two together. Having said that, the monocled Eamon suddenly turned his head and glanced at Klein before curling his lips. We're less than 3 days away from our final destination. That is to say, I only have 3 days left. Klein nearly drew in a cold breath of air. The pressure increased rapidly, making him feel as though his nerves were being crushed. He had yet to determine the true purpose behind this game Eamon made, nor did he discover any traces of what he was being driven to do. This meant that he was unable to grasp the key, and he was unable to find a real opportunity to escape. The performance of Amon's avatar made him understand that he might not even be able to last 10 seconds before him. As his thoughts raced, Klein fell silent. Following that, he walked out of the square covered in ruins. There were few pedestrians on the streets as they came and went in a hurry. In Pritz Harbor, where many houses were covered in bum marks, the chestnut-haired Queen Mystic placed a newspaper on the table. The first page of the Tussock Times was about the king's assassination. It also claimed that the assassin came from Fasak or Intis. This isn't stopping the disaster, nor is it worsening the disaster, Bernadette muttered to herself with a serious expression. She pondered for a moment, picked up the cloth on the table, and wrapped it up. Then, she released her fingers and allowed it to relax. This time, the coffee cups, pens, newspapers, and other items in the tablecloth disappeared. What appeared were ritual items like silver-made candles. Following that, Bernadette held a ritual and summoned Gehrman Sparrow's messenger. As a partner, she felt that she needed to ask about the other party's situation and see if there was anything else she needed to help with. The moment the ritual ended, 4 blonde, red-eyed heads walked out of the burgeoning candle flame. Dressed in a dark and complicated long dress, Reinette Tinaker's neck was empty. Bernadette's eyelids twitched indecibly before she picked up the letter and gold coin that she had prepared earlier and handed it to the messenger. One of Reinette Tinaker's heads bit on the letter and gold coin while the other head sized up Queen Mystic for a few seconds. She shifted her gaze back and walked into the void. However, just as Bernadette was about to put away the tablecloth, Miss Messenger suddenly appeared again. One of the 2 heads with blonde hair and red eyes spoke one after another. He has disappeared. Chapter 1162. Prophecy. Gehrman Sparrow has gone missing. Bernadette had a vague sense of foreboding when the abnormally terrifying messenger returned. She had roughly figured out what had happened. Therefore, after hearing the other party's response, her expression sank slightly. There was no obvious reaction. Queen Mystic's blue eyes, which resembled a condensing sea, instantly turned darker. They temporarily lost focus, as though she was looking at a torrent of fate through Reinette Tinaker. 2 to 3 seconds later, Bernadette suddenly closed her eyes, as if a blinding light had appeared in front of her. Blood-red liquid trickled from the corner of her eyes, accentuating her pale face. With her eyes tightly shut, Bernadette said in a slightly ethereal voice, "Gehrman Sparrow is in grave danger. Darkness is devouring the light, leaving behind only a sliver of hope." This was a prophecy. The sequence 3 of the mystery prior pathway was clairvoyant. What does darkness symbolize? Bernadette maintained her composure and said, "Desolation, aberration, apocalypse, negativity, error." Reinette Tinaker, who was wearing a dark and complicated long dress, didn't let the head in her hand speak any further. Throwing down the letter and gold coin, she turned and walked into the void, disappearing into the room. Queen Mystic Bernadette stood rooted to the ground for a few seconds without moving. Finally, she opened her eyes again. Her blue eyes were hazy and lifeless, as though she needed more time to restore her eyesight. Bernadette thought for a moment and reached out her right hand. The tablecloth was stowed away before being spread open once again. The ritual items were replaced with a fountain pen, paper, and ink bottle. The fountain pen suddenly leapt up, as if it was held by an invisible sprite. It quickly wrote down the matter of Gehrman Sparrow's disappearance onto the paper. In the captain's cabin of the future. Despite looking at the fried mushrooms on her plate and taking in the fragrance of the fat, Catalia didn't pick up her cutlery for a long time. Suddenly, her spiritual perception was triggered. She turned her head to look at the spot where the brass sextant was placed, and she realized that a letter had appeared there at some point in time. Catalia immediately revealed a smile as she reached out to pick up the letter and eagerly began reading it. Gradually, she frowned. "Gehrman Sparrow has gone missing," Catalia repeated the key point of the letter in a low voice. She acutely felt that this matter was somewhat serious. She easily understood the meaning behind Queen Mystic's letter. Without any hesitation, she bowed her head, clasped her hands, and recited an honorific name in ancient Hermes. Above the gray fog, the crimson star representing the hermit came alive. It began expanding and contracting, spreading out ripples of prayers. They intertwined with the ripples created by the two crimson stars that corresponded to the magician and the sun. They surged towards the ancient and majestic palace, like tidal waves. "Someone is praying to Mr. Fool again." The echoes are getting even stronger, and the sound is becoming more clear. I can hear it clearly, and the image is also clearer. This prayer seems to be from Ma'am Hermit. Only she likes to wear ancient warlock robes. Queen Mystic discovered that something has happened to Gehrman Sparrow. Although I was worried that I would die this time and needed a certain amount of time to revive, I had already hinted to the members of the Tarot Club that I might cancel the gathering next week, but that was just a hint. It wasn't a formal notice, nor was it clear enough. When Monday comes, they'll definitely panic, pray, and try to make contact, only to discover that Mr. Fool has also disappeared. No, he has run off with the world. Klein used a deprecating comment to ease his feelings. He glanced at Eamon, who was walking beside him. Without a word, he lifted the lantern in his hand and said, "It should have been extinguished long ago." Wearing a pointed hat and black mage robe, Eamon nodded slightly and said, "I left it in a magical state. It can maintain its light for a week without needing any fuel." Klein thought for a moment and asked, "Is this the deceiving of natural laws?" Eamon turned his head and used his monocled right eye to look at Klein for a second before smiling. "Smart. The error pathways sequence 3 is a more profound version of swindler, known as mentor of deceit. It's about the same as my guess. However, it isn't only the error pathway that can do such a thing. The Black Emperor can use distortion and exploit powers to achieve that." In his mind, Klein began comparing the differences between the Marauder and the Lawyer pathway. At this moment, Eamon stroked his chin and asked with interest, "There are less than 3 days left. If you don't think of a way to escape, it will be too late. Do you plan on making a new attempt tomorrow?" "Make a guess." Klein forced a smile as he answered in the same rhetoric manner that Eamon was best at using. To be honest, he didn't believe that the effects would be better given more attempts. On the one hand, frequent attempts were indeed able to test the limits of Amon's powers. By expending the items that he had previously stolen, Klein could establish a good foundation for the final battle. But on the other hand, he would also expose his trump cards. After all, he was in a passive state and had no chance to prepare. To force Eamon to showcase more of the means available to him, it required him to use the few trump cards he had. If his countermeasures were all figured out by Eamon after his repeated attempts, he wouldn't have any chance of escaping. an attempt to escape was a double-edged sword. If one wasn't careful, one would cut oneself. It was precisely because of this that Klein didn't blindly take action, and carefully made plans in his heart. As he spoke, he walked out of the city that originally worshipped the mutant king and later believed in the ancient sun god. There were only white bones and several stone structures that had been weathered by the elements here that showcased its former prosperity. Outside the city, there was an endless wilderness that couldn't be seen in the lightning. At 7 Pinster Street, Leonard sat on a sofa. He placed his feet on the coffee table and leisurely flipped through the day's newspaper. Yesterday, George III's death had brought them copious amounts of work. He had spent the entire night on duty, and he received 5 hours of rest today. After sleeping for 2 hours, Leonard woke up in high spirits, attempting to understand the current situation from the normal media. In fact, as the captain of a Red Gloves team, he knew more than the reporters about certain aspects. For example, in the outskirts of Backland, where the Tudor ruin was located, it had collapsed into a rather large lake. It had nearly affected Dwayne Dantes's Magor Manor. Another was the death of George III, who had self-destructed at the square, but wasn't the actual person. The search for his corpse was to no avail, as though he had vanished into thin air that night. Of course, Leonard was extremely certain that George III was already dead. The eldest prince was about to inherit the title of Balaam Emperor and Lowen King. Back then, something had happened at Saphira Castle. This matter definitely has something to do with Mr. Fool. Klein had long warned us about George III. The reactions of the 3 churches were very strange. Even the Church of the Lord of Storms, which is most prone to acting rash, wasn't too angry. As Leonard flipped through the newspaper, his thoughts wandered casually. At this moment, his mind was filled with the slightly aged voice of Pallas Zoroast. Gehrman Sparrow's messenger is here. Leonard suddenly looked up and saw the angel-level messenger wearing a dark and complicated long dress appear in front of him. The 4 blonde, red-eyed heads held by Reinette Teenaker spoke one after another. Gehrman Sparrow has encountered extreme danger. He has gone missing. Klein has encountered danger and disappeared. Leonard immediately retracted his legs and stood up. Without waiting for the reminder provided by Pallas Zoroast, his spiritual perception stirred as he blurted out, "Is it related to the death of George III?" Yes, he destroyed the apotheosis ritual of George III. The 8 red eyes on Reinette Teenaker's 4 heads looked at Leonard. Apotheosis ritual. Although Leonard was anxious, he was still shocked by the phrase. For someone to hold an apotheosis ritual, one had to be a sequence 1 angel at the very least. Yet, Klein was able to directly participate in something at that level. Mr. Fool's plan. Leonard's green eyes glimmered slightly. Relying on his relatively rich experience, he pointedly asked, "What happened to Klein the last time you saw him?" The 4 blonde, red-eyed heads of Reinette Teenaker shook and said, "Possibly, under Zaratul's pursuit." As Gehrman Sparrow's messenger, this ancient bane was able to sense that her employer had also left the Tudor ruins after escaping. And as for those who understood the means of a scholar of yore, they were undoubtedly high-sequence beyonders of the same pathway. Therefore, Zaratul would definitely be able to obstruct and pursue him. Zaratul, the leader of the secret order, the sequence 1 angel, Zaratul. As Leonard was worried about Klein, he felt fear and concern for the life of his former colleague. At that moment, a deep voice sounded in his mind. "Ask her what other clues she has." Leonard immediately did as he was asked. Reinette Teenaker seemed to know that Leonard wasn't simple. She repeated Queen Mystic's prophecy word by word. After listening to what was said, Pallas Zoroast fell silent for a while before sighing. "Error. I think I know about your former colleague's current situation." Leonard subconsciously wanted to ask, but because there were outsiders around, he held back his urge. Pallas paused and continued, "The anomaly with Saphira Castle attracted Zaratul. How could Aemon not notice it? This should be related to the struggle for Saphira Castle." Saphira Castle. Leonard slowly took a deep breath and said to Reinette Teenaker, "He might have fallen into the hands of Aemon." After Miss Messenger's 4 heads nodded and turned to leave, Leonard immediately sat down and clasped his hands. Closing his eyes, he prayed. Chapter 1163. Approaching. Above the gray fog, the crimson star representing the star also burgeoned and contracted. The rippling light gradually overlapped with the other ripples created by the other 3 crimson stars, turning into a tidal wave that surged through the entire mysterious space, causing the space to vibrate slightly. After describing the matter related to Klein, Leonard ended his prayers and waited for Mr. Fool to respond. However, he still didn't receive any feedback after nearly 15 minutes. Mr. Fool has always been very responsive, Leonard couldn't help but mutter. After a few seconds of silence, Pallas Zoroast reminded with a slightly aged voice, recall what the Fool said recently. Leonard thought carefully and slowly said, in the middle of the week, he reminded us not to head into the woods in the northwestern outskirts of Backland. Yes, he seemed to hint that the gathering might not be held as planned. As expected, Pallas Zoroast let out a long sigh and said, the Fool had predicted Amon's appearance to a certain extent. They might be fighting in different domains now. One of them wishes to hold on to Saphira Castle, while the other wishes to become the new owner of Saphira Castle. Your former colleague has unfortunately been embroiled in this matter. Mr. Fool had expected this. Is this a trap? He laid for Amon. Leonard's green eyes lit up as he blurted out. Pallas spent a significant amount of time thinking as he spoke much slower. Perhaps that's the case. Perhaps it's because Amon exploited the trap and took the initiative. Don't underestimate a blasphemer, a powerful king of angels. According to what Leonard knew, Mr. Fool was either the owner of the Saphira Castle who was slowly recovering, corresponding to some unknown deity in history, or he was the embodiment of Sephiroth. Currently, he was unable to control his authority and strength very well, something that could be fixed with a further qualitative change, and regardless of the possibilities, Mr. Fool was still unable to reach the level of a true deity. He was likely on the same level as the King of Angels. Under such circumstances, it was rather normal that Mr. Fool and the terrifying blasphemer would undergo an intense battle. After all, that person was one of them, one of the strongest hidden existences beneath the deities. He was even more powerful than the hidden sage that was usually categorized as an evil god. Even deities were somewhat apprehensive towards him. Leonard couldn't help but tense up. He asked in a low voice worriedly, "Old man, do you have any way to provide any help? Isn't Amon your greatest enemy? Such help might be limited, but it should be able to pull Klein out of the maelstrom." Upon hearing that, Pallas Zoroast laughed and said with an obvious self-deprecating tone, "Aren't you expecting too much from me? Indeed, if Amon obtains Saphira Castle, I'll definitely die at his hands. I might not be able to survive this winter. And if Saphira Castle is left with the Fool, I might have a chance of surviving in the future. But would an old man like me, who has just recovered to Sequence 2, have the ability to interfere with a battle at this level? Even if I were to use the yesterday once more charms, what can I do in the short time span of 2 to 3 seconds? Yes, at the critical moment, I might be able to help the Fool warp the situation, but I don't even know where they are fighting. How can I seize the opportunity?" Leonard fell silent after hearing Old Man's long answer. He immediately bowed his head and raised his hands to press them against the sides of his head. He muttered to himself, "Don't tell me that I can only watch helplessly." Pallas sighed and said, "Be patient. All we can do now is be patient." The Fool and Evmite, and some other deities and kings of angels seemed to have some tacit understanding with each other. They might even be cooperating with one another. They will not allow Amon to take away Saphira Castle. Wait patiently. Perhaps it won't take long for a window of opportunity to appear. Leonard straightened his body and leaned back. He took a deep breath and exhaled. The Blue Avenger, which had been ordered by the Church of the Lord of Storms to attack the port and Phasation merchant ships near the waters of Sonia Island, was hiding somewhere outside the safe sea route. Alger Wilson stood behind the window of the captain's cabin, using his extremely distant vision to stare at the long coastline. To this, newly advanced, ocean songster's point of view, many captains who received similar missions were the cream of the crop of the mid-sequence beyonders. Their joint operation would definitely be able to effectively harm the traffic flow of Phasation waters. This also meant that an attack from Phasac would be reasonably fierce, with a high chance of a Sequence 4 demigod leading the attack. Of course, one couldn't eliminate the possibility of a Sequence 3 War Bishop or Silver Knight appearing. This was a dangerous development for Alger. He didn't wish to put himself in such danger. At the same time, his crew, colleagues, and partners would monitor each other, preventing anyone from deserting. If Alger were to skive and walk on the edge of danger, it wouldn't take long for him to consider killing most of the crew members and become a true pirate, or lose the Blue Avenger and return to Passu Island for an internal probe. After this operation ends, the captains who could still survive wouldn't exceed a third. Alger calmly analyzed the situation and quickly came up with a plan to avoid danger. that was to participate in the operation, but not take center stage. Alger planned on using a surprise attack on the port while his brethren frenetically attacked the Phasacian merchant and supply ships. This would bring the people on board his ship onto Sonia Island, allowing them to lay in ambush in a primeval forest. Occasionally, he would cause some minor disturbances to the port which were easily managed. This way, the Phasac demigods would definitely cast their gazes at the sea, and not towards him. At the same time, in the eyes of the crew, he would be a role model who was willing to take great risks to enter the enemy's borders. After thinking through all the details, Alger immediately gathered the crew and repeated his plans. Finally, he emphasized, "This will be very dangerous. Trust me, it's very, very dangerous. We won't be able to advance and retreat like we can at sea. We might be surrounded by enemies at any time, but such an attack will definitely exceed the expectations of the Phasacians, and it will give us the outcome we want. Are you willing to remain on the ship as cowards, or do you want to follow me into battle as a hero to show your devotion to the Lord?" The crew members felt their blood boiling as they rashly said, "Fuck the Phasacians." Very good. Alger felt relieved as he struck his right fist on his left breast. "May the storm be with us. May the storm be with us." The sailors saluted and shouted. After making the necessary arrangements, Alger believed that he needed to borrow the unshadowed crucifix as soon as possible so as to purge the excess ocean songster's Beander characteristic. Although he had exaggerated the danger of landing on the island, there was still a certain level of danger involved. Therefore, he wanted to quickly recover to his optimal condition, and he had long understood Mr. Fool's earlier hint. He felt that tonight or tomorrow morning, Mr. Fool would officially inform them that the gathering was to be cancelled. Of course, there were some ideas in the deepest depths of Alger's heart. He suspected that every time Mr. Fool cancelled the tarot club, something had happened to him. He wanted to use this prayer to test if this mighty existence was still normal. "No, I can't. Thou shalt not test God, this isn't a test. Mr. Fool didn't hint that I can't pray to him recently. Besides, borrowing the unshadowed crucifix is something I really need to do within the next few days." Alger paced back and forth, unable to make a decision. At this moment, he heard the sound of waves crashing. Through the additional type of vision provided by the ghost ship, he saw the water part as a huge fish-type creature appeared. The strange-looking giant fish opened its mouth and spat out a small metal ball that landed on the deck. Alger nodded and expressed his gratitude with his singing. This was a sea creature that the Church of the Lord of Storms had tamed. In this operation, it and its companions were the messengers between the various ships and the islands. Upon receiving his gratitude, the giant fish-like creature trembled. With a flick of its tail, it headed deep into the sea and swam into the distance. Alger looked at it silently for 2 seconds before summoning a gust of wind to bring the metal ball into the captain's cabin. He twisted open the metal ball and took out the piece of paper inside. Alger's eyes froze from a mere glance at it. "George III has been assassinated." Alger repeated the content with a heavy expression before recalling the World Gehrman Sparrow's reminder and Mr. Fool's hints. This time, he no longer hesitated. He locked the room and softly muttered the honorific name, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." These prayers are almost becoming a choral symphony. "Mr. Hanged Man wants to borrow the unshadowed crucifix from little son Leonard." Yes, these voices are stacked over one another, undulating in pitch and volume. It's making the surroundings tremble. Klein rubbed his temples, having a feeling that he had been struck by lightning from every direction. At this moment, he followed Eamon deeper into the desolate moors and saw the grayish-yellow fog that blanketed the area. There were a few ravines and in the deep, dark depths, there were plenty of things roaming. Compared to the quiet, lurking monsters from before, the ones here were rather special. The pointy-hatted Eamon raised his hand to nudge his monocle and pointed ahead with a smile. "Another half a day and we should be reaching our final destination." "Half a day? It hasn't been a day yet, didn't you say 3 days?" Klein's pupils seemingly dilated. Eamon smiled and said, "I said not more than 3 days. 1 day is not more than 3 days, too." Upon saying that, the King of Angels paused and asked with piqued interest, "Did I hamper your arrangements? Are you feeling more despair?" Klein didn't answer as he suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed into the void beside him. Chapter 1164, Cheating. Although Klein had been a Beander for less than 2 years, his experience could be described as rich and exciting, even among Sequence 4 and Sequence 3 saints. The things he possessed or encountered before that could be summoned from the historical void, and the ones that were capable of quickly killing him didn't number many. Here, he chose the flaring sun charm that he had used in Tingen City. He had already recited the incantation, injected his spirituality into it, and was about to activate the charms. Indeed, to a demigod of the seer pathway that meant bizarreness and change, it wasn't very effective against him. He mainly depended on the damage it did to his body, but Klein didn't dodge or defend himself. Instead, he released his body and mind to embrace the light of hope. Even at the level of a Sequence 3 scholar of yore, the defense of a seer pathway's Beander remained low. His offensive ability was also equally insufficient compared to his peers. This resulted in a sad fact. When Klein wanted to commit suicide, he didn't have any powers that could quickly kill himself. After all, it was impossible for him to control his spirit body threads and transform himself into his marionette. This would result in logical contradictions. Towards the end of the process, he would lack the ability to continue making himself a marionette. And when he was searching for ways to kill himself through external means, he realized that, as long as he didn't use methods like marionette interchange, paper figurine substitutes, and historical void hiding, there were too many options that he could consider. The seer was such a powerful pathway that veered towards the extremes. Seeing that Klein was about to take out a flaring sun charm from the fog of history, along with having a strong desire to commit suicide, Eamon only smiled. Without even raising his hand, he stole the entire idea, causing the crystal monocle to glow slightly. Klein immediately forgot what he was trying to do, but his actions didn't stop. His shocked reaction when he heard that they were only half a day away from the final destination was mostly faked. This was because he had always been wary of the god of deceit. He didn't trust anything that he said. There were too many interpretations of not more than 3 days, so Klein had long prepared for the worst. After hearing what Eamon said, he immediately arranged the things he needed to do into a sequence. After having the idea of summoning the flaring sun charm to commit suicide, it was to summon that existence, summon this, that, and those existences. He made it cyclic, hoping that no matter how many thoughts Eamon stole from him, he would still follow his original plan and perform the corresponding actions. Regarding this matter, back when he dealt with 008, he had been thinking about it above the gray fog. He had used the experience of treating the real him as a marionette and only following a predetermined set of actions. This helped him greatly. At that moment, although he didn't know what he was trying to do, to the point of not realizing that he had forgotten something, he knew very well what he would do next. The past wasn't important, but the present and future were key. Klein reached out his palm again and grabbed the void in front of him. His entire arm sank. However, when he retracted his right hand, nothing came out. At the same time, Eamon raised his palm and gently swiped forward. He had stolen the historical void projection that Klein had summoned. A figure quickly appeared beside Eamon. It was an elder dressed in a hooded black robe. His eyes were deep black, like a dark water surface, and the white beard around his mouth was long and dense. The leader of the secret order, the Sequence 1 angel, Zeratul. The existence that Klein had attempted to summon was actually Zeratul, and he had succeeded in one try. This was because he had made preparations in advance. Back in the city that the Phoenix believers had built, when Klein had split his marionettes into 3 groups, he was actually attempting to summon Zeratul from the historical void. Without a doubt, it was impossible to succeed at that time. However, as a scholar of yore, it would be a massive failure if one failed to notice that someone else was trying to summon their historical projection. As for Zeratul, he was definitely a senior, excellent, and experienced scholar of yore. After such a failed summoning, Klein had established a connection with Zeratul. This was the tacit understanding between scholars of yore. As for a miracle invoker, an attendant of mysteries, he was able to respond to his historical projection. It was just like how a scholar of yore had 100% chance of success when borrowing strength from his past. In addition, a scholar of yore had no contractual connection with the historical void projection. They relied on the other party's lack of intelligence, or them having good relationships with them, to control it. And in this world, the few high-level existences most unwilling to see Eamon obtain Saphira Castle was Mr. Dor, followed by Pallas, and then Zeratul. In other words, the two of them were short-term allies when it came to resisting Eamon. Due to these factors, Klein believed that he could summon Zeratul in one go. And the facts proved that he was right. and it was precisely because of this that he wasn't worried at all that Aemon would steal away his historical projection that he had summoned. He even hoped that the Angel of Time would do so. As for the reason why he first came up with the idea of committing suicide before summoning Zeratu, it was to let Aemon steal his thoughts. And for Aemon, he would be happy to try since he was a king of angels in search of excitement. With too many choices for him to choose from, it was unlikely he would repeat another thought usurpation. It might be the theft of a historical void projection. This was one of the few trump cards that Klein had. In the next second, Zeratul's gaze turned from a glazed one to a spirited and real one. Clearly, this attendant of mysteries, a senior scholar of yore, had entered the historical void and allowed his projection from the same era to receive his consciousness. And having his own consciousness meant that Zeratul's projection didn't hesitate at all to firmly cast his gaze at Aemon. The eyes of Aemon, the ones wearing and not wearing the monocle, narrowed at the same time. He saw the lightning around him increase in frequency as the vast wilderness with many ravines instantly turned empty and dark. They were speckled with twinkling stars. He had apparently been pulled beneath the cosmos by Zeratul. This was a miracle. As for the projection opposite of Aemon, it had already transformed into a gigantic, mysterious whirlpool formed by squirming Mysterious. They extended out in all directions with transparent tentacles. Just looking at them would make humans lose their minds and turn crazy. At that moment, Klein abandoned the other thoughts in the queue. He took the opportunity to control a monster deep in the darkness and transform it into his marionette. Immediately following that, he switched places with his marionette. After coming to the depths of the darkness, Klein reached out his hand once again to grab at the air in front of him a few times in succession. His marionette did the same action as well. Finally, he dragged a new figure out of the void. It was a figure dressed in a simple linen robe, with a tree bark as a belt. Standing there, barefooted with long, black hair, Ariana's facial features were ordinary and her eyes dark and cold. As soon as Ariana appeared, her dark eyes turned normal. She didn't look like a projection at all. Her true body seemed to have entered a concealed state, allowing the summoned historical void projection to also possess intelligence. This was also one of the reasons why Klein had chosen to summon her, and had given up on summoning Mr. Azek and Miss Messenger, who gave him a higher success rate. This way, even if an accident happened during his suicide, preventing his success, there was still a chance to fight Aemon in the subsequent battle. After a historical void's projection possessed their own consciousness, it made it much easier for Klein to maintain them. This resulted in an extension in time for the maintenance of the projection. Following that, he used the connection between the Scholar of Yore and their summoned historical void projection, quickly communicating to Servant of Concealment, Ariana, his intent to kill him. Ariana suddenly bent her body, and her right hand reached behind her back. She pulled out a bone sword covered in strange patterns from the depths of the darkness. Then, she suddenly took a step forward and swung her sword forward. The entire darkness literally stirred as it wildly spread towards where the spot Klein was standing. An unlucky monster happened to be situated between the two of them as it melted away when drowned by the tide of darkness. This wasn't the authority of concealment. This was a combination of repose and horror. It symbolized danger in the darkness, a symbol of silent destruction and vanquishment. The Beyonders of the Sleepless Pathway had to reach Sequence 3 Horror Bishop to grasp such powers. Subconsciously, Klein's survival instinct made him attempt to escape. But at that moment, he felt that the surrounding darkness was an enemy. If he was infected by that force, he would become a part of the tide. There was no avoiding it. There's no need to use all your strength. You can easily kill me with just a portion of your strength. Klein restrained his primal instincts, and he stood on the spot, waiting for the destruction to sweep through him. At that moment, a distant, illusory bell sounded. It was as if it had traveled through a long stretch of history, causing everything around it to slow down, including the surging darkness. In midair, swaths of darkness were pierced, revealing a gigantic wall clock carved out of stone. It was ancient and mottled, and its surface was separated into 12 segments by grayish-white and bluish-black colors. Each segment had different symbols, and the needle had a total of 3 hands, short, medium, long. It seemed to be formed from the 12 rings of a worm of time. As the second hand ticked, the bell rang again. As the sound echoed, the surging darkness like a tide slowed down even more. Then, the ancient clock's projection dissipated, turning back into Aemon with his pointed hat and monocle. Behind him, the projection of Zeratul was also in a sluggish state. Right on the heels of that, Aemon levitated in midair, extending his right hand, and he pressed down at the darkness. The darkness quickly returned to normal, drowning Klein without causing him any damage. It was unknown if there was a bug or if a Beyonder effect had been stolen. At the same time, Amon's body instantly became abnormally huge. It was nearly 20 meters tall, but none of his clothes suffered any damage. He looked down at Klein and raised his hand to adjust his monocle. He ignored the attacks from the Zeratul projection behind him, as he curled his lips and said with deep interest, "Interesting." Chapter 1165. The Grand Lineup. As Aemon spoke, the transparent tentacles covered with mysterious patterns extended out from the gigantic vortex behind his back, and they wrapped around his many different spirit body threads. In the blink of an eye, the illusory black threads were lifted up without any resistance. And with that, one strange monster after another was hoisted up in the air, like ham waiting to be dry-aged. The spirit body threads beside Aemon were all stolen by him at some point in time. While Zeratul launched his attack, his other slippery tentacle kept extending into the void, attempting to pull something back. In just a few seconds, a figure quickly appeared. He had long chestnut-colored curly hair, blue eyes, high nose bridge, thin lips, and a very beautifully manicured mustache. He wore a dark red coat with rusted golden threads. It was none other than the former emperor of Intis, Russell Gustav. The moment this knowledge emperor stepped into the real world, he looked down at the gigantified Aemon, and complicated and illusory symbols instantly formed in his eyes. He wasn't worried that Aemon would steal his attack at all, because he had prepared an extremely large amount of useless miscellaneous knowledge. Be it the forceful injection or Amon's theft of it, he could achieve the goal of blowing up the other party's mind. Just as Emperor Russell's projection was fully formed, another figure appeared from Zeratul's transparent tentacles. The figure had a young face, but his long hair was already half white, pulled back and flailing in the air. In the darkness, half of it was hidden, and the other was prominent. This was an angel that Klein didn't know. He looked like a man with eyes that were dark and filled with the vicissitudes of life. His facial features were considered pretty good, but there was a bunch of thick, short black hair on his cheeks. He emitted the feeling that he was both old and youthful, both rational and crazy. He immediately transformed into a cluster of squirming worms that extended out transparent, smooth tentacles akin to Zeratul's projection. Clearly, this was also an angel from the seer pathway. At that moment, Klein didn't even dare to look straight at the situation occurring in midair. However, when his spiritual perception triggered, he had already sensed something familiar. The second angel that was summoned by Zeratul was the son of an ancient god, the original ancestor of the Antigonus family. This was the historical projection, him, before he became the half-fool. Clearly, Zeratul had made sufficient preparations in this period of time. As Antigonus displayed his complete mythical creature form, the surrounding environment changed once again. The darkness became even darker, as though it had a life of its own as it surged towards the massive manifestation of the classic black-robed, pointy-hatted, and monocled Aemon. In the area enveloped by darkness, all the monsters instantly turned into marionettes. Antigonus seemed to have moved a portion of the ancient divine kingdom from his memories into the real world, so as to separate Aemon from Klein. This was also a miracle. When the miracle happened, Zeratul's transparent tentacles pulled out a third projection from the fog of history. This was a knight in full black armor. He was a demigod from the fourth epic Solomon Empire, and had not left an illustrious name in history. However, he had another identity. He was a member of the Red of War army, and the leader of this army was King of Angels, Medici. In this division, every member could connect with Red Angel Medici's mind and become one. In other words, if Medici could converge their powers, then they too could also transmit their own powers to the collective pool. The powers of a scholar of your powers couldn't summon anything associated with the uniqueness. Even if they were to raise their sequence and receive a qualitative change, it remained the same. However, there was no doubt that seers would seek ways to push the envelope by attempting to bypass the restrictions and obtain help from the uniqueness to a certain extent. Klein had summoned the goddess's descent vessel to accomplish this. While Zeratul summoned a powerhouse of the Red of War army. At this moment, that projection was equivalent to a portion of Medici. The knight in black armor stepped onto the battlefield. He scanned the battlefield in a sluggish manner before laughing out loud. Yo, Lil, Raven, have those feathers I burnt recovered? Due to the fact that his historical projection had summoned another 3 angel-level historical projections, Klein suspected that he couldn't maintain it for 10 seconds. If it wasn't for this change, then he would most likely have felt that he had found a way to indefinitely increase his combat strength. That was to summon 2 angels and 1 projection of himself every time. Then, he could use his projection to summon 2 angels and himself again. If this continued, he would have an infinite number of projections available. At that moment, the ascetic leader of the Church of Evernight, Ariana's body faded and entered a concealed state. Following that, she suddenly appeared behind the gigantified Aemon, slashing out with the bone sword that was covered in strange patterns. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Aemon was being attacked by the 5 angel projections, Klein kept converting monsters into his marionettes, getting them to aim at him. He opened his mouth and let out a bang. Air cannons whistled towards him. At the same time, Klein stretched out his hand and easily took out a flaring sun charm that had already been activated and was just short of releasing its effects. He didn't believe that he would be able to survive such repeated attacks. Amidst the booms, Klein suddenly heard a tick-tock noise. The entire world seemed to stop for a moment before it returned to normal. Following that, he saw a huge hole in the dark sky. A ray of pure hot sunlight shone in and lit a golden charm. It was the flaring sun charm. It had turned into a huge ball of light that was engulfed by countless balls of flames. However, the target it attacked wasn't Klein. It had made an error and, instead, wrapped around the red of war demigod. Meanwhile, the vast amount of knowledge that Racel Gustav had injected, the miracle created by Antigonus, the destructive sword which Ariana had swung out, the transparent tentacles that Zeratul extended, they all pointed at the same target in an erroneous manner, Medici's black armored subordinate. At some point, the projection that consisted of a part of Medici's will first suffered an explosion in his mind. Even his instinctive reaction seemed to have disappeared. Then, he was assaulted by the barrage of heavy attacks, and quickly dissipated in midair. Wearing a pointed hat and a classical mage robe, it was unknown when Aemon had returned to the size of a human and landed at the bottom of the battlefield. He raised his right hand and adjusted the crystal monocle as a beam of light lit up. Behind his back, the ancient mottled clock phantom appeared once again. The longest second hand quickly spun half around at an extraordinary speed. It took less than a second, but everything on the desolate moors seemed to have lost 10 to 20 seconds. The projection of Antigonus's historical projection disappeared. Following that, Racel's historical projection faded away. Finally, it was the historical projections of Zeratul and Ariana. The amount of time they could be maintained had been stolen. Klein, who was just about to commit suicide for the 3rd time, couldn't believe his eyes. He had expected blasphemer Aemon to resolve the 5 angel projections. After all, they were merely projections. A projection was much weaker than the actual body. However, Klein never expected the other party to be so casual about it that he didn't even have a chance to commit suicide. He had used his trump card in exchange for such an outcome. It was inevitable for him to feel disheartened and despair. Aemon nudged his monocle and took a step forward to appear in front of him. He smiled. If they were all their true bodies, it would indeed be more troublesome. However, the historical void projection has a very huge flaw, and grasping the problem of something is what I'm best at. Looking at this angel of time whose smile remained the same while his expression was one of delight, as though he hadn't been in a difficult situation just now, Klein's heart slowly sank, as if he had fallen into an abyss. His spiritual perception was triggered as scenes quickly flashed through his mind. After entering the forsaken land of the gods, Aemon changed his clothes, going from a dark-colored jacket, trousers, and black top hat that met the aesthetic standards of modern times to a classic mage's robe and a pointed hat. After that, he suggested a game of escaping and obstructing. He appeared extremely confident and wasn't worried about any mishaps. As his thoughts raced, Klein's throat turned dry, and he said in a low and hoarse voice, "You are the true body. After entering the forsaken land of the gods, your true body merged with your avatar." He seriously suspected that the person in front of him was Amon's true body, the true blasphemer, the whole king of angels. The corners of the monocled Amon's mouth curled up bit by bit. "This is very interesting, isn't it? The expression on your face after knowing the truth is what I wanted to see in this game." He had clearly admitted that he was the main body. He was born accommodating the uniqueness of the marauder pathway. He was peerless amongst the ranks of those beneath that of deities. This meant that, unless a true deity descended, no matter how hard Klein struggled, he wouldn't be able to escape from Amon's hands. And this was the forsaken land of the gods. The only active deity was the true creator, and he wasn't too interested in Saphira Castle. Although he had suspected that the Amon beside him had swapped with his actual body, Klein, who had experienced countless instances of hope, only to have them destroyed, experienced what was the ultimate sense of despair when he was truly certain of it. If it wasn't for the fact that the Tarot Club involved Miss Justice, Leonard, and company, as well as how he knew that Amon was best at deception, he would have admitted defeat and expressed his willingness to become his blessed. Isn't it normal to join the ranks of the opponents if you can't beat them? As he lampooned, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He recalled the words that Amon had previously said. His eyes lit up, and he completely calmed down. Looking at Amon, he leisurely stretched his body and said with a smile, "Kill me." Chapter 1166. Its name. Lightning once again lit up the desolate moors that were blanketed with grayish-yellow fog. It illuminated the spot where an angel-level battle had just happened, illuminating the calm smile on his face. Amon looked at him for a few seconds before nudging his monocle and smiling. "Can't you say something else? You seem to have found new hope." Klein's smile didn't change as he clenched his fist to his nose and stuck one hand into his pocket. "I just suddenly understood something. It turns out that it's not too demoralizing to play this game with your true body. On the contrary, this shows that you have no way of stealing my destiny." "Oh," Amon smiled as he spoke in a tone, as though he was looking forward to what Klein would say next. Klein laughed and said without any hesitation, "Otherwise, once I entered the forsaken land of the gods, you would have directly stolen my destiny and become the new owner of Saphira Castle. Even if you want to play a game of escaping and obstructing, you could have waited until the main goal was achieved before doing so. That way, you wouldn't be taking any risks. And having lost my chance to resurrect in my original destiny, I'll put in an even greater effort into escaping due to my instinct to survive. Indeed, the god of mischief might do something that disregards danger, doing so in pursuit of excitement, but you're still the god of deceit." Having said that, Klein looked at the unperturbed expression on Amon's face and paused. "I know that you really have the ability to steal the destinies of others, but being capable of doing something doesn't mean that you'll do it. This requires a risk assessment, as well as weighing and analyzing the pros and cons. I believe that you don't wish to steal my destiny directly. That will make you bear the burden of everything brought about by Saphira Castle. You have to resist the trauma of the resurrection of its original owner. Even for a king of angels like you, this is also very dangerous. If you aren't careful, you can perish. Therefore, you want to find a loophole, you want to get Saphira Castle without suffering the negative effects. And this requires my permission." When he said that, Klein thought of the experience of getting hit by computer viruses in his previous life. Those viruses would always pretend to be normal and cheat him into giving him permission. This was somewhat similar to the current situation. After hearing Klein's words, Amon looked at him without a word. Instead, he calmly adjusted the crystal monocle. Klein smiled and continued, "From the moment you parasitized me, you've been setting up a huge scam. On the one hand, you've given me the option of becoming your blessed, telling me that your true body can withstand my destiny, causing me to bear a heavy psychological burden. In the subsequent journey, you constantly made me see hope before destroying it. From time to time, you'll give me a time limit, making me unknowingly seize an opportunity and catch my breath. Then, you suddenly shortened the trip, disrupting my plans. Finally, you reveal the card that you're the true body, sending me into the abyss of despair, so as to destroy my will and dismantle my mental defenses. I would completely break down and choose to become your blessed, and agree to that hidden transaction." After hearing everything in silence, Amon suddenly laughed and raised his hands to gently clap. "Perfect deduction. However, you seem to have missed a problem. What I said was to see my real body at a sufficiently safe place. Then, your destiny will be taken away. Now that we haven't reached our final destination, I naturally won't take the risk." Klein's expression sank slightly before he relaxed again. "I'm looking forward to how different the developments will be there." He responded to Amon in his style. The genuine king of angels adjusted his monocle and pointed to the side with a smile. "Soon. We'll arrive in less than half a day." "How long is that exactly?" Klein instinctively lacked trust in Amon's vague descriptions. Eamon scratched his chin and chuckled. Half an hour. Klein turned his head to look in the direction where Eamon had pointed. He only saw deep darkness, nothing else. A bolt of lightning streaked across the desolate moors, but even farther away was a thick grayish-yellow fog. Backland, Empress Borough, in the Hall family's luxurious villa. After 2 days of chaos, Audrey's life finally regained some peace. This made her even more curious about the truth behind the king's assassination, considering how Mr. Fool had seemingly hinted that the tarot gathering would be cancelled today. Audrey decided to pray to this existence in advance and establish a connection with the world Gehrman Sparrow to figure out the corresponding situation. The moment she glanced at Susie, the golden retriever immediately walked out of the room, closed the door with her leg in passing, and sat outside. Audrey sat down, took on a prayer pose, and recited in ancient Hermes. Do you think there will be a gathering today? There's no formal notice. Furs took out her pocket watch for women and opened it. Furs couldn't sit still any longer. She left her seat and paced back and forth anxiously as she muttered to herself, Mr. World didn't respond, neither did Mr. Fool respond. As she spoke, Furs suddenly looked at her friend who was eating some ham. She hurriedly said, Zio, why don't you try praying to Mr. Fool and ask if the gathering will be held as scheduled today? Zio frowned slightly as she put down her fork and nodded. She also found the situation a little strange. She clasped her hands and held them under her chin. Zio took a deep breath and said in a low voice, the fool that doesn't belong to this era. Backland, North Borough, underground of St. Samuel Cathedral, in a room behind Channy's gate. Emlyn White woke up, feeling puzzled over the dream he had. He had apparently dreamed of the sanguine ancestor, Lilith. In his dream, he was trapped in a castle covered in red grapevines, one he couldn't escape from no matter how hard he tried. Later, through a narrow window from high above, he saw the crimson moon outside and a pair of bat wings that covered half the crimson moon. In the legends of the sanguine, this was one of the symbols of the ancient goddess, Lilith. Right on the heels of that, Emlyn flew up high in excitement, attempting to open the narrow window. At the bottom of the glass, he found a tarot card. On the surface of the tarot card was a lad dressed in gorgeous clothes. He was wearing splendid headgear with a stick over his shoulder. There was a bindle hanging on the end of the stick, and a puppy was following behind him. The Fool card. At this point in his dream, Emlyn naturally woke up. As a sanguine viscount, he had the ability to perform a basic analysis of dreams. It must be because of my current situation that this dream appeared. That star actually didn't deliver any human blood to me. I am indeed the target of the ancestor's benediction. She is hinting to me that if I wish to escape from my predicament, I have to obtain help from Mr. Fool. What day is it today? Forget it, I'll just pray. That way, I can leave as soon as possible. Emlyn sat up with hope as he piously chanted, the fool that doesn't belong to this era. Above the gray fog, the 3 crimson stars that corresponded to justice, judgment, and the moon began to expand and shrink, emitting light to create ripples. They merged into the dark red tide that originally existed, causing the shock waves in the mysterious space to instantly intensify. Amidst the quake, the tide flooded the ancient and majestic palace, lighting up one mysterious symbol after another behind the 8 seats on the long bronze table. This brought a new halo and resonance, accompanied by a buzzing sound. At the end of the long, mottled table, the back of the fool's seat lit up as well. The complicated symbol formed by the contorted lines and pupil-less eye kept extending outwards, becoming layered and extremely three-dimensional. The dark red tide was attracted over and formed a figure on the high back chair belonging to the fool. This figure wasn't stable enough. It distorted and scattered from time to time, hardly capable of maintaining its form. On a desolate moor covered with grayish-yellow fog, Klein paused for a moment and looked up at the lightning that streaked across the sky. He then retracted his gaze. Holding the lantern in his hand, he followed beside Eamon, deep into the endless moors. The more the man and the king of angels proceeded, the more ravines the ground had. Similarly, their depths became more and more exaggerated. About 10 minutes later, another bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Not far away, Klein saw a single-eyed giant with a bluish-black pupil, pacing back and forth. It towered tens of meters. His body was covered in traces of rotting pus. His eye was sunken and lifeless. It was obvious that he was dead. However, he continued wandering around. Grayish-yellow gas emanated from his body, interweaving in midair to create the fog over the moor. the grayish-yellow fog that enveloped the vast moor was actually generated by this bluish-black giant. The youngest son of the giant King Ormir, the god of glory, Bladel. He publicly cursed my father and was punished to forever roam this area. Of course, he has long died in the cataclysm, but he still wasn't able to free himself. Aemon looked at the giant and smiled. If I hadn't stolen the corresponding damage dealt to you, you would have been contaminated by the fog created after Bladel's death. You would become a cursed entity that roams this area. Do I have to thank you? Suddenly, Klein felt like he had entered a myth. With him in tow, Aemon continued forward. Soon, they approached the bluish-black, single-eyed giant. There was an extremely deep ravine on the spot where the giant was loitering about. As the lightning flashed, a thick and vast grayish-white building appeared at the bottom. With just a glance, Klein's eyelids twitched slightly as he recalled the scene he saw when he was divining the unshadowed crucifix. If he remembered correctly, this should be where the ancient sun god, the city of Silver's creator, Aemon and Adam's father walked out from. Is this the safe place that Aemon mentioned? Klein's heart sank. At this moment, the pointy-hatted, monocled Aemon walked to the edge of the ravine. With his back facing the grayish-white building, he spread his arms slightly and said with a smile, "This is the holy land where my father was awoken. Buried in it is the history I wish to seek. My father told me that this place has an ancient name, called." As a streak of silver lightning tore through the sky, the black-robed Aemon paused as he widened his arms, saying with a solemn tone, "Chernobyl." Chapter 1167, When the Stars Are Right. Chernobyl. Upon hearing Amon's words, Klein's first reaction was one of shock. Back when they were approaching the bluish-black, single-eyed giant, he had come up with many possibilities, but he never expected to hear such a name. This was akin to seeing a machine gun appear in an ancient oil painting, or a novel's plot appearing in a scientific paper. It was filled with unbelievable contradictions. In the next second, he thought of the funny matter about how the ancient sun god had used his rib to create Dark Angel Sasrir, but had named his eldest son Adam. He instinctively believed that the current situation was similar, and he couldn't help but laugh. To have Aemon, who was so powerful that he was almost a bug in the real world, a king of angels who always wore a sinister smile on his face, speak the name with such seriousness and solemnity, it made Klein unable to hold back his laughter. Besides, he had no intention of controlling himself. It's best if he gets angry from the embarrassment and kills me. The reason Aemon is this way today has largely to do with the ancient sun god's method of upbringing. The corners of Klein's mouth curved into a smile, prepared to ruthlessly vent his inner laughter. At this moment, another bolt of silvery white lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the deep ravine. It made Klein once again see the grayish-white building at the bottom. This was a building that was completely different from the current style of the fourth, third, and even the second epoch. Klein's heart rapidly contracted before it expanded again. The smile he just made froze on his face. When he heard his own heartbeat, he suddenly had the common sense he had regarding the present world appear in his mind. 0.12 months a year, 365 days a year, has leap years, 0.24 hours a day, 60 minutes a day, 60 seconds a minute. It's confirmed to be a planet. There's a sun and a moon in the sky. Klein's instinct prevented him from thinking any further, but deep in his heart, there was still a voice. Could it be that I've never actually transmigrated? I've always been on Earth the entire time, but I've been hanging from the door of light above the gray fog for too long, making me truly not belong to this era. As this thought formed, many details that didn't catch his attention spewed out like a volcano in his mind. To the easternmost front of the Sonya Sea, before entering the ruins of the battlefield of the gods, there are rotting and crumbling steel buildings around the ancient well. They appeared to be left behind by humans. The northern and southern continent are overall very similar in shape to that of North and South America. However, a large part of the isthmus that connects the two landmasses has been wiped away by some kind of power, forming the Berserk Sea with its complicated and winding sea routes. Also, Sonya Island is like the gigantic landmass in the north that drifted south. Midseashire is like the expanded and connected version of the Great Lakes of North America. It's as though it suffered a strike from a massive meteor. The mountains and rivers on the northern continent have changed a lot, but the overall shape is barely recognizable. In that case, the western continent where the elves come from, and the forsaken land of the gods in the eastern continent, will correspond to Chernobyl. In the legends of Treasure Out at Sea, there's a lost civilization called the Nuans. It sank somewhere in the Fog Sea. The Giant King's parents are humans, the Sanguine, elves also seem to originate from humans. I previously had two questions. Why would Saphira Castle grab transmigrators from Earth? Why would all of them be people from my era? This can also be explained. In the short span of 2 to 3 seconds, it was as if lightning was constantly exploding in his mind. This caused his lips to tremble slightly, as though he was trying his best to contain the backlash of his revelation. But the moon in this world is crimson, the constellations are somewhat different from those of Earth. I'm not an astronomy aficionado, so I can't remember clearly. However, the Emperor consumed the potions from the Savon pathway. If the cosmos was completely identical, he would have discovered it a long time ago. The opposing opinion appeared in Klein's mind. They were like a strong anchor, preventing his ship from being blown away from the port in the midst of the storm. But 1 second later, he remembered 2 lines. One sentence was a terrifying prophecy that he had read online in his previous life. When the stars are right, chaos will rise from underground, and the great oldest one will awaken. The other was that prophecy wasn't randomly made up. When the stars are right, so, this resulted in the previous discrepancies. Klein almost ignored Eamon in front of him. Even his body began to tremble. He used a great deal of strength before he sighed inwardly. Perhaps, I've never left my hometown, but I will never be able to return home. Just as he came to this understanding and realization, the grayish-white fog silently appeared in front of him. This time, he directly stood in front of the waning forest, which corresponded to the end of the first epoch and the early stages of the second epoch. Unlike the past, the boundless gray fog in front of him was no longer empty. Deep in the fog, in a very far distance, points of shattered light were lit up. They were like lighthouses, illuminating the path of history. They led Klein forward as they traced back thousands of years, or even further. Then, he saw the resplendent bluish-black door of light. He saw transparent cocoons hanging above it, and himself in a t-shirt and loose pants. An invisible wind blew past as the grayish-white fog beneath the door opened, layer by layer, revealing cities. There were tall skyscrapers with all kinds of cars parked, frozen with pedestrians that walked past. One by one, these cities were covered in grayish-white dust. Many buildings had collapsed, broken steel bars tearing out of their frames. Some of the cars had caved in, others had broken down. There were even some that had been squashed into metallic pancakes. The passers-by looked lifeless, like wax figures. Upon seeing this scene, Klein stopped and stared intently. He knew very well that this world was Earth. At that moment, he completely digested the scholar of your potion. Suddenly, Klein's consciousness returned to the real world. He realized that his connection with Saphira Castle had strengthened. Amidst the buzzing sounds, the resonance generated by the prayers of the Tarot Club members grew in intensity. Previously, he could use them to vaguely sense Saphira Castle above the gray fog and see that the Klein at the Fool's Seat was trying to establish some sort of connection with the dark red, warping figure that was about to take form. In an instant, he came to a realization. There was no longer a need for him to chant the incantation or take 4 steps counterclockwise. With a mere thought, his spirit body could enter Saphira Castle, becoming one with that figure. This was undoubtedly the best opportunity for him to escape. He couldn't be bothered to marvel at the fact that this world was Earth. Believing that Eamon definitely didn't know of such a development, Klein immediately thought of jumping straight towards Saphira Castle. At this moment, the corner of his eye reflected the pointy-hatted, monocled, classic mage-robed Eamon curled his lips into a smile, one that spoke of endless joy. Klein's mind suddenly exploded as all his thoughts were occupied by the crazy raving from Eamon. You're right, I didn't want to steal your destiny, bearing the burden while becoming the new owner of Saphira Castle. You're right, this was a scam that has been going on since the beginning. However, the core of this scam was to make you think that me giving you hope and destroying it was to break your will and make you agree to become my blessed. If I hadn't specially changed my clothes when I entered the forsaken land of the gods, as well as my accidental use of error powers, would you have been so sure that my true body was already here? Could it be possible that the god of deceit doesn't understand that changing one's image would expose many problems? Did you think that I wouldn't understand what the name, Chernobyl, means? I've been in the forsaken land of the gods for more than 1,000 years. I've been searching for the oldest traces of history, the ones that go far beyond the first epoch. The true goal of this journey was to give you some time and give you some historical knowledge to aid you in digesting the scholar of your potion, so that you can relax your vigilance in this area. Then, When your connection with Saphira Castle deepens and you attempt to trigger it, I'll seize this opportunity and use a loophole to steal Saphira Castle. The destiny shall be yours, and Saphira Castle shall be mine. Not only did the terrifying ravings from the King of Angels contain the sounds of Amon's chuckle, but they also wreaked havoc on Klein's mental state. They were no weaker than Mr. Door's roar. The surface of Klein's skin began to show signs of protruding worms of spirit as he was brought to the brink of losing control. In his body, a 12-segmented worm of time burrowed out, transforming into an Amon phantom wearing a black mage robe and a matching pointy hat and crystal monocle. He had parasitized Klein at a superficial level, not to monitor his thoughts, but rather to take control of the situation at the critical moment through parasitizing him at a deeper level. He wanted to seize this opportunity. In the beginning, Amon had used a deeper level of parasitizing with one main goal, to parasitize a worm of time at a superficial level, without the saint being able to detect it. The Amon projection turned back and gave Klein, who was unable to straighten his thoughts after being disrupted by the ravings, a look. It revealed a smile that was identical to its true body. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, carrying a look of endless joy. He turned around and used the invisible connection to leap towards Saphira Castle above the gray fog. This was similar to the situation of him parasitizing Derek Berg and trying to use the crimson star that corresponded to the sun to infiltrate the world above the gray fog. But this time, no one was inside Saphira Castle to purify him, to close the door, to stop Amon. This was a spectacular act. This was the god of deceit. Chapter 1168, My Anchors. In the blink of an eye, Amon saw the grayish-white fog in the ancient and majestic palace above. He just needed to reach out his hand and pass through the final obstacle to truly touch Saphira Castle and directly occupy the place and, in essence, take it away. But at that moment, a gigantic bluish-black palm suddenly appeared above the Amon phantom, blocking him from entering Saphira Castle. Amon's projection subconsciously turned its head and looked in the direction of the palm. It saw the pus-covered, one-eyed giant who had long since died. Bladel, who was known as the god of glory, still didn't show any signs of life in his exaggerated vertical eye. The curse of the grayish-yellow fog kept emanating from his body. However, it was different from before. There were seemingly illusory black tubes behind his back. They extended all the way into the infinite distance, a mystery as to what they were connected to. The towering bluish-black giant instantly condensed a broadsword formed from the orange-red light of dusk. Holding it in one hand, he cleaved down at the side of the deep ravine where Amon's body was. This youngest son of the giant king, the one who had died due to the curse, suddenly unleashed an unimaginable power after roaming aimlessly for thousands of years. The twilight sword tore through the void and jumped out from the spot where the Angel of Time, Amon, was standing. It ripped through everything around it, turning into a storm that could destroy this desolate moor. Amon didn't move and remained standing there. No matter how the orange-red sword storm raged, it didn't harm him at all. He seemed to have used some sort of error in this world again. However, in this state, Amon was no longer able to transmit his ravings into Klein's mind, allowing him to finally gain a sliver of peace. Ignoring how he was about to lose control, he regained his clarity of mind using the clear and real surroundings and the layers of prayer. Then, he immediately resonated with the dark red figure sitting at the fool's seat above the gray fog, and he established a new connection. He didn't hesitate to return to Saphira Castle. And at this moment, Amon's phantom, which was attempting to infiltrate above the gray fog, was obstructed by the bluish-black palm of the god of glory, Bladel. He wasn't able to instantly break through the titanic obstruction. The monocled King of Angels, be it his avatar or true body, opened his mouth and said a name, Evernight. Yes, this was help coming from the Evernight goddess, but it wasn't without reason. Although Klein lacked confidence in this matter, he had always kept it as one of his trump cards. He only believed that it might not be effective and had a very low chance of success. It could only be used as a glimmer of hope at his most desperate hour. After entering the forsaken land of the gods and obtaining some space to think on his own, he worked hard to find resources available to him that could be used. Then, he recalled something. The matter of the former chief of the City of Silver. This demon hunter had attempted to switch to sequence 3 ferrymen of the death pathway, but he ended up turning into a monster inside the mausoleum he built. This anomaly was related to illusory black tubes, and such a phenomenon had been seen from the Numinous sect's artificial death. In other words, the mutation of the former chief of the City of Silver was very likely related to artificial death. This indirectly explained something, that for some unknown reason, those that could influence the forsaken land of the gods, other than the true creator, included artificial death who had come to life, to a certain level, and now, artificial death could be considered the Evernight goddess in some ways. Based on this reasoning, Klein suspected that the goddess could use the uniqueness of the death pathway to exert a low level of influence to some degree on certain things in the forsaken land of the gods. In addition, there were only 3 people involved in the matter regarding the former chief of the City of Silver. One of them was the current chief, Colin Iliad, the demigod elder, Wait Chermont, and shepherd elder, Luvia. They were either sequence 4 saints or an important believer of the true creator. It was impossible for them to be completely unaware that they had been parasitized by Aemon. As for the only person who received feedback from the escapade, it was Derek Berg, who was under the Fool's watch. He wasn't one of Amon's parasites, either. In other words, Aemon wasn't aware of the former City of Silver chief's abnormality involving the black illusory tubes. That was key. Therefore, even if he was able to guess that the Evernight goddess had obtained the uniqueness of the death pathway, causing the god of combat to have an intense reaction, there was no way for him to know that this would bring about unforeseen developments to the forsaken land of the gods. With this knowledge in mind, Klein consciously performed certain tasks, despite not having much confidence. In the city that believed in the Phoenix, he didn't take away the remaining death pathway's Beander characteristics, hoping to leave a trail. After summoning Zerathul's historical projection, he didn't seize the opportunity to commit suicide immediately. On the one hand, he was afraid that Aemon would still have the ability to stop him and affect his other arrangements, while on the other hand, he tried to use the summoning of the Servant of Concealment Ariana's projection to inform the Evernight goddess about the exact situation. After completing these 2 matters, Klein had no idea what the final outcome would be. He had mostly focused his attention on the fact that Amon's avatar had been replaced by his true body. When he arrived at his final destination and saw the roaming angel's corpse, he had just thought of something when he was distracted by Amon's introduction. It took him only until now to realize that the goddess had long gained some rudimentary control of this giant king's youngest son through the death pathway's uniqueness. She had been patiently waiting for an opportunity to use this cursed angel, and the concealment forces that filled the forsaken land of the gods helped her conceal the illusory black tubes very well. Suddenly, in the ancient palace above the gray fog, at the fool's seat situated at the end of the long, mottled table, the dark red figure that kept warping and scattering took the form of the scholarly Klein with his black hair and brown eyes. With just a thought, Klein's consciousness and spirit body had returned to Saphira Castle. Following that, he used the close connection between his body and Saphira Castle, together with the prayers of the Tarot Club members, to amplify the resonance effect. He then saw himself, glazed eyes, on the brink of losing control. He saw Amon's projection, which had circled around the bluish-black palm using an error. The monocled Aemon raised his head, making eye contact with Klein, who was seated at the fool's seat. Klein beckoned for the sea god scepter and raised it. The entire gray fog boiled as the entirety of Saphira Castle quaked. A vast amount of terrifying power gathered over, transforming into a torrent of lightning. The blue gems that lit up at the same time sent an illuminating light that surged down like a torrent, drowning Amon's avatars in his own body. A deep rumble of thunder echoed as the terrifying silver lightning tore everything it enveloped apart. Amon's projection disintegrated, and Klein's body was destroyed. He had finally succeeded in committing suicide. After completing this attack, Klein, who was high above the gray fog, immediately cut off the connection between Saphira Castle and the real world, so as to prevent Amon's true body from creating any new accidents. Right on the heels of that, he began to wait for the miracle, and waited for his resurrection. Beside the deep ravine which had grayish-white buildings at the bottom, Amon's true body adjusted the crystal monocle, stealing the curse that kept Bladel existing. The bluish-black giant immediately began to rot, quickly being reduced to bones. The illusory black tubes didn't persist, and they instead shrank back into the depths of the darkness. Dressed in a pointed hat and a classic black robe, Aemon stood there. He raised his head and looked into the sky silently for a few seconds, as though he was looking at Saphira Castle through the fog of history. Finally, he pinched the crystal monocle and muttered to himself, as the corners of his mouth curled up. Interesting. In the ancient palace, at the end of the long, mottled table, Klein sat at the seat belonging to the fool. He carefully looked down at the grayish-white fog. He discovered that the Beander characteristics that had been destroyed with his body had unknowingly entered the historical void. It fused with the worms of spirit from the past, turning them corporeal. As long as Klein willed it from Saphira Castle, these worms of spirit would immediately be able to escape the fog of history and reform his body in the real world. The miracle of resurrection was essentially a deeper use of one's strength from the past. Miracles happen using the past and future. Klein frowned slightly as he attempted to analyze how the miracle in Miracle Invoker came about. After thinking for a few seconds, he quickly pulled his attention back and attempted to revive himself in Saphira Castle. Then, he discovered a problem. His body could only be revived in the real world. Furthermore, it had to be within a certain range of his remains. As for his spirit body, it could be reborn above the gray fog, but Klein's spirit body hadn't been destroyed. It was sitting on the high back chair of the fool, obtaining help from the past works. The number of resurrections I'm using now is depleting the number I'll have after I become a miracle invoker. From the looks of it, there's only one chance now. Tisk. Aemon should be guarding my corpse now. I have to think of a way to get out of this predicament. His sense of time is different from a human's. He's a very patient god of mischief. Yes, my current state can only be maintained for 3 days. After that period of time, I won't be able to borrow powers from the past to resurrect. If it really doesn't work, I'll just abandon my body and become an undead. Klein's mind raced. Although he was somewhat vexed, he was in his most relaxed state over the past few days. He finally got out of that nearly hopeless situation. He looked at the high back chairs that had symbols light up on their backs, as well as the burgeoning and contracting dark red stars. Klein exhaled and relaxed as he leaned back into his chair. He couldn't help but reveal a smile. These are my anchors. Author's note. This arc has finally come to an end. The whole story's origins was when I was reading the Cthulhu myth. When I saw the line about the stars being right, I suddenly thought of this. We often say that Cthulhu will awaken soon, but what happens if Cthulhu has already awakened? For those who don't know much about Cthulhu, it doesn't matter. Just treat this name as an evil god. After all, the corresponding deities were completely reconstructed by me. Chapter 1169, Klein's Plan. The flashing dark red glow slightly warmed Klein's heart. He felt that he wasn't that lonely, and that someone still remembered him. As the illusory, overlapping sounds of prayers became clearer and clearer, turning increasingly real, noisy, and chaotic, he realized that Saphira Castle was summoning him, and the resonance between the two was growing stronger. After all the members of the Tarot Club had completed their prayers, Klein had a vague feeling that he could enter Saphira Castle at any time, allowing his consciousness to manifest there instantly. However, he was still obstructed by that one last obstacle. This problem was finally resolved after he completely digested the Scholar of Yore potion. It was also because of this that he had the opportunity to return to Saphira Castle before Aemon broke past the obstruction from the God of Glory, Bladel. In just 2 short days, all the members of the Tarot Club have prayed. Generally speaking, there shouldn't be a coincidence like this. Some aren't problematic, but there are some that seem to have been affected by the goddess and will. I was lucky enough, so I naturally had a good development. After careful thought, he realized how unreasonable certain parts were, but this was something that could be explained, and there was no need to pay too much attention to it. After changing his seating posture slightly, Klein's gaze gradually darkened. Although he felt that he might not be able to return home, the moment he saw the door of light and cocoons, he still felt that his hopes were completely destroyed upon confirming that this world was his former hometown. The light of dawn was swallowed by the darkness. Back then, using the fool that doesn't belong to this era as an honorific name might be a revelation given to me by my spiritual intuition. In the deepest part of my heart, I might have sensed something. Yes, I remember that I transmigrated while I was sleeping. But why was I wearing a t-shirt and loose pants while hanging in the cocoon? Klein frowned slightly as he cast his gaze at the grayish-white fog under Saphira Castle. As he searched for the reason for the fragments of light in the fog of history, he tried hard to recall every detail of that fateful night. Finally, he found the corresponding historical segment. Joe Mingrui, who was wearing a t-shirt and loose pants, set up the luck enhancement ritual before dinner. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and recited incantations like, "The immortal Lord of Heaven and Earth for blessings." In his memories, nothing had happened back then, but the scene in history wasn't like this. After Joe Mingrui finished his 4 steps and completed the ritual, his face turned pale and his eyes glazed over. Following that, he ate his meal in a daze. He read books, watched dramas, and fiddled with his phone as if he was completing a predetermined program. Finally, Joe Mingrui came to the sink and looked at his lifeless eyes in the mirror. He brushed his teeth, washed his face, and went to bed. During this process, he didn't change out of his t-shirt and loose pants. He covered himself with the blanket and closed his eyes. Before long, an intense light and violent shaking ended the corresponding historical scene. Klein couldn't help but raise his hand and rub his temples. He gave a self-deprecating laugh. So the idea of there not being any changes and everything being normal after the luck enhancement ceremony was simply what I concluded. In actual fact, my body had already experienced certain anomalies. If it were in the past, he would definitely feel horrified and scared about the truth of the matter. However, after suffering from shock so many times, with his worldview nearly collapsing just moments ago, such a trivial matter was unable to generate any intense ripples in him. However, after discovering this, combined with the Emperor's transmigration, a result of buying a mysterious silver plate, as well as one of the hanging spirit bodies in the transparent cocoons actually having a cell phone on them, Klein quickly had some guesses about what had happened back then. It should be the owner of Saphira Castle affecting reality, disseminating the luck enhancement ritual, mysterious silver plate, mutated cell phones, and other things. Anyone that obtains them and performs some required procedure would end up being pulled above the gray fog at some point, hanging by the door of light. This was a random selection. It didn't point to a specific target. I don't know if I'm lucky or unlucky. However, why was it named Quintessential Divination and Arcane Arts of the Qin and Han Dynasty? Was it randomly made up by the influenced humans, or was it really passed down from the Qin and Han Dynasty era? It's not that it's impossible. If the "when the stars are right" prophecy is true, and if it corresponds to the Creator, the oldest one, then he has always been in a deep slumber underground. He was like that in ancient times, a time that was far more ancient than ancient times. As for Saphira Castle, it's said that it was a manifestation of parts of his body. This isn't a sanctuary or escape pod. In the beginning, the oldest one was, on the one hand, waiting to awaken and destroy the world. On the other hand, he was trying to influence reality with a tiny amount of constant fluctuations. By disseminating the ritual and making other arrangements, wouldn't that be somewhat contradictory? That prophecy must have been made by the humans that were influenced by him. Klein stretched out his right hand and lightly knocked on the edge of the long mottled table, stuck in a conundrum that was temporarily impossible to answer. Soon, he remembered a sentence and some things. That statement was. Those things were, the ancient sun god, Amen and Adam's father deliberately separated, his negative personality. Beyonders who were close to the ground or encountered some corruption would gradually form a brand new self. After reaching the moon, Emperor Rassel's personality had changed a little without him realizing it. Many of the 22 Beander pathways were conflicting, just like Demoness and Hunter. Perhaps the Creator, the oldest one, was an amalgamation of contradictions, and he could only relieve this problem by sleeping. Klein had a certain guess, but he was unable to verify it. He wasn't even sure if the oldest one, who would awaken when the stars were right, as spoken of in mythical legend in his previous life, was the creator of all things who splintered into everything in present-day myths. This required more clues and more evidence to confirm. He couldn't just rely on his own guesses and imagination. It's not like I'm a visionary, Klein thought in a self-deprecating manner. He then cast his gaze upwards. It was almost comprised solely of gray nothingness there, with some grayish-white clouds floating there. There are still many things I need to confirm. For example, is that so-called Chernobyl a sanctuary created by humans after the awakening of the oldest one? Or did the Beander characteristics of the 22 Beander pathways really originate from the oldest one? Another would be the positions of the constellations. Is it actually normal, or is it abnormal now? Does the 1368 apocalypse correspond to the moment when the stars are right? And finally, the origins of the first blasphemy slate and what exactly is on the moon. Thinking of this, Klein suddenly stopped tapping his fingers and softly said, for example, the hometown of the elves, the legendary western continent, whether it exists or not, and why can't anyone go there? The answer to his question was a long period of silence. He slowly leaned back and rested his arms on the armrest. After a few minutes, Klein closed his eyes and had an idea. Or rather, he decided. After he successfully revived, he planned on staying in the forsaken land of the gods for some time to seek out some questions. Just as Emperor Russell had said, many of the answers were in the forsaken land of the gods. Blasphemer Aemon had wandered here for more than 1,000 years to explore the history that surpassed the first epoch. Furthermore, if he kept heading east in the forsaken land of the gods, he might reach the legendary western continent. Klein cast his gaze outside the ancient palace as he looked into the distance. To him, staying in the forsaken land of the gods for some time was also a type of strategy. At the very least, this would attract the attention of Aemon, making him not need to mobilize his avatars in the outside world to search for Gehrman Sparrow in Lowen or Backland. That would bring great danger to the people that he knew. Thankfully, the avatars of Aemon who knew that I'm soft-hearted had been wiped out. The corresponding information was also not propagated because of the existence of concealment. If not for that, Aemon might end up directly using the lives of Benson, Melissa, Leonard, and Miss Justice to threaten me. I don't even dare to think of the outcome. Heh. The King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck has finally shown its powers. Phew. Even if I want to leave the forsaken land of the gods, I don't have a solution now. I have to barge into the place where the Dark Angel is sleeping. Klein shook his head and felt that even if he could resurrect, he would be facing all kinds of dangers. No matter how he thought about it, a scholar of yore wouldn't last long if he were tracked by a king of angels. The key to the matter was that the Evernight goddess was still digesting the uniqueness of the death pathway. She could only spare a limited amount of power for infiltrating the forsaken land of the gods. Once the Angel of Time, who wielded the authority of error, was prepared, it was nearly impossible to accomplish what had happened today. On the one hand, I have to seek help from other possible existences. When I successfully revive, I will attempt to use my marionette to recite the honorific name of the Lord of Storms, Eternal Blazing Sun, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Let's see if they have any means to descend into the forsaken land of the gods. They had fed on the ancient sun god back then, so they definitely do not wish for Aemon to obtain Saphira Castle. On the other hand, since the Scholar of Yore's potion has been completely digested, I'll have to consider becoming a miracle invoker. As long as I have an angel status and become a complete mythical creature, my situation will be much better. At the very least, I'll be able to withstand a wave of Amon's ravings when facing his true body. Klein decided to use the medium to spy on the terrifying maggot cluster on the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range once his spirit body recovered. From there, he could obtain the knowledge corresponding to a miracle invoker. It was highly likely that it was the half-fool of the Antigonus family. After considering his future plans, he looked around and answered the crimson stars one at a time. The tarot gathering will proceed as usual today. He wanted to see if Ma'am Hermit, Mr. Hanged Man, and the others could provide him with inspiration and allow him to be revived far away from Aemon. Of course, it was necessary to use an ingenious excuse. After responding, the world above the gray fog became extremely quiet again. Klein sat at the seat of the fool, temporarily with nowhere to go. After a moment of silence, he leaned forward slightly and used his right hand to support his head, looking straight ahead. On the long, mottled table, a variety of delicacies and exquisite candles appeared. As for the high back chairs around it, they became even closer in style to the current times. One figure after another appeared. One of them was an elderly man with a loud voice and silver strands in his black hair. Another was a woman who was nearly 50 years old. She had an Asian face with short hair that only reached her ears. Some of them were young men who were playing with their phones and enjoying the sumptuous food, while others were young ladies who were laughing and joking. Behind them, new figures appeared one after another. It was the gray-eyed dun with a receding hairline, and daily with her blue eyeshadow and blush. With a smile on their faces, they surrounded the long, warm table surrounded by candlelight above the grayish-white fog. They chatted happily and commented on the delicacies from time to time. Klein maintained his expression and posture as he propped his hand on the side of his face and silently watched this scene in stillness for an extended period of time. Chapter 1170, Ritual. Leonard, who had just arranged a mission for his team, saw the boundless gray fog and heard Mr. Fool's response. He let out a long sigh of relief and said in a low voice, "Seems like there are no more problems." Since Mr. Fool was able to provide feedback, as per normal, and convene the tarot gathering, it meant that he had already won the battle against Aemon. This way, Klein was likely able to escape from his predicament. In Leonard's mind, Pallas Zorost's slightly aged voice scoffed. "Don't count your chickens until they've hatched. After you enter Saphira Castle, observe if the fool is wearing a monocle on his right eye. Are you saying that the present fool might be Aemon in disguise? Leonard's eyelids twitched as he hurriedly asked. Pallas sighed and said, you can't eliminate this possibility. Aemon can really do such a thing. I will take note. Leonard's relaxed state of mind instantly tensed up again. On the future, in the Sonia Sea, Mr. Fool actually responded after so much time. Does this mean that the world Gehrman Sparrow's disappearance had something to do with his plan? I can't be sure. Perhaps Mr. Fool's lack of response during this period of time was to save Gehrman Sparrow. And now, he has succeeded. He didn't directly mention this matter. He is planning to let the world tell the story at the tarot gathering. After hearing Mr. Fool's voice, many thoughts instantly flashed across Catalya's mind. From Queen Mystic's letter, she suspected that George III's death was due to Mr. Fool's interference. The disappearance of the world Gehrman Sparrow was also an extension of this matter. Catalya's first reaction was to write to Queen Mystic Bernadette and tell her that Gehrman Sparrow has been found. However, after some thought, she suppressed her urge, and she prepared to participate in the afternoon's gathering. She wanted to know the details and figure out what she could and couldn't say before sending Queen Mystic feedback. Regardless, it seems like the matter has been resolved. The Admiral of Stars exhaled and sat by the window in peace as she took in the blue sky. In the periphery of a primitive forest on Sonia Island, Alger Wilson stood on a thin tree branch, looking at the port and the blue skies not far away. The strong winds around him swirled without dispersing as they affected the trees nearby. As the illusory grayish-white fog appeared, Alger was first delighted before he felt a little terrified. Mr. Fool only responded after quite some time. This means that his previous state was indeed a little abnormal. However, he has already recovered. He didn't respond to my lone request regarding the sun's unshadowed crucifix. He discovered my test and discovered a hint of my hidden thoughts. I can't do such things again in the future. Mr. Fool has only issued a simple warning this time. He might punish me directly next time. Thou shalt not test God. Thou shalt not test God. As his thoughts raced, Alger lowered his head and piously said, thank you for your kindness and forgiveness. Backland, inside the Hall family's luxurious villa, Mr. Fool didn't pass on my question to Mr. World. Is this because the tarot gathering will proceed as normal in the afternoon, and there will be time for us to communicate? Audrey realized certain problems from the delay in the response. Generally speaking, Mr. Fool's reply is very timely. It was more than 15 minutes this time. He was handling other matters, very important matters. Is it related to George III's death? Regardless, a 15-minute delay wasn't too serious a problem. Audrey quickly retracted her thoughts and felt much better. I'll know the truth from Mr. World later. I hope that this incident won't have any more serious consequences, other than a full-scale war. At the moment, war is already unavoidable. North Borough in Backland, beneath St. Samuel Cathedral. Mr. Fool didn't say that he would help me. Emlyn White held a cup of red liquid and frowned slightly. He then interpreted the symbolic meaning of the response from another angle. Mr. Fool specifically emphasized that the tarot gathering will proceed as normal in the afternoon. He wants to tell me that the opportunity to escape from the predicament lies with a member. Could it be the star? In short, I should be able to leave this week. Emlyn had been taken into protective custody and kept behind St. Samuel Church's Channy's Gate, so no matter what happened in the outskirts of Backland, it was unlikely for it to affect him. Furthermore, it was impossible for him to suddenly escape from prison and head to places like the Blood Emperor ruins. Therefore, when Klein hinted to the other members last week, he hadn't been involved. Upon hearing Mr. Fool's response, Derek jumped up from bed. The excitement from his face was overflowing. Mr. Fool hasn't disappeared. Mr. Fool hasn't forsaken the City of Silver like the Creator did. He paced back and forth a few times, feeling the urge to immediately rush out of the room and head to the Twin Towers where he could tell the chief the good news. However, having had more than a year to mature, those experiences had left a clear mark on him. Finally, he calmed down and decided to attend the tarot gathering and obtain the promise of receiving the blessings before he sought the chief again. Perhaps, the lack of response during this period of time was a test of me, the chief, and the City of Silver, one said by Mr. Fool. He wanted to see if we would rapidly lean towards the fallen creator. It was unknown when Derek's thought processes had a hint of the hanged man's colorful thoughts. Of course, he didn't have any other thoughts because of this. From what he knew, it was very normal for deities to test their believers. Back then, the creator had left behind many similar legends. Despite being done with his contemplation, Derek still couldn't sit still, and he continued pacing back and forth in his room. He had never felt such anticipation towards the tarot gathering in the afternoon. In the city of Silver, in the forsaken land of the gods, the afternoon was a relatively abstract concept. As there weren't enough labels to confirm the time, they could only use the frequency of the lightning to define day and night, without going into any finer details. After receiving Mr. Fool's response, Furs couldn't help but laugh out loud. As a best-selling author, she had a rich imagination. Before Mr. Fool responded, she had already come up with one terrifying story after another. Mr. Fool had exchanged his death for George III's failure. Mr. Fool's ploy was discovered by the deities and was besieged. Mr. Fool's old injuries relapsed and he fell into a deep sleep. Without his blessings, the world Gehrman Sparrow was being pursued by his enemies. These stories didn't develop in the same way, but the end was very similar. Furs would once again succumb to the full moon's ravings, eventually losing control and becoming a monster. Phew, Furs exhaled and said to Zio with a beaming smile, I just realized today that Mr. Fool is the most important man in my heart. Him. More importantly, you have to become a demigod as soon as possible and completely escape the curse of the full moon, Zio replied seriously. After joining the tarot club, she had learned of her friend's true situation. Yeah, Furs nodded and said with a smile, in short, I need to drink a glass of wine to celebrate. Above the gray fog, inside Saphira Castle. After calming down, Klein used cogitation to restore his spirit-body state. When I first learned cogitation, I was required to imagine something that doesn't exist in this world so as to replace what's on my mind. That way, I can truly enter cogitation. At that time, my first reaction was to outline an intercontinental missile from Earth, but I didn't succeed. I didn't think too much about it back then. Now, in hindsight, this might have already spelled certain problems. It's not something that doesn't exist in the world, but one that has been snuffed out in the fog of history. Klein rubbed his temples and naturally recalled a matter of the past. He immediately focused his mind and planned on obtaining the miracle invoker potion formula before the tarot club. At that moment, Eamon was patiently guarding the spot where he had died. He could only stay in Saphira Castle, so there was nothing else he could do. After some consideration, he grasped towards the exterior of the ancient palace and pulled an item from the gray fog's historical void. It was a black notebook bound with a hard paper cover. Paper. Sure enough, it's not a manifestation of the uniqueness. It's just that there are some powers left behind by the half-fool of the Antigonus family. Klein sighed and threw the notebook onto the long bronze table in front of him. This was because the content of the notebook might be problematic. He didn't intend to decipher the formula of the Sequence 2 miracle invoker through it. He was only using it as a medium for divination. Following that, Klein conjured a pen and paper and wrote a divination statement. The original owner of this notebook. Putting down the pen, he picked up the paper and notebook, leaned back in his chair, and repeated the words he had just written. After repeating it 7 times, he entered a hazy dream. He saw a mountain peak that reached into the clouds. At the top of the mountain, there was a dilapidated towering palace that was separated from reality. In the palace, there were many places covered with moss and weeds. At the very end of the hall was a huge stone chair. Its surface was inlaid with dull gemstones and gold. In the middle, countless transparent maggots were huddled into a cluster as they slowly squirmed and grew, extending out like slippery tentacles covered in patterns. Unlike before, this time, Klein saw the monster directly and clearly saw his actual appearance. The palace above the gray fog suddenly began to shake violently, and Klein's figure was hoisted up in midair. In the next second, his spirit body collapsed into numerous squirming worms of spirit that crawled all over the ground. Saphira Castle immediately quaked, and everything returned to its original state. Klein's spirit body took form once again. He sat at the fool's seat and rubbed his temples before saying with a wry smile, "It really is the half-fool with the uniqueness." After he muttered to himself, Klein did a slight recollection before picking up the pen and began to write down the knowledge he had obtained from prying into the secrets of the mythical creature. Sequence 2. Miracle Invoker. Main ingredients. 1 heart of the dark demonic wolf, god of wishes, or the Beander characteristic of another miracle invoker. Supplementary ingredients: 300 milliliters of dark demonic wolf's blood, 1 worm of time, 1 worm of star. Advancement ritual: return a piece of history that has been left behind to the present era. Chapter 1171. The third one. Let a piece of history that has been left behind return to the present era. Return, not reappear, the meaning of the two are completely different. It's not sufficient for me to write the true history of the fourth or third epoch and disseminate it to complete the ritual. Klein's right hand, which was holding the fountain pen, paused. He instinctively analyzed the contents of the miracle invoker potion. After some thought, he found something that perfectly matched the ritual's requirements. That was to let the people of the City of Silver escape the forsaken land of the gods and return to the northern and southern continents, allowing this history that had been left behind for 2,000 to 3,000 years return to the present era. This isn't any easier than escaping Amon's pursuit. The only way to leave the forsaken land of the gods is to enter the giant king's court and open the palace where Dark Angel Xianxia is in deep slumber. This is the ancient sun god's negative personality. It's ranked first among the kings of angels and is known as the left hand of God, the deputy of heaven. He might even be stronger than the current Amen. Besides, his current state is being watched by the various deities. Yes, the more controllable aspect of this compared to my escape from Amen is that I can make sufficient preparations. Klein slowly exhaled and felt that there was a certain chance of completing the ritual. In fact, he knew very well that, even without him, the City of Silver would make repeated attempts to open the door to the giant king's residence and find a way to leave this forsaken land. It was as if they were moths darting towards the flames, even at the cost of death. No matter what, with my participation, the chances of success will definitely be higher than what it is now. Klein subconsciously wanted to open the door to the Dark Angel's slumber ground to attract Amen, creating chaos to offset the damage caused by the Dark Angel's awakening. This was a tactic he was rather familiar with. However, he eventually rejected this idea because it was too dangerous. After spending some time with Amen and finally seeing the level of a king of angels, Klein instinctively began to fear these terrifying existences. He no longer wanted to use the conflict between them to create chaos. Just, their existence alone could cause irreparable damage to the surrounding Beyonders and the entire region. Under such circumstances, trying to rely on them to create a chaotic situation was no longer tottering on the edge of the abyss. If one wasn't careful, they would fall into the abyss and into eternal damnation. Therefore, it was best not to try. Unless he had no other solution, to the point of escaping being just his wishful thinking, Klein didn't want to make such an attempt. Indeed, a portion of a miracle invoker's Beander powers comes from history, which is why there's a ritual requirement like this. How did the other scholars of yore complete it? Looking at the parchment on the long bronze table, he thought of a possible solution from another angle. If it were me, the only solution I can think of is to isolate some people or history from reality. Only when they are forgotten will I allow them to return to the present era. This might take centuries, or even longer. What an evil act. Heh. It reminds me of the peach blossom spring. Those people living in utopia away from the outside world share some characteristics. After some thought, Klein believed that the difficulty of this ritual for scholars of yore was whether they could survive until the ritual was held. Furthermore, there were too many accidents that could interrupt self-isolation like that. The forsaken land of the gods has perfectly resolved these issues, but it also brings with it greater problems. Dark Angel Xianxia, what is the condition of this heaven's deputy right hand now? Is it related to the resurrection of the ancient sun god? The level involved in such a matter has already reached the ceiling of this world. Why am I always involved in such matters? Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. He could roughly guess that this was due to the destiny Saphira Castle brought him. After all, blasphemer Amen was unwilling to shoulder such a destiny. Retracting his wandering thoughts, he focused his attention back onto the miracle invoker potion formula. The worm of stars from the apprentice pathway. The supplementary ingredients contain 3 high-grade spiritual materials of the 3 neighboring pathways. I've already made the worms of time into fate siphon charms. There's no way to restore them. Let Leonard's grandpa lend me another one. How can that be called lending? I'm going to use the upgraded version of a yesterday once more charm to exchange for it. Where should I find the worm of star? There aren't many demigods from the apprentice pathway that live in the real world. The Aurora Order's saint of secrets, bodies. However, I'm stuck in the forsaken land of the gods and can't deal with him. All I can do is ask Mam Hermit and Queen Mystic for help. At the same time, I have to urge Miss Magician to become a traveler as soon as possible. Yes, I can also get her to ask her teacher where worms of cosmos might be. There's actually only one main ingredient. It's either the heart of the dark demonic wolf or the Beander characteristic produced by other miracle invokers. It's no longer 2 as 1. Yes, that also means that, at this level, there are very few scattered characteristics. They've all gathered. The dark demonic wolf is also known as the god of wishes. That's a standard angel, a subsidiary god. If I can't find any materials that can be used, wouldn't I be slaying a god? The level of an angel can already be considered a hidden existence. There's a fundamental difference from being a sequence 3. Just thinking about it makes me scared. After making a list of helpers that he could rope in, he felt a lot more at ease. He had a feeling that he no longer feared his debts when they reached a significant amount. He lifted his right hand that was holding the fountain pen, and he continued to record what he had previously learned. Most of this was something he already knew, and he could only use it as a reminder. Finally, he wrote down incomplete information in the corner of the parchment. Sequence 1. Attendant of Mysteries. Main ingredients. 1 Attendant of Mysteries Beander characteristic. This piece of information meant that Sequence 1 Beander characteristics were difficult to obtain through other means, with only 3 to choose from. One of them is on the half-full on the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range. It's with the uniqueness. The other is with Zeratul. There's still one more. According to what Leonard said, the true creator has clues to its location. Where could it be? Yes, Little Sun and the rest had hunted shapeshifters in the northern city ruins, Noise. There seems to be a high-level existence of the seer pathway lurking there. I wonder if it corresponds to Miracle Invoker or Attendant of Mysteries. Klein gradually had a thought, and he planned on visiting Noise for a preliminary investigation after he resurrected and escaped Aemon. After digesting the knowledge he had gained, he summoned his golden pocket watch from the junk pile and opened it to check the time. Before he destroyed the Blood Emperor's ruin, he had sacrificed many things that he didn't need in battle, above the gray fog to prevent any damage. Despite that, he still lost quite a bit after the battle and his eventual suicide. Furthermore, they were all extremely valuable. Just the thought of it made him almost lose control. Grossel's Travels, Death Knell, Creeping Hunger, Fate Siphon Charm, Flaring Sun Charms, Marionette Konas and his equipment, Marionette Enuni and his 2 rings, and the Adventurer's Harmonica. No, I can't think about it anymore. Thankfully, I had thrown Azek's copper whistle above the gray fog ahead of time. Thankfully, I can still summon the historical void projections of these items. They're just accompanying me in a different form. Probably not for Grossel's Travels. Klein's temples throbbed as he couldn't help but feel heavy. He sighed and seriously mourned over the items, especially the mystical item that had accompanied him for a long time, Creeping Hunger. After a long silence, Klein forced his attention back to the present. As he waited for the tarot gathering to begin, he casually thought about the ancient sun god and the other matters such as Chernobyl. Suddenly, he frowned slightly. Since this is my hometown, there have never been transmigrators. They're all ancient humans that were released by Saphira Castle. Then, do places like the Chaos Sea also have similar existences? Was Chernobyl converted into a sanctuary? According to what Aemon said, and what I saw in my divination, the ancient sun god had indeed woken up in Chernobyl. Then, is he a transmigrator, released from Saphira Castle, or a survivor of a sanctuary? If it's the latter, who's the third person inside the cocoon? Upon thinking of this, Klein was alarmed as his pupils dilated slightly. He already had a certain guess about the history of the elves. It likely had nothing to do with Saphira Castle. This way, he still couldn't find the correct corresponding identity of the third, or more correctly, the first, transmigrator. This transmigrator didn't seem to leave behind any traces in history. Without any hesitation, Klein's consciousness sank into the grayish-white fog. With the power of Saphira Castle, he came directly to a certain part of history that was relatively distant. It was made up of many fragments of light, and the clearest one was the suspended Joe Mingrui above the door of light. And beside Joe Mingrui, the corresponding fog of history was instantly lit up due to his sufficient knowledge of Russell. He saw a young man who also had his eyes tightly shut in the cocoon. There was no need to verify it. Through that sense of familiarity and spiritual intuition, he confirmed that this was the former incarnation of Emperor Russell Gustav, Huang Dao. Without bothering to appreciate the Emperor's true appearance, Klein turned his gaze to the other side. There was a transparent cocoon there, and the figure inside could vaguely be seen. As he had already seen the other hanged figures, he had lit up many fragments of light in the fog of history. They interweaved and stimulated each other, barely allowing him to see the fuzzy area. The figure inside was obviously a woman. Female, a thought came to his mind as he realized that he had missed a direction when he analyzed the transmigrator. Transmigrators had an objective mindset. They could completely control themselves and not leave any traces that exceeded the times, but there was one thing that couldn't be avoided. It was very obvious that Saphira Castle was related to the three pathways related to the seer, apprentice, and marauder. After the birth of a transmigrator, they had to quickly make a connection with one of these three pathways. Not only was Klein involved in the case brought about by the Antigonus family's notebook, but he also quickly had the opportunity to choose the seer potion. In Intis where Russell was active, there was the secret order, and he got to know Zeratul early on. According to this logic, the ancient sun god with the marauder authority was indeed one of the reasonable suspects. Klein immediately conjured a pen and paper and began listing the corresponding names he knew at the moment. For example, fourth epic people from the Antigonus, Zeratul, and Abraham family, or the kings of angels surrounding the ancient sun god. Before long, Klein's gaze stopped on a few names. The first person was none other than the ancient god, Phlegre, who clearly had the authority of seer. Behind him was his subsidiary god, the god of the dead, Salinger, and the goddess of misfortune, Ammonises. The latter was also known as the Evernight goddess. Chapter 1172. Unperturbed. Klein stared at the parchment in front of him for a long time without moving. After a while, he gently tapped the edge of the long mottled table, causing all the items that he conjured to disappear. He summoned his golden pocket watch and opened it to take a look. He sent a message to Little Sun, informing him to prepare to participate in the tarot gathering. About 1,000 heartbeats later, dark red beams of light rose from the two sides of the long bronze table, condensing into different figures on different high-backed chairs. Without any gaps in time, all the members of the tarot club looked at the figure sitting at the very end, who was shrouded in gray fog. Seeing that Mr. Fool wasn't wearing a monocle, Leonard inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he turned around and looked at the bottom of the long, mottled table to confirm the situation of the world. Klein Moretti. Similar to him, Catalia, Audrey, and Furs instinctively turned their attention to the world Gehrman Sparrow after seeing Mr. Fool. One of them knew that the world was in a dangerous situation and could only seek Mr. Fool's blessings. Another had failed to receive any feedback for 2 days, and she suspected that Gehrman Sparrow had really been embroiled in the matter regarding George III, with something definitely having happened during that time. The final one knew that George III's matter was extremely risky, and was a little worried that Mr. World would suffer serious injuries. Seeing that the world Gehrman Sparrow was perfectly fine without any abnormalities, Audrey retracted her gaze, curtsied, and bowed towards the end of the long bronze table. With the world situation becoming even more chaotic, she felt a little comforted by the fact that the tarot club could still maintain its original state. This significantly improved her mood. After the tarot club members bowed under Miss Justice's lead, the Fool Klein nodded slightly, indicating for everyone to sit down. Then, he slowly surveyed the area and smiled. It seems all of you were very concerned whether today's tarot gathering would proceed as usual. Upon hearing this, Alger's heartbeat sped up as he heard thumping sounds. Without a doubt, he believed that Mr. Fool was referring to him, and was giving him a gentle punishment. In other words, he had given him a chance to repent. Alger lowered his head and said with a trembling voice, "We weren't pious enough and thought too much." Why is Mr. Hanged Man apologizing on my behalf?" Furs, who had instructed Zio to ask Mr. Fool if the tarot gathering would proceed as scheduled, was stunned for a moment before she gave up on thinking. She then turned to the end of the long bronze table and lowered her head. She repeated, "We weren't pious enough and thought too much. So I wasn't the only one who prayed to Mr. Fool over the past few days. Mr. Hanged Man claims to have overthought things because there was a possibility that the tarot gathering would be cancelled, causing him to have some unnecessary speculations. But Furs shouldn't have thought of that." Audrey looked across the table and then to her sides, feeling enlightened. The Fool nodded and looked around again. "Such concern is considered normal." He laughed and sighed. "I've recently used the world's body to play a game with Aemon in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Thankfully, we didn't have to skip this tarot gathering." Everything he said was the truth, but what the others would decipher from this information was definitely far from the actual situation. In this way, even if the news of the world Gehrman Sparrow being equal to the Fool was released, the members of the Tarot Club would only sneer in their hearts that Aemon was trying his deceitful tricks again. To have a period of time that the world was equal to the fool didn't necessarily mean that the world was always equal to the fool. A portion of the truth was also a lie. Played a game with Aemon, old man's guess was right. Mr. Fool was deliberately using Klein to bait blasphemer Aemon. From the looks of it, he had obtained a rather satisfactory outcome, allowing Aemon to suffer a terrible loss. Leonard, who had long come up with speculations, felt that this was completely in line with his expectations and didn't doubt Mr. Fool's words at all. Mr. Fool didn't reply for 15 minutes because he was in a critical moment battling Aemon. He has already recovered to such a state. Audrey was pleasantly surprised and shocked when she heard that. For some reason, she felt a strong sense of honor. Alger could also tell from Mr. Fool's words that he had taken another step towards his recovery. He was actually able to hold the upper hand against a king of angels. This made him even more frustrated at himself for having doubts and testing the fool. Mr. Fool had hinted in advance that the tarot gathering might be cancelled because he had long predicted that there would be a conflict between him and Aemon. In fact, it's even possible that he had taken the initiative to create this episode by setting up a trap for Aemon. Alger instantly made many connections and felt that there was no way he could hide his thoughts in front of such a high-level existence. He warned himself once again, I can't do such things again. So Mr. World didn't provide any feedback because his body was being used by Mr. Fool to resist Aemon, that king of angels. Aemon is truly powerful. Mr. Fool actually needed to personally take action. Furs and Zio exchanged looks, not having any more doubts about their previous questions. Catalia roughly understood the reason why the world had disappeared. She also guessed that the messenger who had the contractual ties with the world likely wasn't able to enter the forsaken land of the gods. At the same time, she was surprised by the appearance of a king of angels appearing on stage in the present times. She felt that this was one of the signs of the apocalypse. Emlyn wasn't aware of what happened recently. He merely looked at everyone with a somewhat blank look. For some baffling reason, he felt that he had been locked behind Channy's gate for far more than a week or two. Perhaps it had been a month or two, to the point that he felt like he no longer had a grasp over the current situation. Mr. World has come to the forsaken land of the gods. Did Mr. Fool use his body to engage in a battle with that terrifying Aemon? Derek was first alarmed before he felt a strong sense of joy. This meant that the City of Silver's next exploration would receive tremendous help. He immediately looked towards the end of the long bronze table, and he blurted out, Honorable Mr. Fool, the chief wishes to receive your blessings for a ritual. Are you agreeable to such a request? Having long learned of this from his prayers, Klein nodded slightly and said, Sure. After receiving his promise, Derek couldn't help but smile. For a moment, he didn't know how to express his gratitude. 2 seconds later, he lowered his head and said loudly, My faith lies only with Mr. Fool. The fool nodded and turned to look at Ma'am Hermit. He warmly said, What questions do you have this time? The queen didn't say anything in her letter. Catalia was taken aback as she decided to first ask something she wanted to know. After all, she could still ask several questions. She deliberated for 2 seconds before saying, Honorable Mr. Fool, what's the truth behind George III's death? The moment the hermit said that, Justice Audrey and company immediately focused their attention. This was exactly what they wanted to know. Amongst them, the star Leonard had a certain level of understanding over the matter. He was more concerned about the deeper reason behind this incident. And among the members of the Tarot Club, the only one who was more confused about the situation was Emlyn. His mind was filled with thoughts like, what? And, what happened? He hadn't even read the newspapers recently, so he didn't know that King George III had been assassinated. As for the son, although he wasn't sure why George III died for no reason, he didn't care at all. The fool Klein smiled and said calmly, George III wanted to become the Black Emperor. And for this reason, he dug up the Tudor ruins, engaged in human trafficking, and created the Great Smog of Backland. He initiated a war, allowing the Fasak airships to bombard Backland. Unfortunately, he failed at the final ritual, and the secret mausoleum he needed for the ritual was destroyed. He briefly described the entire incident in the calmest tone he could make, doing so without mentioning what he had done. It would be beneath Mr. Fool to explain the situation on his own accord. The Great Smog of Backland the airship raid, this was all done by George III to become a god. Audrey's eyes widened as she instantly recalled the two things she had experienced before. Suddenly, she understood why the world Gehrman Sparrow wanted to stop George III from becoming a god. She knew that he was a gentle and kind gentleman, and he would definitely not allow the culprit behind these two tragic cases to go scot-free. If it were me, I would also have thought of doing so, but I would hesitate and be stopped by the possibility of ill developments. As for Mr. World, he is firm and decisive. This is a matter that involves the deities. Yes, there should also be the will of Mr. Fool in this matter. Audrey glanced at the world Gehrman Sparrow, who was sitting silently at the other end of the long, mottled table. She nodded slightly to express her agreement. Black Emperor, George III wished to become a god. This, yes, Mr. Fool has the Black Emperor card of blasphemy. Gehrman Sparrow was previously investigating the matter of the Great Smog and human trafficking. Indeed, all of these are connected together. There was actually such a secret hidden behind it. From the looks of it, Mr. Fool's goal has been achieved. His plan has succeeded, therefore, he has taken one more step towards his recovery. He can now face off with a king of angels head-on. The more Alger thought about it, the more fearful and spirited he became. He felt that, despite knowing of some clues ahead of time, he was completely unaware of Mr. Fool's setup. Amidst the shock experienced by Leonard, Furs, and the other members of the Tarot Club, Catalia, who already had a premonition, suppressed her emotions and decided to ask another question. Honorable Mr. Fool, what's the attitude of the seven deities regarding this matter? Chapter 1173. Advice. Good question. The Fool Klein inwardly praised her, and he explained by using the Red Angel Evil Spirit's explanation in his own words. The seven deities wished to have a Black Emperor, but they are not unanimous in their candidate for the Black Emperor. When George III successfully obtained the ticket to becoming one through secret preparations, the seven deities had no choice but to accept it, regardless of whether they approved of him or not. So that's the situation. Apart from the Moon Emlyn and the Sun Derek, the other members of the Tarot Club were enlightened. They roughly understood why the churches acted in a rather contradictory manner when faced with the tragedies of the Great Smog of Backland, the deaths caused by the Phaeacian air raid, and George III's assassination. Following that, they suddenly had a question. Since George III had already made preparations and had reached the final step of carrying out the ritual while obtaining the tacit approval of the seven deities, why would he fail? They immediately thought of an answer. Because Mr. Fool didn't agree to it. In the destruction of George III's Black Emperor ritual, the churches probably didn't do anything to stop it. Perhaps, they even provided some help to Mr. Fool's subordinates. Did the Church of the Lord of Storms make use of this chaos to secretly do something? No, they likely wouldn't conceal it too much. Leonard recalled all the details he had previously discovered, and he was confident of his grasp over the overall situation. The seven deities' tacit approval, Mr. Fool vetoed it and sent the world and other blessed to secretly destroy George III's apotheosis ritual. But what has this got to do with the Queen? Why did she discover that Gehrman Sparrow has gone missing? Black Emperor, the Queen might have participated in the operation led by Mr. Fool, and later, discovered that a participant had gone missing. Catalia made a guess at the truth through her rich knowledge and insight. And at this moment, Emlyn had just managed to make heads and tails of the discussions that had just been discussed, and he managed to understand the developments outside during his time in protective custody. George III had secretly plotted to become a god and received the seven deities' tacit approval. In the end, Mr. Fool's blessed destroyed his ritual, causing him to die on the spot. Seeing that everyone was silent, the Fool Klein looked at the hermit Catalia and said, "Any other questions?" "There's nothing else this time." Catalia bowed her head even lower. She was more respectful than before towards the mighty figure at the end of the long bronze table, although she had long known that Mr. Fool had the Snake of Fate, Death Consul, and Ancient Bane under him, and was in secret control of the life school of thought. She still never expected that the powers Mr. Fool could mobilize in the real world were able to destroy a king's apotheosis ritual. Furthermore, he had foiled a plot of a king of angels, the son of the creator. Mr. Fool's hidden forces are more exaggerated than I imagined. What effect do the members of the Tarot Club exert on him? A backing faction, individual growth, or is it just a backup plan? Catalia instantly thought of many things and momentarily forgot that she was already a Sequence 4 demigod. No matter which organization she was in, she was considered a member of the upper echelons. Just the feats displayed by Mr. Fool is enough to make a saint lack confidence. Justice Audrey only took a glance at Ma'am Hermit before she interpreted her mental state. At this moment, the Fool Klein nodded. Upon hearing this, Leonard immediately turned to the other end of the long, mottled table and said to the world, "How's your situation now?" Furs, Zio, Audrey, and the other members of the Tarot Club also cast their gazes over, expressing their concern for the World German Sparrow's situation. From their point of view, Mr. World, who was stuck between Mr. Fool and Angel of Time Amon as a combat tool, was probably in a bad situation. His survival meant that he was already considered lucky enough. Feeling the varied concern, Klein controlled the world and chuckled hoarsely. "Not too bad, but not too good either. It's all thanks to Mr. Fool's grace that I finally obtained a secret from Amon, but I haven't completely escaped from his grasp." Without waiting for everyone to respond, he continued, "I'm currently in a rather sticky situation. I relied on Mr. Fool's powers to enter a certain concealed state and temporarily extricate myself from Amon's grasp. However, if I were to dispel this state and return to the real world, I'll only find myself back where my body is. And it's very likely that Amon is still loitering nearby. I would like to make an attempt at finding a solution. I wonder what your opinions are regarding this matter." The meaning behind the World German Sparrow's words was very clear. He wanted to rely on himself first, leaving Mr. Fool's help as a last resort. And his actual meaning was essentially the same: find a way to bypass the restrictions first. And in the case that his solution didn't really work, then he would consider living in the state of being undead. Solution. Alger and company were suddenly a little excited because the suggestions they provided would be used to fight against a king of angels. If they were employed and were of use, then this would be a proud moment in their life, one that would remain for the rest of their lives. Audrey was just about to speak in excitement when she retracted her words. This was because she knew that she couldn't give random suggestions, otherwise, it could lead to Mr. World getting caught by Amon. Zio thought about it seriously and realized that she couldn't come up with any useful suggestions. She could only choose to observe and learn. Must it be where your body originally was? Do you have any blood or hair that was kept elsewhere? Alger thought for a moment and gave a suggestion using a question. The Fool Klein thought for a moment and made the world shake his head. Compared to his original body, a single tube of blood was too little. Thinking of this, Klein suddenly had an idea. Perhaps he could use those 2 tubes of blood as ingredients, combining them with other methods, using alchemical life to create a new body. There are 2 problems. Firstly, alchemical life requires the spirit body's involvement, otherwise, the final product might not be considered my body. Secondly, I don't know any demigods who can complete alchemical life. The only one barely related to them is Frank Lee. Will I end up becoming a mushroom man? Then, I'd be better off as an undead. As Klein thought about it, he nearly shivered. After the hanged man's suggestion was rejected, the hermit Catalia set off from her knowledge of mysticism. She deliberated and asked, "Do you have a Sequence 3 sealed artifact?" "Why do you ask?" The world asked. "A Sequence 3 sealed artifact can respond to prayers within a certain range. You can make use of that," Catalia explained simply. Klein roughly understood what Ma'am Hermit was thinking. "You're talking about descent." "That's right. Get someone to set up a descent ritual at the periphery, and you should be able to respond to it in your own concealed state." Catalia first glanced at the sun and described the specific plan. Then, she realized something as she asked, "Do you really have a Sequence 3 sealed artifact?" She originally wanted the world to seek Mr. Fool's bestowment. "I'm already a Sequence 3 Beyander," Klein replied simply as he controlled the world. The members of the Tarot Club were momentarily speechless. They knew very well that Mr. World must have advanced to Sequence 4 at the end of June to become a demigod, and now, it was December of the same year. The Queen once said that using the blood of the Snake of Fate to advance would make it easier for me to become a Sequence 3 clairvoyant than others. Besides, the Tarot Club has given me plenty of precious mysticism knowledge. It has greatly helped me digest the potion, but even so, I still need another half a year before I have a chance of attempting to reach Sequence 3. The hermit Catalia subconsciously looked around and discovered that the other members wore stupefied and envious looks. She sighed silently and said, "Is my suggestion useful, Mr. World?" The World German Sparrow shook his head. There is a huge restriction when responding in that state. Once he chose to descend, it would mean that he would begin the rest of his life, no, afterlife, as an undead. Perhaps, I can combine the two methods. Yes, I can use the method of praying to the fool, see God, or protector of magic and drama performers to leave the forsaken land of the gods, but that's not urgent. It's too easy to reveal the truth. The fool Klein made the world look at the star Leonard while in thought. Leonard instantly understood what he meant. He tersely acknowledged, I'll go back and do some research to see if there are any other ideas. Clearly, his true intention was to ask Old Man when he was back. He was an angel who knew Eamon rather well. Perhaps he could come up with suggestions that no one else could think of. This was the answer that Klein wanted. He immediately made the world say, okay. After the discussion of how to escape his predicament came to an end, the world Gehrman Sparrow looked at Furs. Help me ask the Abraham family if they still have any worms of cosmos that have yet to lose their spirituality. If there are, what will be the price for the exchange? A worm of star was a high-level spiritual material. Most of the time, it didn't contain any Beander characteristics. Therefore, their spirituality would suffer an irreversible loss. Without any special methods, it would be difficult to preserve it for too long. Worms of cosmos, Furs was taken aback before she nodded. After receiving an answer, Klein made the world cast his gaze at the hermit Catalia. If Miss Magician isn't able to exchange for a worm of star from the Abraham family, I would like to entrust you with a mission. What mission? Catalia asked with interest. The world said with a smile, hunt the Aurora Order's Saint of Secrets, bodies. Chapter 1174. Joint Operation. The Aurora Order's Saint of Secrets, bodies, Mr. World wants to hunt him. Furz's first reaction was that she had heard wrongly. After all, Gehrman Sparrow had no connection to the Saint of Secrets. However, she quickly had a rough idea from the worm of star that had just been mentioned. This made her suddenly excited and thrilled. This was because she also wanted to hunt the Saint of Secrets, bodies, to avenge her teacher's family. However, due to her lacking strength and the inability to pay for it, she had kept this thought to herself. Although it sounds like Mr. World doesn't plan on personally taking action, Ma'am Hermit is also a Sequence 4 demigod, and she has the support of that Queen Mystic behind her. I can provide the utmost support within my abilities. As her thoughts raced, Furs cast her gaze at the hermit beside her, waiting for her reply. After some thought, Catalia said, Bodies is very likely a saint of the apprentice pathway. It's very difficult to hunt him. Besides, he has the Rose Redemption backing him and the True Creator's protection. With my current level, it's almost impossible for me to complete this mission solely on my own. You can seek the help of Queen Mystic. I will also arrange for other partners for you. Klein made the world Gehrman Sparrow reply in a low and hoarse voice. The reward is the right to choose the spoils of war first, and mysticism knowledge that will allow you to digest the potion within this year. It's December. Catalia's heart palpitated when she heard that. She deliberated and said, when the time comes, I will try, but I cannot guarantee success. No matter how difficult the mission of hunting the Saint of Secrets was, it couldn't be as dangerous as accepting the knowledge injection process from the hidden sage. And as for the mysticism knowledge provided by the latter, they didn't necessarily aid in digestion. There was a high probability that it included mathematics, machinery, and literature. No problem, as long as you do it seriously, I'll still compensate you with the mysticism knowledge even if you fail in the end. The world nodded and confirmed the deal. At this moment, Furs finally couldn't help but speak out. Mr. World, Ma'am Hermit, can I join this mission? I might be able to provide some help. Even if you didn't, I would have gotten you too. The fool Klein secretly laughed and made the world nod gently. There's a spot reserved for you in this mission. Furs wasn't surprised at all. She asked curiously, what can I do? What do you need me to do? Gehrman Sparrow replied in an extremely calm tone, bait. Furs opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. She had a feeling that she knew that this would happen. The world Gehrman Sparrow continued, similarly, you also have the right to choose the spoils of war. You'll be just after Ma'am Hermit. Also, during this period of time, I can help you record Beander powers like traveling. Furs had never expected a reward, as it was her greatest reward to be able to exact revenge successfully. In the future, she might even receive additional rewards from her teacher. Without any hesitation, she nodded and said, okay. The world immediately cast his gaze towards Miss Justice. How's the digestion of your Dreamwalker potion? Thanks to the expedition into Grossel's travels and the persistence she had put into her acting, the speed at which she digested the potion was very fast. Her eyes darted around as she thought for a moment. I've already concluded the acting principles. In another 2 to 3 months, I should be able to completely digest it. It's a little slow, Klein mumbled inwardly as he made the world say, create more opportunities to act. If you can digest the potion before Mam Hermit attacks the Saint of Secrets, I can give you Vin Rambus's Beander characteristic ahead of time as payment so that you can join in on the operation. Klein believed that he would have to stay in the forsaken land of the gods for a very long time. Most of the matters in the outside world could only be interfered with through the members of the Tarot Club. It was also beneficial for him to increase their strength as soon as possible. Furthermore, he wasn't directly giving it to her. The difficulty of hunting the Saint of Secrets bodies was just as Catalia had said. It was rather difficult. All right, Audrey was just fretting over how she could accumulate more credit with Mr. World. Therefore, she naturally agreed without any hesitation when she heard his offer. In her heart, the members of the Aurora Order were lunatics and destructive maniacs. There was no need to find a reason to deal with them. In addition, Audrey had previously been troubled by her lack of experience as a Beander. This gave her a chance. Although it was rather dangerous, it was still an opportunity. Gehrman Sparrow sure is generous, to provide the knowledge that can help a mysticologist digest the potion and a sequence 4 demigod characteristic. This shouldn't only be for the Worm of Star. It sounds like a supplementary material. He's helping the members of the Tarot Club improve as quickly as possible according to Mr. Fool's will, so as to be effective in the future. Alger listened to the world's conversation with the other members and vaguely grasped a certain truth. This made him rather vexed. He suspected that if he hadn't lacked faith and had other thoughts, to the point of foolishly testing Mr. Fool, he might have already been assigned a mission that could aid him in pushing open the door of godhood. At that moment, Justice, who had agreed to the request, glanced at the magician and said with a faint smile, I'm looking forward to the Abraham family not having any Worm of Star. Me too. Furs nodded seriously, indicating that she had the same thoughts. Seeing that the world was done speaking, Catalia thought for a moment and said to Judgment, do you want to join this mission? Do some intelligence gathering on the periphery. Your ability in this area left a deep impression on me. Even without Mam Hermit's invitation, Zio wouldn't refuse in helping her friend. She nodded gently and said, I don't have a problem if the operation is in Backland. If it's somewhere else, my role would be greatly discounted. A sheriff and their own area of jurisdiction were always connected. The more familiar they were with the place, the better they could showcase their abilities. Once they exceeded that range, they could only rely on their Beander powers. Your reward is being third to choose the spoils of war. Catalia looked at the star once again. If there's a need, I hope you can allow the official factions to appear at the right moment. I hope you don't have to go that far. My reward shall also be a spoil of war. If my dear poet friend here wasn't invited in the end, then the mission of hunting the Saint of Secrets would have nearly become a sorority for the female members of the Tarot Club, the fool Klein muttered inwardly as he made the world Gehrman Sparrow finalize the matter. All that was left was to wait for the Abraham family's feedback. Following that, Alger and Derek reached a rental arrangement for the unshadowed crucifix. Just as they entered the free exchange segment, Emlyn couldn't help but look towards the end of the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, can you give me a hint? How should I escape protective custody? The fool, who was shrouded in the gray fog, nodded slightly and said simply, this week. His answer was said with great confidence, but it wasn't a prophecy, but a judgment of the situation. The current situation had Fasak and Intis attacking Lowen, while Fainapotter was attacking Lowen's allies, Lindbergh, Maasin, etc. The three churches definitely didn't wish to suffer any damage the Sanguine could bring while already having existing enemies. Therefore, Emlyn would be released very soon, but it was hard to say for Father Utravsky. Similarly, the Sanguine's focus would definitely be shifted to the global situation. It was unlikely for them to have the motivation to continue probing Emlyn and his other partners. In addition, in the past 2 days, the one whose reason for praying was the most forced, apart from Zio, was Emlyn White. Klein suspected that he had been locked in the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral all this time because it was convenient for the goddess to exert her influence on him. Now that the matter had ended, he was no longer of any use. Combined with the three factors, it wasn't difficult to conclude that Emlyn would be free in no time. The only exception was that if this fellow had really been forgotten. Be it the Church of Evernight or the Sanguine, they had forgotten that there was such a fellow locked behind Channy's gate. If that was the case, Klein would get the star Leonard to provide him with some assistance. Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief and sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. At the end of the free exchange, the world Gehrman Sparrow suddenly looked at the hanged man. You said that you've already arrived on Sonia Island and are inside the primitive forest. Yes, Alger replied in puzzlement. Gehrman Sparrow pondered for a moment. You can try to seek out an elven ruin. Perhaps you might chance upon some sort of opportunity. Alger suddenly thought of the Book of Calamity and the scenes he had seen in his dream. He nodded thoughtfully and said, all right. After another round of exchanges, the tarot gathering came to an end. Audrey and company stood up and bowed before leaving the world above the gray fog. After returning to his body, Leonard immediately lowered his voice and described Klein's predicament. Finally, he said, Old man, do you have any good suggestions? My suggestion, I think it's better to ask the fool for help, Pallas Zoroast replied without any hesitation. Leonard coughed lightly and said, aren't you going to use this opportunity to make things difficult for Eamon? Chapter 1175, Ideas are very important. Making things difficult for Eamon. Pallas Zoroast chuckled. What benefits can there be? Otherwise, forget it. Leonard was momentarily at a loss for words. After a few seconds, he said, at least it can make you feel good. I will feel better if you don't bring this topic up. Without waiting for Leonard to respond, this sequence one angel from the Marauder Pathway sighed with his slightly aged voice. Doesn't your former colleague have a deceit charm? Perhaps he can use this to come up with a solution. After getting rid of the Eamon avatars in Backland, Pallas had given the godhood symbols and magic labels needed to make 4 charms, deceit, parasite, deprivation, and aging, to Leonard. Leonard had passed on this knowledge to Klein, and the latter had used the knowledge and the worms of time to create 1 deceit, parasite, and deprivation bullet each. Later on, he had used them to deal with Kona's Kilgore, but Leonard wasn't aware of this. Leonard whispered thoughtfully, Old man, are you saying that by using the deceit charm, you can mislead Eamon and cause him to misidentify the location, preventing him from influencing Klein's escape? In his mind, Pallas Zoroast snapped back, do you think it's possible to use a deceit charm in front of a Marauder Pathway's King of Angels? It's impossible. Leonard laughed dryly and pressed in a thick-skinned manner, what do you mean then? Pallas Zoroast's voice suddenly sounded more spirited. Deceive the rule that one can only return to where one's body is. Deceive the rule, that works too, Leonard asked in shock. Pallas gave a self-deprecating laugh and sighed. Compared to deceiving Eamon, deceiving a rule is much easier. After all, underneath this world is madness and chaos. This sentence made Leonard speechless for a moment. On the one hand, he wasn't experienced enough. He didn't know that orders and laws could be deceived, and on the other hand, he never expected that, in Old Man's heart, Eamon was even more terrifying than the laws of nature and the order of the world. After nearly 10 seconds, he spoke again, with this method, how high is the possibility of success? It's very, very low, Pallas said with a sneer. However, the probability of deceiving the order of the world like this with a deceit charm made from a worm of time from Amon's avatar is very, very low. Therefore, my suggestion is still to get him to make a request to the fool for help. Don't waste any more time. When fighting Eamon, the longer the delay, the more dangerous it will be. Leonard pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. I understand. I'll also advise him to do so. Of course, he wouldn't forget mentioning the highly improbable method that Old Man had suggested. It's good that you understand. Seriously, disturbing an old man's reading, as Pallas mumbled, his voice gradually lowered and disappeared from Leonard's mind. In 7 Pinster Street, the newspaper that was placed on the coffee table suddenly flew up and automatically spread open over the sofa. Using a deceit charm to deceive the requirement that I can only resurrect where my original body is. Above the gray fog, in the ancient palace, Klein reconstructed Pallas Zoroast's suggestion, in his own words. As soon as he finished speaking, he recalled the animal hide lantern that kept burning. Eamon had deceived the laws of nature, allowing the candle to remain in a magical state and continue burning for a week without needing any fuel. His eyes lit up as he whispered, this line of thought is something only an angel from the Marauder Pathway can think of immediately. It might not be impossible. Like Pallas, he did feel that, compared to dealing with Eamon, it was much easier to deal with the laws of nature. After seeing hope, he immediately analyzed the possible outcome. Although I've already used the deceit bullet, I can summon it from the historical void. After all, before the effects end, I'll definitely reform my body and successfully resurrect. The laws of nature are truly pitiful. Not only will they be deceived, even the item used to deceive it is fake. The only problem is that the bullet might not be able to deceive the mysticism law. It was already a little difficult to deal with Conus Kilgore back then. Amidst his thoughts, he slowly surveyed the area and gradually gained inspiration. That was to use Saphira Castle. After gaining initial control of Saphira Castle, he could already mobilize the power of a Sequence 2 angel here, and many of the things he had come into contact with previously had explained that the authority of Saphira Castle had a high probability of spanning over the three pathways of Seer, Apprentice, and Marauder. It could generate a convergence effect on the corresponding Beyonders, and it had clearly attracted the attention of Aemon. That was to say, Klein suspected that Saphira Castle had the power of these three pathways at the same time. However, as a seer, most of the power he could stir was concentrated in this domain. With the help of the medium known as the Deceit Bullet, I might be able to stir the other powers of Saphira Castle, since I'm already capable of using some miracles in the seer domain. Having power from the Marauder pathway at the angel level is a highly reasonable deduction. The only problem is that there must be a medium of a sufficient level. This way, I don't have to worry about not being able to deceive that rule. As his thoughts brightened up, he seriously began to formulate a plan. He used the mysticism laws as his target and attempted to formulate a scam. In order to reduce the difficulty, it's best to have additional preparations. I can't deceive something out of nothing, at least unless I'm Amon's true body. Yes, I'll bestow a tube of my blood to Little Sun. I'll create a fake respawn point that exceeds the range. And then, using the Deceit Bullet as a trigger, stir the corresponding angel-level powers contained within Saphira Castle, misdirecting that rule and making it view the fake respawn point as the real one, while the real one becomes the fake one. He outlined the details bit by bit, and when his thoughts finally took form, Klein immediately used the mysticism connection between himself and the spot he died, to observe the actual situation with his true vision. He saw that the grayish-yellow fog had thinned a lot, and the deep ravine that hid Chernobyl was no different from before. It was unknown where Aemon, who was wearing a pointed hat and a monocle, had stolen a rock from and had placed it on the spot where Klein had passed away. He sat on it and patiently played with a human-skinned glove. He occasionally bent the human-skinned glove's finger and stretched it at other times, as if he could pass 100 years doing that. About a kilometer away, in a certain spot in the grayish-yellow fog, three Amons in black classical mage robes crouched around a rock as they seriously played poker cards that they had stolen from somewhere. From time to time, they would nudge their monocle. Elsewhere in this extensive moor, Aemon would be either alone or in groups, strolling leisurely, writing in thought, or discussing all sorts of questions with one another. In the dark and dangerous forsaken land of the gods, it was such a harmonious scene. It would have been better if the young men weren't all the same, wearing classic black robes, pointed hats and monocles, with similar black hair, black eyes, broad foreheads, and thin faces. Just as Klein was about to make a further observation, the Aemon sitting on the rock suddenly raised his head. He nudged his crystal-carved monocle and looked at him. Across the moor, all of the Amons looked up. At the highest point of the fog of history, Klein immediately retracted his gaze and cut off the connection. In the City of Silver, Derek Berg arrived at the top of the spire and met Chief Colin Iliad. "Your Excellency, I've already received the promise of blessings," Derek said frankly and directly. With white hair and an old scar on his face, Colin Iliad was visibly relieved. He slowly nodded and said, "That's good. That's good." He had repeated the sentence in a rare instance. As an excellent demon hunter and the City of Silver's chief, he had always been patient, never taking unnecessary risks. Therefore, with the sudden lack of a response from the fool, he didn't immediately turn to the true creator, and he decided to wait patiently for another month. For the City of Silver, which had been waiting in the Dark Ages for more than 2,000 years, a month was something that could be accepted. Without waiting for Derek to reply, Demon Hunter Colin left the window and calmly said, "Head back first. I'm going to start preparing for the advancement ritual." Derek glanced at the chief and said sincerely, "You'll definitely succeed." He didn't stay any longer. He immediately left the spire and returned home. After setting up the ritual again and placing the 6 powerful corpses that he had hunted to the correct position, Colin Iliad began to concoct the potion. After all of this was done, the City of Silver chief closed his eyes and lowered his head, chanting in Jotun, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Above the gray fog, Klein saw ripples of light emanate as he heard a slightly illusory prayer. He immediately summoned a paper figurine and combined the power of Saphira Castle with it. He threw it into the prayer circle and conveniently marked the city of Silver's chief. At the same time, with the help of this prayer circle, he observed the situation of the entire spire and the city of Silver. He confirmed that there was no sign of Amon's parasitic existence near the chief or little son. I have to seize this opportunity. Klein immediately conjured the world Gehrman Sparrow and made him pose as he prayed. At this moment, Colin Iliad saw the light. In the holy light, a holy angel with 12 pairs of illusory wings suddenly descended. As clean, white feathers fluttered down, the demon hunter was embraced by these wings of light. This was a blessing from Mr. Fool. Chapter 1176, Plot Point 1176 Plo. In the face of the angel's embrace, Colin Iliad wasn't astonished. He accepted everything with a calm expression, as though he was already prepared. The ritual began. He took a step forward, picked up the silver night potion, and poured it into his mouth. Without a sound, this demon hunter's body swelled up, turning into a grayish-blue giant with bluish-black veins covering him. He stood several meters tall, with black cracks on his forehead. Every inch of this giant contained the indescribable power of mystery and terror. Apart from his head, which still retained the appearance of a human, the rest of his body was akin to a mythical creature that exerted a strange mental influence. In the next second, the skull underlying Colin Iliad's head seemed to soften as it sank inwards. With the black crack as its core, his head slowly squirmed, as though it was forming a nebulous vortex. Such pain made the city of Silver's chief, who had killed many powerful creatures, unable to restrain himself. He let out a series of howling cries that could make the minds of ordinary creatures split apart. If it wasn't for the fact that Colin Iliad had already evacuated the members of the Spire in advance, leaving behind only the demigod-level Wait Charmant to watch over him and prevent any accidents from happening, many Beyonders would have definitely lost control. The remains of the 6 powerful living creatures that were situated in different spots floated up under the invisible power of the ritual, circling the mutated Colin Iliad, using some sort of mysterious connection to awaken some of the memories of this peerless demon hunter. It was the experience of hunting demons. It was him painfully ending the former chief's attack with his own hands. It was his life of defeating powerful monsters again and again. These manifestations appeared like painting on an altar. Sometimes, they would be integrated into Colin Iliad, and sometimes they would be extracted from him, helping him define himself. He maintained a certain level of clarity during the extreme pain and changes. Only at this moment did Colin Iliad finally understand the essence of the ritual. As a Sequence 4 demon hunter, the hunting of every powerful creature was a battle of intense mental catharsis. It left a deep impression in his life. With these powerful mental imprints, he was able to locate himself after consuming the potion, and not be lost in pain and madness. This made Colin Iliad recall a term recorded in some of the books in the City of Silver, anchor. At Sequence 3, he was considered a deity in a certain sense. He could respond to prayers within a certain range, so an anchor was required. As this wasn't the level of an angel, an anchor didn't necessarily need to be a believer. It could be replaced by other things, such as the clear marks in one's life that had meaning in mysticism. In the memories that had been awakened, Colin Iliad slowly regained his self-awareness. He felt his body again and grasped its changes. Right on the heels of that, a layer of wings formed from illusory light extended out from behind him. They fused with the surrounding paintings, as they constantly shrank inwards. The surface of Colin Iliad's body collapsed into a silver armor that was firm and beautiful, but it didn't possess any weight to it. After the demon hunter advanced to a silver knight, due to the difference in the deity's blessing, there would be minute differences between silver knights. Previously, the leader of the King Court's chasers, Light Color Muskogan, had received blessings from the Giant King. Therefore, the various aspects of the Silver Knight domain were much stronger. On the other hand, Colin Iliad could occasionally make his body condense a silver rapier that could teleport. While in combat, it would appear at random during an attack, with beneficial tendencies, bringing about unpredictable changes. In addition, he could also obtain a certain uniqueness when using mercury liquefaction. As the silver armor finally took form, Colin Iliad had completed his advancement. Apart from not having a single vertical eye on his head, he was equivalent to a mythical creature. At this moment, he raised his right hand and waved it to the side. At a small hill outside the City of Silver, a silver beam erupted out of thin air. It tore apart everything around it, splitting the small hill into 2 halves. During Colin Iliad's advancement to Silver Knight, Derek Berg completed the bestowment ritual and obtained a small metal tube. Seizing the opportunity of the City of Silver's chief creating abnormalities and drawing away most of the attention, Klein suddenly reached out while in the ancient palace above the gray fog. He had summoned a bullet and death knell from the historical void. Right on the heels of that, he did a divination in advance, confirming that there weren't any signs of Amon's parasites around Little Sun. Without any hesitation, he opened the revolver's cylinder and stuffed the deceit bullet into it. With a shake of his right hand, he closed the cylinder and used the mysticism connection to aim at the spot where he had died. He calmly pulled the trigger and fired the only bullet. At the same time, taking advantage of this Beander effect, he willed Saphira Castle's powers into mobilizing. The gray fog boiled once again, including the space around them. A majestic but slightly dark energy surged out like a tidal wave, wrapping around the bullet, passing through the gap and shooting towards the real world. The light in Saphira Castle suddenly dimmed. Suppressing his fear and horror, Klein used Death Knell's historical projection to simulate the feeling of a sudden descent. He leapt towards the crimson star representing the sun and leapt towards the tiny tube of his blood. On the barren moors of Chernobyl, all of the Amons wearing pointed hats raised their heads and looked at the lightning that streaked across the sky. They looked at a deep and quiet swath that even the lightning couldn't illuminate. The Amons nudged their monocles, and after a moment of silence, they laughed. He doesn't seem like someone who can come up with such a solution. Pallas. He joined this organization codenamed the Tarot Club. The darkness in front of Derek suddenly turned dark, as if the candles in the room had been burned to ashes. To the residents of the City of Silver, this wasn't a good thing. Derek's eyes immediately lit up with the light of the sun at that moment. Bits of light burst out from the deep darkness like transparent squirming worms. The metal tube that Derek had received shattered automatically as fresh red blood floated out from it and suspended itself in midair. It didn't spread apart but instead merged with the fragments of light. In just 2 or 3 seconds, these light fragments condensed into one, forming a huge ball of light. The spherical light ball stretched out and changed, quickly forming a figure. The figure had a deep outline and a cold expression. He wore a silk half-top hat and a black coat while holding a black iron-black revolver. It was none other than Gehrman Sparrow. Having successfully deceived the laws of mysticism, Klein used the help of his old blood to complete his resurrection. Without needing any introduction, Derek had already recognized the visitor through his special temperament. After being stunned for a moment, he instinctively revealed an uncontrollable smile. Mr. World. Klein raised his head slightly and looked at Little Sun, who seemed to have grown taller. He subconsciously reached out and pressed down on his top hat. He then nodded gently and said, "I will be in the forsaken land of the gods during this period of time. However, I have to leave now. I can't lure Amon into the City of Silver. If there's a chance in the future, I will cooperate with you." Having understood what Mr. World meant, Derek nodded heavily and said, "All right." Just as Klein raised his right hand and was about to snap his fingers to leave with flaming jump, Derek looked at him and suddenly pointed to the storage cabinet in the room. "Mr. World, do you need to bring some food with you? There are mushrooms that can produce milk." Klein controlled himself, not letting the corners of his mouth twitch. He maintained his cold attitude and said, "I don't drink milk." As soon as he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, causing a scarlet flame to fly out of his pocket, wrapping around him like water. The fire quickly dissipated like falling stars, and Klein's figure disappeared from Derek Berg's room. Outside the City of Silver, in a deformed forest, flames flashed continuously, extending all the way to the moors leading to the north. After he truly left the City of Silver did Klein slow down his footsteps and summon a lantern from the historical void. He had long expected that the revival process would go so smoothly. After all, once he found the correct solution, there was no way that Amon could stop him. In the City of Silver, Amon only had a few avatars at the sequence 4 or 3 level, so Klein could use his true vision to locate them and eliminate them ahead of time. And if they could form an avatar at the sequence 2 level, Klein, who had gained initial control of Saphira Castle, could stir powers at the power of an angel, allowing him to easily fight such an avatar while being above the gray fog, and would stay undefeatable since he couldn't be attacked. He had the confidence to defeat his opponent. If Amon moved his true body to the City of Silver, then Klein could choose to revive at his original spot. Of course, Amon could create an avatar that was almost at sequence 1 and send him to the City of Silver. However, Under the premise of the conservation of Beander characteristics, how many avatars could he create? Not more than 2. As for Klein, he could split his remaining blood into multiple portions. He could use the bestowment ritual to send them to Mr. Hanged Man, to Mam Hermit, and to the Star Leonard. There were too many spots where he could revive, so there was no way that Eamon could guard all of them. This was an above-board plan based on his own level, Beander powers, and the special ability of Saphira Castle. Before he attempted to revive himself, Klein was already quite certain of the outcome. The only thing he was worried about was that deceit would be detected by Eamon ahead of time, allowing him to interfere in a timely manner, causing his respawn location to change. Fortunately, his divination had confirmed that the level of danger wasn't high. This was one of the reasons why he dared to try. Phew, I've really escaped from Eamon. As he advanced amidst the dim yellow light, Klein felt the presence of his body, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, he knew very well that he was going to encounter the relentless pursuit of Amon's main body and various avatars. Chapter 1177. Substitute. On the desolate moors filled with deep ravines, Eamon stood in different spots. They opened their mouths and chanted in Jotun, the blessed of the spirit world and Saphira Castle. The mystery stemming from ancient times. The great Gehrman sparrow. These voices were layered as they bored into the void, as though they extended to an infinite distance. 10 seconds later, all of them adjusted their crystal monocles in different manners and chuckled softly. He changed it really quickly. If Gehrman Sparrow was still automatically responding to this honorific name, they could then use this opportunity to determine the other party's location and create an error to appear directly beside their target. In the darkness that was illuminated by lightning from time to time, the hatted and coated Klein proceeded north at a moderate pace while holding a lantern. There's a prayer. Eamon is using Gehrman Sparrow's honorific name. This means that a number of almonds aren't too far from me, but the City of Silver doesn't have his parasites. They're in the surrounding patrol teams, or in some unexpected creatures. As he walked, Klein suddenly turned his head and listened carefully for a few seconds. Regarding this matter, he was rather glad that he was cautious enough. He had changed the honorific name that allowed default acknowledgement while above the gray fog. It went from the protector of Backland magic and drama performers to protector of all poor children in Backland. This came from the Lowen Charity Bursary Foundation he had set up. Yes, Eamon is a cryptologist. It's very likely that he can interpret this honorific name from all the information regarding Dwayne Dantes. No, I don't even need an automatic response. As Klein looked at the faint yellow light emitted by the lantern, he quickly made a decision. He made every worm of spirit only capable of listening to prayers, without having the ability to autonomously respond unless they had been given permission from the main body. This way, frequent prayers would severely affect his daily life, but it wasn't a big problem. This was because, other than Amon's vile harassment, no one else would pray to Gehrman Sparrow since he hadn't spread the word about his honorific name. After settling this matter, Klein thought of all of Amon's terrifying aspects. He suddenly had some doubts about what to do next. His original plan was to stay far away from the City of Silver and head to the Noise Ruins in the north to investigate the situation there. He wanted to see if he could obtain the main ingredients needed for the Miracle Invoker potion. However, after connecting that ancient city ruins with Eamon, a problem was revealed. Klein could already confirm that the upper levels of neighboring pathways also followed the law of Beander characteristic convergence. Since Eamon had been wandering around the forsaken land of the gods for more than 1,000 years and had come near the City of Silver, how could he not be attracted to the Noise Ruins in the north? For the chief of the City of Silver to not dare to enter, it means the power in Noise City has definitely reached the level of an angel. Eamon wouldn't ignore it. He probably doesn't dare to directly eat such a high-level Beander characteristic of a neighboring pathway, but that doesn't prevent him from setting up a trap. Even if he hadn't done so in the past, he would definitely be rushing over there now. Of course, I can't exclude the possibility that Eamon has yet to discover it because, during the City of Silver chief's first visit, the Noise Ruins weren't as dangerous. Perhaps that power at the angel level came to the Noise Ruins later. He has been constantly migrating his believers to avoid Eamon. Amidst his thoughts, Klein felt a little afraid about heading northwest for the ancient city. He decided to first see if there were any other ways to obtain the main ingredient of the Miracle Invoker potion before considering if he should head to the periphery of the Noise Ruins to observe and gather some intel. With this in mind, He walked towards the wreckage of a tall tower in his black coat and half-top hat, guided by the occasional lightning. Along the way, in the dangerous darkness outside the dim yellow light, monsters lined up and silently followed him. They were already his marionettes. Compared to them, the saints of the seer pathway were even more bizarre and terrifying. As they walked, one of the monsters that looked like a fish with limbs suddenly chanted in Jotun, the sun that is eternal. You are an inextinguishable light. You are the embodiment of order. The moment it finished reciting the three-lined honorific name, the monster collapsed to the ground and lost its life. The honorific name of deities often wasn't limited to 3 lines, but when chanting, one could choose any 3. For example, the eternal blazing sun's complete honorific name was Eternal Blazing Sun, an extinguishable light, embodiment of order, god of contracts, guardian of businesses. And just now, Klein had used the first 3. With this method, he prayed to the Lord of Storms, the god of knowledge and wisdom, and the Evernight goddess, hoping to receive a certain response. However, there was no change in his surroundings 15 minutes later. It's useless to pray to a sequence 0 true deity in the forsaken land of the gods. Unless the target is the true creator, or is an existence that wields things like Saphira Castle or the Chaos Sea. That's not right. In Afternoon Town, that clergyman had the goddess's true name concealed when saying it. When he mentioned the 4th king of angels, he suffered immolation due to the involvement of deities. Perhaps it's because there's still all kinds of divine power in the forsaken land of the gods, not only concealment and degeneration. And the true names of the different deities each have special meaning in mysticism, allowing it to stir the corresponding powers. This way, it would explain why the City of Silver has been teaching the 2 true names of Badhill and Haribergen, but they didn't end up establishing any connection with the god of combat or the god of knowledge and wisdom. The prayers in the forsaken land of the gods are not heard by the true deities, or even if they can hear them, they are unable to respond. This also means that there are no remnant powers of the god of combat or the god of knowledge, otherwise, there would have been certain anomalies. Yes, it's also possible that it's not because there are no anomalies, but that the 2 grade 0 sealed artifacts, god-level sealed artifacts, in the City of Silver have eliminated them. In that case, if I were to directly chant the true name of the goddess, would I cause the surrounding darkness and concealment to stir? If this kind of power can be controlled, I'll have an additional effective trump card when being tracked by Aemon. The probability isn't very high. Directly chanting the true name of a deity is an act of blasphemy, and it will result in the corresponding backlash, just like Afternoon Town's clergyman. Based on his logic and the phenomenon he had seen, Klein came up with a theory on the present situation. He was eager to try reading out all the true names of the deities he knew, one by one, and checking their effects. Finally, he restrained himself and didn't blindly make the attempts. I'd better go above the gray fog to do a divination first. Otherwise, who knows if there will be an unbearable accident. Divination involving deities might not give a clear revelation. After muttering inwardly for a while, Klein scoffed at his impulsiveness. My previous plan was akin to, I haven't been courting death for 2 days. I shall do it seriously today. At that moment, he had already arrived at a collapsed tower. He sat beside a wall that had only been cut down by half. He reached out to take out a paper crane from the historical void, and he ignited it. He wanted to see if he could contact the Snake of Fate will Auceptan series if there was a medium. He wanted to know where he could obtain the main ingredients of the Miracle Invoker potion. Under the illumination of his 3rd summoning of the lantern, Klein fell into a deep sleep, but he didn't dream of anything. Indeed, it doesn't work. After he woke up, Klein shook his head and let his body enter a historical void. Following that, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the gray fog. Sitting at the seat belonging to the fool, he beckoned for a small paper box from the junk pile. Inside was a stack of paper cranes. These were personally folded by a certain baby. At the same time, the world Gehrman Sparrow was conjured. He prayed to Mr. Fool in a grayish-white region and requested him to forward his request to Miss Justice, saying that this act could allow her to make contributions to her exchange for the manipulator potion formula. Of course, Klein had already revealed that the potion needed to be consumed while amidst a huge emotional resonance. Audrey returned to her bedroom once again and set up a bestowment ritual to obtain the paper crane. She picked up a thin pencil and wrote on the paper crane's surface. Dwayne Dantes has requested you to meet with me. After finishing her preparations, Audrey followed Mr. World's instructions and placed the paper crane under her pillow before lying down to sleep. Soon, she saw a pitch-black desolate plain. As a dreamwalker who had given herself hints in advance, she maintained her consciousness and walked towards the black steeple in the middle of the plains with strong curiosity. As soon as she arrived at her destination, Audrey's spiritual perception was triggered. She raised her head and looked at the top of the steeple. At some point in time, there was a giant silver snake coiled there. This gigantic snake didn't have any scales. Its body was covered with symbols and patterns that formed wheels that were connected to each other, with different labels. At that moment, the gigantic snake was staring at Audrey with its bright red and cold eyes. It said in a low voice, "What does Dwayne Dantes want?" "This is the angel of the fate pathway that gave Ma'am Hermit a drop of blood." Audrey controlled her thoughts and calmly looked at the gigantic snake. She said in honesty, "He wanted me to ask you where he can obtain the main ingredient of the miracle invoker potion." The gigantic silver snake suddenly fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "The number of sequence 2s in different pathways differ in numbers. Under the situation of the quota of attendant of mysteries being filled, there can only be a total of 6 miracle invokers. A miracle invoker is the name of a sequence 2 potion, Mr. World is going to become an angel, or is he making preparations for his partner? No, if it's a companion, he can get them to ask him themselves." Audrey was first alarmed before she began to look forward to the mysterious serpent's answer. Chapter 1178, I have a blessed. The gigantic silver snake looked down at Audrey and opened its blood-red mouth. The sequence 1 potion that Zeratul, the leader of the secret order, consumed came from an attendant of mysteries. In other words, he possesses an extra miracle invoker characteristic. Similarly, it was the same for the ancestor of the Antigonus family back then. Of course, if they were interested in something, or if they had a candidate who had won the favor of the family to the point of them being willing to nurture them, then an angel with sufficiently high status can separate the extra miracle invoker Beander characteristic to the other party. The third miracle invoker's Beander characteristic had combined with a characteristic of mysterious origins. It has become sealed artifact 005, also known as the magic wishing lamp. A true deity once attempted to destroy this item, to separate the characteristics and allow them to converge automatically, but eventually failed. The 4th and 5th miracle invoker Beander characteristics are in the form of a grade 0 sealed artifact that exists in the churches of the eternal blazing sun and Lord of Storms. One of them is named 0 to 13. It comes from the 3rd epic's creator, designated as the Last Banquet. The other is codenamed 0 to 32, a product of the War of the 4 Emperors, designated as theater with curtains that never draw. The 6th miracle invoker Beander characteristic might be in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. During the 3rd epic, there was a remnant dark demonic wolf who occasionally appeared. After the cataclysm, he vanished without a trace. Audrey listened attentively and thought carefully for a moment before saying, "You're saying that, under the situation where the attendant of mysteries spots are filled, there are only 6 miracle invokers. And now, you only mentioned the secret order's leader, Zeratul, and the ancestor of the Antigonus family, but the spots don't seem to be filled. In such a situation, there might be an extra miracle invoker Beander characteristic." This wasn't information that the World Gehrman Sparrow had informed her of in advance. Instead, it was a question that Audrey had come up with on her own accord from the details of the answer and her knowledge of mysticism. The eyes of the giant silver snake moved slightly. Indeed, there should be 3 attendants of mysteries. But in the 2nd epic, in the era when the ancient god, Phlegre, still lived, the 3rd set of the attendant of mysteries Beander characteristics seemed to have disappeared without a trace. No one knows where it is. Likewise for the corresponding miracle invoker Beander characteristic. Perhaps it has already combined together and has found a sufficiently concealed method to hide itself. Audrey nodded gently and said, "I understand. I'll pass on the information to Mr. Dwayne Dantes. Oh, he even asked me to ask you if there's anything you need his help with." The giant silver snake slithered up and a third of its body stood up. "A small matter. Yes, I have a blessed who is an outstanding gourmet. He has a desire to taste ice cream from the various noble families, so as to determine the most delicious one. This request, Mr. Snake, maybe it's Ma'am Snake, is really nice to her blessed." His tone is as if he can't wait. This is too simple. I can agree to help on Mr. World's behalf and complete it on my own. I'll just treat it as accumulating the sufficient contributions needed to exchange the potion formula," Audrey said thoughtfully. "No problem. But how do I send him the ice cream?" The giant silver snake slowly coiled and said, "Sacrifice it to him." He's already a sequence 3 saint and can accept sacrifices in the same city. His honorific name is the embodiment of luck, the clairvoyant monster, the calamity that spreads misfortune, the witnesses of all fates in Backland, the keeper of chaos and madness. There's a difference between this honorific name and a normal sequence 3's. There's no name at the end. Audrey's eyes darted around slightly, but she didn't say anything further and nodded in agreement. Keeper of chaos and madness, Will's last honorific name is quite interesting. This shouldn't be the honorific name of the Snake of Fate, but something that he used when he was at sequence 3. Some tweaks were made later on. The monster pathways watches over chaos and madness. Or could it be said that in this world, even for fate, those at the lower sequences are in chaos and madness? Monsters are working hard to resist all of this, making everything seem normal. After Klein heard Miss Justice's answer, he didn't find it odd for Will Osepton to request for ice cream. Instead, he found the honorific name of the Life School of Thought president rather interesting. Hey, having a blessed, that's like saying, I know someone, did Will learn this from me? No, I have a real blessed, Danitz. Later on, I'll have this fellow sacrifice something for me to eat. I can't really eat those mutated monsters or summon projections from the historical void, right? Yes, if I have a chance, I'll invite little son to try them together. I can't let him be obsessed with Frank's mushrooms. The number of blessed serving will definitely won't be less than mine. There might even be more. He has the huge life school of thought. Klein conjured the world Gehrman Sparrow and made him reply to Miss Justice, indicating that the ice cream contributed plenty. After completing all of this, he wrapped the edge of the long mottled table and seriously considered the problem with the main ingredient of the miracle invoker. There's no need to think about the miracle invoker Beander characteristic with Zeratul. It's impossible for him to separate it to give it to me. He only wants to turn me into his marionette. It's not like there's zero hope with Antigonus's 2 portions, but if that's the case, I'll have to request it from the goddess again. I can't offer something equivalent. I'm afraid, besides, the goddess might not be able to provide it. The reason why she wants to seal the half-fool, who has lost control, is probably because she is unable to kill him. Once he is killed, he will be able to escape his current predicament and revive elsewhere, just like how I escaped from Aemon. Under such a situation, the goddess has no way of getting Antigonus to separate a miracle invoker Beander characteristic. Even a true deity can't shatter 005, so there's no point targeting it. It's useless even if I have it. This sealed artifact's origins are truly mysterious. There's something very fishy about it. The Church of the Eternal Blazing Suns 0 to 13 is called the Last Banquet. It comes from the City of Silver's creator. Why does this person always like to use the names that have dangerous implications? The Church of the Lord of Storms is 0 to 32 is theater with curtains that never draw. Just the sound of it allows me to imagine what it's like. The chances of obtaining these 2 grade 0 sealed artifacts are very low, but it's not impossible. It just depends on whether the Eternal Blazing Sun and Lord of Storms are willing to support my growth so as to contain Aemon. Yes, up to now, they have yet to show any kindness. I can't find a suitable way to interact with the right person. I can't possibly use divination to spy on the Eternal Blazing Sun again and communicate with him through space, right? If that happens, wouldn't it be better if he directly invades Saphira Castle and takes control of this place? If I were to nurture Mr. Hanged Man and wait till he has the qualifications to come into contact with a grade 0 sealed artifact, I'll most likely have become Aemon. The true creator knows a clue to the 3rd characteristic of the Attendant of Mysteries. His divine kingdom and holy residence are in the forsaken land of the gods. These 2 might be related somehow. The 2 sets of miracle invoker characteristics and an Attendant of Mysteries characteristics are highly likely to be in the forsaken land of the gods. I wonder which one is in the Noise Ruins. Yes, the true creator should only know a clue, and not its exact location. Otherwise, he would have obtained that Attendant of Mysteries Beander characteristic before the War of the 4 Emperors and effectively increased his subordinate's strength. In other words, the Attendant of Mysteries Beander characteristic is something even a true deity can't obtain quickly, and it's necessary to search for it. It might not be so easy for Aemon to come across it, allowing him to set up a trap. If the danger within the ruins were only recently found, having just been transplanted, it would match this trait. From the looks of it, I still have to make a trip. However, I have to be careful enough. The danger comes from Aemon and also from the ruins. I'll do a divination first, then I'll observe and gather intelligence from a distance. I won't enter blindly and will be patient enough. Klein conjured a pen and paper and was about to write the corresponding divination statement when he suddenly thought of something and decided to make another confirmation. He drew a complicated symbol that was a mixture of concealment and mystery prying. He threw it into the crimson star representing the magician. With Gehrman Sparrow's image and tone, he asked her to question Rhodes, Backland, East Borough. Furs, who was about to move houses, drew the curtains and lit a candle. She set up a mirror and found Zio to act as a bystander. She then drew the symbol that Mr. World had given her. In the room, the environment gradually turned dark as cold winds stirred, causing the two to tremble. The surface of the mirror suddenly rippled, forming ancient dark red faceac text. You have summoned the great Rhodes. You have to abide by the corresponding rules. You have to answer a question for every question asked. If you lie or refuse to answer, you will be punished. All right, Furs, who had been warned, calmly replied. Following that, she asked curiously, where can one obtain the main ingredient of the miracle invoker potion? On the surface of the mirror, dark red words appeared one after another as other lines vanished. They answered the question in detail. It's basically the same as Will's answer. Above the gray fog, through the crimson star representing Miss Magician, Klein watched the specific process and nodded in disappointment. After Furs memorized the answer, she said nervously, it's your turn to ask. The dark red words changed and formed a new sentence. Have you had an erotic dream in the past year? Phew, thankfully, it's still okay. Furs heaved a sigh of relief and said, yes. This was human nature. She didn't feel that there was anything to be ashamed of. Following that, she raised the second question. Do you have any suggestions on the matter regarding obtaining the main ingredient of the miracle invoker? Rhodes dispersed the dark red text and used silver colors to form new words. The Abraham family still holds the Apprentice Pathways Sequence 2 Planeswalker Potion formula, as well as the corresponding powerful sealed artifacts. A total of 2 of them. The Aurora Order also has one. This, Klein's eyes lit up as he thought of a new possibility. Is that so? Furs frowned slightly and said, it's your turn to ask a question. The silver color on the surface of the mirror faded away as dark red colors formed a sentence. Other than you, who else was the star of your erotic dream? Furs gaped as her face flushed red. Chapter 1179, Preparations Both Ways. At that moment, Furs felt her cheeks burning as she stiffened. She didn't even dare to turn her head to look at her friend. She realized that she had severely underestimated the bottom line of the magic mirror. After stuttering for a moment, Furs recalled Mr. World's reminder and closed her eyes. I choose to accept the punishment. A silvery white bolt of lightning fell from the air in the room, but the moment it appeared, the lightning vanished without a trace like it was a hallucination. The dark red words on the surface of the mirror were dyed silver as they were quickly replaced with new content. The question and answer game will end here today. Goodbye. Without waiting for Furs to open her eyes and before Zio could react, the rippling light in the mirror instantly calmed down. The gloom and darkness in the room shattered as they were swallowed by the light of the candle. Wasn't there supposed to be a punishment? Furs waited for a few seconds before opening her eyes slightly. She looked at the mirror that had returned to normal and then at Zio, who was watching by the sidelines. Zio pointed at the top of her head and said, there was lightning that smote at you, but it disappeared halfway. Also, the magic mirror had already left. The magic mirror was only joking. That's not right. The warning I received was that the questions would be rather embarrassing, and the punishments would be rather heavy. Could it be that Mr. Fool protected me? Furs rubbed her right cheek as she made a guess. Perhaps. Zio nodded in agreement with her friend. Just as Furs heaved a sigh of relief and rejoiced, she suddenly realized that Zio was looking at her earnestly. What's the matter? Furs's heart skipped a beat. Zio asked thoughtfully, in that erotic dream of yours, who was the main lead? Haha, who would remember such a dream from so long ago? Besides, aren't dreams blurry and unclear? Furs forced a smile. Zio tersely acknowledged. If that's the case, why didn't you answer with that just now? I was nervous. I was too nervous. Furs glanced at the luggage that she had finished packing and said, it's time for us to move. I miss having a fireplace. As she spoke, she walked towards her luggage. It was only at this moment that she realized that, at times, the outcome was similar whether she answered the magic mirror's question or not. Is this the social death that was mentioned by Gehrman Sparrow? I really want to bury my head into the ground. Furs continuously took deep breaths in an attempt to calm her burning face and embarrassed heart. Klein threw the sea god's scepter back into the junk pile and scoffed at Rhodes's act. Despite knowing that I was the one who sent someone to summon it, it actually dared to raise such a question. Only when I stopped the punishment did it hurriedly change its attitude and leave in a panic. It sure had fun. However, its answer has given me a new train of thought. I really don't need to restrict myself to the path of a miracle invoker. The second blasphemy slate is most likely from the City of Silver's creator, and is now in the hands of Adam, although Aemon and his brother are mutually staying away from each other's affairs and aren't on especially good terms. They have worked together before. I don't believe that he has never seen that blasphemy slate. If that's the case, he is definitely aware of the miracle invoker's ritual and can guess that I'll be bringing the City of Silver out of the forsaken land of the gods. When that happens, he wouldn't even need to put much effort into tracking me. He just needs to wait at the Giant King's court. Yes, I can't go according to the enemy's expectations, especially since this is a god of deceit and the god of mischief. Countless accidents will happen. If it's because of my participation that the City of Silver's thousands of years of hope ends up being destroyed, then it'll be completely contradictory to my original intentions. The problem with a planeswalker is that I might hear Mr. Door's ravings, and will suffer the scrutiny and corruption from the cosmos that's worse than sequence 2 angels from other pathways. Of course, this isn't completely unacceptable. Also, will I need to pay back the 2 resurrection chances that Saphira Castle gave me? That's still fine since I'll definitely transfer back to being an attendant of mysteries at sequence 1 because Mr. Door has already blocked off the advancement path of the apprentice pathway. He is at least in control of the uniqueness in 2 sets of sequence 1 Beander characteristics, perhaps even all 3. It's not necessary for me to switch to Planeswalker, but I have to make the necessary preparations. When my options increase, even if Aemon tries to stop me, the difficulty of burying a trap in advance will increase significantly. Only then can I become an angel while under the pressure of a king of angels. Yes, I'll stay on the fence for now. I'll prepare for the Miracle Invoker advancement while preparing for the Planeswalker advancement. I'll determine which pathway to take based on the actual situation when the time comes. Having come to a decision, Klein felt refreshed. His mind was abnormally active, and he quickly came up with a preliminary plan. I'm not in a hurry to ask Miss Magician's teacher about the Planeswalker potion formula and the corresponding Grade 0 sealed artifact. This will scare the Abraham family, making them suspect that Miss Magician worships some evil god and has joined some terrible organization. With their current situation, there's a high chance that they won't reply. They will change their identities, move, and sever all ties. Yes, the head of the Saint of Secrets, Bodies, will make a fine gift. Regardless of whether the Abraham family gives the Worm of Cosmos, this matter will have to be placed on the agenda. I hope Miss Justice can digest the Dreamwalker potion as soon as possible. I hope that Ma'am Hermit will be prepared. I also hope that the 2 ladies, Miss Magician and Miss Judgment, will be able to improve before the operation. Right, according to what Miss Magician said, Saint of Secrets Bodies is a defector of the Abraham family, and the Aurora Order holds a Grade 0 sealed artifact of the Apprentice Pathway. That's interesting. Perhaps I don't need to contact the Abraham family. I might be able to get what I want from the Saint of Secrets. I have to remind Ma'am Hermit that Bodies might be carrying a Grade 0 sealed artifact, so confirmation has to be made before the operation. If that Grade 0 sealed artifact isn't in the hands of the Saint of Secrets, then I'll probably have to face the Angel of Fate Ouroboros to get it. No, Grade 0 sealed artifacts are terrifying to begin with. It's one of the sources of danger. Phew, I'll first wait for Miss Magician's teacher to reply and see if the Abraham family is averse to any mention of the Worm of Cosmos. As he thought of this, Klein suddenly felt a hint of self-deprecation. He felt that he and the Aurora Order appeared to be destined enemies. They often had all kinds of interactions. When the operation begins, the Aurora Order will definitely shout in their hearts. Why is it you again? Why is it us again? After letting out a breath, he gathered his thoughts and conjured the World Gehrman Sparrow. He replied to Miss Magician who had reported the answer. Following that, the world prayed once again, requesting Mr. Fool to forward his request to Danitz. On a certain island in the Fog Sea, Danitz, who was waiting for the Golden Dream, turned his head to look at Anderson and chuckled. I'm going to summon Gehrman Sparrow's messenger. Anderson pricked up his brows and scoffed. You're qualified to consume the conspirer potion. You were the one who made it too obvious. Even I could sense that you were afraid of that messenger. Danitz felt even more pleased with himself as he said humbly. Anderson suddenly guffawed. Why do you not suspect that I'm pretending to be afraid? I'm just trying to find a reasonable excuse to avoid hearing things I shouldn't be hearing. Dogshit, do you think I'll believe the lies you came up with in a hurry? Danitz was almost convinced. Anderson spread his hands and walked to the door. You've gathered all the materials of the conspirer potion. Remember to remind Gehrman to not forget my iron-blooded knight potion formula. Danitz waved his hand impatiently, indicating that he hadn't forgotten. After Anderson walked out of the room and closed the door, Danitz immediately set up a ritual and summoned the messenger holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads. Seeing the 8 eyes look over at the same time, Danitz's chest immediately retracted. He forced a smile and handed out a gold coin. Ma'am, Gehrman Sparrow wants me to tell you that he's fine. He's now in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Wait, what did I say? The Forsaken Land of the Gods. As a crew member of Vice Admiral Iceberg, Danitz's knowledge of mysticism was still adequate. After a momentary pause, his pupils clearly dilated. All right. Reinette Tinecare bit down on the gold coin and answered immediately. Then, she entered the void and vanished from the room. After reporting this to Gehrman Sparrow, Danitz received the Iron-Blooded Knight's potion formula and new orders. Prepare some local delicacies and sacrifice them to sea god Calvetua, isn't this mission a little odd? Danitz muttered to himself, but he didn't dare to raise any questions. He quickly tidied up the altar, found a parchment, and wrote down the supplementary ingredients and corresponding ritual in the Iron-Blooded Knight potion formula. Following that, he opened the door and handed the parchment to Anderson. Form a team of at least 30 people. The stronger the team's strength and chemistry, the better the ritual's effects. Anderson unfolded the parchment in front of Danitz and read it. As he read, his brows gradually furrowed. If the team's chemistry is to build upon the idea of killing me, the captain, the ritual is rather simple. Without waiting for Danitz to mock him, a burning white flame appeared from his fingertip and burned the parchment. I need to go back to my homeland to find an opportunity. That place is currently being invaded by Phaenopoder, and war is always the best place for building up and training a team. With a pause, he looked at Danitz and said with a smile, I've prepared some questions for you. They're in my room. Once you become a conspirer, you can try doing it and see if your intelligence has improved. Dogshit, are you trying to trick me into reading all the books in your room? Danitz was almost moved, but he immediately understood that something was wrong. No matter how high his intelligence was, he wouldn't be able to solve the questions if he hadn't read the textbooks. Not bad, it only took you 3 seconds this time to grasp the crux of the matter. If it were in the past, you would have really believed me. Anderson praised with a smile as he turned around and left the inn. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.